Chapter 321. The car finally stopped in front of a single-family house, also white. It looked similar to the student dormitories at First Truth University, though a bit larger. It also had 2 floors, but the front and back gardens extended considerably. "We're here, sister, get off quickly." Kakavasya hopped off the car and turned to offer Anna her hand. Looking at his expectant face, she finally sighed and agreed. "Don't be like this again. Tell me more. I seriously consider any reasonable suggestions." She just took a moment to get serious, not because she was slow to react. As Professor Lachaud had deduced, high intelligence often means that emotional expression takes precedence over rational thought. Anna, having gone from zero to earning a graduate degree from First Truth University in 3 years, would have been impossible no matter how hard she tried with a lower IQ. Once she had sorted out the whole story, Kakavasya's little tricks and schemes were like flies on a bald head. He hadn't planned to fool her for long, so he smiled innocently. "What are you talking about, sister? Come in." She definitely wouldn't agree if he told her directly. At best, he'd have to wait until after she graduated. There was no telling how things would change if he said later. After all, the number of people trying to kidnap her ranged from the Polytechnic Institute to Pier Point. He couldn't give her time to think, or he'd be fooled. He already found this house before he went to the Wahlberg system. The transfer took some time, and he also had to meticulously renovate the interior, exterior, and garden, which was why it hadn't been completed until now. Since it's a private residence, the car can be parked directly at the door. The area is spacious enough, even a few more interplanetary aircraft can fit in, without worrying about blocking the neighbor's path. "I didn't know there were private homes for sale so close to headquarters." Anna stood on the porch, looking up. Aside from the overly ornate and complex patterns carved into the decorative triangular flashing, the entire building maintained the same aesthetic style as the Polymath Society. Elegant, simple, with a hint of divinity. How could there not be? "It's just that you didn't ask beforehand, sister." Kakavasya closed the car door and walked behind her, not quite satisfied with the front garden decorations. "Why can't the gate be plated with gold leaf?" "What do you mean by security pressure?" He didn't even use pure gold, just gold plating. "What kind of pressure is that? The vast majority of properties in the galaxy are private property of the Polymath Society, leased only to scholars and students, and not available for sale on the market. But there are always exceptions. There are always people who don't like or can't share a home. Especially for the wealthy second generation whose names are on the family tree. Considering the wealth gap and living habits, forcing them to live with people of ordinary backgrounds would be tantamount to putting everyone in a difficult position. Thus, they learned to turn a blind eye to the property leases and transactions held by the galaxy's native inhabitants. As long as the procedures were completed, and there were no disputes between the two parties, they didn't bother to intervene. The blond youth walked towards the unassuming black metal door. It opened automatically as the owner approached, revealing the undulating and staggered garden within. It was indeed a masterpiece worthy of a master craftsman's expense, gleaming with the brilliance of credit points everywhere. Even a private botanical garden would be no different. Walking down the leisurely cobblestone path to the porch, Kakavasya wheeled Anna in front. If it were just him, there was no need to buy property. He could just book a penthouse suite at one of Pier Point's top hotels. He wouldn't even have to worry about housework. He could always move on, or to another hotel if he got bored. However, when he thought of Anna, he felt the need to find a permanent place to stay. It didn't have to be large, but it had to be comfortable and practical, and ideally, something to admire. It was no longer just a place to stay, it was his home. Anna was wheeled up the stairs by Kakavasya. After 2 steps, a sensor scanned her iris, and the heavy door slowly opened. The light gray floor and creamy white walls had a sweet, organic blend of hardness and softness. The wooden stair railings reflected a unique golden ripple in the sunlight. The light was bright and airy. The matching curtains billowed and fell in the breeze, creating an indescribable sense of laziness. "Here, here!" He pushed Anna forward like a child eager to present a treasure. The rooms on the first floor had been converted into a tea room and a study. The 2 rooms, similar in style, were symmetrically arranged. Paper books occupied half of the study, while the remaining half held a large floating screen, ready to be connected to a personal computer for projection. There were only 2 bedrooms upstairs. The rest of the space was devoted to wardrobe storage. Downstairs, there was a basement for unused items. Kakavasya hadn't planned any space for a third person in his house. This was his and Anna's home, and he didn't want to see anyone else there. Anna was pushed to the bookshelf. She casually pulled a paper volume from the shelf and flipped open it, her expression slightly surprised. Have you read all these books? A considerable portion of them covered her current research, and some books were so difficult to borrow even at the Institute of Knowledge. Cock of Asia lowered his head and scratched the back of his head. How is that possible, sister? I know every word in that book you picked up, but I can't make sense of it when you put them together. I only flip through them when I can't sleep. They work in 5 minutes, and they're more effective than anything else. She chuckled twice, shoved the book back in her hand, her fingertips tracing the steps of wisdom until they landed on an even more heavily thumbed volume. A collection of poetry. Anna glanced at the poet's name and opened an external device to search. She hadn't expected Cock of Asia to prefer poetry collections, especially those romantic masterpieces that combined abstraction and imagery. If he couldn't understand, he wouldn't have read them so frequently that he left traces, so there was no need to be surprised or question him. The young man made a faint sound of embarrassment, an emotion he rarely displayed in public. Shame represented an insurmountable weakness, one that must never be displayed unless absolutely necessary. Once caught by the enemy, it was a complete loss. He half wanted to block the book from Anna's gaze, but an inexplicable sense of shame gave rise to a sense of servility. Don't look, sister. Will she tease him? The poet who composed this collection of poems often used apt, though not entirely noble, imagery in his works to depict his own feelings at a particular moment. This made Cock of Asia feel a bit like the embarrassment of being caught peeking at a pornographic book. I'm not a scholar of literature. Haven't you taken the book out yet? Or is there something in it I can't read? If he hadn't acted like that, Anna might not have thought of teasing him. The shyer Cock of Asia was, the easier it seemed to bully him. Luckily, he didn't have pigtails or anything, otherwise it would have been hard to avoid being pulled. The air grew thicker, and as his face grew redder, Anna coughed and decisively skipped over the book that was adding to the awkward atmosphere. Their eyes simultaneously turned to the next row of bookshelves, and Anna was delighted. This row was full of popular novels, the kind you need to prepare your brain for before reading, with colorful covers emblazoned with all sorts of vibrant patterns. Further down were magazines, some of whose covers were familiar to everyone. The World's Beauty Guide was a familiar sight. All of them were ordered by the assistant, ahem. Cock of Asia clenched her fists in front of her face and coughed tactically, looking away suspiciously. She's a fan of yours, ahem. I mean, if you're willing, could you sign an autograph for her? Huh? Having never expected to have a fan, Anna glanced around and replied casually, I know. Haha, you have so many books at home. What's with a photographer shooting the cover? Cock of Asia's pajamas are unbuttoned over her belly. As the people of Xianzhou say, that's a good way to catch a cold. This isn't just my home, it's our home. Cock of Asia pursed his lips, temporarily putting some distance between them. This is about as far as it's going today. If we keep pressing, my sister might run. Patrol speed is truly enviable, in every sense of the word. Returning to the living room, he walked to the refrigerator and opened the appliance door. Sister, what would you like to drink? There was a dazzling array of juices, both alcoholic and non-alcoholic, in all colors, practically like a convenience store. Anna didn't have a problem choosing, but faced with such an array of juices, anyone would have a hard time deciding. She hesitated for a moment, then made her choice. The second row from the top, fourth from the left, the can of apple juice will do. Cock of Asia followed his instructions, took out the bottle of juice, glanced at it, then put it back, replacing it with another can from the top row. That one has alcohol in it. If you drink too much, you might get dizzy. The alcohol content isn't high, but it's surprisingly strong compared to the base liquor. It tastes sweet and sour, but it's very intoxicating. He ordered the assorted pack directly, not paying attention to the details, and the housekeeping robot didn't sort it out when it sorted it. Sister can drink quite well, but drinking is harmful. There's no need to resort to alcohol to relax in your own home. Thanks, Anna said, taking the can of drink he tossed her and opening it. The refreshing aroma of apples immediately filled the room. She took a sip, her eyes brightening. She tilted the can slightly to examine the product name and ingredients. It tastes good. The blonde youth grabbed a bottle of purified water for himself and closed the refrigerator door. If you like it, I buy some more to store. It's really not expensive. It's only about 10,000 credits a can, no big deal. Buy fewer bottles. If you keep too much, it expires before you can drink it. High-quality fresh fruit juice is squeezed and bottled, with a frighteningly short shelf life. Judging from its origin, it's a specialty of the nearby Star region. No wonder it's still in the refrigerator. Anna took another sip, set the can on the small counter next to the refrigerator, and slid over to a high-legged stool to sit down. The warm yellow light overhead cast a soft, pale golden glow on her, softening her always sharp and handsome features. Like the gentle knight, you know she's dangerous, but she can also be non-dangerous. Chapter 322. After drinking his juice and sitting for a while, Cock of Asia found a crystal vase, filled it with water, unwrapped the double-petaled white camellia he bought, and placed it on the small counter. He knew Anna was slow to perceive these subtle expressions of affection, but he couldn't help but flirt with her with various overt and subtle hints. White camellia, how dare you despise my love? Please don't despise its existence. It's not bad here, is it? Sister? As he drank his water, he glanced at Anna's expression. She was observing the regular shapes of the white camellias with interest. She didn't look displeased or dissatisfied, which was good. It's quite nice. Very quiet. She pointed a finger at the heavy blossoms, tilting her head, like a steady cat that occasionally gets naughty. Cock of Asia couldn't help but pull over a stool and sit across from her, only a small counter separating them. In this place, the neighbors are practically 8 feet apart, each living on a different hilltop. Of course it's quiet. At this moment, with nothing to do, he only regretted how quickly time had flown by. It had been only a short while ago that he could bask in the morning light, and now the sun was already overhead. Sister, what do you want to eat? Do you want to order food or have the robot cook it? Anyway, he could only catch gerbils, stew them, or roast them. It was all gerbils, so he better not show them off. Wow! Your robot version is pretty advanced. Can I see it? Anna's cooking skills were somewhere between edible and deadly. But that didn't mean she considered cooking a scourge. She avoided it whenever possible, simply because she didn't want to waste food. As for her expertise, she was good at slicing and cutting various meats, but eating raw meat wasn't good for health. Even in interstellar times, it could easily attract parasites. Back in Avell, it was a necessity, forget it now. People like Damons, who are willing to cook for themselves, are few and far between these days. Generally, young people with better financial resources buy household robots when starting a family. They download a few recipes from their parents, or from the StarNet community, and enter them into the robot's database. Big Data will push ingredient orders and recipes based on their preferred tastes, leaving everything else to the household robots. Young people with tighter finances don't buy natural ingredients at all. When they need to fill their stomachs, they either order takeout or stockpile a large supply of high-quality nutritional pastes in the refrigerator, which they squeeze into a jam or dip with their carbohydrate-rich main course when they're hungry. The household robots they choose don't need to be equipped with a cooking module, and they're even more affordable. The household robots in the dormitory are all managed by Sid. Anna's greatest respect for these hardworking little creatures is not to throw things on the floor. She was naturally curious that Cock of Asia's household robots could actually order food. The company just released a new model. If you like it, I can buy one and send it to your dorm. The blonde youth blinked, incredibly obedient. Any problem that can be solved with credit points is no problem. Although he's also only halfway competent at housework, he can certainly use technology to compensate for his shortcomings, while simultaneously mitigating the advantages of others. Huh? She was stunned for a moment, then shook her head. No, Sid would be lonely without those little robots he needs to repair and maintain. And Damon happens to enjoy cooking. Wouldn't buying a new, advanced housekeeping robot defeat the purpose of machines serving humanity? There's a reason for old things. As long as they're still usable and functioning, as long as they meet needs, people don't really need to replace appliances frequently. Okay. Cock of Asia regretted missing an opportunity to stun a potential competitor, but he quickly cheered up. This housekeeping robot is pretty cute. Sister, don't you want to see it? Come with me. So, two guys with only a superficial theoretical understanding of mechanics crowded into the kitchen and surrounded the newly commissioned housekeeping robot, which was essentially a robot without intelligence. If it were an intelligent one, they'd be sued for harassment. After playing with the little robot for a while, a strange dong-dong-dong sound came from upstairs. What's that? Anna wasn't deaf, of course she heard it. Cock of Asia glanced at the ceiling, pleased with the noise made by the cat cakes. Perfect timing, just the right moment. He scratched his cheek, a bit embarrassed. They're my pets, given to me by the pioneer. Haven't I given him many apology gifts before? These are just return gifts. He bet Anna would be curious about the sound, and that her fondness for the pioneer would spread to the cats and kittens. Upstairs. Upstairs is the bedroom, right? Even if the two rooms are completely separate, it's still a bedroom. Ordinary friends wouldn't open their bedrooms to the public even if they invited each other over. For a moment, He even felt like someone with ulterior motives, holding cat food and toys. No, of course, he wouldn't have any bad intentions. Although Kakavasa didn't consider himself a good person, he still had basic moral principles. He was simply constantly testing Anna's attitude towards him from all angles. Where did her indulgence of him stem from? Was it sympathy for the weak, or was it special treatment for a family member? If possible, he hoped it was neither, but at this stage, he couldn't quite grasp how Anna categorized him. Forget about being a younger brother. He wasn't her brother, they had no blood relationship, and the age difference wasn't that great. She was a Papuk, he was an Evikan. Elros 2 and Cygania 4 were separated by almost half a galaxy, and even 100 lifetimes wouldn't even touch. He considered many things, such as trying to project a mature and stable image or his current strength. But the outbreak of the Wahlberg Galaxy War completely dispelled those notions. Faced with a brilliant commander capable of commanding an interstellar war at the age of 15, those who only knew how to play dice and gamble their lives shouldn't approach and expose their shortcomings. Even if he were given another 10 years, he wouldn't be Anna's match. Of course, he also didn't want to stand in opposition to her. Veritas Ladio was right. Every time he revealed the bottom of a card or rolled the dice, he would hide his left hand behind his back and clench his fist, fearing that elusive luck would elude him. Everything he had now was built on the premise that the company still had some use for him. If one day he could no longer provide the value the company needed, he would still be the same fraudster in a Vel prison. The only person who failed to escape prison was Kakavasa. Cheong's return gift to you, a living animal? Anna suddenly thought of the snack cats, or were they cat snacks, that hopped around on the floor of the Black Tower space station. Can I go up and see? She asked, then quickly dismissed the thought. Your bedroom is upstairs, right? Sorry, I spoke too much. Sorry. The blonde youth's face was almost completely sullen. He tilted his head to look at the white camellia swaying gently in front of him. Sister, before we came in, you promised me you'd come back for a short stay. Now you won't even show me your bedroom, and you won't even tell me what you need. Sigh. He sighed, trying to lighten his expression. It's okay. My bedroom happens to be a bit messy too. It wasn't messy at all. He had even arranged the pillows by size to welcome Anna. As expected, she was only giving him extra leniency out of sympathy and pity, but that was all. She was always easygoing when it came to matters of principle. If someone else more worthy of sympathy and pity appeared around her, this special care would instantly disappear. If the fake crying on the car ride was more genuine than the real emotion, then now, he was truly having trouble holding back his tears. The thought of Anna potentially being as caring, considerate, and indulgent towards some faceless being as she was towards him, or traveling hand in hand with some man, woman, young or old whom he might or might not know. He felt the urge to crush the foundation. A protective lesser order could certainly not defeat a hunting order in a head-on confrontation, but trapping her would be no problem. But how could Kakavasa bear to do such an unreasonable, cruel, and horrific thing to Anna? The entire planet of Avel wouldn't be enough for her to move around. Confining her to a small, fixed space was simply insane. No matter what, he didn't want to, couldn't, do anything that went against Anna's wishes. The aventuring was fortunately preserved, but he couldn't help but imagine that one day she might appear before him, arm in arm with some man. The Evikan sat quietly, close enough for him to see tears streaming from his beautiful eyes. Their eyes were crystal clear, reflecting a dazzling light. Even in his most desperate moments, when someone stomped on his head and beat him, he didn't shed a single tear. No, you. It wasn't that Anna couldn't understand the emotions expressed by others, but Kakavasa's feelings were so intense and profound that she felt a little overwhelmed. Don't cry. I definitely do what I promised you. If I couldn't, I wouldn't have agreed to it in the first place. It's okay, sister, he said, looking at her sadly, as if watching a dream fade away. I was just saying that. If you're willing, the door here will always hold your message. It's open, whether you come or not. If you don't want to, forget it. Don't force it. The blonde young man pulled a white camellia from a nearby crystal vase and placed it next to Anna. The pure, flawless white flower resembled the longing he had harbored deep in his heart, the hope that one day he could escape this extravagant revelry and find, amidst the dim lights, the person who could bring him peace. Luckily, he did find her. She had always been there, like the brightest star in the sky. But that star didn't belong to him. She was on the right path, and for her, there were far more important things in the world than a simple love. He knew it when she subconsciously maintained a sense of boundaries. In this silent tug-of-war, he hadn't even had the chance to confront her directly. When I was beautiful and spent money lavishly, I was showered with praise. Only you knew I was just a gambler whose family had been ruined. You know that youth and beauty will eventually fade. When my wealth is gone, will I see the familiar warmth and tenderness in your eyes? But I cannot pray for your favor from the goddess of luck. Nothing could be more regrettable than this. Luck isn't everything. He wasn't ready to give up yet. It wasn't in his nature to give up until the very last moment, but Kakavasia had already mentally prepared for the worst. If Anna refused to accept him, then all he could offer her in return was credits. A vast amount of cold, hard credits, enough to support her a lifetime of research or buy any planet with a wave of her hand. Chapter 323. Love is something that always makes people anxious and worried. Even the bravest heroes can't help but feel a surge of anxiety when faced with it. In the interstellar age, the distances between people can be vast or very close, with galaxies often separated by hundreds or even thousands of light years, yet face-to-face contact only requires logging onto the interstellar network. We may chase time for our loved ones, or we may hesitate when we instinctively sense that things are not going well. At least, we shouldn't let things get any worse. Anna's gaze shifted from observing the white camellia to Kakavasa. The blond young man sat under the warm light, wincing slightly. He was sitting in the cozy house that countless people dream of, yet he looked like a gambler who had lost everything. Warmth and light surrounded him, his light blonde hair gleaming. This Kakavasa was the renowned director of the Strategic Investment Department of the Interstellar Peace Company. He should be full of energy and confidence, like a beautiful and proud bird perched on a branch. But he was crying, quietly, silently, simply because she avoided him out of respect. Huh? Don't enter or leave other people's bedrooms without permission. I thought that was basic etiquette, something even children should know. She reached out and ruffled his fluffy blonde hair. Kakavaja, something's wrong with you. I mean, your mood isn't right. Where have you been lately? Did you check in after you came back? The galaxy is full of creatures that can influence human emotions, or even feed on them, like Swayong. It's normal to get caught in a trap. Just find the cause and address it. Kakavaja, I'm so upset, my mind is spinning, and my sister thinks I'm sick. He opened his mouth a few times, then finally shook his head in frustration. Sister, am I someone else to you? It's okay. Do you want something to eat? You can download recipes from the Star Network now. That housework robot is very capable. He wasn't so stingy as to deny the meal because they couldn't reach an agreement. Eat. Eat a generous portion. Eat whatever's delicious, whatever's expensive. He was clearly deeply concerned, but he was trying to hide it. Anna lowered her hand and narrowed her eyes. Is it something you can't tell me directly? Well, you know, I never dwell on the same thing a third time. If you don't answer once, and you don't answer again, then there won't be a next time. Kakavaja fell silent. The mouthpiece that could praise someone to the skies or condemn them to death couldn't utter a single word. Embarrassed, terrified, reluctant, and nervous, he knew what he wanted to say and what he wanted. The moment he looked up at Anna, his heartbeat soared, a fascination more intense than a life-or-death gamble. If it had been an opponent sitting across from him, with his life at stake, even if he lost miserably, he still had nothing to begin with. But Anna sat before him, a star he couldn't let go of, a star he couldn't lose. The more he cared, the more hesitant he became. He even began to secretly regret not having made plans sooner. Confess, or continue to conceal? He now faced a crossroads where he had to make a decision. Kakavaja knew Anna's habits well, and he repeatedly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Should I honestly pour out the thoughts that had been swirling around me from the beginning, or should I hedge and miss this opportunity? Telling the truth might result in rejection, and given her habits, perhaps even a friendship or sibling relationship wouldn't be possible. But if I didn't, she'd genuinely never have another chance. After all, there was that green-haired guy lurking in her dorm, gazing at me with eager eyes, as well as that shameless Edmund and that idiot Shuju. Kakavasa only had the experience of knowing her for a long time and sharing joys and sorrows, but that period totaled only a year. Sister, the voice was so sweet and sticky it was almost thread-like, and the Yukons subconsciously followed their instincts. For the past dozen or so amber ages, the Yukon's reputation as honey wasn't unfounded. I'm just afraid, sister, you won't want me anymore. The voice was gentle and soft, like a small hand gently digging into someone's ear. Don't say you're my last family member, or she slapped a label on her forehead that gave him a headache. For now, Kakavasa could only be thankful that the Bopuk shared the same monogamous customs as the Evikan. The universe is vast and full of wonders. Some beings can even change gender daily, like fluids. With some species, you can't even tell who's partnered with whom. No, that won't do. Absolutely not. It get you blocked. He even be jealous of Anna's roommates, let alone everyone else. Are you really that insecure? Anna's eyes softened. Don't let your imagination run wild. You're independent and never depended on anyone. Before entering the Evere Interstellar prison, you were already battling fate, and you narrowly won, weren't you? What happened in Evere was just a coincidence. Without me, there would surely be others who would lend you a hand out of justice and morality. The extended concept of hunting destiny demonstrates that fairness and justice aren't just ethereal illusions, they're rooted in every intelligent being, though some species' depths are less easily observed, while others are more easily manifested. See, she always sincerely affirms the meaning and value of every individual's existence, firmly supporting every reasonable path. Tears welled at the corners of Kakavaj's eyes, and the trio of pink, purple, and blue in her slightly upturned eyes resembled a finely crafted work of art. He meekly moved forward a dozen centimeters, almost resting his chin on Anna's outstretched hand. She didn't extend her hand. If she had, he would have already reached for it. Anna? He called her name. Anne? Yes, I'm here. Her response was as unhesitating as that of a hunting star god. I go see what ingredients we have today. The blonde youth changed the subject, primarily to find a place to send a message asking for help. Any advice? A generous reward. I have a friend. A friend indeed. The assistant, presumably still struggling with paperwork, offered a succinct response. A short pain is worse than a long one. Kakavasia glanced at the Trailblazers' news again. What's wrong with being rejected? You can always get a divorce. With perseverance, there's no wall you can't dig down. Thank you, but I don't want to hear those two words, let alone make those assumptions. Veritas Ladion couldn't be asked. 1 second he asked, and the next he'd be on his way to crushing the yellow-haired man with a pillar. The same couldn't be said about Jade. His love of exciting games of chance was already a significant flaw, and he couldn't add the burden of a lone shark to the mix. If a young man like this comes after Kellaway 20 years from now, Kakavasia pinches her fingers. She might as well just beat him to death, mash him into a paste, and flush it down the drain. The ID log for the external device is endlessly long, but she can't find anyone to discuss this with. Anna also posted anonymously in the Starnet community. My non-blood-related brother is always clingy. The symptoms are even worse after a few years of not seeing him again. He whines all the time. What's wrong with that? Running away with a bucket. Starnet isn't a lawless place. Please don't abuse your dog here. AAA essay writing service. The diagnosis is complete. The whining is caused by an itchy throat. Suspected of XXXX syndrome. There's no cure. Just wait for death. Jia Mingjunli. Is the younger brother an adult? If not, I suggest the poster surrender as soon as possible. Wangzi perfect match. The younger brother doesn't call me sister. He's a bit unruly. The poster should pay more attention to his personal safety. Seed of doubt. No comment without knowing the original story. The poster should first explain the whole story. OP, can I take on a proxy betting service? The OP had a broken head and memory loss, so I spent a year in a sanatorium. The sanatorium's conditions were poor, and patients had to fend for themselves while in the sanatorium. I ended up getting along well with the children next door, who were sent there for forced correction. The sanatorium later went bankrupt and everyone regained their freedom, so we went our separate ways. Unexpectedly, we reunited last year. My younger brother is a nice, adorable person, but he's always clinging to me. Lately, he's been crying and making a fuss, and I'm worried he's being ostracized by my teachers, classmates, and friends. I'm a little worried he might have attracted something like Sui Yang. Don't push me any further, I'm writing this now. OP, what kind of crying and making a fuss is your younger brother June? Stop pushing me, I'm drawing again. OP, besides crying and making a fuss, does my younger brother have any other symptoms? For example? OP, can I take over the proxy service? He just sat there and cried quietly. His eyes are so beautiful, and they become even more beautiful when he cries. He looks so pitiful. You shouldn't make him cry. Running with a bucket, good tea, OP isn't even running away. Respect and blessings locked in. White Chimera, is he so clingy because he has no friends and is lonely? And being able to cry is a good thing. Bad emotions always need an outlet. Real name Internet. Sui Yang possession can cause a drastic change in personality. Is the OP's younger brother's behavior very different from usual? Enthusiastic netizen, why is he diving everywhere? Anna put down her external device and turned to look at the kitchen. Kakavasa was standing at the sink, seemingly in a daze. Wait, is the core of the house management system in the kitchen? The external device vibrated with a ding-dong sound. An enthusiastic netizen, who hadn't had enough of the gossip in the Starnet community, caught up with her in real life and sent a message. Young man, perhaps you could consider a change of scenery with your brother. Perhaps a resort with fewer acquaintances, less mechanization, and better scenery. A change of scenery? Anna shifted her perspective, staring at the message and reading it over and over again. Why? What did all those additional conditions mean? Considering that General Shinsu's suggestion was likely sound, Anna decisively replied, "Thank you. It's worth considering. Hopefully, I won't need to work outside this summer." Puff. Ha ha. The general, who had been slacking off during work, laughed at the table, practically ready to strike with a hammer. Yan Qing glanced at Qing Chu worriedly, who calmly shook his head. It's okay. The general probably just teased someone again. He knows his limits. There's no need to worry. General, regarding the newly revealed codename for the hunting envoy, the marshal has approved the character's Chong Gung. Do you need to contact that person to inquire? Fu Taibu walked in with the official document. Jing Yuan quickly suppressed his smile, sat up straight, and rubbed his eyes. Leave it to me now. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fu. You better resign early to justify my efforts. Humph. Fu Xian glanced at the elder, who still had a smile on his face, pretending not to notice the still glowing jade omen on his desk. Chapter 324. Chong Gung, in the ancient mythology of the Xianzhou Alliance, refers to a messenger who rewards the good and punishes the evil, and is also a war god who advocates war and slaughter. It was the brightest star observable to the naked eye before the Xianzhou people left their homeland, foreshadowing the eventual arrival of light. In the current Xianzhou language, Chong Gung also carries the auspicious wish for health and longevity. Considering that this new envoy was a short-lived creature, Marshal Yunqi felt a touch of kindness and pride, akin to a talented young man. Jing Yuan accepted the document from Fu Xian and, while the iron was hot, sent the message to Anna. Chong Gung, sounds like a farmhand, and the marshal wasn't afraid of being caught. Well, thank goodness you're not studying linguistics, otherwise there would be some discussion. As expected, Anna's mind was still on Kakavasa. She didn't care much about this, so she glanced at it and quickly replied, I understand. Whatever you call me, it doesn't matter. Should I ask Kakavasia out for a holiday? That's one idea. Perhaps he's simply experiencing work-related stress and emotional instability. A few days of rest and relaxation, somewhere out of reach of the company, wouldn't be a bad idea. Delphi is a good choice. It's far enough away, and a relatively new region that recently joined the ranks of civilized systems. It perfectly meets the criteria mentioned by enthusiastic netizens: few familiar faces, low mechanization, beautiful scenery, and so on. And Phaeton and the others have indeed mentioned it several times. We can't keep putting it off like this. Hopefully there won't be any scripts during the holiday, right? She opened the group chat page on her external device. Silver Wolf was lamenting with Cheong about why a card game didn't pay out right away. You two are so bold. If you're going to make money, will they still be able to operate? Sister, have you decided what to eat? Kakavasa had already calmed down by then. Aside from the slight redness in the corners of his eyes, it was as if nothing had happened. Anna didn't have time to turn off the external device, so she simply pushed the page to him. Are you not crying anymore? Kakavasa avoided the question. I can't draw a character. Sister, do you have an account for this game? Of course I do. I haven't been paying for Silver Wolf's kills. He slid over a stool and sat down next to Anna. He closed the call in front of her and started the game. After a few casual fiddles, he found the card drawing page. This character isn't good looking. He quickly swiped away the handsome male character, afraid Anna wouldn't even glance at him. Although they were both rivals, she wasn't female, so he should focus on the most threatening species first. Men don't draw, absolutely not. 10 minutes later, Silver Wolf and Sky both howled loudly. A heartless seal appeared in the Star Corps Hunter's ranks. Anna, silently peeking at the screen, successfully single-handedly drew their guaranteed character, and displayed it from all angles in the group chat, showcasing the full life effect. Kakavasa contentedly handed the external device back to Anna, his cheeks flushing at her teasing gaze. Oh my! Triple-eyed Earth Mother. How many hours had he spent fussing? He even cried for absolutely no gain. He hadn't cried since leaving Saganya. All his tears had been for weapons he stabbed at his opponents and prepaid bills. Who could have known today, after just a simple rebuff from Anna, he suddenly lost control. This could only mean one thing. His concern for Anna had surpassed rational control and had reached a serious level. Forget about appearing mature, steady, strong, and reliable in front of her, this crying completely contradicted his intended purpose. Ahem. Anna fixed her gaze on the ceiling of Kakavasia's house. Why did this guy's blushing make her feel embarrassed? Especially since not only his face, but also the corners of his eyes were red. His multicolored eyes, washed by tears, looked like two gemstones brewed in a cold spring, making one feel inexplicably uneasy. Speaking of which, the holidays are in 2 weeks. If there's nothing urgent, I plan to take some time to visit Delphi. Phaeton and the others have invited me several times. Why does this sound a bit sticky? She paused for more than 10 seconds before continuing. Do you want to come with me? Yes. He finally managed to get the words out, and then he continued to speak, finishing his sentence. I saw you crying just now. Are you under too much pressure at work? Does Interstellar Peace Company not give employees annual leave? If he kept counting, the company might get into trouble again. Kakavasia quickly followed up. Of course, I have vacation time, both weekends and annual leave. How could I come to Boise Academy to visit my sister without it? Not to mention Anna asking him specifically, even if he knew about it, he would definitely find a way to catch up. Where Delphi was unimportant. What mattered was that it seemed like the home turf of my sister's roommates. How could he feel at ease? He had to go. Okay, that's settled for now. I sort out my schedule and contact you later. She wasn't in a rush to sort out the schedule. She was anxious to catch Elio by the tail and ask him if he had a summer script. In the chat group, Cheong and Silver Wolf were still battling the seal together when a new chat popped up from Anna's ID. Please ask Elio if there's a script for me over the holidays. If not, I'm going on a trip with some friends. Wait. Cheong replied quickly. What are you guys plotting? A mysterious, unknown number sent an emoji with the emoji elegant toast. Of course, we're plotting to collect star cores. We're star core hunters, after all. Cheong was a little slow to react when Kafka appeared. Silver Wolf calmly responded to Anna. Weren't you the one logging in just now? You actually opened your external devices and game account to someone else. What's going on? Sitting nearby, Mr. Blade, clutching the fragmented sword, slowly let out a blank look of confusion. ? Something's going on? Firefly sent a message with the emoji big-eared rabbits alert. I found someone to draw for me. This account is your backup account, Silver Wolf. Weren't you just arguing with Cheong about not being able to draw the character you wanted? After sending the message, Anna glanced at Kakavasa, who had fallen silent again, and said, just pick 2 items for lunch from the first row of the Housework Robots database. Also, aren't you going to feed your cat cakes? It's so late, and you haven't fed the cat yet? Be careful of being bitten. Huh? Ah. Okay. The conversation swirled back to lunch and cat cakes. Kakavasa wasn't worried about whether Anna was going to cut ties with him. After all, she didn't have a stable partner yet, which meant he still had time and opportunity. The housework robot was easy to arrange, and the accompanying delivery service was all coordinated by the building management central system. As for the cat cakes, well, the pioneers were giving away a bit too many. Luckily, those little creatures loved to feed on garbage, making them easy to raise. Furthermore, after disinfection, dehydration, crushing, and plasticization, household waste looks like round cookies, which doesn't cause any discomfort. Raising one of these to eat garbage at home is quite nice, saving on waste disposal fees. Seeing her focus on the call on her external device again, he simply went upstairs to bring down the cat cakes. Passing by another closed bedroom door, the young man lowered his eyes and sighed, then took a step and opened the door next to it. Cat cakes? That's a lot. He held one in his arms, another under his arm, and another behind him. Returning to the living room, he saw the delivery drone already outside the door, handing over the food to the housekeeping robot. Anna leaned against the window, leaning on her arm to watch. At least, she was willing to enter his space and even coax him. With others, she would probably just raise her hand and let them choose whether to live or die. Sister, wow! The cats were bold and affectionate. Seeing a random guest appear in the house, they were overjoyed. They broke free from their owner's restraints and rushed towards the new human, licking him with all their might. A sudden burst of Nia echoed from behind. Anna turned and raised her hand, just in time to stop a cat from leaping at her. This little creature was indeed the snack cat that Cheong and Ruan Mei had raised in the Black Tower space station. Each one was as black as a black hole, and if it weren't for their golden eyes, it would be impossible to tell front from back. The little Nia creature rested its tail on Anna's wrist, rubbing its dark body against her, purring happily as it did so. It looked like a planetary engine. The remaining 2 cats, unwilling to be outdone, circled Anna, occasionally making the childish noises of small animals begging for mercy. The shell of this thing was soft, but not as soft as a normal cat's. Anna carried the cat that had jumped into her arms and walked towards Kakavasa. The blond young man, who was particularly sensitive and delicate today, forced a smile and said, "Sister, this little guy is quite heavy. He usually eats the most. Why are you holding him?" As if he were about to say something serious, Anna touched the top of the cat's head and bent down to place it on the ground. The little Nia stretched out lazily as soon as it landed, scratching its head and tapping its tail on the ground. Seeing that the human had no intention of picking it up again, it whined and jumped to the other two cats. Ah! 3 abysses merged into one great abyss. 6 large, yellow eyes blinked, occasionally revealing a gap between their teeth. The housekeeping robot was busy clacking around in the kitchen, so Anna sat on the floor to play with the cats. Soon, the clever cat learned simple commands like shake hands and sit down. The other cats gathered around, watching it interact with its human companions with envy. Kakavasa had been watching for a while, unable to get enough. This was his home. Greed is human nature. Once a need arises, the pursuit will never stop until it's satisfied. I wish I could see my sister every day when I get home. But at the current pace, it doesn't matter if I can't see her. As long as her presence and traces remain in the house, that's enough. She likes cute little animals. Okay, I make a note of that. Chapter 325. Early in the morning, Anna was abducted by a golden retriever from outside. She didn't return until after dinner, carrying a strange animal. A black kitten with its own pastry shell. Ting circled around the cat cake, and Anna propped it up, saying, "This thing likes to eat garbage. It's one of Ms. Ruan May's creations from the Genius Club. Kakavasa gave me one to use as a garbage disposal." The cat cake was delighted to hear her describe it. "This house is small, but it can absorb more people. I love it." Phaeton picked it up and squeezed it, his eyes lighting up. "It's a nice pillow. It's soft and warm, but I don't know if it sheds. If it sheds like a normal cat, then everyone will have to buy a few more black clothes." The cat cake nestled in his arms, meowing Nia incessantly. Bai leaned over and pulled out a snack, trying to feed it. The little thing sniffed it, opened its mouth, and gobbled it up in one gulp. It eats garbage, and of course snacks too. Eat all kinds of garbage. Ruan May's name was well known to everyone at the Boiji Society. Sid asked Anna across the table, "Is there any garbage it won't eat? I can adjust the housework robot's program." Anna, who had just washed her hands and emerged from the kitchen, shook her head. "I've been trying all afternoon, and it even eats antique batteries. That stuff is harmful. If disposed of improperly, it can cause widespread land pollution. Many star systems have long since ceased to be used. Who would have thought a kitten that looked like a snack could solve that problem? It really worked. Freeing up space for it in exchange for saving on garbage disposal fees. Everyone thought it was a good deal. Go play." Phaeton placed it in front of Ting, and the two little creatures bounded around the common living room, one in front of the other. Anna had already learned from Kafka that the Star Corps hunters were on hiatus for the summer, not just targeting her, but everyone else. Also, the base had changed again, this time to a location even further from the Lyra constellation. This meant she had the entire summer free. She only had to rush back to school before the semester started, and then she would have to follow Professor Lachaud into the laboratory. Phaeton?" Anna lowered her voice, her scalp tightening for no apparent reason. Whitehair flung the book aside and sat up straight. "What's wrong, Anne? We've known each other for so many years, and when has she ever spoken so softly? There must be something fishy going on. This guy's reaction is a bit too intense. Anna, huh?" The two of them stared at each other, until Sid couldn't stand it anymore and coughed softly, causing Whitehair to retreat in frustration. Hee hee. She bit back the words and shook her head. "Never mind, it's nothing. Go ahead. Delphi has too many acquaintances, so maybe we should try going to Madame Maya's place. Boyce's ranch, with its herds of cattle and sheep, is also a great place to relax." Sid glared at Phaeton. The bedroom door rang, and Damons emerged, apparently heading into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Anna hurriedly said to him, "Don't add my portion, I already eaten." In fact, he had eaten so much at lunch that he couldn't even drink a sip of soup. Cock of Asia's household robot is so capable that it can prepare a whole table of dishes in just 1 hour. "Oh!" Damons had no objection. He pulled an apron from behind the kitchen door and put it on. Bai went over to help. Sid lowered his head and continued reading. Phaeton looked left and right, then crumpled up a piece of paper and threw it out. Anna, who was operating an external device, caught it without looking up. I said it was okay. No, you started and then didn't follow up. It's so frustrating. He clasped his hands together. Please, please. Hurry up. His interruption actually relaxed Anna. Nothing. I just wanted to know the coordinates of your Delphi starport. Summer vacation is almost here. Wow. The white-haired young man was delighted. Anna, you finally decided to go to Delphi this summer? Let's go together. I don't know if I can make it. Give me the coordinates first. There are still 2 weeks until the official holiday starts. If you fail a course during this time, it's best to apply for a makeup exam. If you don't pass, you have to retake it next semester. But Anna's major course was taught by either Professor Laisho or Professor Anaxa, each with their own unique characteristics. The former offered no makeup exams, only retakes, while the latter offered no retakes, only makeup exams. She couldn't rest assured until the results came out. Sid put down his book, propping his face with one hand, and asked in confusion, "You don't have to work part-time this year?" That's good. It's not that she doesn't have to work part-time. There are many people and things in this world that are more important than working. Besides, it was Boss Elio who said it himself. All the Star Corps hunters are taking a vacation. She hadn't had a proper rest since her last trip to Rover. Why didn't she deserve a summer break? Yes, I'm going to be in the lab with Professor Laisho next semester. My last summer vacation, I have to get some sleep, eat, sleep. She added with a smile, but I'm not going alone. Can I bring a friend? Of course, Phaeton replied quickly. I send you the coordinates right away. He pulled out his external device to send a message. He just opened the group call when a confused gasp escaped. Huh? What? Anna and Sid said in unison. Whitehair put down his phone and scratched the back of his head. The Pierpoint District Court sent me a letter announcing the court date. It was set a system hour ago, and I didn't even notice. How careless. Facing the accusatory and teasing looks from his two roommates, he lowered his gaze awkwardly. I send you the coordinates first. With the exact coordinates, we won't get lost. See you at Delphi Starport. For something like a trial, we need to inform Bai first, right? He's the plaintiff, and has provided the most evidence. Sid took this matter very seriously. He was eager to know whether human behavior could influence the star gods. The only successful case so far was his roommate Anna Febrick's understanding of the fate of hunting. Perhaps it was because she was a commander? The prayers of ordinary people were too weak for the star gods to hear, but commanders were different. While their power was less than 1/10 that of the star gods, they were still among the intelligent creatures who had traveled far enough on the path of fate. Bai was also a commander. According to the pioneers, he had injured Nanu during his outburst, and now he openly appeared in court as a plaintiff against the destruction star god. Who says social death is not death? Should I say the information that the Tan will be hurt is incredibly shocking? Or is it that Nanook actually revels in his own destruction that's even more incomprehensible? What? Phaeton shouted from across half the living room. Next week we have to go to Pierpoint District Court. The trial is about to begin. The witnesses will at least need to be projected to appear in court, and that needs to be arranged in advance. Okay. A white-haired young man who looked exactly like him appeared from behind the kitchen door. His head tilted up, and he smiled. He was happy to do anything that could harm Nanook. Then it's settled. Phaeton looked back at Anna, his face dimpled. See you in Delphi? Yeah. Anna simply nodded, a sigh of relief building. The time was arranged, the greetings had been made, and all that was left was to make the necessary preparations. And why did you suddenly think of going to Delphi this summer? Sid had a hunch that this wasn't as simple as Phaeton thought, mainly because of her strange tone and attitude. Not to mention Phaeton's honesty, he also found it odd. We agreed to go, didn't we? Anna raised her hand to rub her eyes, then scratched her ears, making surprisingly many small movements. People usually only unconsciously try to appear busy when they're embarrassed. And since she mentioned bringing a friend, Sid had reason to believe that friend had light blonde hair. He suddenly stood up, carrying his unfinished book under his arm, and walked back to his dorm. As the door closed, he caught a glimpse of Phaeton shrugging and spreading his hands. Why is he suddenly upset? Whitehair whispered in Anna's ear, I didn't offend him, did I? I didn't, did I? Anna felt quite good about herself. Maybe he just wanted to go back to his room to check something. That makes sense. Phaeton agreed, opening the book for the upcoming exam and diligently studying. Alas, the closer it gets to graduation, the more things get to do, papers, credits, and certificates. Fortunately, none of the people in their dorm need to worry about finding jobs, or it would be even more of a headache. Even thinking back on the next 2 weeks still brings lingering fear. First came Professor Anax's final exam. Previously, one-on-one interviews only involved one professor, but now that Professor Nuckshaw had joined in, the spectacle was enough to give any student a stomach ache. Thankfully, the professor, usually quite sharp-tongued, was very gentle during the exam. Anyone who studied diligently wouldn't be criticized too harshly, whether they learned or not, unless they were one of those rare cases where they hadn't read a single page of the book and couldn't come up with anything original. Next came Professor Lashow's final paper review. Anna was summoned to his office for a solid language class. Unexpectedly, Professor Lashow's proficiency in rhetoric and literature rivaled his brilliant scientific research. Thankfully, her spelling was nearly perfect, and her grammatical errors were completely eradicated, otherwise her instructor would have forced her to retake common language in her undergraduate program. Confirming she had successfully passed all her courses for the semester and received all the credits, Anna breathed a sigh of relief and quickly set her vacation plans to Kakavasa. She planned to book a starship departing from the Polyscience Institute a week later, first reaching Car Wash, the planet closest to Delphi, and then hitchhike. However, Kakavasa's reply disrupted her plans. She could only meet him in Pier Point first, and then depart from there. As a senior executive in the Strategic Investment Department, Mr. Shah-Jeen was attending a hearing where the Destruction Envoy would sue the Destruction Star God. This wasn't just a matter of fun, it was also a genuine work requirement. Chapter 326. Mr. Shah-Jeen seems particularly cheerful today. Any good news from the Strategic Investment Department? The clerk who came to receive and send documents slipped a box of snacks into a folder while no one was paying attention. The assistant glanced up at her. The new girl's face was filled with anticipation, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Even if there's good news from the Strategic Investment Department, it has nothing to do with the basic departments. Do you have a lot of free time? Suddenly coming here for unknown reasons, at best, means there's a lack of work, and at worst, who knows if this is a new form of business war? Last time, different departments locked the elevators together as a sign of respect, and everyone received a warning email from the HR department in their OA. You? She was surprised her smile was also spitted upon. She looked aggrieved. Why are you talking like that? I just want to be friends with you. The assistant rolled her eyes, picked up the snack box, and stuffed it back into her arms. Just swallow it. With your level, you'd be eliminated from the Strategic Investment Department at the bottom. Has she seen all kinds of green tea working in this place? It's just that this newbie is inexperienced, and doesn't know that sincerity is the most lacking here. Good morning, everyone. A blond young man walked in, external equipment in hand. He didn't even glance at the clerk, who was clutching the snack box and looking up at the tears-covered face, but walked right over and knocked on the assistant's desk. What's your schedule? Okay, Mr. Shah-Jeen. The assistant glanced at the screen in front of her. The paper documents you need to review are sorted and placed on the table. The trial will begin at 10 a.m., Pier Point Standard Time, 1 system hour from now. Thank you. He was indeed in a good mood. The Evican, nicknamed the flower of the Strategic Investment Department by his employees, was particularly dazzling today. If he were usually like a peacock with magnificent feathers, now he was like a male peacock entering mating season, ready to spread his beautiful tail feathers at any time. I send you the materials after the trial. Prepare a report, and submit it on behalf of the entire department. Complete it within 15 days. Don't make it too short, don't make too many downloading traces, and nothing else. Mr. Shah-Jeen had no intention of embarrassing his assistant over such a minor issue. What did the Pier Point District Court trial process and verdict have to do with the Strategic Investment Department? Being an employee was already hard enough. As long as they could get by, they'd be fine. The assistant lowered her head and wrote down this newly added task on her work laptop. In 5 minutes, the main points of today's work were complete. Shah-Jeen glanced down at his external device, which was off, and turned to the pile of paperwork he needed to process. The paperless office model was fully implemented several amber centuries ago, and those still in use today tend to prefer a sense of ritual. Ah, Mr. Gold Dust. The clerk, standing at the end like a punishment, couldn't help but utter a sound. The blond young man glanced at her with a half-smile. New here? Didn't you attend the HR department's pre-job training? Delivering documents. The assistant made a sound that sounded like she was holding her breath. Who else could you have run into? If you ran into Ms. Tapa, you have at least given her some face. If you ran into Ms. Emerald, you might even get what you wanted. If you ran into any other director, The worst you have done was get a few scoldings. But you had to run into this one. You think you can even afford to offend the sales champion? Don't you remember me? The clerk twisted her fingers together, wanting to speak but stopping herself. The young man regarded her in silence for a moment, then shook his head. This trick isn't very effective. It's incredibly tedious. Don't use it on anyone else, you'd be laughed at. The number of employees at Interstellar Peace far exceeds the permanent population of an entire planet. What's so special about you that I should remember you? He honestly didn't recognize her. No matter how talented he was, he couldn't use it here. Knowing this clerk was a carbon-based creature was good enough. Besides, what else? She again put on that hesitant look. Shah-Jin said directly to the assistant, if you're busy, ask the security guard in the hallway to come in. Also, tell the Human Resources Department. If you send this newbie with absolutely no professional training, I personally talk to their P45. Assistant, yes. Hold on. Don't laugh. Who else in the Strategic Investment Department would want to talk to Shah-Jin? Afterward, he probably looked down and find himself in nothing but his underwear. The security officer responded within 3 seconds, and it took only 30 seconds to successfully clear out the strange ornaments that randomly appeared in the office. The clerk finally couldn't hold back her tears, turning back as tears streamed down her face. However, everyone in the office remained completely indifferent. Assistant, are you stupid? Are you crazy? Shah-Jin, it's over. From another perspective, this behavior is truly baffling. My sister definitely won't understand. No one would be in a good mood after encountering such a disturbing and strange person so early in the morning. But Shah-Jin's mood only lasted a minute before she went back to work with a bright smile. Of course he was in a good mood, because today Anna would arrive in Pier Point aboard a starship from the Polytechnic Institute. They would stay at the company's core location for about 2 days before departing together for the Delphi system, which had recently joined the civilized galaxy sequence. He had been trying to figure out how to get this paid annual leave 2 weeks ago, and finally managed to secure a business trip under the guise of observation. Thankfully, the company's control over Delphi was essentially zero, so the paid business trip wasn't much different from paid vacation. He would see Anna in the Pier Point District Court in an hour, and even Shuju's sudden appearance wouldn't ruin his good mood. I'd be out of the office next week. If you have anything like this that's more about form than substance, send me an electronic copy. The blonde youth scanned the papers quickly and signed at the bottom. It didn't make any sense. The main purpose of signing was to inform others who was responsible for the matter, just like a note in an OA. Half an hour later, he left a table full of documents and hurried out. Passing the assistant's desk, he flicked a card to her. I personally asked Miss Favorick for her autograph. I hope you like it. I'll be keeping you busy in the office for the next while. This Epkin man was truly sweet. The assistant covered her mouth with her hand, overcome with emotion. This small card was one of the masterpieces of a fellow enthusiast's wife. It was a completely hand-painted silhouette of Miss Favorick, then subjected to various post-production processing, creating a sense of understated luxury yet rich in meaning. Unfortunately, only a batch of these cards were ever sold. They were a rare and exclusive item, a collector's item. Most importantly, there was a handwritten message on the back from Miss Anna Fiberrich, emphasizing her best wishes to someone. A customized signature. Mr. Shah-Jin hadn't thrown his entire salary into it, had he? Otherwise, how could he possibly have hired that lady? She doesn't even respect the Interstellar Peace Company, let alone the people who work there. In some extreme regions, revealing an employee's identity could mean being sacked the next. That's a huge investment. Don't worry, Mr. Shah-Jin. I'm here in the office to make sure you have a relaxing and enjoyable vacation. She put the card away with a tissue, then waited until her boss left before taking it out to savor it. Hey, Miss Fiberrich, my back feels cold. Anna walked out of the starport's exit gate, facing the bustling and complex air transportation system of Pier Point. The fleeting cars were busy and orderly, like bees fluttering through the air. After a few steps, the exceptionally gorgeous peacock green flying car stopped beside her. The autopilot system opened the door, and it was clear who had orchestrated this. She glanced around, seeing similar situations were not uncommon. She settled in, closed the door, and soared into the air. The trial was about halfway through the system. It seemed the company had fully absorbed past experience and lessons, sparing no effort to turn the destruction star god Nanak into a comedian. The trial was completely open, even selling tickets. In-venue tickets were only available to departments, directors, and those essential to the proceedings. Anna asked Phaeton for a copy of the plaintiff's clerk's certificate. What was wrong with Bayer having 2 clerks behind him to protect such a major case? It was perfectly reasonable and logical. Besides the in-person tickets, there are also projection tickets. Interested scholars and celebrities from the legal community and the Polymath Society can pay to be projected live. Next up are live stream tickets. For a small fee, you can watch the live stream and enjoy expert explanations. This type of viewing experience is perfect for galactic citizens who strive to understand the proceedings and have the financial wherewithal. Rather than a serious lawsuit, it's better to understand it as humanity's opposition and protest against the star gods. It's more like a large-scale marketing campaign. The outcome is irrelevant. As long as the show is running, it's enough. After all, no star god has ever been so publicly humiliated by humans. After exiting the car, Anna hung her clerk's ID card, the moonstone on her glasses chain gleaming. And you're finally here. Phaeton was pacing around in the preparation room. Seeing Anna appear, he breathed a sigh of relief and leaned forward to whisper, "Someone just came up and tipped me off. A destruction path walker has volunteered to defend his faith in the dock. I'm afraid Bai will get so excited that he beat him to death. If things get out of hand, you better hold him back." "Ah, what kind of person is this? He's just asking for a beating. Isn't that despicable?" "I understand. Don't worry." Anna flashed the hairspring on her wrist. "If things get out of hand, I take Bai out of the courtroom and bring him back once he calms down. Destruction is much more reckless than hunting. They could really run into a wall and die." Phaeton twisted his tie knot, looking much better. "Thank you, and thank you for coming to help me." He blinked his large, deep blue eyes. "I treat you to tea and snacks during the recess." She could have just taken her leave, but she volunteered to help. This is everyone's last summer vacation, after all. Where else can we get another 60 days of carefree, worry-free vacation? Anna looked away, feeling somewhat guilty, and coughed tactically. "Aw, no need. This is Pierpoint. I know a lot of people here. You should go have some honey scones with Bayer." Chapter 327. At 10 a.m., Pierpoint Standard System Time, the Interstellar Peace Company's live broadcast of the trial began. The audience flocked to the scene, a spectacle comparable to the Evere Interstellar prison abuse case several years ago. Coincidentally, the plaintiff's court clerk was none other than Ms. Anna Faber-Richter, the most notable figure in that prisoner abuse case. As the extremely vulnerable in this case, the plaintiff appeared at the invitation of a friend, primarily to witness the fairness and justice of this trial. 2 years had flown by, and the beauty of the universe remained as dazzling as ever. Her sharp features had been softened by her glasses, and her cool, intellectual demeanor had acquired an unquestionable authority over the years. Most others, studying to the point of becoming emaciated and possessing clear eyes. "But sister, why are you acting like you're going to be a principal?" The barrage of our rapidly increased, interspersed with intermittent, bionic animal behavior. "Why do the plaintiff and the other clerk look so similar, bro? I know something. The plaintiff's initial data came from that clerk. Do the two clerks know each other well? Why was Miss Feverett smiling at that guy? That's called politeness, idiot. Sister, 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 sister." The screen was completely blurry, and the administrator hurriedly superimposed the repeated comments until the image finally cleared. A white-haired young man sat in the plaintiff's seat, with two clerks sitting behind him. A legal aid agent appointed by the Pierpoint District Court sat slightly away from him. Not only did the audience not understand, but the lawyer himself also didn't quite understand. But the plaintiff and his two friends nodded, indicating that this wasn't a pointless prank, and the lawyer, receptive to advice, resolutely followed it. Not long after, a man in a black suit and a mask shuffled in from outside the courtroom, waving his hands in a dramatic manner. Anna narrowed her eyes at him, and he pressed his hand against the mask and blew a kiss. "Huh? We're here. Aren't we late?" Xiong looked around before taking a seat at the long table behind Anna. Sanueki's camera hadn't stopped moving, and Donheng even brought a notebook. "No, you're just in time." Phaeton stood up and bumped fists with the train crew members who had come to support him. Bai stepped forward and hugged each of his 3 comrades. "Thank you for joining me in some joking. You're too reserved." "What kind of joking is this?" March 7th chuckled and handed him a drink. "Pam asked us to bring it to you. They say it helps you feel less nervous." "That's right. When haven't we ever stood by you?" Xiong patted Bai on the back. "I heard you were going back to Delphi this summer. Maybe we run into you someday." Inside the live stream, the company's facade appeared as expected, accompanied by the familiar phrase, "Whether your world has a concept of day or night, I wish you a perfect morning and noon." The barrage of comments was polite, with a flurry of Jimmy interspersed with jokes like live fried chicken and Liaji. The Snowy Owl focused on introducing each staff member involved in the trial, the barrage changing constantly as it introduced them. Cock of Asia sat in the room, between the plaintiff and the defendant, closer to the plaintiff. Upon entering, he saw Anna talking with the Star Train's think tank administrator. They seemed to have reached a consensus on something. The young men shook her hand before they returned to their seats, and went about their business. In the live stream, Jimmy was just introducing the company representatives from various departments who had come to observe the meeting. The beautiful Evican woman attracted a wave of young people. He's so handsome. Is there really only one Evic left? What a shame. What's a shame? It's the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest. Is that person upstairs from the Orc Galaxy? It's this season, have you found a mate? If not, why don't you hurry up and build a nest? No one wants a male who doesn't work and only talks. What a scold. Please be kinder in your words. The Evic are extinct, is that good news? Ah! Mom. He's looking here. My heart's beating so fast. The blonde youth keenly spotted the live camera, smiled casually, and sat down. His gaze couldn't help but shift to the side, and was caught red-handed by attentive netizens. Who is he looking at? Like a male bird shaking its feathers. That angle. Huh? Oh. Knock. Wait. Can someone explain? Jimmy's introduction continued. The experts invited to serve as legal advisors were already in place, and the trial was about to begin. Professional netizens quickly drew a floor plan of the largest courtroom in the Pierpoint District Court. After a series of rigorous and careful calculations, it was clear that Mr. Shajin's target of glances was Miss Anna Favorict. Ah, that's not surprising, not at all. At least half the young men in the room were flirting with her from all angles. Even the lawyer in the dock was occasionally making small moves to attract her attention. Wait, why was the lawyer wearing a mask? Are you afraid of getting beaten up outside the courtroom? I guess so. This guy is a traitor. He's actually speaking for Nanook on his side. That's called faith. I don't care about your faith. You want me dead for no reason? For a moment, the comments started to clash. Every fate has its share of admirers. Even Nanook has his fair share of fans. Their own creator god is being bullied by so many haters. He must strike back. Would the other star god's followers agree? Of course not. Telegrams filled the screen with all sorts of bird calls and flower fragrances, and the probability of their appearance skyrocketed. Finally, the judge raised his gavel and banged it twice, and everyone in the courtroom stood to pay their respects to the Amber King. Pierpoint was the heart of the Interstellar Peace Company, and this was a sign of respect from the guests to their host. According to normal trial procedures, the judge had already reviewed all the material submitted by both parties. However, to ensure the jury and the audience had a clear understanding, the judge still allowed the plaintiff 3 minutes to present their case. Bai and his lawyer rose simultaneously, and the handsome, blue-eyed young man, to the gasps of everyone, transformed into a burnt-out, shattered pile of firewood. This is my true appearance, after over 30 million cycles of despair. It is me who has been burned to this state today, and it could be anyone here someday. Destruction never targets a single individual, it annihilates the entire universe. He quickly slipped back into his human skin and sat down, quietly listening to the lawyer's halting description of the case and his demands. He had no demands, and he couldn't possibly demand jail time or pay compensation. But this warning had indeed been transmitted to every living being via the Star Network. The lawyer's statement was limited to 3 minutes, after which it was the defendant's turn to defend himself. The plaintiff's words weren't necessarily true, and the truth wasn't necessarily exaggerated, so the defendant had the right to speak up. But the defendant's lawyer didn't refute any of the plaintiff's lawyer's accusations. He pointed at Bai with a grin and said, although you suffered a lot, you turned a disaster into a blessing, haven't you? Even Huanlong, the destruction envoy killed by Chong Gung, the hunting envoy, didn't receive such a benefit. So it doesn't count as a lack of compensation, does it? The audience erupted in uproar, and the live stream exploded. No one wanted to listen to the legal expert's explanation, and no one cared about the consequences of assaulting the defendant's lawyer in court. What could possibly come of it? We're just shouting at him through the Starlink. Are we really going to hit him? Even if someone on the scene jumped up and punched him, that would be great. We're all willing to crowdfund the fine for this human hero. Drag him out and beat him to death. This handsome guy has been tortured to a crisp. This is a criminal case, and a civil lawsuit is already saving face for Nanook. How horrible. Memetics are burned like this. Ordinary people would have been vaporized long ago. Vaporized? What good are you thinking? Have you forgotten all the tragedies in history? I'd rather die than be in such a state. Hot knowledge, there's more than one victim. An entire planet's worth of data. Star God. It hurts just to watch. The judge had to bang the gavel repeatedly to quiet the courtroom. Kakavasia stared suspiciously at the lawyer standing in the dock. The mask? Well, something feels off. The masked lady I met last time at Pinocchio was really unpleasant. He fixed his gaze on Anna, who was diligently writing furiously, occasionally tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Anna calculated her course selection for next semester in her large orange cat notebook. The fall and spring semesters combined wouldn't be as long as the summer semester, so she had to plan her classes wisely if she wanted to graduate successfully this year. As she wrote, she couldn't ignore a gaze from the side. She looked up, unsurprisingly meeting a pair of multicolored eyes. She glared fiercely at them, then lowered her head to continue writing and drawing. Kakavasia, sister, look at me. The entire trial took 4 hours just to present evidence and witness testimony. During the lunch break, Bai couldn't find any trace of Anna. He wandered around and treated the lawyer to snacks and tea with Phaeton. The poor lawyer had no idea the mimetic creature needing his help had already clashed with the star god Destruction once before, and now, even a cough from the other party choking on water would cheer him up for a while. The hatred was truly deep. The emissary of Destruction treated him to snacks and tea. It was probably a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Anna slipped out of the courtroom, and a small navigation robot rolled to her feet, circling around her. This thing was designed for people with visual, auditory, or other sensory impairments, serving as a guide dog or automatic navigation when necessary. She followed the navigation robot, turning a corner and walking down the corridor until she reached a secluded, unobtrusive room. A spare lounge. Kakavasia? Anna pushed open the lounge door. A blond young man, his coat off and sleeves rolled up, was arranging the dishes. The moment he saw her, his bright features seemed to light up. Sister. I was so happy to see her again after only 2 weeks. Chapter 328. The desserts and drinks on the table far exceeded the needs of 2 people, and even sharing them among 20 people wouldn't be a problem. Anna walked into the lounge. The chubby navigation robot completed its paid service and rolled away. Kakavasia gestured, sister, you choose. Leave the ones you don't want to eat. I have a drone come and pack them up and send them back to the office for afternoon tea for the employees. As long as they're clean and untouched, forget about the free afternoon tea at a high-end restaurant. Okay, fine, thank you. Anna walked around, looked around, picked out a piece of grape cake and a glass of lemonade, and sat down. The sweet cream was balanced by the tartness of the grapes, and the lemonade was refreshing. Kakavasia, chin propped up, watched her happily cut the cake into neat little pieces and devoured them one by one, feeling a sudden sense of accomplishment in providing for the family. Although Anna didn't need it, the act of feeding the animals itself satisfied the feeder's psychological need to feel needed. Just like the stray cats that roll around every spring, whether or not someone feeds them doesn't really affect their city life. It's just the difference between being a little fatter or a little thinner. Anna devoured her grape cake earnestly, sipping her lemonade, occasionally glancing at the pop-up messages on her external device. She was completely different from when she was with Avel, no longer looking like she was adrift and ready to leave at any moment, like a perfect lover on a piece of paper, gradually fleshing out and becoming a real person. Noticing the blonde hadn't eaten anything, she tilted her head to look at him, gnawing at him with a series of puzzled sounds. The Evocan man wanted to dimple his face. I can leave mid-trial, but you can't, sister? Besides, the audience gets longer breaks than the staff, so don't worry about me. It was true. Anna, with her clerk badge, couldn't leave her seat during the trial. If it were a normal case, she could just say hello and slip away, but this time, with everyone watching live online, even the slightest scratching of her head could ignite a short essay. But since he was asked, he obediently dragged a bowl of tiramisu in front of her. Tea, a black liquid essential for cattle and horses, just looks like it makes one feel like a classmate. Anna stopped bothering him and went about her business. The final thesis was approved, and there were no scripts for the holiday. But there was also the online store she partnered with Delaney to manage. Since she had no time during the semester, she naturally handed the sourcing and shipping to the logistics system. Now that she was on summer vacation, there was no reason to continue being a hands-off manager. You have to understand that the logistics system will only send orders to Ms. Maya according to preset procedures, and it's always inferior to intelligent creatures in handling details. Before leaving the Poly-Science Institute, Anna asked Delaney for reports from each branch, reviewing them while redrawing the summer delivery list for each region. That being said, there are actually only 3 branches: the First Truth University online store, the store on the Luofu Immortal ship, and the promotional store on Elrose too. That's how it is when students run a business. It's impossible to devote all their energy to work. Especially since Delaney is determined to take the graduate school entrance exam soon, her overall interest in the online store has declined. Well, isn't that when a partner comes in handy? Luckily, the online store is managed by the platform system. The Luofu people's business acumen is undeniable, and the Bopuks aren't the type to take a loss easily, so the final pressure falls entirely on the person responsible for stocking. You can't rest yet, Miss Febricht. She not only turned on her external devices, but also opened the virtual screen on her laptop, repeatedly comparing sales data from different periods within the same year, or from different years within the same period. These densely packed numbers are incredibly useful. Anyone can easily deduce specific changes in the store during a specific period. Roughly. Kakavasia encountered these reports almost daily. He glanced at them curiously, and Anna simply moved to make room for him, so he wouldn't crane his neck so much. Overall, the 3-year sales data wasn't so excessive as to cause despair. Sister, why are you still shipping these milk-flavored cookies to the Xianzhou Alliance, when they're clearly selling SOSO? These things are practically at the bottom of the sales charts. They should definitely be eliminated. Either change the product or the packaging. They can't keep hanging on like this. Anna glanced at the number Kakavasia was pointing at, and spread her hands. I'm not shipping these, but I do plan to discuss with Ms. Maya whether we can get a better cookie recipe to improve the taste. The basic product is certainly cheap, but it's highly substitutable. Competitors can easily squeeze it out with a simple price cut. At current sales levels, it's clearly at risk of losing money. The enthusiastic netizen likes them, because he personally enjoys the sweet milk flavor. As an elderly person, why can't he have his own little hobbies? Just let him be. However, honesty and morality in business don't necessarily mean they're all about integrity and morality. Some flexibility and adaptability are not excessive. Do you need my help? Kakawaxia's interest in this small online snack shop was almost greater than his own work, and he had considerable experience in marketing. However, Anna wasn't planning to become an influencer. It wasn't that she didn't care about marketing, but rather that she valued the strength of the product itself. Why bother you? This should be handled by the locals of Luofu. Jin Yu has nothing else to do anyway, so why not give the Chiming clan a chance to earn some extra income? She had first discussed the matter with the current Chiming clan elder, Dr. Bailu, and then informed the former Chiming clan elder, Dan Hung. The rest would be left to the store managers at Heiyun Logistics and Xianzhou. It was just a matter of putting a questionnaire in the takeout box with a note stating that completing and returning the questionnaire would be redeemable for a 500 credit snack voucher. 500 credits would at least buy a medium-sized bag of potato chips, a hot-selling item. The Vidyadharas just need to help unpack and count the items. A month or so is enough time. We settle the bill daily and pay on the same day, ensuring no one gets shortchanged. Kakavasia briefly scrutinized the data and realized that not only would he not lose money, but the giveaways might even boost sales. He immediately stopped dwelling on the matter. The break quickly ended. Anna, as the court clerk, had to return to the courtroom early. She put away her external devices and closed the virtual screen on her computer. She stood up, picked up a glass of sweet and sour freshly squeezed juice, and placed it in front of the blonde young man. Work's already exhausting enough, so I'd better drink something nice. I'm going home now. See you tonight? This case definitely won't be resolved in one day. We'd be lucky to get through the process today. Winning or losing is both obvious and meaningless, but the feeling of venting is important to Bai, and equally important to Phaeton. It's his social practice. See you tonight, sister. Kakavasia, holding the glass of juice, watched her leave. The navigation robot, which had received 50,000 credits from him, dutifully rolled to her feet to lead the way. Suddenly, he felt an immense anticipation for what life would be like in a few hours, and from that moment on, he began to leap with excitement. Back in the lounge attached to the courtroom, Bai and Phaeton were playing rock, paper, scissors. The court-appointed lawyer looked at them with a look of despair. What? You're saying this student from the Society of Knowledge is the source of the destruction order? While he's neither clear-headed nor foolish, the difference is huge. I'm back. It seems you had a good rest. Anna smiled at her roommates upon entering before turning to the lawyer. Thank you for your hard work this morning. I need your help this afternoon. Thank you. Girls are always more lovable, and the lawyer's expression immediately softened. You're so kind. This is my duty. The court has appointed me to represent Mr. Bai, which means I must do my utmost to protect his interests. There were many lawyers who wanted to take on this appointment. The record alone would be enough to boast about for a lifetime. The four of them reorganized the materials they would need for the afternoon, and seeing that time was almost up, they filed back to the plaintiff's seat. Anna scanned the room from the moment she entered. The three young, anonymous guests were replaced by two older, anonymous guests. Ms. Jeezy even brought her beloved coffee cup. But why wasn't there even a ripple on the surface of the coffee in her cup? Soon, the lawyer in the dock returned, followed by the local court staff, and finally the various spectators who had come to watch the fun. The morning's charges were directed against Nanook, the star god of destruction. The afternoon's charges were primarily directed against Nanook's lackey, an Omnic whose real name was Lycurgus and whose alias was Lygus. Unlike the morning's situation, where the lawyer was alone, the afternoon's ruler of the Screw Star, Screwgum, had the defendant brought to the dock promptly. Baye's sudden loss of control was unpredictable. Anna decisively tied him securely to a chair with a spring. Phaeton, from behind, sniffed and prodded him. "Don't get excited. If you want to fight, wait until no one's around. This is killing me. He can't stand the heat, but this thing is hot." If they hadn't called in a hunter messenger to help, all of Pure Point would have been engulfed in flames today. In the end, Anna gave him a subtle slap, and Baye finally regained his composure. "What are you angry about? Can't you see this guy is on the verge of a mental breakdown? Screwgum may be a graceful figure, but he won't sit idly by and allow anything detrimental to the survival of an Omnic to happen. This Omnic wants to use you to destroy the star god of intelligence. Your actions have crossed the Lord's line. His journey of atonement began the moment you left the world of the Scepter's calculations. Don't kill him. Killing him will only allow him to escape responsibility. Think of the innocent people of Omphalos, who have been caught in the cycle of reincarnation. Let him pay until eternity. When it comes to revenge, Hunter is a professional." As expected, white air slowly retracted the blazing golden flames. The oppressive heat dissipated, and the audience breathed a sigh of relief. So terrifying. Is this the kind of pressure the envoy brings? Everyone's focus quickly shifted from the power of destruction to something else. This ticket was truly worth it. Most people, after witnessing the envoy's power, would go straight to the star god, but this time, everyone can actually sit back and enjoy the show. I wonder what the next part of the trial will reveal. Chapter 329. Lycurgus, or rather, Lygus, was escorted to the dock by two Omnic marshals, when he immediately spotted Baye sitting in the prosecution seat. Keslana. No longer pretending to be polite, he gripped the fence in front of him with both hands, leaning forward as if to tear it apart. "No! You should be Iron Tomb. How could you not be?" "Ah, another madman," Phaeton said idly, leaning over to Anna. "Look, the unlucky guy who failed his thesis." There was a senior in Damon's department whose thesis was about the independence of colonies in remote galaxies, using the Wahlberg star field as an example. You know what I mean? No one was optimistic about them back then. Everyone thought Wahlberg would be crushed by the white sparrow flower. Anna rolled her eyes at him, and said nothing. As a result, he submitted his paper, and white bird flower failed, and so did his paper. Phaeton felt no sympathy for Lycurgus, only gloating. "I think this guy will fail too." "Anna, so you're quite good at prophecy? You're just bringing this up in front of me, aren't you? You're thinking I can't refute you right now, right? Just wait and see." Putting aside Wahlberg's prior discussion, Lycurgus had originally intended to use his second-hand computer to run a massive virus to kill Boschesen, but the virus had a bug. This bug was hard to. The virus got stuck, and inexplicably turned into a bug. Any programmer wouldn't have been in tears, screaming and holding their heads in their hands. Baye, still tied up, listened to the two scholars behind him discuss the topic of how many people will be driven crazy by a failed paper. He felt a unique sense of relaxation, a sense of relaxation unique to the stylish world. Then he looked at the hysterical Lygus across from him, his defenses broken. He was still furious, but his rationality had completely returned. Witnessing the plight of his enemy was the most pleasurable part of the act of revenge. His personal anger gradually became tamed. Lygus was still mad, and the scholars were still discussing. From the cosmic locust plague simulated by Ms. Black Tower and Mr. Screwgum, we can conclude that there are only two ways to kill a star god, either rip his destiny apart, or force him to deviate from or even abandon it. Anna and Phaeton's conversation had shifted from the psychopath who failed his thesis to how to kill a star god. Anna had more experience in this area. After all, her points in the simulated universe weren't wasted. Phaeton tilted his head and drew a large and a small circle on his notebook. Nanook can be seen as the embodiment of entropy. It's known that the increase in entropy is inevitable, and the universe will eventually annihilate. I just want to know, Does Nanuk's blueprint for destruction include his own destruction? If so, he'd be the first star god to meet his own end. If not, his end may come sooner than we imagine. The two clerks were lost in their academic discussion. Bai, who sat in front of them, twitched his lips. How could these two be more excited about how to kill a star god than he, the real culprit? Jeezy and Walter Young, who sat behind them, had the gentle expressions of seniors looking at their juniors. Yes, that's the kind of star god killing drive we want. These days young people are amazing. The comments in the arena and the live stream were all directed at Lygas's bird sounds and flower fragrance. No one noticed that their gossip had nearly led to a fight, and they reached a consensus. Only Kakavasa, in the audience, kept looking at Anna. Unhappy. The judge's gavel banged several times before the scene gradually quieted down, and the robotic bailiff struggled to control the collapsing defendant. Thankfully, order has finally been restored. Let's hurry through the process. The judge and other personnel involved in this case were also well aware of the outcome. This was a massive marketing stunt, doubled as a warning. After this, all intelligent life in every corner of the universe, and all Star God's followers would be wary of Destruction's plan. Nanuk would never achieve his goal. The Interstellar Peace Company used this seemingly absurd trial to expand its influence and enhance its voice in the pangalactic fight against Destruction. The hidden benefits were enough to keep the 7-member board of directors agitated for half a system hour. The court-appointed lawyer for Bayer stood up to present his evidence and arguments. The procedure was similar to that of the morning, but the discussion was far more heated than before. The civilizations truly destroyed at Nanuk's hands were simply destruction, a scene that could be understood as a bang. Everything ended without any additional suffering. But his subordinates were truly unrefined, and their destruction often involved a certain amount of personal bias. The civilizations they destroyed often involved billions, tens of billions, even hundreds of billions of lives, living people. Their joys, sorrows, anger, and happiness were treated as so-called rituals, aesthetics, and fuel. This is the crux of the matter. The universe will eventually reach its heat death, and while destruction also heralds the arrival of rebirth, for those judged by the gods to be destroyed, where can they seek justice? Lygas was held in the dock by the Omnic Bailiffs. He had observed countless speeches and votes at the Citizens' Assembly as Omphalos' divine audience. A shell-shaped voting machine placed the power to determine the direction of civilization in the hands of the most easily incited common people. Countless times, the deceived common people had thrown torches and insults at the hero who had saved them. Back then, he had never imagined that one day he would be the target of public criticism. In the solemn courtroom of the Pierpoint District Court, no one looked at him without disgust. Let alone the others, at least the powerful people in the audience wished he would drop dead in the next second. The above is the full appeal of our client. Even after reading these documents beforehand, reading them aloud was shocking and difficult to speak. The lawyer's tempered heart couldn't help but sympathize with Bai. How much pain must this young man be in? His source of information, his initial emotions and perceptions were just that of an ordinary young man from a remote star system, yet Lycurgus tortured him into becoming a savior who shouldered everything. He's far from a savior, he's a scapegoat for a lie, crafted by Lycurgus himself, a fat sacrifice to the star god of destruction. The plaintiff's lawyer finished his speech, and the man who had been standing beside Lycurgus, watching him with amusement, opened his hands. Respected judge, my colleagues, the audience. The mask concealed his expression, but his playful voice perfectly conveyed his master's current joy. Don't forget, the young man you so sympathize with can now infect and kill Master Bashi with a single thought of execution. As for danger, between him and my client, the former is clearly more suspicious. Besides, why can't we question whether this trial is a self-torture tactic orchestrated by the forces of destruction? You see, I never seen a star god order someone to sue their fate. That's bizarre, isn't it? His words caused the courtroom's clamor to pause, and the live stream exploded like ice water in a frying pan. He has a point. This guy is trying to sow discord. He's trying to hide his true intentions. He can't be trusted. Did the plaintiff just want to attack? You're right, Miss Febrick stopped him. Both sides are doomed. Let's just perish together. The lawyers on both sides engaged in a heated exchange of arguments, sparing no effort to persuade the judge to rule in their favor. Although the outcome was certain, no one cut corners just because it was predestined. Phaeton glanced from side to side, his face filled with eagerness. There was only one exam left to successfully obtain his license, followed by several years of internship. Ahem, at least it was easier than for Castorea and the others, who were medical students. Anna was carefully analyzing the two lawyers' respective logic. Since she had nothing to do anyway, she might as well do something interesting to refresh her mind. Otherwise, just listening to the two men's chatter would be too boring. When both the plaintiff and the defendant had run out of time, the judge cleared his throat and banged the gavel. "Ah, I've seen this scene before." The gavel struck, the verdict was upheld, and she was then transported aboard the starship bound for the Interstellar prison. Everyone stood up as the judge announced a temporary adjournment for the verdict to be announced at a later date. This outcome was not surprising at all. Anna lowered her head and began to collect the scattered pens and notebooks on the table. Across from her, in the dock, Ligas was being restrained by an Omnic bailiff, wearing a restraint specifically designed for Omnics. This guy's true strength rivaled that of the commander. Mr. Screwgum must have dealt with him before he could stand obediently in the courtroom for an entire afternoon. He looked at Bai and Phaeton, standing not far away. Data and data sources couldn't possibly know each other's existence. In his plan, the Iron Tomb would successfully give birth to the Master of Knowledge, who would wither and perish, and the Genius Club and the Master Society under Knowledge would become the Star God's victims, vanishing into thin air. And yet, the two men stood side by side, like brothers, chatting intimately. This only proved that his plan had truly failed, beyond even the possibility of liquidation. So this is what the pain of a shattered dream feels like. The evidence is irrefutable, the facts are clear. The recorder took over from the judge, continuing to read the long standard announcement. Everyone thought the curtain would fall on this spectacle. The masked lawyer bent down and spoke a few words to his client. Ligas, restrained in the dock, suddenly broke free from the bailiff's restraints. He was convinced that the Black Tower and he were mutually assured of destruction. Now that the outcome was irreversible, he could only resort to contingency plans. If the Iron Curtain couldn't successfully complete its calculations, then Bai, this massive experience package, wouldn't exist. The white-haired young man had been leaning over to listen to Phaeton whispering behind him. Suddenly sensing danger, he raised his right hand without a second thought. A series of black spherical flames, like black holes, appeared behind him for a moment, and irregular wings of light appeared. The liquid metal from the melted Omnic shell spilled onto the floor. Phaeton paused for a moment, then patted Bai's shoulder vigorously. "Friend, it's all right, friend. You were clearly acting in self-defense. You just used a little too much force, which is understandable." The two Omnic marshals looked grim, but there was nothing they could do. Who told Lycurgus to attack, and reasoning with an emissary? We should be thankful he cooperated throughout today, sitting in the plaintiff's seat instead of resorting to physical means to seek justice. Before the recorder finished reading the document, the defendant was deactivated in the process of attacking the plaintiff. Such a situation is extremely rare even for Pierpoint, which claims to keep no idlers. The audience was deathly silent, and the live stream commentary was blank. So fast? No sense of beginning, middle, or end. Chapter 330. Professionalism forced the recorder to return her gaze to the document. She continued reading, ignoring the untimely tremor in her voice, a job well done. But the audience was different. They looked at Bai with vigilance and caution. "Don't worry about it," Anna whispered from behind. "You've been restrained enough. I think you have at least 3 to 5 years apiece." Unlike her, he hadn't separated his two identities in advance. Now that the codename given by the Immortal Boat Alliance had replaced the prisoner code 0824131, this meant that this hunting envoy was more formidable than expected. After all, he had no credit connection with Anna Febricht of the Society of Knowledge. Delphi was a relatively weak emerging power, and its location was relatively remote. Bai, the destruction envoy assigned there, was brutal enough to quell the restless forces around him. "Yeah, I'm used to it." Bai wanted to say he was used to being misunderstood. But it wasn't really a misunderstanding. After all, he had indeed wielded his sword to slay over 30 million reincarnations of his comrades. Anna said nothing, merely looking at him gently and quietly. Miss Jeezy and Mr. Walter also spoke, their eyes similarly comforting the already broken young man. Only the masked lawyer across from him, who hadn't yet left the dock, was overcome with excitement. He raised his voice, like someone who had just witnessed a good show, and deliberately shouted, "Look! This is destruction. Absolute and complete destruction. No, is this guy crazy?" Suddenly jumping out at this moment to add fuel to the fire is unnatural no matter how you think about it. Moreover, even though he had taken the initiative to defend the defendant, he hadn't actually done much. Rather than defending his client's interests, he simply reveled in the joy of being challenged. It wasn't a question of professionalism, it had nothing to do with it at all. How could such a lawyer survive to this day without starving to death, or being beaten to death? Security personnel promptly entered the courtroom. Although no one needed their help, they still had to do what was necessary. Bai listened to Anna and Phaeton's advice, and ignored the men in black suits, who only dared to gather from a distance. The recorder had finished reading the documents, and the trial should have concluded by then. However, the judge hadn't responded, and the masked lawyer in the dock was growing increasingly agitated. Anna had a feeling something was amiss. Could someone really be so mad as to disregard the occasion, and simply seek fun, and cause trouble? She pressed her left hand against the table, her right slightly withdrawn. If the masked man showed any sign of malice, Yin would strike without mercy. Ha. The man let out a long, strange laugh, reminiscent of a trumpet and a wooden whistle. He shouted Nanak, raised his arm, and transformed into a terrifying flame. A sticky black jelly slowly dripped from the magnificent dome of the courtroom. Bai couldn't bear to see this. Anna couldn't let him enter the state of Kirsana here. There were so many powerless spectators present. Whether they were dignitaries or scholars, they couldn't withstand the intense heat of the divine fire. The tide of black, viscous liquid gave no time for hesitation. It dripped from the dome, hissing and emitting white smoke from the corroded ground. The audience members, projected onto the screen, quickly unscrewed their projections and fled the terrifying heat. Shouts and howls of fear echoed through the live stream. The moment the black liquid completely poured down, a pale golden arc of light enveloped everyone's heads. A young executive from the Interstellar Peace Company, his fingertips gleaming with gemstone light, said, "Friends, there's no need to panic." The sound of exhalations echoed, a whisper of joy at having escaped disaster. The company lived up to its name of preservation, delivering at the crucial moment. Everyone rushed to the exits. At this moment, regardless of their status, the thought of escaping the shadow of death was deeply etched in everyone's mind. "Evacuate in an orderly fashion, according to your distance from the door," Miss Faverick said coldly. "Those who push and trample, cut in line, and cause trouble, prepare for the consequences." There are always those who, hoping for a lucky break, want to challenge the precious order of things in times of trouble. The person who cut in line took a half step, feeling a chill in his throat, as if air were leaking. This was just a warning. If they continued to push and shove forward without following the rules, they would actually get another hole in their throat next time. Well, Phaeton supported the lawyer, whose legs were weakening. Anna, without even turning back, shooed him out. "Follow the group, and see you in Delphi. There are at least 2 emissaries and 1 sub-emissary lurking in this tribunal. They won't blow Pierpoint up." Miss Amiko and Mr. Walter raised their weapons. Suddenly, as if they had a sudden realization, they exchanged glances, protecting Phaeton and the lawyer as they retreated. If they really wanted to cause any harm, the initial drop of black, viscous liquid shouldn't have landed on the ground, but in a crowded area, like above the judge's head. Everyone retreated at a hurried pace, following in a coordinated pattern. Anna didn't move, Kakavasa didn't move, Bai didn't move, and the masked man standing in the black mud didn't move either. "Huh? Why aren't you running?" He tilted his head in confusion at an impossible human angle, as if he had forcibly broken off a healthy head and placed it on his shoulders. Anna narrowed her eyes, Kakavasa sneered, and Bai finally came to his senses. "You are not the fate walker of destruction." This black mud clearly mimicked the black tide that repeatedly engulfed the Ailey secret pavilion in his memory. Even if it were to appear in reality, it shouldn't be in the heart of the Interstellar Peace Company. The company's annual donations to the Genius Club and the Society of Knowledge were not in vain, nor were the creations of intelligence. "I've been recognized." The terrifying heat vanished instantly. "Ha ha." The man laughed raucously. "Intelligence is a pile of scrap metal, protection is an idiot, hunting has no sense of humor, destruction is like a madman, and nothingness is a pendulum. Ha ha. Aha is so proud. Aha is so proud." He laughed heartily. "It's so funny." With a bang, the simulated black liquid exploded into countless confetti. Half of the courtroom was submerged, and the clatter of musical instruments and trumpets echoed everywhere. "Anna, Kakavasa, Bai, I only knew Joy enjoyed watching fun, but I didn't expect it to go this far. What star god would risk his life pretending to be another star god just to have a piece of melon?" Anna hesitated, a little choked up, but not too much. Anyone with a sincere and honest character would likely share similar sentiments. This star god truly possesses no martial virtues, playing tricks, and trying to scare people. Thankfully, no major chaos ensued, and it was also fortunate that Bai didn't recklessly charge in to fight him. There was no need to do that. Not only would he be defeated, but he might even tease him like a small animal. Who would want to offer themselves up as a laughingstock for the entire universe? Based on her last live stream experience in Avel, Anna had reason to believe that this time, the live stream had encountered another technical issue and wouldn't shut down no matter what. Bai had never met such a person. Miss Safaria was already joyful enough, but not to this extent. Ahem, you two, Cock of Asia said, his eyes fixed on Anna. Shouldn't we retreat too? Thank you, Mr. Goldsand, for your help, Anna replied politely. The two men retracted their light films and hairsprings as if they didn't know each other. Bai glanced between them suspiciously, cocking his head. It was a bit strange. Why were they pretending to be strangers? The three of them were the last to file out of the district court's courtroom. Miss Emiko and Mr. Walter were already there. The red-haired woman almost couldn't contain herself. Everyone had seen everything that happened in the courtroom after the main force withdrew, clearly visible through the screens. Besides, the faint melody of that ridiculously concocted jingle could still be heard. No one except Aha had a second thought. It's Aha. Walter pushed up his drooping glasses and tapped the floor with his cane. Let's leave the rest to the Interstellar Peace Company's security department. Let's all find a place to rest. Cock of Asia glanced left and right, a faint smile on her face. Thank you, two anonymous guests, for the reminder. Please do as you please. I won't be with you any longer. The strange atmosphere dissipated much as he left. Bai walked over to Phaeton. They still had to rush the starship back to Delphi. Anna, do you want to join us? Phaeton remembered his brothers and sisters, but they might not be willing to share the same trench with him. Anna looked away suspiciously. No, I have something else to do. Bye, see you in Delphi. The external device was buzzing non-stop, and it was clear that if he didn't respond, Cock of Asia would look as pitiful as a poached egg, about to cry. What on earth do you have, Phaeton's rant was interrupted mid-sentence by Bai, who grabbed his shoulder, dragged him up, and walked away. Stop asking so many unnecessary questions, or you get beaten up. From his personal experience, the chances of a man who asked too many questions being beaten up by his female friends were not high, but they were definitely not zero. Hey! What are you doing? Phaeton was dragged away, bewildered. Anna smiled softly at Miss Kiko and Mr. Walter, lowered her head, and scurried off. A large number of reporters were already gathered outside the courtroom. Anna turned and headed for the elevator. She successfully reached the spacious rooftop of the district court, where there was indeed a temporary landing platform for vehicles. The familiar peacock green car was quietly parked in the center of the platform. Cock of Asia sat inside, rolling down the window and waving at her. He'd grown considerably taller than he'd been in Avelle, but unfortunately, he still hadn't lived up to expectations. So, the sight of him leaning against the car window was rather adorable. At least, Anna thought it was. She walked over to the car and looked at the door, but couldn't find the handle. If there wasn't any, then there wasn't any. It wasn't her car, so she didn't need to worry about it. Are you hurt? She tapped on the vanishing window, and the blonde smile grew sweeter. How could that be? Of course not, sister. He looked up at her expectantly. Anna took a dozen seconds to react before realizing something. That's impressive. Cock of Asia was able to save so many people. She rubbed his light blonde head, ruffling the gelled locks and bringing up a wisp of hair. Cock of Asia, What's with that tone? The same one used to coax Prada and Praya. I make a scene. I really will. Anna's long-abandoned reading mood skill finally came online. She withdrew her hand, smoothing down her aloof fur. I'm not trying to coax you, you're just really strong. Stronger than many people imagine. Chapters 331, 332. This is my place in Bill Point. Sis, please sit down and have some apple juice. The blonde young man pushed open the automatically unlocked door. The light green silk curtains puffed up as if blown by a breeze, as programmed by the program. Two cats, one on top of the other, hid behind the crack in the bedroom door, peeking out. Their golden eyes betrayed their whereabouts. He deliberately released the adorable little animals first, then turned and began to search for the unopened indoor slippers. He had to do it himself to appear intimate, and he had to open them in front of his sister, indirectly telling her that this place never entertained anyone except her. Anna hesitated at the door. Before she could pull out her external device to book a hotel, the cats jumped out, chirping, and swarmed around her feet. The little creatures' furry tails dragged on the ground, easily stepped on. Stop barking, stop barking. She leaned down helplessly, patting one and then the other. When she stood up, she saw Cock of Asia had just unpacked a pair of fluffy, pastel blue slippers. Well, it was too embarrassing to just walk away. The door to the apartment closed. Anna changed her shoes and, surrounded by the cat cakes, moved toward the sofa. The living room was empty, and it was obvious that its occupant rarely stayed there. The same can of apple juice was placed before her, and the blond young man's eyes gleamed with joy. I booked a travel cabin for tomorrow afternoon. Sister, what should I pack? Vacation is a joy, and traveling with someone you love is even more joyful. Don't take anything except daily necessities, and a change of clothes. The temperature in Delphi remains around 20 degrees Celsius all year round. Their stars are healthy, the resources are abundant, the climate is pleasant, and their lifestyle is relatively simple. Since it was a trip, Anna had definitely done all the necessary homework. Delphi had a rich history for its natives, developing a variety of cultural customs that were well worth exploring. Most importantly, she knew fewer than 20 people on the entire planet, saving a considerable amount of social time. Kakavaja opened the study door and walked in, followed by the housekeeping robot, who was doing the work. The cats and cakes jumped and piled together, tilting their heads to peer inside the door. Nia's study was decorated just like the one at school, the only difference being a bed for naps. The housekeeping robot nearly swung its arm, leaving an afterimage. The beautiful ultramarine textiles were neatly folded, and the walls were a light lake blue, creating a cool atmosphere. Can I stay here for the night? He clutched a dark blue pillow trimmed with rice beads, his expression sincere. If you're worried about me being here, you can lock me in the bedroom. Huh? Anna looked puzzled. What's the point of locking the owner of the house in his own bedroom? Why would he even bother? The blonde youth didn't explain, clutching the pillow tightly in his arms and looking around. I understand, thank you. But there's no need to lock you up. Anna left the study, and Kakavasa followed, clutching the pillow. The two of them fell silent simultaneously, staring at the pillow without saying a word. Ni? The cats and kittens jumped up to see what the blue thing occupying their owner was, but they stretched their necks too far and bounced back like a piece of jelly, making strange noises. Ah. I suddenly remembered I haven't had my apple juice yet. Anna, as if suddenly awakened, turned and walked to the sofa, picked up her apple juice, and opened her tun. Kakavasia glanced back at the bottom shelf. There lay a dozen or so discs of Pinocchio's best and worst movies from the Amber Age, along with several dream bubbles he had either received as gifts or purchased. He was just about to invite her to share these things when, coincidentally, their respective external devices began pinging simultaneously. A letter from Ms. Emerald. Anna not only approved the call request, but also opened her personal computer's virtual screen. It looked like the situation was serious. The external device was still vibrating, and Kakavasia had to go to another corner of the living room to attend to his own affairs. The footage of him promptly disarming the enemy in the Pierpoint District Court trial had been broadcast throughout the community via the Star Network. Emerald thought this was a worthwhile marketing point and required the victim to provide some minor authorization. Of course, there would be corresponding benefits. The highest promotion an average person can get in the company is P46. P47 is a department head like Diamond or Terrafan. P48 is the core of the 7-member board of directors. P49 is company founders Louis Fleming and Dongfang Qixing, and P50 is Chairman Clipper, the star god of Suanhu. As a faithful traveler of Suanhu, Sha Jin has plenty of opportunities to aspire to the heights of P47, so he definitely take a bite of the pie Jade has painted for him. I understand. I send the electronic authorization before the office closes, but you have to give me the official document first, otherwise the process won't work. He smiled and gently reminded his boss to clearly define responsibilities and interests before proceeding. If the terms offered didn't satisfy him, the authorization could be thwarted in a matter of minutes due to equipment failure. Feitsue laughed and scolded him, not at all annoyed by the guy's willingness to negotiate. It's good to have something to ask for. It motivates your subordinates to work and create more value. No capitalist likes someone without desires. Without desires means they can't be driven, and they can't generate demand, let alone form a market. After ending the call, he moved quietly to Anna's side. She removed her obstructing glasses and placed them beside her. On the virtual screen of her computer was the official document from the Wahlberg Provisional Government, which had finally been sent after many twists and turns. Would the leader who led their rebellion retire after success, preferring to become a mere mascot, or even disappear without a trace? Even someone as ambitious as her, after retreating, would be embarrassed to step forward and impose dictatorship. The new leadership team was taking shape. These were all good things, but what was the path forward? The Wahlbergs didn't know. The only thing they knew was that they couldn't continue to operate as they had when the Wahlberg family was still around. Otherwise, sooner or later, they would become the pendants hanging on the lampposts. It was a consulting contract, inviting Miss Anna Fiberrich, a young scholar from the Institute of Knowledge, to serve as a special policy advisor for the Wahlberg system. Kakavasia, standing behind Anna, read the contract and nearly rolled his eyes. Warburg was in a state of disarray and couldn't afford consulting fees. He assumed someone had leaked the news and had targeted Anna, but it turned out it was simply the previous Everstar prison abuse case that had convinced them of her impartiality. She was, but she couldn't work for nothing. To put it bluntly, given the trouble the Wahlberg family had caused her, it was reasonable to give her the entire system as compensation. But my sister had no desire for fame, wealth, or power. She pursued the most precious things in the universe, things money couldn't buy. Sister, are you planning to accept their offer? He crossed his arms, not optimistic about the deal. It would be a pure investment with no return, and he might even become a scapegoat. Anna turned her head and glanced at him. Of course not. How can you expect to gain knowledge without paying anything? Is the Polymath Society some kind of despicable organization? The consulting contract gave her the title Polymath Society Young Scholar. The professors at First Truth University couldn't have painstakingly trained her just to clean up someone else's mess. The reason for the rebellion was to seek justice for the original, and later, for the suffering of the entire galaxy. At this point, the Wahlberg situation, apart from anything else, is at least much better than that of the debt-ridden Urilo 6, right? One thing is for sure. Even with so much help, they still won't learn to walk on their own 2 feet. So what's the point of rebellion then? Seeing she had it all figured out, Kakavasia dropped the subject and looked out the window at the sky. Then you keep busy. I go check on the kitchen. He had left the watertight outfit to the housekeeping robot. Now, the blond young man, wearing a peacock green shirt and matching plush slippers, walked into the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and began rummaging. He was staying here longer. There wasn't much else in the fridge, but there were plenty of drinks, ice cream, and snacks. Milk from Lyra, tea imported from the immortal ship Alliance, boiled and then added to the syrup. A steaming hot, freshly brewed milk tea quietly appeared in Anna's hand. Miss Febrecht, currently engaged in an online discussion with her mentor, Professor Veritas Lachaud, took a sip without a second thought. Her eyes lit up as she glanced down at the liquid in the glass, and then up at the person sitting across from her. Thank you, she mouthed with a smile. Professor Lachaud was still talking on the other end of the Interstellar network, and making noise would be disrespectful to the teacher. Kakavasia, her chin resting on one hand, accepted the thank you and happily flipped through her external device to order takeout. The recipes stored in the housekeeping robot weren't to her liking, and since it was almost dark, it would be better to have the restaurant deliver the food directly. At least that would save time. What to eat? Honestly, there weren't many delicious local specialties in Pierpoint. This was the headquarters of the Interstellar Peace Company, and its staff, drawn from across the universe, were like the cells that made up the heart of this business empire. Their hard work and sweat kept the pulse of this business empire strong and continuous, and the company rewarded them accordingly. The ever-increasing flow of credit points is Pierpoint's specialty. Beyond that, there are all sorts of inexplicably complex subcultures and an obsession with diversity. In short, it's completely unrealistic. My finger lingered on a newly opened restaurant on the page. Judging by the image and name, it looked like a tea house in the style of the Xianzhou Alliance. I already had tea, so I didn't need it. However, the baskets of delicate, miniature steamed pastries in the image looked incredibly adorable. She seemed to like the Xianzhou Alliance, especially Luofu. Could it be because they were both hunting? Then I choose this restaurant. Chapter 333. Anna spent an hour and a half discussing the Wahlberg Galaxy issue with her advisor, ultimately deciding that the society should serve as advisor to the interim government, rather than any individual. Since so many scholars were already working on projects related to agriculture and road and bridge construction, there was no shortage of a politically related section. Don't look for Miss Febrecht, she hasn't graduated yet. When she finished, she turned off the screen and looked up to see numerous thermos boxes on the table. I tried similar food in Luofu. Under Brother Yenqing's guidance, it was delicious. The ingredients were fresh, the flavors were well balanced, and it had a strong, down-to-earth feel. It's fair to say that after a busy day, sitting down to a dinner like this makes life feel full of hope. Kakavasia sat across from her, his chin propped up on one hand now hunched over the table. Asleep, soft light illuminated the room, and outside the window lay the boundless night of Pierpoint. Time flies. She stood up, crossed her arms above her head, and stretched, loosening her shoulders and neck. Looking down, the blond young man leaned on his arms, breathing long and evenly. From this angle, his eyelashes looked incredibly long. Oh, so he had a few faint dark circles under his eyes? It seems even a senior executive is still a worker, unable to escape the hardships. Kakavasa? She reached over, tapping the table in front of him with her fingers. Wake up. His colorful eyes opened slightly, hazy, and then he tilted his neck slightly to stare at Anna through the gap, as if trying to confirm who he was. Then, relieved, he fell back. Sister. This shouldn't be a dream. That depends on what you dreamed about. She poked his forehead with a warm finger, then rubbed it twice, then gently joked. The young man's eyes suddenly widened. Ah! Anna quickly withdrew her hand and sat back down. Are you awake? Kakavasia's first reaction was to wipe the corner of his mouth, but halfway through his hand, his brain switched on, and the handsome director Gold Dust paused. His gaze slid to the pile of sleeping cat cakes, and he gently but stiffly rested his hand on his cheek, intending to reach for his mouth. Sister, are you done? He knew Anna well enough. After those days on the run, how could Anna not know everyone on the team? She pretended not to notice the boy's embarrassment and took chopsticks from the restaurant's complimentary cutlery box. We have to eat, whether we're done or not. What good would it do Wahlberg if I starved to death? He obediently accepted the chopsticks she offered, and soon a spoon and fork appeared before him. Use whichever is most convenient. If nothing works, grab it and go wash your hands. Why is this guy still like this? He's so slow even after waking up. Chopsticks, a set of two thin wooden sticks, are not uncommon throughout the galaxy, but not everyone is accustomed to them. When it comes to tableware, there's no need to be proud of its unique technique, nor is there any need to be self-deprecating about its ancient usage. Use it if it works, replace it if it doesn't. Everything should be based on the actual situation, and the user's experience is the most important thing. Crack! She gently tapped the wooden cutlery against the table to straighten it out, with a hint of urgency. Kakavasa, fully awake, got up without a word and went to the bathroom. Ah! Why did he have to lose face today, even though he hadn't lost it before? He was just worried that sleeping with his arms as a pillow would cause drooling and affect his image. But there was no drool, and his foolish appearance was completely concealed. He firmly placed his paws under the water and washed them for about 5 or 6 minutes. Unable to bear it any longer, he forced himself back into the living room. The empty space, where he usually seldom lingered, felt especially cozy and full with the addition of someone. Anna flipped through the pages on her external device, browsing the internet. The Star Network communities she frequented included, but were not limited to, the Society of Knowledge, Pierpoint Express, Rover's Miscellany, and even Lyra, Wahlberg, and Pinocchio were on her visit list. I don't know why Kakavasa was so shy, hiding in the bathroom. Never mind, as long as he was happy, she didn't mind waiting a little longer anyway. You finally washed your hands? She didn't look up at the sound of footsteps, only smiling and teasing. Kakavasa cleared his throat and walked over to sit down. Anna put down her external device and washed her hands. As she turned around, the guy had already opened all the insulated boxes, and the restaurant's complimentary plates had taken up half the table. Just the two of us having dinner. Sister, you been to Luofu before? Are these similar to what you saw there? He scooped a bowl of soup with a ceramic spoon and placed it next to Anna. Porcelain plates, barely larger than a palm, each held a few bites of food. Of course Anna had eaten there before. It was at a long-established restaurant recommended by Luofu's General Shinsu. She used her serving chopsticks to pick up a crystal shrimp dumpling and placed it in front of the blonde. They all look similar, but I don't know the filling. They say each restaurant there has its own recipe, which is considered a trade secret. Try it? She casually recounted the flavor she had tasted. Luofu people tend to have a light, sweet taste. Yaoqing people. I can only say that hot pot, while delicious, is a real challenge to the digestive tract. Those with weak digestive systems or those who can't handle spicy food, be careful. Really? Kakawaxia had heard many company employees' comments about the Xianzhou Alliance. Ordinary employees don't get paid annual leave, so few have actually been there. Most speculation is based on the propaganda department's unremitting efforts. How should I put it? The propaganda department's statements should be taken at most 2 out of 10, so the claim that the Xianzhou Alliance is a barbaric land is just for show. Anyone who believes it is a fool. He poked the crystal shrimp dumpling with a fork and held it up before his face for a closer look. The translucent skin glimpsed the pink shrimp and lush green vegetables within. In terms of color matching, it already won, far surpassing its competitors. After observing it, he put the shrimp dumpling into his mouth. It was indeed as light and sweet as Anna had said. Delicious. The blonde's eyes widened. It was worth the high price. Anna pointed with her chopsticks at the plate beside him. That's quite sweet, but not too cloying. Sweet but not cloying, sweet but not overpowering, is definitely the highest praise the Xianzhou natives give to their desserts. Kakavasa didn't know this, but that didn't stop him from placing it separately on the other side of the table. I was just thinking, I'm just short of dessert. A sweet white porcelain plate held 4 diamond-shaped, date-sized pieces of millefeuille pudding, a layer of transparent amber sandwiched between layers of opaque white, layer upon layer. For 2 people, that's 2 pieces each, enough for about 4 or 6 mouthfuls. After enjoying Xianzhou's morning tea with milk tea, Anna finally understood the Xianzhou natives' love for Xian and happy tea. This thing was sweet and soft, the delicate fragrance of tea effectively dispelling the fishy smell of milk, adding a subtle, indescribable freshness. The milk was palpably fresh, and the tea was fresh from the season. Everything was just right. I'm going to bed. Good night. See you tomorrow. It was getting late. After dinner, and a few more sittings in the living room, Anna said goodbye to Kakavasa and went into the study. The sensor light automatically turned on. She retrieved her belongings from her space trance, and found the oversized bath towel that Madame Maya had forced upon her. When she reappeared in the living room, she saw only the housekeeping robots diligently working. After washing up, she returned to the study, which served as a makeshift guest room, and stretched out her arms, sprawling across the prepared bedding. The familiar scent of perfume washed over her, unmistakably one of those scents Kakavasa loved to collect. The difference between a single bed and another can sometimes be greater than the difference between any 2 people. She quickly fell asleep, resting her head on the soft fabrics. Kakavasa, just across the wall, was the opposite. Not only was he completely sleepless, but he was also a bit nervous. Thinking of Anna lying just across the wall, he worried about snoring, grinding his teeth, sleepwalking, on Avel, and during the subsequent prison break, there was no other way. Everyone had to stick together for warmth, feeling fortunate to be alive. There was no room for fuss. But the past was the past, and the present was the present. He could still afford to be fussy. He tossed and turned a dozen times, barely realizing when he fell asleep. He felt as if he barely opened his eyes before daylight dawned. Should he get up early and prepare breakfast? Or should he lie in bed a little longer and wait for Anna to wake up before saying, "Get up"? The study door knocked, the footsteps so light they were barely audible. Kakavasa quickly jumped out of bed and dared only to crack the bedroom door open, cautiously trying to gauge Anna's thoughts at the moment. She was wearing ordinary cotton home clothes, her hair a little frizzy, and she rubbed her eyes as she entered the living room. She looked none of the unstoppable edge she had during the day, only a slightly dazed, endearing presence of morning waking. Kakavasa, good morning. She stretched and yawned, prompting the blonde to chime in. Who? Ha! What's for breakfast? I don't know. Anything's fine with me. Anna replied confidently. You were a bit generous when you placed your order yesterday. It wouldn't be nice to have leftovers today. So, go easy on what you order next time. It was just a casual remark, open to interpretation. Anyway, we have cat cakes. Anything left over can be disposed of as trash. We even feed the cat, so it's not wasted. Kakavasa ignored the remark. He knew he couldn't. With only a few hours left before the starship's departure, the housekeeping robot expertly delivered 2 identical breakfasts and then, according to its programming, packed a travel bag for its owner to take on his business trip. He had indeed made a business trip order. Breakfast was standard for Pier Point workers. Fried eggs, toast, lettuce, cherry tomatoes, and a glass of cold milk. Anna took 3 minutes to dispatch them, then returned to her room to change. Hopefully, on this trip, I won't run into the forces of destruction again. Considering Byer's current state of mind, it's hard to say how likely any destruction forces that appear to be in his path will escape successfully. Chapter 334. Anna never needed to carry around jangling luggage and packages when she went out. The space button Mr. Blade had given her was enough to solve 90% of her problems. For the remaining 10%, she chose to act directly. Kakavasa had booked first class on a luxury travel starship. After all, the destination was the same as a regular starship, and she had to transfer when it docked at the car wash planet closest to Delphi for supplies. Since they were going out for fun, they had to have a good time. There was no need to waste their time thinking about it if they could use credits. The car took them directly to the Starport VIP lounge. Stepping onto the soft red carpet, the waiter attentively presented them with menus and tea. What can I do for you? Anna waited for Kakavasa for a moment, but seeing he wasn't interested, she returned the menu. Lemonade, thank you. The fact that the Evicans weren't interested only showed that the culinary achievements of this place weren't something most people could appreciate. The waiter left with a considerate smile, and soon a waiter arrived with 2 glasses of water. 2 thin slices of lemon were steeped in pure natural spring water, and the ice cubes made a crisp sound as the stirring rods gently hit the walls of the glasses. Boarding the ship would take a while, and with nothing to do, Anna opened the virtual screen on her personal computer and began revising the countless revisions of her graduation thesis. Like Sid, she could apply for graduation as long as she earned 9 credits in the fall, winter, and spring semesters. Kakavasia, seeing her increasingly dedicated, simply pulled out her OA software to handle the remote work she needed to handle today. Don't even think about paid annual leave, it only exists in wishful thinking. While business trips are not much different from vacations, the necessary tasks still need to be done. After he shut down the remote work system, a service attendant trotted over to remind the passengers it was time to prepare to board the ship. Mr. Goldsand, have a pleasant journey. Kakavasia didn't respond in particular, but nodded to acknowledge the reminder. Then, she stood up and walked over to Anna, bowing. Sister? Yes. Sorry. She closed the academic affairs system and sipped the untouched lemonade from the table. Is it time? 5 minutes, maybe. Service attendants wouldn't give reminders based on a timeline that would easily lead to complaints from passengers. Working in the VIP lounge was much more comfortable than outside. It was sheltered from the elements, and many considered it a comfortable, respectable job with a good paycheck. If they were complained about, they would lose their job and be transferred to the field. In that case, they might as well quit. The younger service attendants, of course, were more inclined to approach the woman who had been busy editing documents. Scholars are generally simple-minded and uninitiated, and are more receptive to someone who can help them manage their lives. But her plain attire was nowhere near as dazzling as Mr. Gold-Dust of the Interstellar Peace Company. Gender, orientation, personality, and occupation aren't always absolute when it comes to credit points, so he set his sights on the executives. Do you need a farewell service? We can contact the ground staff directly. He spoke warmly, and at the right moment, filled with a hidden eagerness. Kakavasia glanced at him sharply, and the fair, handsome young man smiled at him with a smile. He hurried to look at Anna, who looked away with a look of mockery on her face. I can't help you with this, really. They looked down on me. The golden retriever turned away angrily, glaring at the still waiting attendant, then picked up her bag. No thanks. Anna thought through all the heartbreaks of the past few years before managing to keep her lips straight. Why does Kakavasia always have such bad luck? Ha ha. He seemed so easygoing. Which way? It was time to board the ship. She stood up, leaning on the armrests. Passing the attendant, she glanced at him briefly, smiled softly, and headed for the boarding gate. Kakavasia, with a stern expression, led the way. As she passed through the gate, the preset record on the computer matched the system storage, and the transparent barrier automatically popped open. Entering the boarding corridor, Anna finally couldn't hold back her laughter, chuckling softly for a long moment. Kakavasia looked helplessly at her shaking shoulders and said, Sister, not only do you not sympathize with me, you're even making fun of me. I'm going to get mad. Sorry, I won't laugh anymore, really. I won't laugh anymore. Don't be mad, don't be mad. Even so, she chuckled a few more times before stopping. Kakavasia's face flushed red, wanting to get angry but unsure what to be mad about. He encountered similar situations many times over the years, but this time it happened right in front of Anna. He really wanted to throw a card or something. The entire corridor wasn't very long from beginning to end, and at the end was the docking station for the starship's first-class cabin. The first-class cabin was separated from the other cabins below. It was actually a small eco-vessel integrated into the starship's hull, allowing it to detach and travel independently if it encountered any inconsiderate pirates. That starship you guys blew up last time had an ecopod. Topple kept a lot of critters in it. I say she had so many that the air converters were a bit overloaded. He muttered quietly. Everyone loves cute little animals, but having too many can be a nuisance, especially in public areas. It's not recommended unless you're a senior executive. Standing at the first-class docking station were 2 rows of ONIC greeters. The ticket inspector, as he confirmed the passengers' identities for the last time, looked curiously at Kakavasia and then at the tall woman walking behind him. Mr. Gold-Dust, is Miss Fiberick traveling with you? Ordinary people wouldn't book first class on a cruise ship. The ticket price would cover flights on other routes for 6 months. The fact that these 2 people appeared at the same time, with the same destination and even connected ticket numbers, made it hard not to suspect a hidden agenda. Wow! Big news! A young executive from the Interstellar Peace Company and a young scholar from the Institute of Knowledge, these two world-class beauties. Is there something going on, Anna? Retribution came a little too quickly. Isn't this route accessible to anyone who has purchased a ticket? Kakavasia paused, looking down at the receptionist with the handheld scanner. There's no real name record on the ticket? Do you need to ask me to confirm again? Or are you setting me up? He didn't even give a direct answer, and the ticket inspector felt guilty. Chatting with passengers isn't prohibited, but asking suggestive or leading questions is absolutely forbidden. Travelers on tourist starships are often extremely private. Even if someone appears friendly and easygoing, don't assume they're pushovers. No. That's not my intention. Sorry. He bowed his head in apology. Anna chuckled softly. Oh, Mr. Gold-Dust is hard to mess with, so I'm easy to mess with? Or do you think First Truth University isn't worthy of a ticket on your company's tourist starship, so I'm just a bonus? This bonus was truly a bit much. The ticket inspector wept inwardly, yet forced a genuine smile. Goodness me, neither of these two was easy to talk to. He must have been talking too much today. I better not take that part-time job tonight. Lack of sleep makes you stupid. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. Bending to an angle difficult for even carbon-based creatures, Kakavasia looked at Anna. Miss Favorite, can you forgive this staff member? A mischievous smile lingered in the young man's beautiful eyes. Anna continued calmly. It's nothing to worry about. Don't do it again. There was no need to embarrass a bored worker who just wanted to eat a melon. He had already paid enough for his recklessness. There was no need to kill him and force him to lose his job and income. After this shock, he'd probably never do something like that again. Because he rarely encounters passengers willing to forgive when pleaded with. Since the lady is willing to forgive you, I have no objection. I hope you take care of yourself in the future. The gorgeous blonde young man let go of the ticket inspector and continued walking. The Onyx breathed a sigh of relief, retreating to his original position and wiping away a non-existent sweat under the envious gazes of his colleagues. This guy is so lucky. Last time, an exhausted colleague accidentally stepped on a passenger's gorgeous, over a meter-long skirt. He was immediately complained to and dragged away by the security team who arrived, and that was it. Mr. Gold-Dust and Miss Fabric may have put on a stern front and intimidating words, but they're actually quite soft-hearted. They gave a couple of warnings and then let it go. Who says Mr. Director is full of evil? Who says Miss Scholar is cold and unsympathetic? If they were misunderstood, they just apologize. There's no first-class passenger with a better temper than them. This minor incident didn't dampen Kakavasia and Anna's spirits. After passing through the docking station, they entered the absurdly large tourist starship. Not many passengers had reserved first-class cabins, and Anna encountered only a handful of attendants as she stepped through the ship's hatch. To demonstrate their strength, the tourist ship primarily relied on human interaction, with robots only dispatching passengers for heavy transport. The waiter carefully escorted them to the rest cabin, where he provided a detailed overview of the ship's various entertainment facilities and showtimes. The forward section of the starship is the ecopod, and outside the ecopod is the deck, accessible only within the planet. The middle section is the buffet and banquet area, and the aft section is the amusement park. The waiter sidled forward to guide the guests, bending slightly as he explained. He would gauge their mood by their expressions after every few words to determine whether to continue. This was perhaps a common phenomenon in Pierpoint, and indeed in the universe itself. Human dignity often compromised in the face of credit points. Meal times are fixed. Simply go to the restaurant when you need to eat. If you require meal service outside of meal times, you may be charged a fee. Also, in addition to the fixed meal times, there are themed banquets every evening for guests to enjoy until late at night. This extravagant and luxurious atmosphere is quite familiar. Anna wasn't interested in the amusement park, and she had even less desire to exhaust herself by attending banquets. However, she was curious about the ecopods. Though called a pod, they were actually more like a mobile zoo. The operators often racked their brains to acquire many rare and precious animals, housed in lush greenhouses for people to enjoy, as a way to justify the price paid by passengers. After the explanation, the waiter happily left with the customary tip. Anna sighed as she watched him walk away. Kakavasia sat across from her. Sister, what are you thinking about? Sympathy? Not quite. Pity? Not quite. But it was something she couldn't let go of. I'm thinking, there really isn't an easy life in this world. Anna pursed her lips and smiled. If it were me, I'd probably rather explore the stars with the Sea Rangers than be a servitor on a comfortable tourist starship. A stable, safe, simple life. This might be the dream of many, but she couldn't endure it. Me too. Cock of Asia rubbed his chest. That's the worst nightmare. Even though he couldn't defy fate, he wasn't about to just go along with it. From this perspective, he and Anna were indeed on the same page. Chapter 335. The tourist starship has its own fixed route, passing through the safest and most distinctive star regions. The vast interstellar space is more magnificent than any human could imagine. Escaping the constraints of gravity and the Earth is a great adventure in itself, and this grandeur is the greatest reward of that adventure. On the way to the biopod, Anna stopped at the viewfinder to watch the starship soar into the sky. The acceleration, once only for those with exceptional physical fitness, has become almost imperceptible thanks to the efforts of generations of scholars. The path seemed stretched out like a ladder for humanity to climb. It may not be smooth and easy, but after stumbling and winding, wingless people have finally conquered the sky. Sister? Cock of Asia stopped beside her. A magnificent star cluster from beyond the plane appeared outside the viewfinder, and a film automatically covered the window to protect the passenger's vision. Cock of Asia, listen. Anna's voice was soft. The stars are whispering. Is this what the first person to enter space saw? The blond youth tilted his head in thought. Whispering stars, truly a scholar's romantic imagination. After watching for a while, they continued toward the biopod. The banquet had already begun. In addition to the first-class guests, the banquet hall also held invited passengers from other cabins. The sociable crowd chatted and chatted, their jewels and frivolous clothing complementing each other. Thanks to the bustle of the banquet, the biopod was much quieter, completely contradicting the rumors of long queues for a single system. Anna stood at the entrance to the biopod, peering inside with a puzzled look. The waiter standing by, waiting to serve, bowed and said with a smile, "Please show me your ID number. There are no other visitors in the biopod at the moment, so you can explore freely. If there are too many people, you won't be able to enter. You have to stand on the elevator for a limited time." Hey, why is the biopod so deserted? Cock of Asia slipped a small tip to the waiter, who happily pulled a bag of animal feed from a drawer and handed it to him. Because a lot of people have heard there's a very young executive from the Interstellar Peace Company on board the starship, and everyone wants to bring their children along to meet him. It's like they make some connections. The executive himself, Onlookers, The biopods are usually mostly loved by young people and children. The young people have been taken to the banquet by their parents, while the children are hunkered down in the rest pods. So, isn't this deserted? Sister? Cock of Asia, irritated, glared at Anna, who was laughing and joking without even pretending. Anna quickly cleared her throat and adopted a stern, cold expression. Oh, you want to go too? Then should we try to find a way? The contrast between this guy's embarrassed and awkward appearance and his public demeanor was so stark that it was hard not to feel embarrassed. But if it were any other member of the opposite sex, Anna would never have played such a joke. It just didn't seem right, inappropriate. Take a look around your biopod. Not only did his forehead and cheeks turn red, but his ears started to turn red too. Seeing that the golden retriever would turn into a light gold pufferfish if she continued teasing him, Anna contentedly let him go, flashed her ID, and gave the waiter a fee in exchange for the food. Upon entering the biopod, the first thing that caught my eye was the vast, green leaves that obscured the sun. The leaves, roughly 3 meters from tip to stalk, were irregularly ovate, and upon their stalks stood numerous, furry birds, one after another. A sign nearby detailed information about these parrots, which could be kept as pets. Anna pulled a biscuit from her bag and broke it into pieces. The sharp-eyed parrots had already tilted their heads, watching her movements intently. When she opened her palm to reveal the uniformly sized pellets, the colorful little creatures immediately flapped their wings and rushed over. Ouch! Stop getting in my hair! The parrots that had grabbed the food contentedly landed on her to enjoy their spoils, while those that hadn't were indignant. Some landed on her head and nibbled gently, as parrots do when showing affection, while others angrily dug themselves into her half-grown, dyed hair. Break one off. Break another. Anna couldn't help but flinch at the slight tickle. Cock of Asia, standing beside her, watched with envy. Sister, don't move. I catch it. As soon as he extended his hand, he was met with a ferocious and relentless peck from the birds. If it weren't for the small hole in his glove, he wouldn't have been able to escape. The exceptionally gorgeous, plump parrot glared, its gray-green down rising on its neck. The more it behaved like this, the more the blonde wanted to catch it and drive it away. This creature's fur clearly shows it's a male, yet it has the nerve to get into a woman's hair, It might as well be thrown into the pot, ruthless. Know you? Anna watched helplessly as Kakavasa shielded herself with a pale golden hue, then, under the power of protection, reached out to grab a small bird about the size of her fist. The parrot's beak clicked, but the bipeds opposing it didn't understand the threat at all. The little creature flapped its wings and chirped. If it hadn't been trained, it would have filled the screen with curses. Kakavasa tried 3 or 4 times, but the only success was to push the bird out of Anna's hair. With a chirp, it leaped onto her head, spread its wings, and stretched out its short legs to kick away another eager creature. Why don't you try feeding it some food? Anna, not wanting to go bald at an early age, quickly stopped the young man's hand from reaching for her head. Don't snap your fingers. Since you say so, let's give it a try. He gave the parrot a wicked smile and pulled a whole biscuit from the bag. Here. The bird folded its wings in a very humane manner and turned its head away, dignifiedly refusing the treat that might have been filled with bullets. Before Kakavasa could make a move, Anna suddenly reached up and grasped the parrot in her palm. All right, stay with your friends. The parrot was remarkably docile in her hands, its little head tilted upward, gazing around and chirping softly. She placed the little creature on the barrier, and, clutching her head, slid deeper into the biochamber. Don't come on, don't come on. If you come over here again, you really get a beating. As they continued forward, the birds grew larger, their feathers increasingly vibrant. A male green peacock, tail cocked, circled its target. The peacock, unable to bear it any longer, leaped up and struck it with its claw. The unfortunate creature screamed. A rather unpleasant cry indeed. After a few steps, they finally left the bird area. Kakavasa pushed Anna, who had been lingering over feeding the swan chicks, to another spot. Sister, hurry up. The birds didn't particularly like him. Well, it just so happened he didn't like them either. Anna spent at least 4.5 days of the 6-day trip in the biopod. She only watched the singers and magic shows in the banquet hall once, and she didn't even show up at the evening reception. Arriving at Car Wash Planet, she reluctantly left the starship, considering buying a few parrots or raccoons to take with her. Raccoons are very playful and stubborn creatures with strong survival skills, and they're very predatory towards small animals and birds. Parrots are afraid of the cold and have very specific food requirements. They can easily fall into depression. Sister, are you sure you want to buy them? Credit isn't a problem. I'm just worried about whether we can raise these little animals well. Kakavasa, more professional than the zookeeper, gave a long list of examples, successfully dispelling Anna's thoughts. Forget it then. We talk about it later. Anna was just thinking. She hadn't graduated yet, and she didn't know where she would end up. Bringing a family with her wouldn't be convenient for anyone. After another trip on the Car Wash Planet, the merchant's ship finally appeared before their eyes. It was a beautiful galaxy, a dazzling blue, yet to be separated from the outside world by dimensional technology, leaving it completely defenseless. An untouched, pristine galaxy with an enviable natural environment. The merchant who had given them a ride docked their starship at Delphi Starport. As he saw them off, he couldn't help but wonder if he should stop a little longer on the return journey to explore business opportunities. Even if the business was smaller, it wouldn't matter. The scenery here was truly stunning. The starport was located on the galaxy's most prosperous core planet. As they set foot on Delphi 8, the first aroma of grapes wafted through the air. The temperature, around 20 degrees Celsius, made the golden sunshine particularly pleasant. Kakavasa fell behind a few steps behind. Anna turned around and saw that he had traded a round piece of ordinary aventurine for a beautiful laurel wreath from an old man selling handicrafts on the roadside. It's beautiful. I knew it suited my sister. Seeing him so excitedly holding the wreath, Anna bowed slightly and followed his lead as he put on the rustic ornament. It had to be said that the scholar's temperament and laurel really complemented each other perfectly. Add the golden flowers embellishing it, and the golden crown of wisdom was almost complete. It's beautiful. The old man selling the wreath was also very happy. Who wouldn't be happy to see their masterpiece worn by the right person? If this girl went out for a walk, who knew how many people would be looking for the same one? Anna couldn't see any affect herself. Touching the firm bay leaf, she began to look around. Professor Cartwright asked if I liked to visit Seven Hills City. She said the famous director, Mr. Rick, is filming a promotional video there, and it's open for a visit. There are lots of natural hot springs there. Wanna go? If not, I tell her no. After hesitating for more than 10 seconds between Anna's annoying roommates and the natural hot springs, Kakavasa ultimately chose the hot spring city. He knew director Rick, he was even somewhat familiar with him. He was a mimetic creature walking the path of memory, with a very insightful perspective on art. Though his obsession could sometimes be a bit too much and startling. It wasn't necessarily that unlucky to meet him, was it? They only knew about 20 or so people in the entire galaxy. The chances of running into him were very low. Chapter 336. We're traveling to Delphi, friend. Can you recommend a fun place? The Delphi system's mechanization level is low, and transportation is rather retro. Every car drives on the ground, with no three-dimensional airways. Leaving the square outside the starport, Kakavasia chose a dark green taxi. It seemed he really liked the color dark green. Anna followed him in without comment. The chatty driver was much more interesting than the cold, indifferent autopilot system. Speaking of which, is it really impossible to design a driving system that can chat with passengers? The out-of-town guests encountered a minor dilemma in choosing a route, and the hospitable locals naturally lent a hand. It depends on what you two want. If you want hot springs, go to Seven Hills. If you want to watch a martial arts competition, go. Oh, by the way, there are many remaining temples in the Yanu Plains, and at the foot of Mount Potsva is our largest redwood forest. He introduced more than a dozen attractions in a row. Kakavasa didn't want to climb mountains, and Anna got a headache at the thought of temples. They both disliked martial arts, not even beast or human combat, so they ultimately decided to go to Seven Hills. Then let's go to Seven Hills. I take you to the station. The driver was delighted, and when he was happy, he couldn't stop talking. Seven Hills is the best place for newlyweds. The scenery is beautiful and the prices are good. The Cartwrights family, who have run the bathhouses there for generations, are very reasonable. Seven Hills is also a place with a very open and welcoming atmosphere. Speaking of the bathhouses there, he rambled on about the legends of the Seven Hills hot springs, completely unaware that the two passengers sitting behind him were blushing. Newlyweds and stuff. Man, you have a really vivid imagination. My wife and I loved going to Seven Hills when we first got married. Remember to stay at the private bathhouse up there. In the morning, you could just open the window and see the view, and with the hot springs inside, it wasn't too cold. I told you it's quiet up there too. No one's going to bother you no matter what you do. He deliberately stretched out the last syllable, hoping to embarrass the young man. Instead of the expected response, the passengers became even quieter, a stark contrast to the usual informality. Eh? No, you two look like this and are still hanging out together. You can't be friends. Whose friends are like that? You can't be stealing or doing something private. The taxi had traveled almost halfway around the planet when it awkwardly stopped at the tram station. Take a ride here, and you reach Seven Hills in 4 planetary hours. The driver, a bit overwhelmed, forced a smile, debited the fare, swiped a decimal, and said, "Welcome to Delphi," then sped off. The deep green moved as fast as a mallard sprinting through the water. TSK, it seems I've been misunderstood. Anna stood in front of the station with her hands on her hips. The tracks looked a bit old. With such a high level of infrastructure, they could still find money to send the galaxy's brightest to study at the First Truth University. Delphi's administrators were quite far-sighted. There's no contradiction between economic development and improving people's education. Only with more highly qualified workers can they better embrace various technological industries. Kakavasia remained silent. He actually hoped the misunderstanding would come true. The key was whether Anna was willing or not. If she didn't want to, then there was no chance. He could only respect her wishes. A confession should be a triumphant ode, not a preview of the curtain rising. He didn't want any surprises with her. Why aren't you talking? Anna walked to the platform and pondered for a while before figuring out the route. After buying her ticket, she returned to see someone standing there motionless, their arms folded, with a sullen expression on their face. Kakavasia couldn't help but smile when he saw her. The scenery here is beautiful. I was mesmerized. Nonsense. He kept looking down at the ground. What was so beautiful about this piece of land? I bought the ticket. You have to pay attention to the train numbers here. Different numbers mean different stops. She briefly explained, and they stopped side by side at the station sign. Wait a moment. Look carefully before you get on. He was unfamiliar with the area. What if he got separated and kidnapped? Forget about the nonsense about whether there were bad people in Delphi. What if some evil alien sneaked in? Okay, then I follow you, sister. The blonde youth looked at her seriously. Sister, please don't leave me. This inexplicably gave Anna a sense of responsibility. Standing on the platform, she carefully compared the train numbers and quickly found the one bound for Seven Hills City. Hurry up, hurry up. She patted Kakavasia, then, afraid he wouldn't react, pulled his arm. which was exposed outside his sleeve. Here comes the train. Don't expect the train to be any smarter at this old-fashioned station. After a few quick steps, Anna caught up with the train door as it opened. She pulled Kakavasya over and shoved him onto the train, then, using inertia, she quickly stepped inside. The only 2 passengers were agile, so the tram didn't slow down any further, closing its doors and moving away. A series of clanging and banging sounds could be heard from beneath the train. The 2 men made their way down the aisle toward the train. The ticket inspector slumped in his seat, dozing like a winter squirrel. Sit this way. The train wasn't crowded, with straight seats crammed into rows. Kakavasya chose a window seat with ample space. He settled in, leaning against the hard cushions and letting out a sigh. A 4-hour journey? So beautiful. The view outside the window was stunning, rolling fields filled with a variety of crops and vegetables. The blond young man from the desert looked on with envy. Anna, leaning against the wall, also gazed out. She saw the sunlight, equally shining on every leaf and into every eye. Why is the sky over Delphi so blue? This warmth and romance lasted until the train stopped outside the 7 hills. A straight path led from the open-air platform to the city gate. On the intersecting fork in the road, a strange creature stood 5 meters tall. So, what the hell are you doing? Anna shaded her eyes with her hands, tilting her head upwards to fully see the strange prop before her. Kakavasya stood speechless beside her, wanting only to sigh and rub her forehead. With an entire galaxy as vast as this, how could we have run into these people? Never mind, considering my sister's ridiculous luck, it seemed understandable. Phaeton jumped off the prop's back, clutching a heavy sword that looked to weigh about 70 or 80 kilograms in one hand. You're finally here. I told you wouldn't leave us alone. Don't scream. Stay away. I don't want to look up at anyone. She pulled out her Yama Fong and poked White Hair with a stick to keep him away. You haven't even told me what this is. Is this guy wearing a costume? Well, Mr. Rick is willing to make a promotional film for Delphi, which will also serve as a documentary about Omphalos. We all agree that those who take up arms against fate shouldn't be reduced to dust and oblivion. They deserve to be remembered in some way. Professor Charites was also there, speaking with her usual calm demeanor. I'm willing to cover all filming costs, and we don't even need to find extra actors. Anna suddenly realized. So you're filming a movie? Yes, with the full support of Mr. Nukshaw and Ms. Tabeo, and Ms. Aglaya as a consultant. I'm confident Mr. Rick will bring this heroic epic to perfection. Kakavasya, How many people can handle director Rick's immersive filming style? Don't go crazy again, even if you haven't cured it. Phaeton leaned against his prop and said weakly, We're looking for a suitable setting. The professor's idea is to use realistic scenery to depict the beauty of Delphi. But you know, both the initial and later stages are harder than we imagine. Still in the initial stages? Anna rubbed her chin, an idea forming in her mind. Professor Cartwright nodded gently. Yes, you see the prop Mr. Nukshaw specifically mentioned, a docile and obedient beast of burden. Although he didn't quite understand, he insisted on having it in the shot. Anna rubbed her face. Never mind Mr. Kashaw's request. Do you have any of this kind of ore? Could you use it as payment? Professor, it's better not to take on such labor-intensive projects. Art is art, and students' lives are life too. She fished out 5 beautiful stones, fading from pale yellow to light blue, from her space button. Professor Cartwright glanced at them. Yes, but not many. Only half a warehouse? The young scholar from the Polymath Society immediately reached down and pulled out an external device, inviting the anonymous guest on the star train to a call. Barely 3 seconds passed before Cheong's cheerful voice echoed from the other end. Hello. Sister Anna. What can I do for you? Make a copy of Omphalos from the simulated universe, and bring it to Delphi. Anna's words were concise, and Galaxy Batman hesitated. Huh? Will there be any copyright disputes? 1,600 star domes, paid in installments. Before she could finish her words, the other end decisively accepted the task. Don't worry, sister. I take care of this. Click. She hung up the call and looked at Professor Cartwright. Technical support is in place. Once they arrive, I discussed the set design with Mr. Rick. If she really wanted to use the real 7 Hills city as the background, she couldn't even imagine how much money would have to be spent on the special effects in post-production. A simulated universe was different. Once the data was input, it was an immersive experience. Great, and Phaeton's eyes nearly brimmed with tears. You know, what I fear most is being caught. Why is Bai so skilled in combat? It wasn't impossible for him to use the épée as a one-handed sword, but it wasn't possible for him to do so with complete ease. He was a scholar, not a berserker. He was familiar with the simulated universe. The original model was built at the Black Tower space station, and it had impressive stats. Anyway, I got the connections for you. I'm here on vacation, not to work. Go for it. Anna had no intention of retracting the Yenya. Without the blade, it was just a defensive club, practically ineffective. Professor Cartwright, the nameless guest, had long been known at Pinocchio. He was the new owner of the Orberite. She quickly grasped the immense support that Fabritech had brought to Delphi and immediately addressed the vacationing student. Thank you very much for your help. My family has run the hot springs of the 7 Hills for thousands of years. You're most welcome. Please don't hesitate. If before it was an expression of care from an elder or professor towards a younger person, now it felt somewhat like a return of favor. Anna understood her intentions and, seeing that Kakavasia had no objections, agreed. Then I have to trouble you for a while. Professor Charite smiled faintly. Talking to a bright child was a lot easier. Chapter 337. The manager assigned by Professor Charite was incredibly efficient. From the time the guests arrived at the 7 Hills to the time they were transported to their private bathhouse on the mountaintop, this middle-aged man, named Leonino, who liked to be called Leon, took less than a single planetary hour. Mr. Leon was a talkative man, recounting the history of the 7 Hills along the way, how those city-states had been repeatedly forged in war, ultimately becoming the jewels that made up Delphi. Don't think you're all so cheerful and optimistic now. As long as you have a spear and a shield, hey. Watch me, with this move and that, I can at least kill a wild boar. Hee hee hee. Kakavasia tried to maintain a polite smile. This gentleman was quite self-disciplined. Even in middle age, he hadn't developed any bloating or excess belly fat. As for his skills, well, he might be able to defeat Plata and Praya this year, but not next year. He arranged a hot spring apartment for his distinguished guest. Each room had its own entrance and exit, and a spacious shared balcony afforded panoramic views of the 7 Hills, beautiful mornings and evenings. The eldest lady didn't specify the relationship between the two guests. They didn't appear to be siblings by blood, nor were they undeniably close. Based on Mr. Leon's many years of experience, he suspected they were in some ambiguous relationship. Aside from a full honeymoon room, the private bathing palace only had suites like this one, suitable for families. Individual single rooms were either poorly located or hadn't been vacated. After careful consideration, he concluded that the suite was the better fit for them. No one in Delphi loves hot springs. The Cartwrights family of the 7 Hills has thrived peacefully for thousands of years, operating their spas with integrity. There's only a high season and a low season here. It's never deserted. Whenever you need something, just ring the bell on the wall. We're not particular here. The main thing is to relax and have fun. The warm springs wash away fatigue, the refreshing mountain breeze and scenery cultivate the spirit, and the intoxicating wine and simple, clean food invigorate. Haha, a celebration of life. Mr. Leon stretched his body upward, arms outstretched, as if reciting poetry. After his performance, he gave a closing salute. Kakavasia applauded politely, and Anna quickly followed suit. The manager, satisfied, returned to report to Professor Cartwright. Want to wander around the area this afternoon? Anna pulled a compendium of local attractions from the shelf by the door and leaned back in a chair to read. There were also temples near the 7 Hills, where some ancient rituals were preserved to this day. She wasn't interested in matters of the gods, but the interesting folk performances were another matter. Let me see. Kakavasia leaning over her knees to peer over from behind. There's a market at the foot of the other mountain. Can we go there first? It was her job, so there was no other way. Sure, Anna said, unconcerned. She didn't have a specific destination, and it was great that Kakavasia had a place she wanted to visit. It saved her a lot of time choosing. Should we find a place to exchange currency first? A slight puff of air brushed against her ear as the blonde youth spoke. Anna tilted her head to look at him. The Delphi federal government has a fixed exchange rate mechanism with the private sector. Credit points are pooled to streamline industrial production lines for better trade with other civilizations. The roommates had discussed this in the dorm. Even Phaeton and demons combined were no match for Sid. Kakavasia raised an eyebrow. It seemed the Delphic administrators were being forceful, but if they were so determined, why didn't they just go all the way? Even before he asked, he understood the good intentions behind this toughness. No matter how advanced the equipment, it still needed someone to operate and use it. The more technological advancements there were, the higher the technological literacy required of industrial workers. Most people in Delphi couldn't reach that level yet. Spending huge sums on things they didn't control, what would they gain? It would be better to allocate a small portion of their income to buying second-hand goods from other galactic civilizations. Using these items, they wouldn't mind breaking down to train skilled workers and researchers. At first, they would endure hardships and be suppressed, but as long as they persevered until they could develop their own research and development, Delphi's future would be fully revitalized. If it were those bastards in the marketing department, they'd probably spare no effort to bribe traders, murder them, spread rumors, and eliminate this manager. Then, taking advantage of the leaderless situation, they stir up division and seduce the enemy, sparking a rebellion, turning this beautiful galaxy into a complete source of raw materials and a dumping ground for the company. There's no doubt those hyenas would be capable of such a thing. Not having to exchange currency is really great for tourists. He straightened and looked out the window. The market is probably in that direction. I'd like to see if there are any beautiful and unique handicrafts to bring back as decorations. It would be nice to have some of the vases, pottery, and paintings that my sister and I picked out at home. Seeing them would remind me of this wonderful trip. Is walking okay? Anna roughly estimated the distance on the map. Even walking there and back, even without anything, would take half a day. Kakavasha quickly stood up straighter. I'm quite strong. It's not like walking in the desert. Just a stroll, enjoying the breeze, and some sunshine. That's what a vacation is all about. I mean, will you get bored walking for so long? She told him her estimated time, but he responded even more bluntly. How could I possibly get bored walking with my sister? He wished it were just the two of them, so they could walk as long as they wanted. Okay. She took off her wide-brimmed straw hat from the Yugong Palace, and hung the laurel wreath she bought at Star Harbor Plaza on the empty hook. Can I have one for you? It was midday, the temperature around 21 or 22 degrees Celsius, not too high, but the light was plenty bright. He wore a hat mainly for his eyesight. Kakavasha didn't like the rustic straw hat, he opted for the peach-colored sunglasses. Seeing he didn't want the hat, Anna didn't force him. She put it back on her head, and headed for the door. Seven Hills City is indeed full of springs. Almost every few steps, you find a clear pool, and water even gurgles outward along the ruts of the wheels. The hot springs run by the Cartwrights family are, technically speaking, a hot spring hotel occupying an entire city. From the private bathhouse on the hilltop, walking slowly down the white marble path, even the wind was thick with the scent of sulfur. Perhaps I consider convincing Delaney to open a snack shop here too. With Madame Maya's growing staff and ever-expanding products, the market will never be enough. A mountain breeze blew by, and Anna frantically covered her hat, fearing it would escape with the familiar breeze. Kakavasha reached out, but was a beat too late, her gaze fixed on her hair, dyed gray for years. Glasses masked the sharpness between her brows, and her scholarly elegance masked a fierce nature. A commander, willing to forge an infallible sword for ordinary strangers, then hoist it over the heads of powerful groups. The commander's power and status did not bring Anna Febrick any additional benefits in her life or studies. For others, this was completely unimaginable, let alone comprehensible. Who could have imagined that a student struck by a professor with a digital pen could single-handedly turn the entire school upside down? Capable people don't necessarily deserve respect, but capable people, who also know how to exercise self-discipline, deserve the respect of everyone. This is probably why Anna is so popular. What a beautiful day. View? He looked up, squinted his eyes, and took a deep breath. He had intended to strike a pose, but the wafting sulfur fumes made him cough. Ahem. The blond youth bent over awkwardly, his sunglasses slipping from the shaking, and his carefully gelled hair fell loose. Anna had already walked a few steps before turning back and stopping beside him. Concerned and clumsy, she patted Kakavasha's back. She had never seen anyone with breathing problems cause such problems. This wasn't a case of choking or swallowing that required emergency medical attention. Sister, I'm fine. I really am. Kakavasha's fair face flushed bright red. Anna nodded and agreed. Yes, I know you're fine. After finally making it to the market amidst his coughing, she bought a cup of pink pomegranate juice from the first stall she came across. Drink some water slowly. The temperature and humidity here are a little different from Pier Point. It's normal to need some time to adjust when you're new here. He couldn't make it up anymore. Kakavasha took the pomegranate juice expressionlessly and gulped it down. Every time he tried to show off in front of his sister, he always ran into trouble, either embarrassing himself or going against his will. It made him wonder if there was a curse at work. It shouldn't have happened that way. He fumbled a chip and frantically bounced it up and caught it again, then back again. Each time, the result he imagined was the same, so it wasn't just luck. What's wrong with you? Anna returned the cup to the vendor and, upon returning, saw Kakavas's expression, as serious as if he just heard that the Interstellar Peace Company was going bankrupt. He glanced at her, then unfolded his palm and showed the chip. Let's play coin tossing. Anna took the round coin from his palm. Sure, what's the bet? I'm going to lose anyway, so it doesn't matter whether I bet or not. But since Kakavas wants to play, I play along, just to cheer him up. Bet? He tilted his head, thinking for a moment. Even if Lady Luck disagreed, he wouldn't give up his spot beside Anna. Bet on who guesses heads correctly. If I win, you have to promise me something. If you win, I promise you something. Anything. The essence of gambling is fairness. Only when it's based on fairness is it a game. Otherwise, there's no point in rolling the dice. Under his expectant gaze, Anna flicked the chip away and held it in her backhand. Heads. She opened her hand, and sure enough, the back of the chip was bathed in golden sunlight. My turn. Kakavas picked up the fateful chip and cast it. I bet it's tails. Anna smiled indulgently and nodded. It should be. You can't lose. He lowered his head and blinked. At this moment, he was still happy to lose to her. Chapter 338. The mountain wind blew through the market, causing Kakavas's light blonde hair to flutter. The blonde youth held out his palm, the coin landing tails up. Anna smiled and poked the back of his hand. Okay, I lost. What do you want me to do? I haven't decided yet. I save it for now. He collected his chips and carefully tucked them deep into his pocket. Me. A goat, being led out by its owner for sale not far away, cried out in dissatisfaction. Anna turned to stare at it like a curious child. The goat was plump, not very bright, but stubborn. The rope around its neck was tightly wrapped around the pillar, and it was determined to keep turning forward, refusing to retreat. Idiot! Idiot! Are you trying to strangle yourself? The goat seller picked up a stick and struck him. Back off. Go! Me! The goat lowered its head. Even the back of its head showed its reluctance. Kakavas glanced at the goats and the goat seller, who looked more like they were there for a laugh, then turned his attention to Anna. She stared at the goat with relish, not quite interested in its meat, but neither did she intend to let it go. Sister? Eh? She turned back reluctantly. Sorry, did you get bored? Not really, he said with a faint smile. What's so special about that goat? He imagined countless possibilities, but Anna gave him an answer he hadn't expected. Is it particularly stubborn? I just wanted to see how stubborn it could be. Kakavas was at a loss for words. Huh? Who could understand the contrast between the omniscience master and the omniscience master? In his eyes, Anna had always been the perfect savior, selfless, magnanimous, and almighty. So perfect, it seemed like the embodiment of an ideal. It's no surprise that people easily fall in love with their ideals. The extreme conditions of the Evere interstellar prison forced anyone to fight tooth and nail to survive. Anna's appearance was like a rope dropped from the sky, rescuing the prisoners from the bottom of the ocean. The subsequent escape was a regrettable farewell without a goodbye, a scar that remained in his heart until he heard from her again. A young scholar, a diligent genius, and the most admired student of Veritas Lad Ion. She successfully passed the First Truth University's course exams every year, something many who actually passed the entrance exam struggled to achieve. This only proved that she was an unquestionable genius, the kind destined to be noticed by the omniscience master. Everything Anna did after that only reinforced this impression, until today. She actually had such boredom that she'd stand on the street and stare at a stupid sheep, just to see how stubborn it could be. I think you're pretty stubborn too. Huh? Anna looked back at him in surprise. What's the matter? Are you in a hurry? Or are you too tired to stand? She then looked around for a moment before finding an open-air shop with a seat. Come over and sit down. Kakavas was, of course, happy to oblige. He noticed a different side to Anna, and observing her became his top priority today. The open-air shop was a small tavern, and their signature dish was fruits and cheeses sprinkled with spices, fine salt, balsamic vinegar, and olive oil. Almost everyone's glass was filled with ruby red wine. Want to try some honey wine? From an 800-year-old winery. The waiter stood by the roadside, soliciting customers. Anna and Kakavas decided to sit down and give him a chance to show off. A 800-year-old winery wouldn't sell its wares in a tiny, roofless establishment like this. Or perhaps the wine produced by a winery that could last 800 years was probably too expensive for ordinary people to drink. A bottle of honey wine, one signature dish. Given Anna's alcohol tolerance, a bottle of this would probably only serve to replenish her fluids. But Kakavasa wasn't very alcoholic, so there was no need to force him to drink too much. The waiter quickly turned around and brought the customer's order to the table, along with 2 pieces of cheese. The pungent, fermented milk smell was unbearable for Anna, and Kakavasa couldn't stand it either. So, this small gesture of kindness was wrapped tightly and tossed into the innermost recess of the space button. The red wine, tinged with a slight purple hue, poured into the glass, the sunlight gilding it with a luxurious golden edge. Anna lifted the cup, first noticing a fragrance half as sweet as honey, then the sweet aroma of flowers and fruits, and finally a calming finish with a hint of wood. It was sweet overall, with a slightly sour aftertaste, much more palatable than I imagined. Not bad. I guess I'm too narrow-minded. She sipped it for a moment, then relaxed in the wicker chair, squinting her eyes, and letting the breeze rustle the brim of her straw hat. The slipped sleeve of her dress revealed a hairspring wrapped around her wrist. Kakavasa asked curiously, "Sister, what kind of metal is this?" "I don't know," she said, raising her arm to her chin, so he could see better. "It was taken from the cuckoo clock, a rare gift from the Lady of the Black Tower. It brings bad luck to anyone who touches it." This debuff was feared by everyone except her. Kakavasa discovered Anna's second contrast. She was indeed a hunter, reliable yet, with a touch of unreliability and recklessness. "Ah? Isn't this Miss Febrick of the Academy of Knowledge? I didn't expect to see you in Delphi. It's as delightful as a bird bearing an olive from 1,000 miles away. And this one?" Kakavasa had only met Professor Charites briefly once. Of the golden offspring of Omphalos, he only recognized Bai. The blind Aglaia was followed by her tailor, and the golden mannequins bowed to the guests one by one, following their master's instructions. "Good day, Ms. Aglaia." Anna was very annoyed by the back and forth with her. She usually left such matters to Phobos. She looked at Kakavasa. "This is Mr. Shajin from the Strategic Investment Department of Interstellar Peace Company." She didn't explain her relationship with this beautiful friend. Aglaia unfolded a lace-folding fan and chuckled, "I see. I understand." "Wait, what did you understand? Why are you smiling so mysteriously?" "Hello, ma'am. I'm Shajin. Nice to meet you." Kakavasa narrowed her eyes and took over the conversation. "Perhaps you still remember me. I saw your projection at the Pier Point District Court. Yes, you're a charming gentleman, generous and kind. Who wouldn't remember you?" "Anna, What were these two talking about?" So much for small talk. They chatted back and forth for 7 or 8 minutes, from the weather in Delphi to the hot springs of the 7 Hills. After the hot springs, the 2 blonde beauties paused. "It's rare for Miss Febrick to visit Delphi with her friends, so I won't bother you any further. If there's a chance, perhaps we can meet at the baths and have a drink together." Aglaia bowed her head politely and slowly left the tavern, escorted by the tailor. Why did she come all this way? Anna scratched her cheek, not wanting to put too much thought into this matter. She knew the mimetic creature's appearance was no accident. "To test your attitude toward Delphi, my dear sister." Kakavasa piled the cheese from the salad bowl in front of her. "She's been trying to find out about your itinerary the whole time. When she didn't get any useful information, she hinted that we should stay in 7 Hills and not wander around." "Anna, huh? So much information?" He divided the remaining honey wine equally and raised his glass. "Anyway, it's just a friendly reminder. 7 Hills is probably having some interesting events soon, and we won't be able to see them if we leave." "I know that. It's Mr. Rick's promotional video. Didn't Professor Charite say earlier that Aglaia would be the advisor?" Anna's deductions differed completely from Kakavasa's, like 2 different solutions to the same problem. "Anyway, don't worry about my solution. Just tell me whether it's a solution or not. So she's the true leader of the Golden Ones, and besides Bai and Mr. Nuckshaw, the person who knows Omphalos best." She poked a piece of the white cheese ball into her mouth, chewing it, then paused, silently picking up the glass and taking a long sip. Kakavasa's curiosity about the cheese suddenly soared. This thing tasted terrible? How terrible could it be? So terrible that it had to be accompanied by sweet wine? He carefully selected a smaller cheese ball, poked it up, and held it in front of him for closer inspection. He sniffed it carefully, finding nothing unusual. The blonde youth glanced up at Anna, who, as usual, neither recommended nor complained, and, puzzled, put the cheese ball into his mouth. A rich, milky aroma and a subtle sweetness quickly filled his mouth. The black vinegar neutralized the greasy taste, giving it a fluffy, airy flavor. It wasn't bad, it was even quite delicious. "Tea?" Anna covered her face with her hands and tilted her head to the side, laughing. How could she not laugh? She had tricked the Evican, who had tricked the Interstellar Peace Company, and the Institute of Knowledge. It tastes pretty good, doesn't it? Don't just keep it for me. If it's good, buy more and bring it back to Pier Point to share with your friends after the holiday. Anna separated the cheese ball that Kakavasa had piled in front of her and pushed half back to him. The wine is good. The cellar isn't 800 years old, but even if it's this quality in 8 years, it's impressive. She downed the remaining half cup of honey wine, her eyes never wavering. He had only drunk a quarter of the bottle of Kakavaska. His face flushed again, but this time it wasn't out of embarrassment. Sister? Sister? The young man's eyes, like stained glass, sparkled. His sunglasses slipped down, and he looked at Anna eagerly. Do you always treat me like a child? I never been one. Calling her sister was a sign of respect, intimacy, and uniqueness. It wasn't a genuine consideration. Anna narrowed her eyes and smiled. Of course I know. I have no blood relatives in this world, and you're certainly not a child. Such a simple thing, she must understand. Chapter 339. The small argument quickly subsided under the bright sunshine. Kakavasia paid for the bottle of wine, and Anna said she would treat him to dessert later. She didn't know what dessert it was, but she buy whatever she found delicious. She stretched her body freely, then suddenly pulled it back to a standing position, strolling leisurely along the cobblestone path toward the depths of the market. The facades of every street-side shop were painted a uniform light blue, with brightly colored awnings hanging from the eaves. The light was cooler as he walked along this narrow path, and the merchandise on the shelves took on an indescribable charm. Where was the home decor Kakavasia wanted to buy? At the end of the path, a two-story building stood at a three-way intersection. This shop was much more sophisticated than the roadside taverns. It occupied an entire street corner to itself, its two facades transformed into transparent display windows filled with a dazzling array of pottery and handicrafts. Decorations. How about that one? Anna spotted a plump black pottery owl perched at the top of the display case. Black with white patterns, it looked simple, round, and cute. Kakavasia was immediately drawn to it too. The plump, necklace owl had two large, glaring eyes. But he wouldn't walk in like Anna, ordering the goods, paying, and then leaving without even a penny bargain. Shopping without the bargaining element takes away a lot of the fun. The young man stood and looked for a moment before selecting a black pottery cat figurine. It was slightly smaller than the owl, puffed up like a ball. If it weren't for its pointed ears and long tail that gave it a feline look, it would have looked like a gas tank. Having chosen his target, he pushed open the shop door with full energy. Hello? Behind the counter sat an elderly woman, her snow-white hair tied in an elegant bun. She was reading from a distance, holding an external device. She slowly looked up at the customer's voice. Ah! What a handsome couple! The young man walked in front, so handsome that one couldn't help but look at him again. The woman, also with pretty features, was still standing at the doorway, looking up at the window, as if undecided. Hey, I'm here. The old woman stood up from her rocking chair, only about shoulder height from Kakavasa. She was very old, her back slightly bent. Time had mercilessly taken away her youth and beauty, but it had also generously gifted her with insight and sophistication. Young man, what would you like to buy? Kakavasa immediately realized that this was a rival to old Otto. Although she ran a small business behind the counter of a pottery shop, she couldn't be underestimated. Please help me get this clay pot, thank you. He pointed to a pot right next to the old woman, not meaning to embarrass her at all. The old woman smiled and casually picked up the pot and placed it on the counter for him to see, her gaze lingering on Anna, who had just walked in. This girl is wonderful, like a towering tree well-watered. The abundant sunshine and rain are her well-deserved reward for overcoming numerous obstacles and overcoming difficulties. Are you two together? She asked cautiously, and the girl nodded cheerfully. Yes, we are together. Okay, let's see if there's anything you like. As long as there's no misunderstanding, it's good. Young people are thin-skinned and can't stand being teased too much. It's not good to get too excited if you tease them too much. Kakavasia could tell the old woman meant together as in together, while Anna meant together as in appeared together. The two weren't communicating on the same wavelength, yet they somehow managed to connect. But since his sister hadn't expressed any objection, he wouldn't rush in to explain. You know, he really wanted the two meanings of together to merge. It's not like he's crazy to be sabotaging his own plans. Besides, with Anna's intelligence, could she really not tell the difference between the two togethers? She probably hadn't thought about it that way. Alas! I wonder when she even considered this. Excuse me, Could I see the wooden monkey sculpture to your left hand? He pointed to the skinny monkey sculpture on the other side of the old woman. It was a completely different style from the pottery jar. The old woman gave him a knowing look. Okay, come on, I put it here for you. This kid is smart. He probably already has something he's set his eyes on. Now he's looking at this and that, looking for a bargain. Anna, standing a little further away, rubbed her chin, then took 2 steps forward to stand beside Kakavasa. If it's inconvenient for you, could I come get it? I promised to put it back where it belonged. Between the familiar Kakavasa and the unfamiliar old woman, she definitely sided with Kakavasa. Besides, the old woman couldn't reach the top shelf, and she wouldn't want to bump into things trying to help them get something. It would be a waste. That's great. You come. The old woman smiled, her eyes narrowed. She sat back in her rocking chair and comfortably quoted the price. The jar is 2,000 credits, and the wood carving is 2,500. It wasn't expensive, but it wasn't cheap either. Selling it at the original price would yield a profit of about 60%. Kakavasa narrowed his eyes and smiled, pressing both hands together on the counter. This wasn't a game of chance. He didn't need to be nervous or fearful. Sister, I want to see those jars too. He asked Anna to take several more items to examine. The quality of these handicrafts was above average, but they weren't flawless. If she really wanted to find fault, she'd definitely find a lot of them. But he was handsome, sweet-tongued, and able to find faults that would make an old woman smile. Anna, on the other hand, carefully examined the patterns on each artifact from a purely academic perspective. The designs on Delphic pots were often based on myths or heroic legends. Just from looking at these few, one could tell that this place was home to a wealth of fictional historians. Their imaginations were truly wild. She took several more jars one after another, and the owl and the little black cat, who had caught her eye from the beginning, slipped in. Next, it was time for the director to demonstrate his bargaining prowess. His estimate of the cost price was incredibly close to the truth, and he immediately offered a 50% discount, which was a credit to the craftsmanship of the pottery itself. Otherwise, it would have been 80% or 10% off. Of course, the old woman wasn't happy about it. Everyone runs a business to make money, so who would take less if they could? But the young man's eloquence was so perfect that even with the price being driven down to this point, she couldn't get angry. Instead, she felt it was okay to give this adorable little guy a break. A worthy opponent. How about this? I take these 2 pots, plus the owl, and the fat cat over there, making a total of 4 items. What do you think of the price? Kakavasa raised her fingers, but the old woman shook her head. No, you picked out the best goods and gave me the lowest price. How can that be possible? Oh, Grandma. You're so kind and generous, you must be a good boss. You definitely prefer to deal with discerning buyers. My sister and I really like the pieces in your shop and plan to buy some to decorate our new home. Delphi is such a wonderful place. Our friends will surely envy us. Who could resist the flirting of such a young man with such a radiant smile? The old woman only remembered him patting his chest and promising to sell her goods, so she unthinkingly gave him a 40% discount. It took a while for the young couple to leave before the old woman recovered. She checked the bill and realized she made a 20% profit, a small profit that wasn't a loss. Alright, considering the young man was sweet-talking and the girl was clever and didn't cause her any trouble, I take the 20% discount. Money can buy me happiness. Kakavasa, carrying a clay pot, and Anna, carrying pottery, walked out of the craft shop and headed north. Not far away, they came upon a weaving workshop undergoing renovations. The gray-haired Safaria and Sephora stood at the door, looking like 2 identical gray cats. The tailor behind them clearly revealed the shop's owner. Wow, what a coincidence. I just heard from Aglaia that you were visiting Delphi, and I didn't expect to run into you. What goodies did you find? Safaria had a large, rubber-tipped hammer curled around her tail, and Sephora, carrying a drill, waved at Anna. And, is this your boyfriend? Are you in a relationship? Safaria was more enthusiastic than anyone else, her eyes wide. Really? If Anna hadn't been clutching the pottery, she could have just burrowed into a hole and hidden herself there. Kakavasa's gaze nearly set the air on fire. If she still couldn't guess what he meant, she must have temporarily shifted her focus elsewhere. I bought 4 handicrafts. When does Aglaia's weaving workshop open? She didn't admit it, but she didn't deny it either. The back of her neck was stained red, and her ears were pink. Safaria realized she said something outrageous, her eyes swirling. It opened tomorrow morning, tentatively focusing on traditional Delphic clothing. Aglaia needed time to adjust to her new life, to pursue her beloved career with stability and prosperity, and to slowly rediscover the humanity she lost. Congratulations. So this is Ms. Aglaya's precious name. I must come tomorrow to see it for myself. Though somewhat disappointed by the lack of recognition, Anna also didn't deny it. Cock of Asia barely had time to savor the bitterness before the surprise washed over him. He held up the 2 clay pots he had originally intended to take home for his colleagues, and placed them on the counter in the weaving workshop as congratulatory gifts. It's a good omen for a decorative addition. Regardless of whether such a saying existed in Siganja and Delphi in the past, it existed now. Sepharia and Sephora smiled and accepted the lovely gift, insisting they come tomorrow to have their clothes made. The traditional chiton skirt of Seven Hills City paired with the Sema Pure cloak looks amazing together. It requires no cutting or sewing. Since you're here, why not try it? Sephora looked Anna up and down, her eyes brightening. And, do you want to take a picture? Let's take a picture tomorrow. Others might be fine, but Febrecht, dressed like one, looks even more like a senator than any of the elders in the Senate. If she were to dress up in her new clothes and parade around the market, she'd have orders lined up for this year and into next. That way, Sepharia wouldn't have to worry about Lady Aglaya anymore. Many problems can be solved without medicine if people are busy. Chapter 340. After shedding her burden and becoming more familiar with Anna's friends, Cock of Asia and the 2 cat ladies arranged to meet the next morning and left Aglaya's weaving workshop feeling satisfied. Anna walked silently to a small shop under a grape trellis and sat down, ordering a honey shortbread and a coconut orange cake. As she waited for the waiter to bring her food, her eyes drooped, her thoughts etched in her mind, and Cock of Asia, who sat across from her, grew increasingly anxious. Ever since Miss Cephala, who had no cat ears, had broached the subject of love, she had remained silent. She hadn't snapped or uttered a sharp refusal, nor had she gone along with it and acquiesced. Now, they had specifically sought out this corner of the shop. Was they discussing something serious? What was her sister thinking? Anna's mind was in a tizzy. At first, she was surprised that Cock of Asia would harbor marital ambitions towards her, but then she realized there was a good reason for this. Who would eagerly spread their tail feathers like a peacock towards their sister. He stressed the fact they weren't siblings many times before, but she never taken it to heart. She was reflecting. Had she become accustomed to Cock of Asia's gentleness and consideration, allowing her to ignore his feelings and wishes? She had her own life and career, and so did Cock of Asia. Given the corporate culture pursued by the Interstellar Peace Company, he must have paid a considerable price to reach her. It was hard to say when and where this heavy emotion began. Perhaps it was the drawbridge effect of Avel's interstellar prison, or perhaps it was a habit formed from the mutual reliance they developed since then. Looking back, Anna realized her life was entwined with Cock of Asia. Why had he settled in the star system, where First Truth University was located? Did he want to attend night school after working 9 o'clock? Why had he been willing to help her raise Clive for so long? Did he enjoy being a father to other children? Why had he gone to such lengths to find time to accompany her on vacation to Delphi? Had the director of P45 never seen a hot spring? All of this ultimately came down to one single reason: unconditional love and attachment, the kind that made a gambler willingly give in despite losses. So much so that Anna felt a constant sense of guilt at this moment. Had she been too harsh on Cock of Asia? The one who falls in love first becomes passive, and he was so passive, hesitant like a heron, truly pathetic. If Delaney or Phaeton had been in this predicament, she would have rolled up her sleeves and stood ready to help. Today, she truly realized how heartless I am. So, was that why he so often lost control of his emotions and burst into tears before? Thinking of how her slowness had caused others to worry and worry, Anna felt too embarrassed to tease him by bringing up those dark pasts. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. After much thought, the most urgent thing was to apologize sincerely. It was her fault for not responding to someone else's genuine feelings. She had to admit her mistakes and correct them. Cock of Asia stared into her eyes, her face pale. No, don't apologize. You know, sister. He shook his head frantically, as if he hadn't been rejected until he heard a direct refusal. You never have to apologize to me, let alone say sorry. I volunteered. The blond young man practically choked with sobs as he spoke. Only you, from beginning to end. You always treated me fairly, as you would any human being. Your equal treatment of all people is, to me, blatant favoritism. Even Cock of Asia, once a prisoner sentenced to death, hadn't felt this despair while crouching under Avel's beating. With her serious nature, if she liked someone, she liked them. If she didn't, she didn't. There was no ambiguity. She was a responsible person, and being her friend or lover was a blessing. Although he preferred the latter, maintaining the former was already a question given the current situation. Don't be so cruel to me, okay, Anna? He was on the verge of tears, even without eye drops. Fake love was so easy, but genuine feelings made him reluctant to shed tears in front of her. Anna, why are you crying again? Just let me finish. She paused, relieved to see he had retained his composure. The waiter, who had been waiting nearby for a while, finally found the opportunity to serve dessert. Afraid that a violent brawl would ensue and drag her into it, she quickly placed the sliced honey shortbread and coconut orange cake in front of the two guests, who seemed to be breaking up. The food is ready, please enjoy. Someone intruded into this secluded corner, and both Kakavasa and Anna fell silent. The latter lowered his head and continued to reflect, while the former subconsciously fiddled with the adventurous dice he carried with him. It's okay to be rejected. Who hasn't been rejected more than 5, 6, 7, 8, or 900 times in their life? No matter how sad it is, the real end is to stop there. He wouldn't use silly words, like you promised me a deal not long ago, to pressure her. That should be a little joy in life, not a shackle. The Evocan stared at the young woman before him, his gaze impossible to ignore. It soon made him squirm and sway, and then his reddened face began to redden from the back of his neck to his ears. You? Anna, still feeling guilty, spoke with a particularly weak tone. Can you please stop looking at me, and let me finish what I'm saying? Kakavas's mind raced through at least 100,000 words, but he couldn't utter a single word. Glancing at her earlobe, which was redder and increasingly uncontrollable, he uttered a dry hum, his gaze fixed on the plate in front of him. The honey shortbread exuded the sweet aroma of honey, and the emanating white smoke indicated that it had only recently come out of the oven. Those beautiful eyes moved away, and Anna breathed a sigh of relief. Being stared at by Kakavasa, almost crying, was incredibly stressful. It was hard not to feel a surge of guilt under such a gaze. Well, let's discuss this calmly and rationally. Although matters of the heart were often far removed from calmness and rationality, she didn't want him to regret his hasty decision one day. Anna stared at the coconut orange cake in front of her, her words gradually forming. First, I'm still a fugitive on the Interstellar Peace Company's wanted list. Working for the company, as a form of punishment, won't work for me. This will eventually come to light, and it will cause you a ton of trouble. Second, I might graduate from First Truth University this year. My current career options include, but are not limited to, the Star Corps Hunter, the Immortal Ship Alliance, staying on campus, Wahlberg, returning home to run a bed and breakfast in the Elrose 2 forest. The only exception is Interstellar Peace Company, because I will never reconcile with Osvaldo Schneider. Finally, Kakavasa, I'm not a very interesting person. I'm lazy when faced with unnecessary tasks, not very good at sweet talk, and I'm not the type to sit still and do any work. In Xianzhou parlance, I call myself a street urchin. It's impossible to get her to stay home. She doesn't even think so. Are you sure it's not a delusion fueled by the crisis that's causing you to create a false image of being amiable and respectable? Please believe I have absolutely no intention of disrespecting this deep friendship. I'm just worried about how you handle the trouble I caused you once the effects of hormones were off. Love and marriage are both beautiful things, but just because they're beautiful doesn't mean we only see the good and ignore the bad. She could almost count the shredded coconut on the top of the orange coconut cake. Anna wouldn't give Kakavasa a perfunctory answer just because he was sitting in front of her. He wasn't a child, nor was he her brother. They were just siblings because of age. Precisely because of him, she hoped to make this decision more carefully. She didn't dislike him, and even felt a surge of joy when she finally realized what he was thinking. But life can't be escaped. Some things can be tried, while others are best left alone. At that moment, she felt like a young man who had kidnapped a wealthy company girl and tried to play dumb and be irresponsible. I never imagined I almost become a scumbag. I apologize for not understanding you sooner, for causing you to toss and turn in the agony of anxiety for so long. I'm sorry. Anna thought for a moment, realizing she had pretty much made her point. The rest of the time should be left to Kakavasa to figure things out. He was a normal, mature adult man with an independent personality and the ability to think clearly. Of course, he had to carefully consider both the pros and cons before making a decision on major life matters. Since Kakavasa had entered the river first and paid a heavy price for it, Anna believed that, in fairness, he deserved the right to choose first. In short, I am willing to gladly accept your invitation and sincerely respond to every effort you make, but I'm not sure if this joy will become a regret later. I hope not, but you and I both know that things change. The blonde youth sat there dazed, as if he had just woken up to find out he had inherited the Interstellar Peace Company. He had assumed he would have to endure 5, 6, 7, 8, 900 rejections before he could truly gain Anna's attention by outlasting all his opponents with his perseverance. Uh-huh. The shrewd director Shah Jin suddenly felt his brain was insufficient. That's what she meant, right? He hadn't misunderstood. Don't let your excitement flow. It turns out she was just expressing her affection for her family and friends. She had already said everything she wanted to say. Anna picked up her knife and fork and divided the coconut and orange cake she'd been eyeing for so long into 2 equal pieces, keeping one for Kakavasa and giving the other. Even if the deal doesn't work out, the friendship remains. Aw, no, let's start over. No matter how the talks went, she wouldn't be so stingy as to not even share the dessert that was already on the table. Chapter 341. During dessert time, Anna and Kakavasa both lowered their heads. Kakavasa's plate had half a piece of coconut and orange cake, and Anna's had half a piece of honey shortbread. Neither dared look at the other. Even if they caught a glimpse of fingers or the corner of a garment, they would blush and look away. Who has ever experienced this? What should I say? I don't know. After finishing their small desserts with a heavy sense of stealth, Anna scurried off to pay the bill. It must be said that the hunting destiny walkers were incredibly swift. Kakavasa's vision blurred for a moment before she grabbed the 2 pieces of pottery wrapped in straw rope and prepared to leave the market. It was already late, and the return trip would probably reach the private bathing palace before nightfall. I take it. Kakavasa stood up suddenly, nearly falling headfirst into the plate. Anna lowered her head as she handed him the chubby black cat pottery, only her shiny red forehead showing. Okay. The 2 of them walked out of the market, one in front of the other, and strolled slowly along the path they had come. The trees in the mountains were lush and green, and from the bathing palace just across the wall came the muffled voices of people talking. The people of Delphi don't shy away from discussing politics openly, nor do they consider politics a dirty business. The only dirty things are those who resort to unscrupulous means. Today's topic of discussion was, of course, Mr. Rick's promotional video. Although the crew hasn't even built a studio yet, many Delphic locals have already expressed their willingness to pay to see the film. Rick's productions are always excellent, and I hear the script is excellent, optimistic, sunny, and uplifting. The more boisterous the crowd, the quieter the mountain path. Kakavasia first carried the black cat pottery, and as they walked, he couldn't help but hold it in his hands and knead it repeatedly. Pottery is hard, but the straw rope wrapped around it is not. He was upset and uneasy. He wanted to confirm with Anna whether her meaning was the same as his, but he was also afraid that he had misunderstood. Whether it was the dashing, wealthy, and overbearing CEO of the Interstellar Peace Company, who was neither overbearing nor CEO, or the evil golden-shaded creature whose schemes were never exposed, no matter how eloquent their words were, they dared not waver at this moment. He was afraid that this was just wishful thinking. How could anyone capture the light that penetrated deep space? It really wasn't the after-effect of Pinocchio's unhealthy dreams. The wind blew large white clouds, and the sunset glow stained them with a deep red. Glorious flames rose continuously in the sky, and from those flames leaped all kinds of ferocious beasts and heroes from epic and imaginary times. Anna waited patiently for his decision, making no noise that might disrupt it. She had always been patient. The temperature gradually dropped, and the smell of steam and sulfur grew stronger as the distance shortened, until they reached the gate of the private bathhouse in silence, waiting for the automatic door to open. Kakavasia, like a drowning man, had found a lifeline. Sister, did you just say something? Anna, no, I didn't. I'm in the dorm right now, fretting over my thesis. So you said it, didn't you? He blinked, slowly recovering from his trance-like state. Anna turned away, now incredibly stubborn. No, I didn't say anything, and I didn't accept the enthusiastic netizen's suggestion to invite you to Delphi. I heard it. He lowered his voice, and Anna practically flew into her bedroom. You heard wrong. I didn't. Luckily, the shared living room was a decent size, and Kakavasa was a step behind, but he still caught up. I didn't. The bedroom door closed, bounced on the doorframe, and slowly swung open again. Anna hadn't expected today's debuff to come true in this situation. She picked up a chubby seal pillow from the sunbed and started beating it. She picked up the seal by its tail and poked its bulging belly a few times. Kakavasa, who had followed in, turned around and turned her back. She'd be furious. Anna was indeed furious. Not quite to the point of anger, but not far off. Ah! What did I say just now? Even worse, Kakavasa remained silent the entire time, so she must have misunderstood. Don't panic. Just book a starship ticket, and live on a different planet. She fumbled with her external device, the rustling noises unable to drown out Kakavasa's voice. "Sister, are you going to go back on your word?" The blond young man pinched the chip hidden deep in his pocket. "No, but you haven't given me an answer yet." Anna stuffed the external device back into her pocket. "If I misunderstood anything, don't laugh, or I'd be tempted to punch you." She said this with complete trepidation. All she wanted now was to vanish with the seal pillow. It was hard not to laugh. Whether she was feigning menace while holding the seal's tail or angrily punching the pillow, she looked so vivid. This was probably the truest side of Anna Feverick, not a person floating through layers of filters, but a person with genuine emotions, tempers, and even tantrums. "Ah, I'm not laughing. It's so scary. I'm so scared. I don't dare." Kakavasa's moving and captivating reading had no deterrent effect. Anna glared at him, unable to suppress her own laughter. "Get out." He didn't leave, but turned and walked towards her with a smile. Because of the hot springs, the temperature inside was higher than outside. Kakavasa walked up to Anna and slowly knelt on one knee. "Sister, I'm so happy that even now I can't tell if this is a dream or reality." He tilted his head back meekly, revealing his colorful eyes and fragile throat. "I will be your strongest shield." Anna brushed aside his hair, which had been ruffled by the mountain breeze, and leaned down to press her forehead against his. "I hope you can live a free and happy life." Kakavasa leaned forward just enough to bury himself against her. He simply leaned in. "Don't force yourself, sister. Your wish for me is my wish for you. Many people live free lives because of you, but don't forget yourself." The moonlight cast a silvery veil, allowing every object to be clearly seen, even without the lights on. After holding Kakavasa for a while, Anna felt a little tired of bending over all the time. She rubbed the top of his head, then released her hand, and picked up the seal pillow that had been tossed to the floor, and put it back on the lounge chair. "I had dessert this afternoon, and I'm not hungry for dinner. I want to soak in the hot springs and go to bed early. Tomorrow I go help Aglaya and the others. How about you?" The little seal had become bouncy and round again, sprawled on the lounge chair, its eyes wide open, enjoying the night breeze. Kakavasia was just about to burst into action, and he easily pulled Anna up from the ground. He walked to the door and rang the bell to order dinner. Delphi's desserts were indeed substantial, making dinner unnecessary. Don't eat too much before soaking in the hot springs, and don't go on an empty stomach for too long. The bathhouse's safety manual devoted an entire chapter to this very issue, fearing any reckless guests might not take their lives seriously. Anna simply ate a few slices of bread before changing into the bathhouse's standard short robe and heading to the hot springs. This thing was meant to be comfortable and casual, the skin-friendly linen material coming in all shapes and sizes. She slipped on the robe, revealing a pair of long, fair legs. She casually tied the belt around her waist and slipped on the bathhouse-issued slippers, ready to go. Kakavasa naturally had to go with her. If they wanted to see some fun, they had to go to the public hot springs. He had nothing else to do if he didn't go, so he might as well just sit next to Anna and watch what she did. Public hot springs. The hot springs, located just outside the private bathhouse, are a vast expanse of what could almost be described as an artificial lake. Small pools of various shapes are scattered around the large pool, convenient for families or groups. Everyone wears a uniform gray short robe. Anyone caught engaging in unreserved contact with the warm water in the pools and doing anything detrimental to public welfare will be placed on the no-visit list, meaning, as the name suggests, they will no longer be allowed in. Therefore, everyone behaves with great reserve and refinement. Kakavasia occupied a small pool large enough for 4 people. From the hot water, he could watch the small debate taking place nearby and listen to the speeches. The place was bustling with activity, a layer of white smoke lingering on the surface of the pool, repeatedly shattered by the playful back and forth of children. After spending the entire afternoon walking to and from the market, Anna immersed herself in the hot water and soon closed her eyes in comfort. Her slightly swollen calves warmed, and the accumulated fatigue slowly unwound like string from a spindle. Someone in front of her even brought in an instrument and tried to play. The moment the strings rang, the audience's enthusiasm was even greater than the instrument's owners. Kakavasia found a square wooden plate and filled it with sweet grapes, apricots, and plums. Eating fruit so openly in the large pond was certainly not allowed, but it was allowed on the shore of the smaller pond. Many people did so, some even floating their plates on the surface, looking like lazy otters. In principle, guests were advised to avoid discarding fruit scraps and pits in the pool. In reality, no one wanted to be slowly boiled in the same water as leftover fruit pits. Therefore, The pool's purification system kept the water crystal clear. The fountain in the center of the large hot spring pool was the heart of the purification system. Sister, try these grapes. They're so sweet. And the plums. Kakavasa, as if trying to fatten Anna up, handed her one sweet fruit after another, but worried she overeat and feel uncomfortable. Don't force it. Anna wouldn't force herself. Instead, she stuffed the grapes into the little golden retriever's mouth. Don't just feed me. If you keep feeding me, I squeeze all the water out of the pool. Kakavasa happily ate the fruit from her hand, and he was quite happy with it. Chapter 342. Soaking in a hot spring is a truly relaxing activity. The Cartwrights family meticulously manages it. The pool walls are adorned in a traditional mosaic style, with numerous, nearly identically sized, colored tiles arranged vertically to create various patterns. To ensure guest safety, the pool surfaces are treated with a dulling treatment, making them non-slip but harmless. The pale yellow-green hot spring water magnifies the patterns, and as the water ripples, the murals seem to come alive. Anna yawned as she lay by the pool. Suddenly, she turned her head to look at the equally drowsy Kakavasa. Wake up! Don't fall asleep in the hot springs. You might get boiled. Huh? His eyes widened, his sleepiness vanishing. Really? The temperature in the hot spring pool was about 38 or 39 degrees Celsius, not too hot, but definitely not too warm. For women, this temperature is quite comfortable, but for men, it's probably dangerously close to flaking. She braced herself against the edge of the pool and, with a swift effort, scaled the marble floor like a fish leaping from the water. A slight chill emanated from her feet, a warning to beware of slipping. Her pullover robe barely covered her thighs, and the hot spring water dripped down the folds of the fabric. I hold you. If you're tired, go back to your room and sleep. It was still early, and logically, it was the perfect time for lovers to whisper on the balcony. But today, both of them had experienced a bit of a turbulent mood. Given Anna's schedule, with no homework or work, it was time for a rest. Kakavasa hesitated. He didn't want to be separated from Anna. Even if they could just stay in the same hot spring pool, it would be fine. Back in the private bathhouse, he'd be staring blankly through the wall, unable to see her. Not quite sleepy yet. He propped himself up on his arm and glanced around. A little further away, someone was playing a spring-powered instrument. Is there a performance there? Anna followed his gaze. Do you want to go? After listening for a few minutes, she turned back, bent down, and offered him her hand. Then go. Although her greatest respect for artists was never to comment on their masterpieces, Kakavasa seemed to have a natural talent for art, and she was willing to spend time with him to be inspired by it. He happily reached out and grabbed Anna, using some leverage to pull himself out of the warm water. Frequent swimmers know that the moment you emerge from the water, your body becomes incredibly heavy and prone to falling. 90% of accidents in the bathing area occur at this moment. So, without a doubt, the director slipped and lunged forward. The good news was that no one got stepped on, but the bad news was that there was someone standing right in front of him. He fell forward uncontrollably, colliding head-on with the unprepared Anna. Be careful. Ouch. Thankfully, Anna had been standing on the shore for a moment, already adjusting her balance and avoiding being knocked to the ground. The scent of perfume, washed by the hot spring water, left only a faint lingering scent, first invaded her senses. She took a half step back to release the force, thankful that the bathhouse provided a round-neck pullover robe instead of a towel, otherwise this would have been incredibly awkward. Sorry. The only thing he could do was to turn his head in time to avoid hitting Anna in the face, preventing an unnecessary bloodbath. Warm, soft. Haven't you hugged enough? Anna poked the blonde youth in her arms, stiffer than building material. How about I carry you? She wouldn't mind, anyway. According to rumors, Mr. Goldust probably wouldn't mind either. But Kakavasa would mind. His face, which wouldn't blush even when pointed at and embarrassed, now flushed so red it made one wonder if the bathhouse was too hot. He protested softly with a whimper. Sister, twisted your ankle. Anna was a little worried. The marble floor was anti-slip, but there was no guarantee it would be completely slip-proof. Perhaps he was just unlucky. Frankly, with such good luck, it would be absurd and unbelievable if he never had even the slightest mishap. Kakavasa tried to suppress the heat on his face. No, I'm fine. He might as well have fallen in the bedroom and gotten a few slaps from the cats. There were already whistles coming. I can walk on my own? Sorry. He barely dared to look her in the eye. She was even more lithe than I imagined, her arms smooth and defined, giving her a sense of security. It's okay, you didn't mean to do it. Besides, even if you did, I can't just watch you slam into a pillar. What if you're just playing dumb? Ahem. Anna coughed, letting go of his hand and letting him stand on his own. Unsuspectingly, she walked ahead. If he slipped again, at least there was someone ahead to stop him from falling all the way into the large pool. As they spoke, a local man flew out from a distance, arms flailing. With a thud, he landed flat on his face in someone else's pool. Help! Help! The sudden arrival of the uninvited guest frightened the bathers in the pool, leaving them bewildered. Security arrived just in time, and the unfortunate man was dragged out safely, where he sat on the ground, gasping for air. Another idiot betting with his friends to see who can slide the furthest. A passerby rolled his eyes and grumbled he'd be blacklisted sooner or later. Kakavasa let out a puffing sound, and even Anna lowered her head and gave a sly laugh. Approaching the warm pool where the instruments were being played, the blonde youth chose a spot where her calves could be submerged and pulled Anna to sit. Those who came to listen, some sitting and some standing, were all mesmerized by the beautiful melody. The instrument was exquisite, the player's technique exceptional, but after a while, Kakavasa felt the weight on his arm gradually increase. Sister? He tilted his head to investigate, and Anna's peaceful, sleeping face, defenseless, filled his entire field of vision. She fell asleep, her sharp features softened and gentle. Her dyed gray hair clung to her cheeks, belying her ability to detonate the destruction order with a single arrow. Kakavasa carefully adjusted her position to make it more comfortable for her, then raised her arm to cushion her, feeling uneasy after shifting around. The music flowed like a stream, and he contentedly leaned over to gently touch the top of her head, wishing only that time would flow more slowly. The performance attracted a large crowd. A dark figure flashed before him, and he immediately looked up, seeing two identical white-haired young men standing before him. Phaeton pointed at Anna, and Kakavasa nodded softly, mouthing the words, "She's asleep." The two tall, goofy creatures smiled softly, waved, and left, one after the other. Sid was still sulking in the pool. As roommates, how could they not contribute at this moment? Think it over, brother. How about we go to the market for a drink? Phaeton patted Sid's shoulder, and the young man shook his claws off. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. If he were fine, he wouldn't have emphasized that statement. Come on, have a drink. Phaeton dragged Sid out of the hot springs without hesitation. Madams, who was sitting with Damons, opened his eyes and said, either join us for a drink, or go up and fight the guy. Bai covered his mouth with his backhand. Don't take that bad idea. Sid slowly climbed up the bank, supporting himself. The blond man looked over at him from the crowd, his colorful eyes, like some cold-blooded creature lurking in the shadows. He only pretended to be soft in front of Anna. Gold Dust wasn't exactly a good name in the world. After all, even if parachuted in, the position of P45 wasn't something anyone could hold. Sid stared at him for a moment. The young scholar glanced at Anna, who lay soundly asleep, then turned and walked out of the bathhouse. Phaeton, you treat me to dinner today. Huh? Me? Whitehair was shocked, and Damons and my Demas, who were behind him, helped him up to catch up. Whoever suggested it, treats. Kakavasa watched Anna's annoying roommates leave, then leaned over and nudged them again. The green-haired boy was sensible. He had very little, and Anna was the most precious and important of them all, something he absolutely could not afford to lose. Even the most beautiful music must eventually come to an end. When the last piece ended, the performer drifted away to applause. She opened her eyes precisely on time. This music is quite sleep-inducing, and I soon slept soundly. I recorded the performance with an external device. He shook the golden cube in its waterproof bag. I go back and do some noise reduction and send it to my sister. Thank you. Anna sat back and rubbed her eyes. Are there any other places you like to visit? Kakavasa smiled innocently. No, we've seen enough today. Don't we have to help out at Lady Aglaya's weaving workshop tomorrow morning? Let's go back to the private bathhouse and rest. I don't want to run into those Delphic specialties. They're probably still quite far. Huh? Anna yawned. You have a point. She had been meaning to rest early, and now that they agreed, she stood up from the stone platform and walked back. We should be arriving at the dome tomorrow. I need to discuss building a simple simulated universe with Mr. Rick. Memory isn't unique to the Asdena galaxy. The Delphi galaxy also has a certain amount of memory. While the density isn't high enough to cultivate a unique dream star like Pinocchio, its potential shouldn't be underestimated. Otherwise, Lygus wouldn't have used it as a blueprint for his scepter calculations. With a little skill and the aid of memory, creating a simple set is absolutely no problem. I wonder what the chef at the spa will cook tomorrow. As Anna stepped through the shallow, warm water and into the corridor leading to the various private bathing palaces, Cock of Asia observed her surroundings and replied, "The local Delphic cuisine is quite good, much better than Pierpoint's vital sign maintenance meals." He added, "At least the wine here is excellent. May all who toast tonight sleep soundly." Chapter 343. The next morning, Mr. Leon had breakfast delivered. Fried eggs, milk, fruits and vegetables, bread, and a bowl of hummus with salt and black pepper. The kitchen bought a very plump chicken today, and someone will deliver it to the market for lunch. He had made this special trip to remind the guests to pack their stomachs. The young lady wanted to treat them to a simple meal that was anything but simple. Ms. Aglia's weaving workshop opened today. One look at her face, which bore a striking resemblance to Professor Cartwright's, and the Cartwrights family readily accepted this new member of the family, and, incidentally, her cat and adopted daughter, Cytherea. It was perfectly fine for her to open a weaving workshop and support herself, but one shouldn't refuse to enjoy the conveniences of home when they deserve them. Thank you for the reminder. Anna thanked Mr. Leon, and Cock of Asia stood up and walked him to the door. After breakfast and getting ready, the two of them set off on foot for the local market they had visited yesterday. The morning temperature was a bit chilly, and the morning breeze easily brought goose bumps to one's arms. The Bopat people have a wide temperature tolerance range. Anna wasn't afraid of the cold, but Cock of Asia, born in the desert, was somewhat sensitive to it. "Why don't you patch up that hole in the front of your shirt? That way, the wind won't get in." She was just teasing, and the blonde blushed for the first time that day. "Sister, what do you mean by hole in the front of your shirt? Why don't you go and complain about Veritas Ladio? Doesn't that guy have a hole too? If it gets cold, let's go back and change clothes. Don't try to resist." The Evicans have lived in harsh environments since childhood, so it's normal for them to be slightly weaker than others. It's only because he's a protector, otherwise, with his small body, he'd be a cause for concern wherever he went. "I'm not. Well, I'm a little cold, but not that cold. I'd be fine when the sun gets higher." At least he was wearing a coat. Even if it was more decorative than warming, it was still a proper garment, so he couldn't be too cold. After walking half a planet, they finally arrived at the market. The vendors who had set up stalls that morning were clearly different from those who had come that afternoon. Vegetables, fruits, and flowers were neatly arranged in rows, priced according to their freshness. They didn't go anywhere else, but headed straight for Aglia's weaving workshop. Cytherea and Sephra had installed the sign last night. It was now covered with a piece of golden silk, waiting for the owner to unveil it. "Ah, and you guys." Phaeton was carrying a tall potted plant. As he waved hello, he looked curiously at Cock of Asia, waiting for his roommate to introduce him. Anna took Cock of Asia's hand. "What are you looking at, boyfriend? Haven't you seen him?" Whitehair hesitated to speak, but ultimately said nothing. He continued to move the plants with a hushed look. As far as his face was concerned, this guy was truly incredibly handsome. "I never expected that you, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, were such a face chaser." Cock of Asia returned Anna's hand, shimmering and shaking his feathers as he approached the workshop. "What can I do for you?" We specifically referred to him and Anna. The blonde young man was incredibly beautiful. The blind woman, helped by the tailor, slowly emerged from the workshop. "No need for anything, Miss Fabriquette, just a few changes of clothes." This time, they were going to get down to business. No need to spend all the energy and effort leading the Goldens on a fire-chasing journey. She wanted the golden weaving sign to resound throughout Delphi, just as it had in Oma, as a memorial to Omphalos. "Mr. Gold-Dust, please come in and take a seat." With such a gorgeous, beautiful, and tasteful shill taking her place in the shop, the first day's business was guaranteed to be at least 80%. The remaining 20% depended on Miss Febret. Anna followed her into the workshop, where several other tailors were on standby. One of them took several pieces of fabric from the hanging racks and compared them closely, finally selecting one ultramarine and one pale pink. The Seema pure cape and the chiton skirt can be worn by both men and women. There's essentially no tailoring involved. There's simply a piece of fabric of a certain width cut into approximately 4-meter pieces, folded repeatedly in half, and sewn together at fixed points. Adding embellishments completes the garment. To create a different effect on the body, simply add a belt. Therefore, the combination of the Seema and the chiton skirt was a challenge for the designer, relying entirely on color matching and clever folding. Fortunately, the model had a great figure, perfectly suiting this traditional robe, which exudes a sense of rationality. Pink underneath, blue outside. Aglaya's vision doesn't rely on the eyes. It said that this is the price of their power, a flaw of the golden people. Flaw? Anna, considering her near non-existent understanding of programming and calculations, firmly believed that this so-called flaw was a deliberate obstacle created by Ligas when running the data. Otherwise, with Ms. Aglaya's tactics, she would have joined forces with Mr. Nuckshaw to eliminate the administrator from the very beginning. Turn around and let me see. She was completely absorbed in the creation of beauty and art, and Anna followed his instructions, opening her arms and spinning. Good girl. Aglaya pulled a golden crown of laurel leaves from a cupboard and placed it on her head. The leaves were a gold alloy, and the flowers hidden within were made of mother-of-pearl and pearls. It was one of Professor Charites' patrons. Anna donned the crown, and the dressmaker presented her with a long necklace of gold and pearls. It was cleverly looped around, looking like two necklaces stacked together. That's enough. Not too many decorations. The display was about the clothes, not the decorations. The contrast of soft pink and ultramarine was eye-catching in itself. She subconsciously glanced at Kakavasia, who was sitting in the drawing room, wondering if she could use the peacock green material that had been abandoned in the warehouse. It's truly difficult for the average person to pull off that kind of opulence. What a coincidence that Miss Febrick chose to spend her summer in Delphi. Miss, please change your clothes every 2 planets, and rest in the living room in between. Although the tailor had no head, it could make sounds, and Anna was extremely curious about its existence. Fortunately, she was a hunter, not an intellectual, otherwise Aglaya would have lost a tailor right there today. She was here to help. Even displaying the clothes was helpful. Upon hearing this, she immediately stepped down from the platform and walked out. This thing is so long, it's not very convenient for movement. As soon as Anna appeared in the living room, Phaeton laughed loudly, and, you should take a picture and send it to Professor Lachaud. And then eat a digital pen, right? Anna rolled her eyes at him. You don't think this has anything to do with you right now, do you? Ms. Aglaya, you know what? She complained bluntly. When I first walked into the dorm, this guy persuaded my roommates to wear a flashy dress as a welcome. While I was certainly touched, the damage to my eyes was unprecedented. Don't tell me. Aglaya had a bad association. Anna smirked at Phaeton with a wicked look. He's wearing a khaki tank top and an eggplant purple skirt. Manita? Aglaya's breath hitched. From today, burn all the yellow and purple in your closet, or you be burned. Her fury practically materialized, frightening Phaeton into nodding rapidly and vigorously. Ah, I understand, ma'am. Damons, who was helping wipe the counter and the door, put down his rag and clapped slowly. You're absolutely right, worthy ma'am. 2 tailors instantly appeared behind Whitehair, ruthlessly dragging him straight into the workshop. Soon, all sorts of strange cries and wails filled the air. Anna lifted her chin and snorted. Don't you think about my fate? You're just mocking me. About half a planet later, the white-haired young man in blue and white was released. Lady Cefaria, squatting on a table arranging small potted plants, meowed and leaped out, breathing down his neck. Psychological trauma. Huh? Phaeton scratched the back of his head foolishly, the pale golden hairspring blocking the cat's tentative attack in time. Anna skillfully manipulated the hairspring to separate the two, calmly reminding Miss Cefaria, I haven't seen Bai yet today? Last night, Sid got drunk, and they all walked him back to the tree garden to find Akexia. Coincidentally, the film director was also filming in the tree garden, so they'd probably caught up in a conversation. Cefaria quickly shook off the past and calmed down. Sorry, it's mine. No, it's okay, haha, you're just a little stressed, I understand. Phaeton put down his hand from scratching his head. I step aside and try not to appear in front of you. Kakavasia made room, and Anna moved to sit beside him to watch the fun. Don't come on. You don't bully children like that. I have to get used to this new life. The gray-haired woman patted the non-existent dust from her palms, leaning forward with one hand on her hip. Boy, you're not dreaming of being a savior, are you? How could that be possible? I can't even fix my own failing grades, how can I save the world? Phaeton shook his head. When faced with something I can't handle, I choose to ask for help. He smiled at Anna. Right. Yes, shake it. Shake it hard. Shake it more. She opened her palms, and Kakavasia immediately placed the freshly peeled nuts on them. Sister, don't forget to drink plenty of water. Ah! As Phaeton's tone stretched out, the blonde youth peeled a bunch of dried fruits and returned his gaze to the fruit on his plate. He picked a tangerine and a few grapes, carefully peeling them, even removing the white veins from the tangerine segments. There weren't any customers needing tailoring right now, so there was no point in him being a helper. He was free anyway, so he might as well spend his time with his sister. They were still on vacation, and wasn't that what vacation was supposed to be like? Chapter 344. Proof proves that a top seller is a top seller, no matter where it's sold. At the official opening of the weaving workshop, Anna, dressed in traditional Delphic attire of ultramarine and soft pink, stood at the doorway, watching two tailors work together to remove the golden silk covering the sign. The variations of the characters for golden weaving flowed beautifully. Even those with no knowledge of art could sense its elegance. She joined the crowd in applauding, her wide sleeves accentuating her slender beauty. The buyers who came and went might not remember her, but they remembered her outfit, which seemed like another layer. Ultramarine has always been a precious color. Even though interstellar industry has long since solved the scarcity of dyes, its value remains deeply etched in human collective memory. The ability to perfectly display this precious color made passers-by eager to try it on themselves. Kakavasia took the opportunity to slip out of the crowd. He remembered that there were many people selling flowers early at the edge of the market. Anna diligently stood at the entrance of the weaving workshop, acting as a living display. It didn't bother her much, and if anyone dared to bother her, she wouldn't mind letting them experience the power of knowledge. Phaeton's job was the same as hers, but he smiled at everyone he met, so much so that the young women in the neighborhood flocked back and forth from the weaving workshop just to catch a glimpse of him. Sephora, hammer in hand, hid in the shop, refusing to come out. Sepharia racked her brains, unable to understand why her data source was a cat. So she stole 2 books from Damon's, and gave one to each of the 2 door gods at the entrance. Keep your head down and read. She tossed the book over to Phaeton, keeping a 3-meter distance. Boy, don't be so silly smiling at everyone, unless you want to be snatched away by some particularly passionate and bold girl. Whitehair immediately opened the book, looking very hard. Anna, clutching the general history of the galaxy, glanced coldly at the road. The young men who had been secretly watching her blushed and looked away. She frowned, flipping through the pages and starting at the table of contents. The chain of her glasses slashed a faint golden streak in the air. The general history of the galaxy begins with the 180th Amber Age. The rise of the protective star god Kripo created the barrier that all living things depend on for survival. How many credit points is this sentence worth? Even those with even the slightest math problem can't count the digits. It turns out that behemoths and ancient gods existed in the universe between the 0 and 180th Amber Ages. However, this statement does not align with the values of their sponsor, the Interstellar Peace Company, so the scholars omitted it for the sake of credit points. She flipped a page. The preface was compiled from fragments left by representatives of the ancient schools of the Polymath Society. Perhaps those scholars had said these words, but it was more likely that they hadn't. Fictional historians exist in every corner of the universe. Anna quickly flipped to a chapter that interested her. She had already heard enough about the greatness of the Amber King, and her ears were getting callous from hearing more. Something fresh would be more refreshing. School Wars. In an era when scholars still held a strong martial spirit, a group of prodigies within the Polymath Society's major schools succeeded. Their research successfully resolved the flaw of the anti-organic equation, which prevented it from infecting organic life. Wait! What kind of brilliant, foolish thing was this? She was almost amused by this part of the record. Reading a few paragraphs further, the young scholar fell into deep thought. The School of Perfect Evolution. Was the existence of Bai and his companions also a form of voluntary evolution? While pondering mimetic organisms and the simulated universe, a bouquet of flowers suddenly appeared before her. Anna looked up, and Kakavasia looked at her expectantly. Sister. He held the Bolari rose, a few petals pure white, a hint of tender apricot pink at the center, before her like a heart. Wow! Phaeton squinted, while passers-by openly gazed with smiles and blessings. Lady Aglaia stood in the window, contemplating intently alongside the tailors. Everyone waited for a formal response. Thank you. Anna closed the book and accepted the bouquet. The rich, fruity fragrance was a pleasant surprise. She stood on the steps, holding a beautiful bouquet. Unfazed by the attention, she bent down and gently kissed the blonde youth's handsome forehead. Very beautiful, I love it. Whistles and applause echoed throughout the air, and everyone cast envious, blessing glances, hoping such good fortune would be theirs. Kakavasia's eyes widened, and he almost foolishly reached out to touch the forehead she had touched. A tailor emerged from the weaving workshop and bowed to the couples. Please follow me. A short while later, the tall girl reappeared, clutching the flowers. She had changed into a white dress with a light peacock green accent, a light gold belt framing her figure, a healthy and beautiful figure. Being favored by your loved one isn't something everyone can experience, But beautiful clothes are something anyone can afford. The girls, who had been pacing the path, mustered up their courage to step through the door. The golden dressmaker gently showed them their ideal selves in the mirror. If the Cartwrights family hadn't had a sufficient inventory, the weaving workshop would have run out of fabric in just one morning. At noon, the crowds in the shop finally thinned out, and Mr. Leon personally drove a cart to deliver food. The main course was a chicken leg marinated in rosemary and olive oil, roasted to tenderness, its juices oozing from the slice. The vine leaf mincemeat rice rolls and yogurt were appetizing, and the dessert was baklava, a popular treat throughout Delphi. If this thing were moved to the Institute of Knowledge, it would definitely keep professors in the lab, never showing up until class time. Phaeton pinched the crispy diamond-shaped dessert. This confection is made with sugar, oil, and flour. Layers of sugar, nuts, and dough are layered repeatedly, then deep-fried. It's topped with syrup or honey. One bite will make your pancreas explode. But it's perfect for those who overwork their brains and don't want to waste time eating. Anna tasted one piece and felt refreshed. She promptly gave the second piece to Cockavasia. The people of Pierpoint would love it too. The complex flavors are harmonious, and they really have a sweet tooth, just like the Pinocchio. Cockavasia relished the taste of the honey. He took out his external device to take a photo of the gift and posted it on WeChat Moments, which quickly attracted a lot of attention and likes. Delphi should consider promoting its food and unique arts and culture. It needs some proper marketing. There are many similar cultural systems. How can people notice and remember them without marketing? Perhaps this is a good idea worth discussing a bit more, Mr. Golddust. Professor Cartwrights, led by the tailor, entered the studio, greeted everyone, and sat down to face Cockavasia. Your marketing efforts at Pinocchio were truly memorable. No need to resort to violence this time. Just because I work at the Interstellar Peace Company doesn't mean I have to be the boss every time. That would be too bad. Of course I don't want a beating, ma'am. That's not how the Amber King's blessing works. Cockavasia put on a businesslike smile, and everyone except Anna couldn't help but clutch their wallets. Anna guiltily looked away, looking up and down, but not at a certain director. Professor Leisho had placed someone's projection in the simulated universe as a target for strength testing. Cheong had beaten him plenty, and so had she. Delphi can't avoid contact with the Interstellar Peace Corporation. Aglaia already understood what the company was and Delphi's place in the hierarchy of civilized galaxies. She believed integration was essential. Rather than waiting for someone to point a laser cannon at her head, it was better to prepare and proactively embrace change. Time was tight, leaving little room for trial and error. Oh, it seems I should arrange a more upscale dinner. Professor Cartwrights took over Aglaia's conversation, and Anna began rubbing her forehead. Can't we talk about this after dinner? I really don't want to think about these things at the table. Hopefully next time I understand math and astrophysics instantly. Cockavasia ended the conversation with a smile. I look forward to your invitation, ma'am. But let's take it easy today. We still have time before the marketing department gets their hands dirty. It seems Delphi has a lot of smart people. If they can work together and not pull each other down, then he wouldn't mind putting in some effort to get an extra bonus. The mere fact of stealing the marketing development department's business makes him happier than the bonus. Mr. Rick's promotional video is very important. Anna put down her fork. I remember the company's strategic investment department and the unknown guests of the Star Train both have shares there. Can the film screening be arranged through a special channel? Others definitely can't use such tricks, but since my sister asked, it's definitely possible. He quickly put on a sincere smile and looked at Anna. Phaeton rubbed his cheek. Delphi had previously shown no interest in the company's business. It was a tough nut to crack that the marketing development department needed to find a way around. But what if it was willing to cooperate? If the strategic investment department took the job, they would undoubtedly fight the marketing development department to the bitter end. As a bargaining chip, Delphi would actually reap more benefits. As for the fight between the two departments, never mind. Diamond's backing them up, and Osvaldo Schneider isn't a protection order. That's great news, said Professor Cartwrights, who wouldn't let those who contributed suffer. In that case, I can guarantee that the unknown guest of the Star Express, Ms. Feverick of the Institute of Knowledge, and the Strategic Investment Department of the Interstellar Peace Company will all receive rewards from Delphi. As for how much, we decide after we finish talking. Cockavasia raised her juice glass at her. Look! Business trip results are just coming to you. Better spend less time in Pierpoint. What's the point of looking at all those documents in the office? They only multiply endlessly, creating no profit at all. Chapter 345. After a long lunch break, Anna changed into a creamy white dress with light gold accents and paused for a moment outside the weaving workshop. Finally, Lady Aglaia gave her the peacock green chiton dress as a token of gratitude, along with a gold lace veil to match the gold belt. Anna happily wore the dress and returned to the private bathing palace. The next morning, there was a knock on the door. "Is anyone home? Is anyone home? Is anyone home?" Cheong shouted from outside. Kakavasha, wearing slippers and with disheveled hair, went to open the door with a gloomy look on her face. "If you have nothing better to do, go clean the hot spring pool outside." "Huh?" The gray-haired man froze in place, looking from his external device to his dark-haired friend beside him, before turning back. "Does Anna seem to live here?" "You're absolutely right, genius, but I live here too." The blond man tilted his head to look at the waterfall of light streaming through the skylight. "Do you know what time it is?" Cheong knew the answer. 6:30 in the morning on Delphi. Donheng turned his face away and rubbed his temples. He tried to persuade him. He really tried. But it was no use. "So 6:30 a.m. is the time to visit?" The little golden-haired kid sarcastically taunted the little gray-haired kid with a righteous air of righteousness. The latter looked at his black-haired friend with a look of grievance. "Can I beat him up?" Dan Heng couldn't stand the treasure-hunting Star Corps spirit anymore, and slapped him on the back of the head. "What are you thinking? Fighting two envoys, one for protection and one for hunting. Can't we solve this problem differently?" "Of course." The gray-haired kid pulled out his external device and posted a message on WeChat Moments. "My sister was kidnapped by the yellow-haired kid. What should I do?" Instantly, half the universe gathered to watch. Kakavasha, that's my sister. Never mind, I won't argue with you. It's too early now. Go out, turn left, have breakfast, and come back." He scratched his head. "It's finally time for vacation. Who wants to get up early?" This couldn't be more true, but raccoons are stubborn creatures. Cheong refused to leave. "No, my mom told me to watch over my sister and make sure she doesn't get hurt. I can't leave." He showed Kakavasha his external device. Kafka just smiled emojis. He didn't know where he had read the deeper meaning into it. Donheng's eyes were dead. He said to the golden retriever, "This guy's mentally unstable. Give him some space. You're really protective of him." Kakavasha gave Yinyujun this favor. He folded his arms and said, "Stay in the living room. If you make any noise and wake Anna, I won't be responsible for the consequences." With that, he turned and went back to his room, not even glancing at the uninvited guest. Cheong dragged a chair out to the semi-open balcony to enjoy the breeze. 1600 Zinkyongs. Oh no, how could Omphala's documentary be complete without him? The witness who truly became a savior. And Mr. Rick is an old friend, too. First encounter, second familiarity, third encounter, and we're like a loving family. Let's not pay Xingqiong in installments. With ample food, adequate exercise, and no pressure from school or work, Anna slept through until breakfast was served. Today, Mr. Leon served milk porridge and Delphi salad. Sweet cheese balls wrapped in yogurt, topped with sunny side-up eggs. It was another beautiful day. After washing up, she rubbed her eyes and walked out of the other bedroom. She was wearing the same home clothes as Kakavasha, which made the little gray-haired boy feel relieved at first, and then breathed a sigh of relief. It's over, it's over. If Kafka asks, what am I going to say? He ruffled his short gray fur until it was a mess, like a fat raccoon rubbing its round ears with its paws erect. Anna walked to the dining table, pulled out a chair, sat down, and propped her forehead to clear her head. Then she asked, "What's this about Kafka?" The raccoon paused, a look of grievance on his face. Usually, in a family, the mother is the head of the family, right? He even lowered his head, and jabbed his index fingers repeatedly. My sister was kidnapped by the yellow-haired boy. When Mom asked about it, my brother said he knew nothing. He sobbed violently, and Donheng almost rolled his eyes out. I thought your family consisted of two parents, a loyal brother, a cute sister, and a big-eared bunny for a pet. Anna sighed in agreement. Cheong, you're already someone else's child. Ah! I don't want it. Gray Hair laughed and rocked his head. Dan Heng covered his face. Why is there a role for me in this? Is the entrance exam for your Star Corps Hunters an art exam? You can't say no. My family is broke and can't afford you, so I can only entrust you to Kavali. You have to be sensible and well-behaved. Work harder and eat less, okay? She laughed so hard she was shaking, her tone still stern. Cheong was laughing too, her shoulders moving so much that she seemed to be performing an emoticon. Sister? You? Puff. Haha, I can't act anymore. Thank God. This guy's crazy routine is over for the day. Dan Hung sighed and looked at Anna with admiration as she sipped her lemonade. Star Corps Hunter, so terrifying. Kakavasia heard the noise, opened the door, and emerged from the bedroom. He donned his gorgeous attire and greeted everyone familiarly, as if nothing had happened that morning. Good morning, friends. Today is another perfect day. I can't take it anymore. When I hear that kind of thing, I feel like yelling moo moo and running off to eat grass. Xiong elbowed Dan Hung. You worked at that company before. Aren't they all this deadpan from top to bottom? The former employee shook his head. I didn't notice. Back then, Rin was hounding me like a pervert. The pressure was so intense, I didn't have the energy to pay attention to these unimportant things. Thinking of Ren's face, even more resentful than a ghost, Xiong swallowed. You're really under a lot of pressure, bro. What happened next? Kakawasha conjured a jasmine flower from her palm, which she had hidden long ago, and handed it to Anna. Curious about Dan Hung's work experience, did that pervert even get aboard the company's starship? May I remind you that Ren's residence on the Zhuming immortal boat hasn't been revoked yet. His master is even more protected than Jing Yuan. Anna took the jasmine flower and pinned it to her lapel, interrupting the men who were chattering about another man behind their backs. Did you have breakfast? Yes. I can have another. Dan Hung glanced at Xiong. That's enough, even today. Even if we were to visit your married sister, you wouldn't be so rude. Mr. Leon always sends a bit too much breakfast every day. Since we're here, let's eat together. Anna glanced at Kakavasia. Seeing he showed no sign of objection, she made a decision. Go get the dishes from the cupboard. I won't greet you. Dan Hung was speechless. The woman before him was the most protective. Was this the fate of the hunter destined for you? The Star Corps spirit's increasing abstraction was definitely a fundamental problem with the Star Corps hunters, and certainly not caused by Achivelli. Uh-huh. Xiong leaped up and ran to find 2 empty bowls, washing them again in the living room sink. A bowl of fragrant white porridge soon appeared before Xiao Qinglong, the cold-faced boy. A large salad suited his light taste perfectly. The sunny-side-up egg, with its yolk still not fully set, had a uniquely sweet and fresh taste. I'm planning to place a replica of the simulated universe in Delphi. We won't need to design too many combat units, and we can't torment people like we did with Ligas. Anna explained her plan, and Xiong immediately understood. You mean, using the simulated universe to create a hollow shell of Omphalos? Yes, the mean creatures provide their own memories, but don't let them directly participate. That's horrible, just another form of torture. She devoured her sunny-side-up egg in a few bites. And you're a shareholder of Pinocchio, right? I remember you complaining last time about wanting to give old Odi a beating. What if we didn't share the profits with him? I'd like to give that old dog a beating, too, Kakavasia said, indicating that Xiong wasn't the only one who fallen for old Odi's schemes. Anna immediately asked seriously, Are you sure? How many points do you want to beat him to death? We're here to take on the beating business. There's no one in the universe we wouldn't dare fight. I'm going to put him on the do not visit list for the Albizar. Xiong clenched his fist. He'd look even more imposing if the fork wasn't pierced with a round, white ball of cheese. Old bastard, huh? I won't give him a chance to bite back. Kakavasia shrugged and continued eating breakfast. Anna couldn't be asked to deal with that old rascal. She was a good person, and good people didn't deserve to be held at gunpoint by a thug. I'd do it myself. I have plenty of time to play with him. It looked like there wouldn't be any substitute work this year. Anna lowered her head and ate her bowl of oatmeal with milk. After breakfast, the group headed to the other side of the mountaintop bathhouse. Phaeton sent word that Professor Charites had set up the meeting there. Anna donned the new dress Aglaya had given her yesterday, wearing a chiton skirt, the kind of local style everyone tries on at popular tourist destinations, and headed to the gathering. Mr. Rick was a tall, brown-haired man with red eyes and pupils in the shape of an intriguing equilateral triangle. On the shoulder of this world-renowned director sat a small, mechanical frog. It was said that this frog was the assistant director, and its name was simply assistant director. Welcome, Mr. Golddust. Our old friend. And this lady, who embodies both beauty and wisdom. Director Rick had already grasped Anna's intentions from Professor Charites' retelling. Creating a panoramic simulation of Omphalos would be ideal. This wasn't a Pinocchio that could be reconstructed over and over again. If he didn't feel bad about destroying a 1,000-year-old artifact, the people of Delphi would surely be. Good morning. If you're okay with that, we can start with a simplified version of the simulated universe. If you think it's feasible, we can further refine the internal structure. Anna spoke succinctly, and Xiong nodded vigorously. Get started sooner, get Xing Qiong. Okay. Then I discuss this with the actors. Rest assured, my art is never built on the basis of harming others. He smiled meaningfully, and Anna nodded. You better. Chapter 346. Director Rick went to further contact the Golden Ones, who had escaped from Omphalos. For him, those memories were more exciting than tragic epics. Anna and Cheong discussed this for a while. It was up to the latter to contact Sid, who still remained with Mr. Nuckshaw, and to utilize the local cultural elements. You're so heartless, Cheong whispered to Anna in a low voice. Anna glanced at him and said nothing. Whether to handle official business or deliberately avoid it, every adult has their own choices. But this promotional video concerns the development of Delphi. Wouldn't it be like putting personal interests above public ones to not call him? Doing so would actually be disparaging, Sid. I can quit building the simulated universe and focus on other things. Do you think this is necessary? Her words left Huimao speechless. He clenched his fist and begged for mercy, begging for mercy, and not to mention the matter again. An asteroidal hour later, Sid appeared at the Seven Hills Baths. He glanced at Anna's contrasting white and peacock green chiton dress and took out a piece of scratch paper and a pencil. It's beautiful. What do you need me to do? Well, it's like this. Cheong felt as if he were facing both Professor Nuckshaw and Professor Anaxis simultaneously, a double dose of the pressure and the double blow. And I can build the simulated universe, but this is for the Delphic promotional video, so we need to replace the Omphalos landscape with some of Delphic's landmarks. For example, Kephael, carrying the Dawn machine, must be present in the simulated universe, but he can't be seen everywhere like he was in Omphalos. For example, the symbols left by Lycurgus must also be replaced with Delphic script. Can you make a simple model first? I need more specific instructions. Sid closed his notebook. He had too many ideas, but none of them were fully formed. Unless he truly understood the inside of the simulated universe, it would be difficult to connect theory with practice. No problem, let's get started. Cheong rolled up his sleeves. Miss Cartwright's initial 400-star Cheongs had already arrived. Of course, if they wanted to get the remaining 1,200-star Cheongs, they would have to speed up their progress. The two of them toiled for 3 or 4 days, and the prototype of the simulated universe was complete. Since it wasn't for testing or studying the star gods, the number of people it could accommodate exceeded the original limit. It was a studio built specifically for Mr. Rick. Sid meticulously explored every scene and every map. Because it touched on some of Delphi's history, he later brought in daemons, who brought in Maidmos and Maidmos. In short, everyone was transported into this familiar yet unfamiliar digital world for a tour. Isn't this a kind of recreation? Aglaia said gently to Bai, our quest to chase the fire has finally been successful. Thank you for your hard work, Savior. His friends came forward and patted him on the shoulder. Phaeton laughed especially loudly. Look, your work is done. From now on, Delphi no longer needs one person to save the world. The Savior is leaving, and it's time for you to embark on your next great adventure. So where do you plan to start? Bai of Alamich, what is your wish? The identical white-haired young man smiled brilliantly, as bright as the sun in his memory. Bai stared at him blankly, as if looking at himself from long ago. I don't know. If I must say it, he lowered his eyes and smiled softly and quietly. I want to go back to Ailey-Mish, back to the original Ailey-Mish, and be an ordinary farmer or fisherman. That's no problem. I told my mother, and she'd love for you to visit her home. Stay a while, stay forever. Haha, my wheat is good, and it's ready to be harvested soon. The newly harvested wheat will be sent to the mill to be ground into flour and baked. The flatbreads are delicious. As if suddenly remembering something, Phaeton turned and shouted to Anna, Anne, do you want to come over to my house? Let's harvest wheat, catch fish, and catch voles. Cheong, Cock of Asia, everyone. You look like a vole to me. Is 3 days enough? Don't forget you're the leading man. Anna lashed him out. The crew was assembled, the set was set, the director was in place, and the lead actor said he was going home to harvest wheat. With a lead actor like that, the director's blood pressure wouldn't be high. The Golden Ones happily came forward to invite Cheong. Although the city-states they came from in Omphalos had been destroyed, Delphi was still intact, and so were the original models. Rounding it up, it wasn't impossible to assume that everyone's hometowns were still intact. The gray-haired Star Corps spirit was the first to respond. Director Rick was equally impressed by this spontaneous trip. Inspiration is like that. You never know when it will strike. Delphi is so beautiful, it's worth spending many times more time observing it. With the director's word, the Goldens drew their swords, clenched their fists, and decided to engage in a harmonious and friendly competition. The winner would determine the tour order. Bai was the first to be excluded, and Qiong also raised his baseball bat to indicate his withdrawal. Phaeton looked at Anna eagerly. "Anne, we can only rely on you." Anna lifted the wide sleeves of her chiton dress to show him. "Are you sure I can still fight in this? You can throw a digital pen like Professor Laisho." Sephora was giving bad advice from behind Sepharia, while Professor Cartwright smiled and pretended not to hear. Anna threw a notebook, landing precisely in Grey Cat's hand. "Don't let Professor Laisho hear this. I'm only a few credits away from applying for graduation. So, don't tell me your hometown harvests wheat with a sickle." Standing in Phaeton's wheat field, the golden waves of wheat resembled a rolling river. Director Rick, holding the assistant director, wandered through it, oblivious to the world. Anna looked around but couldn't find any farm machinery. "Can't you just ask Sid to build a robot for this job? I'm begging you. I'm begging you." Phaeton crouched down, his head in his hands. Sid clutched a wrench, looking as if he really wanted to crack open his head. "Why didn't you tell me earlier? If he could harvest all that wheat by hand by next month, it's doubtful he'd be able to finish it." Bai stayed at Phaeton's house to talk to the hostess, while Cock of Asia volunteered to follow Damon's and Madmas to study 100 ways of making desserts. Judging from the current results, the progress is encouraging, at least faster than the progress of harvesting wheat. "I shouldn't have trusted you with even a single punctuation mark, you know that?" She pulled out her yaya and flung it away. "Phaeton, when you said hello, I should have known this wasn't going to work out." The liquid gold blade swung open with a clang. Phaeton leaped onto Sid's back, clinging to him, refusing to let go. "Please spare my life, sir." She raised her weapon, which was longer than she was tall, and swung it back and forth, sending an entire field of wheat falling. White hair swallowed, her legs weakening as she nearly knelt to thank her roommate for sparing her life all these years. "Get to work. Finish quickly and feel at ease. Don't wait until it rains." The last time she toiled this hard was in Evere Interstellar prison. Okay, I go get the little trailer." Phaeton jumped off Sid's back, who clenched his wrench. "I better build a thresher first. You guys get busy." After a day of harvesting the wheat, Phaeton invited everyone to go fishing. Sid had already built the thresher, and Phaeton's parents took over the rest. In previous years, they'd taken care of the work with the livestock. This year, they hadn't realized the hardest work was already done, so how could they burden these young people who had come to play? "Go and have fun. Don't worry about the housework." Odata looked gleefully at her son on the left, then at her son on the right. If she hadn't been so young, she would have started to wonder if she had given birth to twins. Because of this, she particularly favored Bai, as if he were her lost child who had been found in childhood. "If you go fishing in the river, be careful not to go in the water." Those who drowned were all good swimmers. Dan Hung, inexplicably struck by an arrow, carried the wildly laughing Star Corps elf outside for a friendly discussion. "Okay, I keep everyone informed." Bai sat affectionately against her. His brother casually pulled out his father Hieronymus's long-treasured and private fishing rods. Come on, we have fish soup tonight." The sheer number of fishing rods suggested Mr. Hieronymus hadn't caught much, but that didn't dampen everyone's enthusiasm. If he couldn't catch anything, it was definitely a skill issue. Just because Phaeton's father couldn't, didn't mean we couldn't either. So, on the riverbank near the village dock, a row of fishing rods, and people crouched in a row, surprising everyone on the passing boats. There were several pairs of twins here, a rarity. Was this some kind of twins-only party? Anna was a skilled fisherman, but fishing. The last time she fished was in Evere. She covered her face with Kakavasa's freshly woven straw hat, laid out a layer of straw beneath her, and dozed off in the sun. When it comes to fishing, the process isn't the end result, it's the process that matters. Kakavasa sat beside her, concentrating intently on the hook, his expression serious, as if he were pondering some life dilemma. There wasn't really any dilemma. Professor Charites had arranged a meeting, and upon their return to the Seven Hills, they would meet the current administrator of Delphi. This meme, also a source of the golden race, didn't hang around with idlers. Emerald had received the draft feasibility report he had sent her. Regarding Gold Sand's proactive attempt to steal the Market Development Department's business, Diamond praised the young man for his skillful work. The radiant sun made him feel limp, and he glanced at Anna, who seemed to have fallen asleep. I lost track of the harsh, almost murderous sunlight of Cygania. After leaving the Evere Interstellar prison, even the light from the stars seems to have become exceptionally gentle and considerate. I'm such a lucky guy, he thought silently. Fate has gifted me with the best of existence, and even if I have to trade that unfailing luck for it, I won't regret it. The gambler, his left hand trembling behind his back, has changed. With someone he wants to protect, his life has become more precious. The game of gambling remains interesting, but the stakes are no longer the life of the last Evican. Hey hey! Fish, fish! Little Gray's excited voice echoed. Kakavasa unhesitatingly reeled at his rod, his hand sinking. The only one who didn't come up empty-handed today could only be the lucky one. Chapter 347. The relaxing and enjoyable summer vacation only lasted a total of 60 days. Even though Elio considerately gave the hunters an entire summer off, the first day of school at First Truth University was definitely not ambiguous. Mr. Rick's movie was a success. Simulating Omphalos in Delphi already had home field advantage, so the Goldens didn't have to suffer the hardship of being actors again. But with their data source, this work, which was both a promotional film and a documentary, was truly epic. When filming wrapped, Phaeton cried like a dog. Even Bayer, who had truly experienced those hardships, couldn't help but pat his head affectionately. And then reminded him that school was about to start, and he had an exam waiting. Originally, they had planned to stay in Delphi for 30 days. In the end, Anna stayed in the Seven Hills Baths until the start of school, and then boarded a starship with her roommates to return to the Star region where the Institute of Knowledge was located. Kakavasia left a week earlier than she did. Like a diligent bee, he hurried back to Pier Point with his work. Anna had already chosen her courses for the semester during the holiday break. She needed to earn a total of 9 credits across the fall, winter, and spring semesters. To be on the safe side, she scheduled 3 2-credit courses in the last 2 months. She put the more easily earned credits in the final semester so that if anything unexpected happened, it wouldn't delay graduation. The first week of school, Kakavasia sent her good news. His application to be a permanent resident at the Polytechnic Institute had been approved. From now on, except for important department meetings, all other work would be done remotely online. This meant that he was about to pack up and rush from Pier Point to Polytechnic Institute, leaving the little white house he bought and used for a moment. Considering their relationship was settled, and also to avoid any unnecessary trouble and embarrassment, Anna decided to move out of the dormitory she had lived in for 2 years. This meant her landlord would be Kakavasia, not the academic administration system, and she could invite friends over on weekends. Phaeton and Damons didn't object to her decision, but they weren't entirely supportive either. They had been together for over 2 years, and had always been happy. They hadn't expected their late-arriving roommate to leave early. But thinking back, Anna's random assignment to this dormitory was a fluke in the first place, and now it was just a matter of getting things back on track. Sid stayed with Professor Anaxis for a few days to calm down, and he returned to help on Anna's moving day. Little D Ting had already treated Mau Mau Gao like a brother, and the two would often play together. Suddenly, one day, when Mau Mau Gao was being carried away, he whimpered and chased to the door, circling Anna's ankles. "Ah? Do we really have to move out, and?" Phaeton was deeply saddened. He was a man of great emotion, prone to laughter and tears. He clung to the doorframe, tears welling up in his eyes, like poached eggs. "We don't mind. I know you don't mind, and I know you know I don't mind. It's actually okay. All good things must come to an end. Although I moved out, I haven't left school. We're still together during class, aren't we? Besides, we all be graduating one after another. Only after graduation will we truly go our separate ways. Just consider this a step forward in your adjustment." Anna coaxed him softly. It would have been fine if she hadn't coaxed him, but once she did, he immediately remembered that Damons would also graduate and leave at the end of the semester. The tall, burly young man let out a puppy-like whimper. "TSK." Sid dragged him into the living room with a sour face. Looking at the golden-haired girl waiting nearby, he spoke loudly in front of outsiders, a rare moment of his voice. "If the Evican treats you badly, just beat him up. If you need any help, let me know. We talk. You watch over Phaeton. I take her." Damons patted Sid's shoulder, slammed the door shut, and locked Phaeton in the dormitory. He nodded to Kakavasia, who stood in the distance, and walked down the stairs to Anna, saying, "Now that you made up your mind, move forward seriously. Haha, there's really no need for us to say too much. You're a person with clear goals." Anna accepted his offer, waved to Sid and Phaeton, who was clinging to the window in the dormitory and sobbing, then turned and walked towards Kakavasia, who had been patiently waiting. "I'm leaving. See you in class." What's the state of mind of a scholar about to graduate? Kakavasia can responsibly assure you. Her mental state is very beautiful. Don't mess with her. Anna was a thoroughly prepared student. She hadn't failed a single course, so she didn't need to retake it. Her scores on all her papers and final exams were well above average, and she had already drafted her thesis. Even so, graduating from First Truth University wasn't easy. There's a sad joke among students. My 4 years at First Truth University were the most unforgettable 8 years of my 6 years. Although this was initially spread among undergraduates, graduate school isn't much better. Although it's a 3-year program, graduating in 3 is nearly impossible, and successfully earning a degree in 3.5 years is rare. Sister, breakfast. It wasn't time for work yet, and the student, her hair frizzling, stalked toward the entrance. Yeah, thank you, dear, but I'm afraid I won't have time to eat at home. She walked quickly, not forgetting to pause, and give a gentle chuckle as she passed the blonde youth. Bye, I ordered some fresh ingredients. I have to go to the lab tonight, so I might be late or not back. Remember to eat well. The blonde youth stuffed her breakfast into a bag and shoved it in his arms. He embraced the woman before him, burying his head in her hair and sniffing it like a cat. Sister, when are you graduating? Soon, almost. I'm already applying. She patted her boyfriend's face, feeling aggrieved, and took the breakfast, giving him a kiss on his pretty face. I'm graduating this winter. Check the exact date on Star Network. The graduation defense was held at a fixed time each year. After the defense, the academic work was done, and the rest was just formality. Dodging the cat cake, who particularly loved to jump around people's legs, she opened the door and slammed out. The car appeared outside on time. Punchlord's hacking skills were extraordinary, and his taxi-hailing app never failed to work. Anna opened the car door and got in, turning and waving as she fastened her seatbelt. Cock of Asia stood by the door, watching her rush to class. His external device vibrated twice, automatically connecting to his home office equipment and exporting files. Everyone in the department, who should know about the move to the Boise Academy as a permanent resident, had already heard about it. Topa teased him about his honey trap, and Shuji was so angry that he didn't even want to argue. Instead, Feitsue gave him a blank offer. If Miss Febrick was willing, the Strategic Investment Department could also give her the investment in P45. The company simply wanted to recruit hunting followers, not hunting emissaries, nor was it about surrendering and hoping a certain number lady would stop pursuing these civil engineering guys. But Kakavasa knew she wouldn't choose the Interstellar Peace Company. Can you imagine confining arrows or light to a single location? Think about it at Pinocchio, where any dream bubble can be customized. The car was already out of sight. He was about to close the door when a delivery drone buzzed over. Delivering food so early? The sleek little silver-white object landed in front of him, and with a beep, a letter popped out of its body. In the interstellar age, the ritual of letters far outweighed the content of the communication. He scanned his citizen ID. The drone recorded the signature, took a photo for record, and then buzzed away. Kakavasa looked down at the item in his hand. This was a letter addressed to Anna Fiberrich. The envelope was thick and crisp, emblazoned with the traditional patterns of the Immortal Ship Alliance and the recipient's name handwritten in brush. The blond young man took the letter, closed the door, and returned to his room. He placed it on the study table, where Anna would see it immediately upon her return. It was probably also an offer. Unlike the company's uncertainty, the Immortal Ship Alliance knew Chong Gung's true identity. It made sense for the patrol faction to invite the patrol envoy to join. In the study, there were 2 screens, each connected to a personal computer. Anna's inbox had been nearly overflowing with recruitment emails for the past 2 days, and she hadn't bothered to clean it up. Yesterday, when she got frustrated with her paper, she simply selected and deleted all the emails. For students who have carefully crafted their dissertations, defending them isn't a difficult task, even with the presence of Veritas Ladio and Anaxagoras, and even Professor Nuckshaw in attendance. It's hard to say whether the attending professor will ask questions, but hopefully he won't. The defense is also divided into groups. This year, only 15 students successfully applied for graduation from the 3rd-year program, with Anna, Sid, and Phaeton accounting for 3 of them. Phaeton finally completed his qualification exams and has successfully entered his internship. Anna's luck, as usual, was not so good. She was selected first, and her public defense faced the entire Polytechnic Society. However, the scholars were so busy that many were lurking online to observe their screens. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Phaeton poked Sid, who clenched his fists nervously. Don't worry, brother. The professors won't have much energy to bother us later, and has already diverted their attention. Poor Anna had never spoken so much in her life. Her thesis was so brilliant that even after reviewing countless revisions, Professors Lachaud and Anaxes couldn't help but pepper her with question after question. Many scholars returning from Walburg also expressed their desire to speak, and representatives of various interest groups tried to refute her, only to be refuted. Throughout the morning, only one person took the stage for the defense, and only one passed. Professor Veritas Lachaud sternly gave him an excellent grade, while Professor Anaxes' familiar, deafening ha-ha was unanimously ignored. He must have solved another difficult problem. Intellectuals are always quirky, you just get used to it. 2 weeks later, Anna received an invitation to the graduation ceremony. This time, it was hers to graduate, not just stand on the stage and applaud others. Cock of Asia was even more excited than the scholars, who had successfully graduated. Just choosing a bouquet had nearly annoyed Topa and Jadeite to death, and even Shuji was constantly harassed by him. Hey! Miss Febertek is graduating. Any recommendations for a graduation trip? Equally enthusiastic was the assistant. Miss Febertek's personal guard had received word early in the morning from a big fan, Evan Turlin, that the Universal Beauty had successfully graduated. Fans couldn't disrupt the class, but sending a representative with flowers wouldn't be a problem. The graduation ceremony was scheduled for a sunny morning, and with the skills of the Boiji Society, even unusual weather could be handled smoothly. Phaeton and the others attended the ceremony in traditional Delphic attire, each looking quite respectable in their wide-sleeve robes. Anna didn't wear the chiton dress Lady Aglaia had given her. She had contacted Lady Maya long ago, and Lyra had sent her a gown belonging to a young woman from Buies. Specially selected and bred sheep produce golden wool, which is spun into yarn and woven into cloth, then cut and sewn into a fitted, pale gold gown. In Buies, such garments are only worn on occasions of great significance. Anna donned them and placed the pink padparadska on her chest. Death signifies the end of life, but Abigail, I will never forget you. Cock of Asia stood in the audience, clutching a bouquet of violets and white roses, a stark contrast to the other spectators. The main thing was that this guy was at least 10 times more flamboyant today than usual, truly like a peacock in its prime, courting its mate. No one wanted to stand beside him and become just another foil. The vice president's speech wasn't long. Successfully graduating from First Truth University meant at least a place at a major corporation like the Interstellar Peace Company, a more optimistic start to life than most people in the universe. As for the young scholars aspiring to continue their research, the vice president sincerely wished them fewer detours on their path to truth. The ceremony, as always with the Boiji Academy, was pragmatic. It concluded after just 2 systems, leaving the graduates with time to take photos. This was also a crucial part of networking. Many graduates from the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th grades, whom Anna had no idea what they were, crowded in for photos. She suspected they were actually trying to get a picture with Cock of Asia. Does the Interstellar Peace Company offer internal referrals? Wouldn't that be a better option than trying that stone identification system? At first, Anna was able to curl her lips, but later she simply put on a stern face and pretended to be a pillar. In the end, it was Cock of Asia who cast a shield, allowing the group to escape. And Aglaia really hopes you visit Delphi again someday. Then, let's go to Damon's house. His house is huge, and he even has lions and tigers as pets. Phaeton and Sid used the light to successfully leave the ceremony. At the fork in the road, he reluctantly said, "We'll be back to Delphi next week. I don't know when I see you again. I'm so sad." Anna took 2 Phalaenopsis orchids from the bouquet Cock of Asia had given her, and gave them to each of them. "Don't be sad. At least we can see each other tomorrow." The 2 young men laughed together. "Yes, see you tomorrow." Chapter 348. Having successfully graduated from First Truth University, Anna wasn't in the least bit anxious about finding a job. She first went to Lyra to return the Padparadska to Madame Maya, then visited the Star Corps Hunter base to show Elio her diploma and degree. She had completed her long-term undercover mission with impeccable quality, even bringing back local specialties. Black Cat had 6 important things to say about this. Hurry up, I send you the scripts regularly. While that was true, Elio's recent scripts hadn't been particularly relevant to her. Unless it was a mission that would infuriate the heavens and require exceptional combat support, there was really no need to use the Hunter Commander for such trivial matters. Besides, he couldn't use it. 3 months had passed since Anna returned home from the base. The Polytechnic Society, through Professor Lachaud, had sent Anna a letter of appointment, inviting her to become a lecturer in natural theology at First Truth University. In Professor Anax's words, it should be pronounced natural theology or written as liberation theology. However, as long as it didn't delay funding from the Interstellar Peace Corporation, the Polytechnic Society was open to all schools of thought. One could refuse to honor anyone, but one had to honor one's mentor. Furthermore, the Polytechnic Society had shown her immense care in every aspect over the past 3 years. After a few days of hesitation, Anna finally accepted the offer, finding a job and stepping away from being a lazy streetwalker. The main reason was that lecturer work was relatively undemanding, and the Polytechnic Society didn't have a system for forced promotion. If she didn't want to write papers or conduct research, that was fine. She could just avoid the funding. Teaching and earning a salary was a way to make ends meet. Besides, she has 3 vacations a year, and can continue to enjoy similar privileges as a student. If anything urgent comes up, she can just project or have the students take a few self-study classes. It won't prevent her from temporarily working. It's a bit unreasonable to ask her to stay in one place and work. It's fine if she can just leave after class. The new lecturer's classes don't start until the next academic year. During this time, Anna's job is to select textbooks based on her major and create lesson plans and upload them to the academic management system. If everything goes well, she'd be able to earn a living from her teaching fees next summer. Delane hasn't graduated yet. Classical philosophy is complex, with many and difficult courses. As the business grows, it will inevitably take up more and more of her energy. She calculated that she'd probably need another 2 years. Anna invited her to have afternoon tea. She took inventory of the existing stores and confirmed the new products. This shareholder dividend was justified. The only remaining issues were the new Wahlberg administration, which frequently sent messages in greeting, and Phaeton and his companions, who constantly wailed in the group chats. After graduation, all Delphi students returned home, brimming with knowledge, to build their own communities. The inevitable clash between new technologies and old ideas was inevitable. The good news is that today's administrators clearly value young people. The bad news is that Delphi still has a Senate. Anna had only one response to Phaeton's complaints. Do you want to hire a backup? I have experience dealing with the Senate. Phaeton, Anne, can you share your experience with us? Damons, what kind of idiot is posting this crap? Sid, if you don't get rid of the Senate, I'm going to fight them. Sephora, destroy it. I'm tired. Why does Delphi still have the Senate? What the hell is a referendum? Anna, my experience is to invite them to dinner or hold an event. It doesn't matter. Just get everyone together. Phaeton, then what? Anna, then close the door. Damons, I hope it's not what I'm thinking. Anna, hurry up and don't make any noise. Sid, I see. I hope next time I understand soul physics. Phaeton, ? Anna, it's best to kill them all in one go. Otherwise, the rest will become very alert, and it will be difficult to attack them. Phaeton, shock. Anna, if you can't do it, you can ask me to play for you, but you have to change your account, and you have to give me enough time. Sufficient evidence to prove the Senate is incompetent. Sephora, help. Sepharia ran off with my external device. Now I can only send messages using my laptop. Sephora, that's a good idea. I prepare someone to take over in advance. Delphi's political system needs reform, not improvement. Sephora, it wasn't me who spoke just now, it was Aglaia. Anna, oh that's okay. Looks like I won't be able to earn that extra money. Kakavaja. After leaving the group call, Anna slumped over the table. The blonde young man threw aside the virtual screen and approached enthusiastically. Sister, are you tired? Can I give you a shoulder massage? She shifted and continued to lie down. No, I'm fine. I just wanted to say. Well, rebellion wasn't my major. Kakavaja chuckled. He simply loved clinging to her and hugging her. Whenever she appeared in his space, he felt so good he could break into a ballad. Are you in trouble? He wanted to roll into her arms. Or are you going out? Anna hugged the koala-like creature and rubbed it. Maybe, I'm planning another trip to Wahlberg before the new school year. Delphi and Rove are also on the list. Then let's go together. I want to go out with my sister. Sister? Sister? He began to hum and sway, like a golden tabby trying to rub its head against someone's. Who wouldn't be confused? Anna was, and she immediately nodded, saying she would take him with her wherever she went. Well, next time, let's go to Abigail's hometown and help her mother feed the chickens and collect eggs. I'm not very good at raising chickens, but I can catch mice. Grassland mice and desert mice are probably similar. A few months ago, she'd gone off on her own to Lyra, and then somewhere else. He'd been incredibly sad to be left alone at home, practically counting the days until her return. This time, he wouldn't let her sneak out on her own. At worst, he'd just work from the road. A week later, Damon sent a splendid invitation. Only then did Anna realize this guy was the son of a government official. His mother was the ruler of a planet in Delphi. Since the system was in the midst of a transition from the old to the new, the powerful woman had decided to hand over the position of administrator to her only son. She would travel to the core planet to become a member of the system's provisional government. This meant that the ruler of Delphi had decided to establish a federal government to counter the Senate, and this ordinary handover ceremony suddenly became something more than ordinary. Wow! So quick! Anna whistled a half-hearted whistle and patted Kakavasia, who was sitting beside her, reading a report. Can you book a ticket? The route from the Polytechnic Institute to Delphi had just opened, so there weren't many flights, all on passing starships. Kakavasia was tempted to book a luxury starship, but Anna reminded him that he was in a hurry. As long as we can get going, we can take a luxury starship back, right? It's a rare sight to see such a lively scene. As an investor in Delphi, the Interstellar Peace Company responded promptly by sending representatives to observe closely. She didn't say what she was observing, but Kakavasia understood instantly. Finally, they quickly secured a seat on a regular commercial ship and hurried to Delphi to enjoy the sights. The main city of the planet, where the Damon's family lived, was completely different from Seven Hills City. The person who came to the starport to pick them up and lead the way was Hyacinth, a physician from the Golden Race. Her data source, along with Castorea and the others, was still at the First Truth University and hadn't graduated yet. Medical students, that was inevitable. You shouldn't be intervening in this matter out in the open. Anna frowned upon seeing her. The Golden Ones, the mimetic creatures that emerged from Omphalos' scepter, held a rather awkward position in Delphi. If they didn't participate in the coup, they could still present themselves as the galaxy's guardians. But once their weapons were stained with Delphic blood, things would become drastically more complicated. Of course, your advice comes from the heart. We truly cannot, and should not get involved in this matter. The young girl had a chubby little pony, which she held like a toy. I'm only here to greet our friends from Delphi on Aglaea's orders. No one cherished Delphi more than the Golden Line. Even though Omphalos had fallen, Delphi was their home. It's said that recovery after loss is the most instructive lesson. For those who, through countless reincarnations, have remained true to their original aspirations, anyone who treats Delphi as their friend, and anyone who harms Delphi is their enemy. Aglaea should be able to weigh the pros and cons. Anna muttered softly, and she and Kakavasia, hand in hand, boarded the long-awaited small starship in the galaxy. Laconia was the name of the planet they were about to visit. The main city, Lacedaemon, served as the administrative center, where the succession ceremony for the demons was held. As she disembarked, Anna saw many people hanging decorations on trees along the roadside. Their expressions were relaxed and joyful, brimming with the confidence and pride of the locals. Come with me. Madame Golgo is a kind and easygoing person, so don't be nervous. Hyacinth smiled broadly, hugging her little pony. Anna, having seen so many people, followed along casually. However, Kakavasia suggested, are you going to see the administrator? Do you want to change into clean clothes? The starship's been a bit rough along the way. Commercial ships, carrying both people and goods, are a bit tough for the director. No, you're welcome. Hyacinth was a girl who loved to smile, her smile as bright as a clear sky. Madame Golgo has prepared everything, and Mr. Damon will be there to help. You're Delphi's friends. Who would begrudge them for coming all the way here to support you? Even though the distance was measured in light years, as long as they were there, they were already thoughtful enough. So why would they bother with trivial matters? Chapter 349. Lacedaemon means cultivated plain in the local language, and to put it simply, the city is situated on a vast, rare plain. To prevent the main city from being defenseless, the politician, who first decided to settle here long ago, chose the hills northwest of Lacedaemon to build a fortress and palace. Thousands of years have passed, and the fortress has long since transformed into a vast expanse of fertile land. The palace still stands, but it is only open for major ceremonies. The palace is towering, its soaring domes cascading upwards, seemingly blending into the sky. Standing on the central promenade, watching the mechanical devices rising and falling on either side, it's easy to feel a sense of paradox. This combination of technology and retro is quite unique. To Anna's surprise, Damon's mother was a petite woman. Seeing her son, who was as tall as a bear, made one sigh with admiration for his mother's greatness and the hardships he faced. Could he really be the size of an ordinary baby when he was born? What kind of yeast would have to have grown so large? Damon's met his former roommate in the palace. Anna looked closely at him, then at the nearly identical Matmos next to him, and nodded in approval, Nice muscles. Pectorals are pectorals. Abdominals are abdominals. Rich and generous. The orange pink-haired man blushed. Sister. Cock of Asia snorted bitterly. So you prefer this type with larger busts? Ekans are naturally smooth cut. No matter how hard they try, they can't achieve such a spectacular effect. Anna immediately turned to him and said sincerely, I like you best. I simply admire them, like two beautiful flowers. But you're different. You're mine and they're not. Sister Evikan's colorful eyes sparkled like a pair of works of art. Who would have guessed she was such a straight shooter? My Demas didn't know how to cross his arms, and even less so how to lower them. Ahem. At this moment, Lady Gorgo finished her conversation with Aglaia and came over. Seeing her two foolish sons, one looking up at the sky and the other at the ground, they were blushing. What a loser. Shouldn't you say thank you when a young woman compliments you? It's a rare honor. Pa, she slapped each of them. Foolish boys, are you just going to stand here to greet our distinguished guests? Damons immediately gave a brief introduction for both parties. Madame had never met his biological mother, and now he had one, but he didn't know how to get along with her. So he always remained silent, staring at her with half-concealed gaze like a giant orange cat, as if he dropped to the ground with his ears pressed to the ground if she lifted her slippers even 10 centimeters. I'm a tough guy, so a few slaps from my mother wouldn't bother me, but I'm afraid of hurting her hand. Anna wasn't good at small talk, but that skill is always crucial when people meet for the first time. Thankfully, Cock of Asia took him in, and with a flurry of sweet talk, she charmed Miss Gorgo into a frenzy. Well, you two are a perfect match. Oh, was Amon a good student at First Truth University? Didn't he often fight with his roommates? Anna didn't know how to respond. Damons only looked as strong as a lion, but in reality, he was very rational and reasonable. Few, aside from the antimatter core at Black Tower Station, had ever felt the force of his fists. No, Damons is a good friend. We all rely on him for support. Without Damons' food support, the tedious student life would have been even more difficult. Miss Gorgo smiled with delight upon hearing her son receive such high praise. As the leader of a territory, having friends who had come from afar to fulfill their promise showed that he was a person worth associating with. He could get along well with his classmates, and he would be no worse off with his own people. She was about to depart for the Corstar, and she worried about nothing but her son. She wondered if he could hold the line for his mother while she fought away. Thankfully, he had performed far better than she had expected, making decisive choices, and even more decisive arrangements. You come all the way from the Academy of Knowledge, and you must be tired. The hot springs of Lacedaemon aren't as famous as those of Seven Hills City, but they're still worth a try. Amon Madmas, take your friends to rest. Don't neglect anything you need. The Lord's handover ceremony requires meticulous attention to every detail, and she has plenty of other things to do. She might as well let her son practice the reception. There's really not much to practice. Damons and Madmas are like two door gods, the only difference being that Damon doesn't have as many red carvings on his body. Madmas is a long-distance running champion, but Damon isn't. Thank you, and thank you for coming so quickly. He nodded to Anna as he left the palace's reception room, then turned to Cock of Asia, and Mr. Golddust, welcome. The blonde youth smiled subtly. I just came to take a look, just a look. After all, the company has invested a lot in Delphi, and I don't want to be asked to collect debts in the future. Medemos frowned, thinking of a certain audience member at the divine ceremony, but he quickly breathed a sigh of relief. Golddust's words seemed impartial on the surface, but for Lacedaemon to say such words at this time and place was inherently biased. The Interstellar Peace Company he represented was neutral, but he personally sided with Anna Fiberrich, who was also a friend of Damon's. Need I explain the connection? The art of politics has always been inseparable from history. Politicians must be well versed in history. Those who lack a grasp of historical stories should avoid this extremely dangerous profession, or their careers will end with either the guillotine or a dagger in the back from their political enemies. Damons invited the two distinguished guests to a specially designated accommodation in the Lacedaemon Palace. The hot springs there were hotter than those in Seven Hills City, exuding a robust, unpretentious strength. The ceremony will be held a day after tomorrow morning. Just watch and don't worry about anything else. It was just a matter of killing a few elders who stood in the way of history. There was no need to use my roommate's force. They had come all this way. They only needed to hold the fort. There was no need to dirty their hands. Anna pointed toward the palace gates. Can I go out for a walk? Of course, why not? Damons even pointed out the kitchen to her. There's plenty of food. If you don't like the local flavors of Lacedaemon, You can go over and ask the chef to make some popular dishes. Half a planetary hour later, Anna and Kakavasia appeared in Lysitimen. The distance from the palace to the city was quite long, and there was no shelter along the way. Even the thought of bringing more personal guards was embarrassing. Being so cautious must mean something's either hidden or a guilty conscience. How could someone who is honest, upright, and impartial in law enforcement, with their heart set on the future of Delphi, behave like this? Sister, could you drive a little slower next time? Kakavasia didn't breathe a sigh of relief until the vehicle landed. I'm afraid if I'm slow to use my shield, you might hit your target. Anna's driving skills perfectly matched her destiny. Hunting, under extreme circumstances, 12 consecutive attacks in one round, that's perfectly reasonable. But we were just driving from one place to another, so there was no need for such extremes. Yeah, okay. Anna hurriedly unbuckled her seatbelt. I get it, next time. Time was tight, so we could only think of ways to improve distance and speed. Only after entering the main city of Lysitimen did we understand what martial virtue meant. People here were wandering the streets with controlled knives, yet surprisingly, they were all in good order. Anna found a small, unassuming roadside tavern, neither new nor old, inconspicuous, yet not deserted either. She sat down, and Kakavasia followed her, raising her hand to signal the waiter. There was no ordering here. The waiter, seeing someone's hand raised, snapped his fingers, and with a stern expression, he brought a plate larger than a wash basin, and then a wine barrel the size of a water jar. The beef and mutton, cooked with raw onions and spices in water, and the strong liquor that made one grimace, formed a stark contrast with the elegant and reserved atmosphere of Seven Hills. Lysitimen and Seven Hills must have been enemies in the past. Anna commented on the pale golden liquor, which was practically fuel. Kakavasia fished a delicate knife from her pocket. Which piece would you like? The plate was piled high with almost half a lamb. I wonder if the owner was taking advantage of outsiders. He glanced at the table next to him, and saw that the portion for two was just that large. Someone was even calling for more wine and meat. It was a bit scary. The tavern's most advanced equipment was a screen, which allowed them to watch the live combat in the arena. Kakavasia disliked this thing, just as he disliked any hard marks left on the surface of the body. But the Laconians loved this intensely competitive sport, especially the Lacedaemonians. Not only did the men enjoy it, but the women, traditionally supposed to be quiet, also preferred it. They munched their meat with gusto, guzzling their wine, loudly praising the skill and strength of both combatants and, of course, their healthy, beautiful bodies. Hey sister, I'm a tourist, and it's such a shame I don't understand such a great show. Could you explain it to me? Anna glanced sideways at the female warrior behind her, then clinked her glasses with the wine barrel, connecting the airwaves. The other person, looking for someone to confide in, dragged a chair over and began commenting. Lion's Fong is a perennial champion in the arena, but he relies too much on his weight and strength. If it were a beast fight, he might have relied on that to win, but his opponent is now a human, and humans learn. A single move won't cut it. The female warrior up ahead disagreed, dragging a stool over to sit down. Not necessarily. In the face of absolute power, any skill is a joke. Girls, the only thing that can defeat the guy is time. Anna filled each of their glasses, placed one in front of her, and downed most of it in one gulp. The two women, strangers to each other, applauded and laughed. Well, you're such a straightforward person. Kakavasia, What kind of spider cave is this? Is it full of giant carnivorous tarantulas? He sat obediently at the table, cutting meat and helping pour the wine. The two women, and indeed all the women in the tavern, soon gathered around him. The Lacedaemonians didn't like to discuss politics, but if you asked, they would answer with their bestial instincts. With so many people around, the wine in the barrel was less noticeable. Aside from the initial half glass of strong liquor, Anna didn't touch her glass again. She didn't even need to lead the conversation. The women would casually bring up everything she wanted to know. For example, some idiot in the Senate had made some ridiculous mistake, or some incompetent son couldn't even accept a duel and forced an employee to fight for him, or someone suggested raising a head tax on his father, saying that this kind of person should be dragged out and beaten to death on the spot. And so on. The conversation inevitably turned to the handover ceremony the day after tomorrow, and the ladies angrily smashed their glasses and cursed the current Lord's shameless predecessor. After hearing the drama between her roommate and his father, Anna gave a heartfelt paw. What kind of nonsense? A jealous son murders his wife, and then he's so foolish as to let everyone know. Is there any need for him to live? That's right, ladies. You think it's outrageous, don't you? The Senate insists on favoring that bastard. It shows they're all the same, just like how only those who have bastards give illegitimate children a free pass. Birds of a feather flock together. The topic quickly veered off topic, and the fierce ladies slammed their hands on the table, their voices clamoring loudly. Who would be willing to be a mistress unless it was absolutely necessary? What's the point? A man's rotten cucumber? Or because he can finish it in 3 seconds? It's all about money and power. There are always some ordinary people who are so confident, really thinking their old, bitter face can still be beautiful. Ugh. That's right. Anna poured another round of drinks and raised her hand to signal the waiter for another round. It's my treat. Ladies, please tell me the whole story in detail, so I know who to spit on later. Kakavaja, weak, pathetic, helpless, and not even very good at drinking. Is this some kind of martial arts version of a women's tea or wine party? Delphi's cultural system is truly rich and diverse. The drinking session lasted from dusk until dawn, and the ladies left, staggering and belching. Anna, still reeking of alcohol, and Kakavasia found a breakfast shop to sit down. After breakfast, they wandered around Lacedaemon until noon, when Kakavasia drove back to the palace. Don't drink and drive, don't drive after drinking, and even a sip is still a drink. Rules must be followed. Returning to the palace, she ran into Phaeton and the others, who had just arrived today. Sid frowned disapprovingly, then looked at Kakavasia. She reeks of alcohol. How could you let her drink so much? Don't you know what it means to persuade her? What's the point of you doing that? The blonde youth smiled and began serving tea. I can't help it. I love my sister so much. She's made so many new friends, and I can't let her down. I didn't know you were coming today. If I had known you were coming, I wouldn't have come, so as not to bother you. Sid, Why is this guy so annoying? Angry. Phaeton and Bear huddled together, laughing like a pair of squashed rubber ducks. Safaria, who was in charge of reception today, jumped out to see what was happening, only to see Sid and Kakavasia glaring at each other. So you're all here. Great. Come with me. Ah, yes, yes. Let's go inside first. Standing here is blocking the way. Phaeton tried to mediate. Heh. Humph. Sid and Kakavasia each rolled their eyes at him, and Anna secretly gave him a thumbs up. As expected of the source of the Savior, brother, thank you for shouldering this burden for me. Chapter 350. The transfer of power, from ancient times to the present, has rarely been smooth and seamless, often accompanied by conflict. Cases like Laconia's, where a mother readily relinquished power to her son, can definitely be categorized as ideal. The ideal political state requires numerous assumptions, such as the requirement that the ruler be completely rational, the heir equally so, and even that all involved be non-human. Even the homeless scavengers on the streets know this is impossible. People may approach rationality, but interests can push them in the opposite direction. When conflicts, primarily conflicts of interest, become irreconcilable, conflict is inevitable. Generally, people try their best to avoid them, but when they are truly unavoidable, they can only force some of their less tolerant colleagues to withdraw from their careers and lives. This was the decision that Damon's made, and Professor Cartwright's expressed support on behalf of the Cartwrights family. Her support wasn't just for this recent graduate of First Truth University, but more importantly, for his mother, Ms. Gorgo. They were good partners, working side by side in the same political alliance. Simply put, Damon's was still too inexperienced, currently barely a stepping stone to his mother. Today's power transfer ceremony signaled to everyone that this rookie was about to enter the vortex. He transitioned from heir to Laconia to second in command of Laconia, and everyone waited to see how he would perform. Some prioritized their first steps by reconciling internal relations, while others crafted their debut into a sleek and dazzling stage presence. Damon's situation was unique. This planet values the outward force of iron and blood more than subtle political maneuvering, and his choice confirms this. Lady Gorgo felt a significant sense of relief. She wasn't afraid of her son's immaturity or his mistakes, but she was afraid of his cowardice. After all, methodologies can be changed, but perspectives cannot. The Palace of Lacedaemon was ready to welcome guests, promptly opening its doors to spectators from across the Delphi system. The heavy city gates carried an equally rich history. Anna walked around the banquet, and upon hearing from Cephala that the guests had arrived, she rose and headed for the city gates. As a representative of the Interstellar Peace Company, Kakavasia naturally couldn't leave. As soon as Anna left, he transformed, becoming a smooth and diplomatic figure, never offending anyone, as slick and experienced as someone who had been in politics for 30 years. Ms. Golgo was so jealous she almost wanted to grab her son's ears and drag him over for this rare private lesson. See? This is what a regent looks for. It's impossible to expect Damon's to put on a smile, so we can only pin our hopes on his subordinates. Damon's, Can you be serious, Mom? This is a bloody ceremony, not a dinner for your political enemies. Ms. Golgo, who had seen more grand occasions than her son had taken exams, patted him on the shoulder. Relax, Damon's. You have to know that many things aren't foolproof just because you prepared. Man proposes, God disposes. Often, it depends on on-the-spot decision-making, so there's no need to be so tense from the start. We're not blind, let alone foolish. My Demas had never heard such earnest advice before. He stood beside the guard, his arms folded, and listened quietly. The etiquette official arrived to inquire whether the ceremony had begun. Lady Gorgo smoothed her son's hair and turned to another young man who had been observing them for a while. Something unpleasant might happen today. I don't know if you and your father are on good terms. If you're uncomfortable, you can leave and not see him. I go to the city gate and check. He lowered his arm and prepared to leave. Who wants to see that old man's face? He was afraid he'd be so impatient he'd just grab him and crush him to death. Wait, Lady Gorgo called to him, standing on tiptoe to smooth her son's hair and accessories, patting his scar. Relax a little, too. Trust Damon's. Yes. My Demos snorted tersely, sounding incredibly cold. Lady Gorgo curled her lips. The child was probably even more nervous than Damon's. His voice was taut. Go ahead. Anna saw Madmos, who was also strolling by the city gate. Besides his tattoos, the main difference between him and Damon's was their temperament. One hadn't yet been baptized by blood, while the other was already a king with a single voice. Hey! Anna wasn't close friends with this man, so she just raised her hand to say hello. Madmos walked to the palace wall, folded his arms, and leaned against it for support. He looked as lazy as a lion after a full stomach, planning its next hunt. You trust that guy a lot. He didn't look at Anna, but he was asking her why. Looking back, he couldn't say that every decision he made in the past was correct, which was why he was more nervous than anyone else, waiting for Damon's test paper. Why not? Anna almost dropped to her knees, a move she might have made had she not been wearing her chiton dress. Damon's is a master of history. He knows the fates of hundreds of people who have misjudged this issue in the past. If he's still choosing the wrong path, then I can only say he's unsuitable for the position, and it would be a good idea to find another job sooner rather than later. Besides, I'm here, aren't I? She gave a gentle smile. I trust myself more than my friends. She was already here. Even a dog or a bird escaping would be a mistake. Medemos was silent for a long moment. You're a good friend. A true friend. The fireworks marking the start of the ceremony rose into the sky. Amidst the deafening explosion, a faint golden light flashed from Anna's wrist, and the heavy doors of the Lacedaemon Palace slowly closed. Gather everyone together, then close the door. At that moment, a man on horseback arrived, panting. Yin Ya's staff tangled between the poor beast's legs without hesitation, sending the horse careening backwards, and the rider not much better off. His only consolation was that he wasn't crushed by the horse. He saw Madmos, furious, pointing his finger at him and cursing. Unfilial creature. Your father is still alive. Madmos, It seems I'm the one with the bad luck today. Wow. You're really. Anna retracted Yin Ya's staff, her voice eloquent. Ordinary yet confident. As a former warrior, he still retained some of the trappings of strength. It was a pity that age and an obsession with power had eroded his balance, leaving him looking like a slick-down pillar. His appearance alone revealed his blood relationship with Damon's, but this was truly disgraceful. Disrespectful. This fellow clearly thought his tall, muscular son was the easier target, so he shifted his focus. Vile thing. Even in Iver, few warriors dared to speak to her like that. Do you mind if I pick a personal vendetta? Anna retracted her yeah and simply squeezed her joints. My Demas made a gesture of please. As you please, my lady. Only a fool would look down on a scholar or warrior based solely on their gender. The history of Xianfeng City boasts countless female generals, marshals, and warriors, and the same is true of Laconia. Horses are not allowed on the main road leading to the palace gate at the central axis. This has been the rule for thousands of years. This fellow disobeyed the rules, and verbally abused those who tried to stop him. He deserved the beating. Anna, never one to be polite, struck him in the face with a punch. Old Ollie's nose instantly burst open, gushing red blood. Damon's! Are you just going to watch your father be humiliated? Furiously, he pleaded with his son for help. Madmos grinned, his teeth gleaming. Let me remind you, I'm not Damon's. I personally sent that old man to the underworld thousands of years ago. I reflect on it. I was too disrespectful and didn't use enough force. Anna struck him again, and old Ollie's head whirred and his vision shone. He had to soften his tone and plead with his son. Damons, I know you're angry, but you can't say such angry words to your own father. Puff. Anna landed a third punch on his temple, and the world became quiet. Even an outsider like me can see the difference, yet a father can't recognize his own son. What's the point of your life, besides wasting food and producing manure? Not killing this guy meant leaving him to Lady Gorgo to handle personally, a sign of respect for the host. Anna didn't even bother to tie him up with a hairspring, instead hoisting old Mr. Ollie by the metal ornament around his neck like a hanging rope. Things in the palace are probably almost done. The wind smells of blood. She dragged her spoils, stepping over the corpses and the trail of blood as she approached the changed Damons. The few remaining elders were all intelligent individuals, who had clearly pledged their allegiance to the new government. The Interstellar Peace Company's envoys shielded them with golden shields. Those fortunate enough to witness the entire baptism stared in amazement at the tall, unfamiliar woman who had weakened the new king of Laconia's most difficult challenge several times before presenting it to the crowd. This fellow, riding his horse at the palace gate, was rude, and I gave him a little lesson. She threw the unconscious old Ollie to Damon's feet. I only gave him 3 blows. The rest is up to you. She sighed. Old Ollie's reputation was completely ruined by this obvious disdain. If a warrior couldn't even withstand 3 blows, what else could be expected of him? Thank you, ma'am. I remember your righteous act. Damon's expression showed no trace of his previous nervousness. He politely and courteously thanked his guest, accepted her generous gift, and left him to his mother to avenge her own vengeance. The Lacedaemon Palace welcomed a new master, and the planet Laconia also welcomed a new administrator. Chapter 351. The physical aspects of the coup d'état were over once the gates of the Lacedaemon Palace opened. What remained was a test of the ruler's mind and character. Ms. Golgo will remain in Laconia for 3 days to personally mentor her son. After 3 days, she will depart for the core planet. From now on, unless there are major events, she will no longer travel back and forth, risking her life. Old Ollie is like an insignificant, withered leaf, and no one in Laconia cares about his whereabouts. The battlefield for Damon slowly unfolds. Anna and Caucavasia will follow Phaeton and Sid to Tree Court University, the highest institution of learning in Delphi. The annihilation of the Senate will inevitably have far-reaching consequences. It's not like the end is automatically achieved with the killing of one person. Those who watched and witnessed everything must allow Damon's time and space to complete his transformation. Tree Court University and Seven Hills City are located on the same planet, so named because of the abundance of trees. There always seems to be an abundance of plants on campus. Sid explains that this is because the branches of trees, like the schools of thought of scholars, are always becoming more and more numerous. Professor Anaxa and Teacher Nutshaw both remain at the Polymath Society. Whenever Sid appears on campus, students tremble in fear of mistaking him for someone else. In Director Rick's promotional video, it was Sid who played these 2 teachers. Director Rick is unfathomable, having driven someone with social anxiety to such a fever pitch. The student dormitories at Tree Court are quite unique, tree houses. Sephora smiled and pulled Anna toward the girls' section. Caucavasia, Damn it! Anna followed her up the tree, her external device buzzing. She chose a room closer to the ground. This treehouse was inhabited solely by women. The treehouses were small, often housing 2 people per room. As a guest from afar, she was fortunate to have her own space. I heard the library here is quite special. Can I go in and read? The treehouse dormitory had a semi-open balcony. Anna stood there, gazing down at the tree. The little golden retriever stood alone, sullen and gloomy, far from the crowd. It looked so pitiful. Of course you can. It's vacation time. Get a temporary pass and you can enter and exit the library freely, but you can't borrow books. Sephora and her friends had studied undergraduate at this school, so they were sort of half-owners, familiar with every tree and plant here. She hadn't intended to borrow books to take back to the dormitory. Anna smiled at her, then, using one hand to support herself, leaped down from the balcony. Can I look them up directly in the library? Ah, yes. Sephora appeared on the balcony, relieved to see her land safely. She glanced at Sid, who was silently watching from a distance, and shrugged. The 2 of them quickly huddled together, like 2 cats pressed together from ear to tail. The name of the Shooting University Library is quite local, the House of Friendship. It's said to emphasize its inclusive spirit. Scholars write down their thoughts and place them in the library's collection, while also borrowing and studying the ideas of others, allowing for an unrestricted exchange of ideas. Anna dragged Kakavasia to the administrator to explain their purpose, and soon, with a letter of appointment from the Society of Knowledge, she obtained a temporary library pass. Then she was surrounded by Phaeton, who not only stared at her already large eyes, but also called out to his friends, and will be teaching undergraduates next summer. Oh my god! It's a basic undergraduate course. I suspect Professor Lachaud picked this job for me out of frustration with my daily idleness. Anna turned off the virtual screen, picked up her temporary reading card, and swiped it in to enter. The House of Friendship maintained a style consistent with the campus. It resembled a tree house magnified countless times over, with a magnificent fountain in the center, corresponding to the dome. Here are all the original books from Delphi dating back thousands of years. The school also has another archive dedicated to storing copies and facsimiles to prevent these and other ideas from being destroyed in the flames of war. Sid was most familiar with the place. He already worked at Tree Court University and occasionally worked part-time as a librarian. Anna casually pulled 2 books from the shelf, one on the contract of power, the other on the origins of law. The Delphic people had quite insightful ideas. She found a seat and quickly immersed herself in them. Kakavasia wasn't interested in academic matters. He found a few popular novels and sat beside Anna, reading whenever he could. If he couldn't, he didn't feel bad, just lying on the table, catching up on some sleep with a clear conscience. As the sun set, Anna woke up the golden retriever, who had been having a wonderful dream. They all gathered in the school cafeteria for a meal before dispersing to their respective treehouses. As night fell, the little flower buds hanging from the treetops lit up, and outside the balcony, the rustling of insects filled the air. These insects were a bit strange. They should be fluttering in the desert, but they chose to land in the lush green courtyard, showing off their dazzling shells. She walked out and pushed open the door separating the balcony from the bedroom. Sure enough, someone was leaning against a tree trunk below. Kakavasia stood at the balcony, looking up, while Anna leaned against it, looking down. There was about a floor between them. She chuckled softly, and the blond young man stretched out his arms, using the branches to slowly climb the trunk. After all these years, his escape skills remained. Although a little awkward, he finally managed to climb over the balcony, breathed a sigh of relief, and glared at the woman watching the excitement. Sister! Sister! You won't help me? Anna simply smiled and handed him a glass of warm water. Moisten your throat. The night wind is cold. Be careful. But the door finally opened, so he quickly took the water and drank it as he followed her. The tree houses were all the same structure. The men lived in another tree, about 100 meters away. Kakavasia entered the room and took a quick glance, realizing that no one besides him had ever encountered any unexpected events. With that, he confidently took the seat Anna had occupied. When will we return to the Institute of Knowledge? As soon as news of the Delphic coup reached Pierpoint, it garnered the expected attention. Sandgold's swift response safeguarded the company's interests. This young man, known for his unwavering luck, repeatedly enhanced his reputation. Luck was perhaps a bit of a stroke of luck, but his courage and strategy ultimately emerged from his daily success. Knowing the news ahead of time is a form of luck, but not all lucky people can make timely decisions, and not everyone dares to take risks alone. Anna thrust another plate of honey cakes into his hand. It was the midnight snack that Sephora had delivered not long ago, fearing that the cafeteria's mushroom combo wouldn't be well eaten. It would be a sin to leave people hungry overnight. The baklava was crispy and sweet. Even a sweet-smelling species, like the Evakin, could only manage a few pieces at most, leaving the rest on the plate to decorate the room. Kakavasia picked up his water glass and drank sip after sip, much faster than before. I calculated that everything would be settled in as little as 3 days. She sat on the twin bed, counting on her fingers as she explained, "There's a very important figure in this coup who hasn't been seen from beginning to end. It's because of her presence that Ms. Gorgo and Professor Cartwrights were able to act with unbridled confidence. It's because of her role that I suspect the whole thing will be over in 3 days." She reviewed all the information she knew. Why did Ms. Gorgo insist on staying in Laconia? And why did she insist on 3 days? This is the deadline for surrender. If you surrender within 3 days, you won't be the biggest loser in this coup. Kakavasia clenched her water glass. You can't completely trap a beast by surrounding it, or the counterattack will be extremely fierce. You have to trap it in a deep ravine, but leave a thorny path, so the beast can bleed while escaping. When it collapses from exhaustion, we can swarm it and share in the spoils. Anna also picked up a piece of baklava. Perhaps it was because it was the holiday season, but the set menus offered at Shooting University's cafeteria were quite similar to Kakavas's film reading style. Both were quite wild. There weren't any rooms where you can't leave unless you do something, but the colorful mushrooms on the plate were truly tempting, yet I couldn't muster the courage to try them. She shuddered at the sweetness and hurriedly found another cup to pour water into. Kakavasia enjoyed discussing these things with her. Anna never considered tricks shameful. If she could outsmart someone, why not? We're humans, not mountain dwellers fighting for territory. It seems Delphi is planning a radical political overhaul. I wonder if its ruler can hold the helm firmly and steer this giant ship out of the storm. This will directly impact the company's investment strategy. Benign markets have their own advantages, and chaotic places have their own benefits. From his personal perspective, he certainly didn't want this beautiful galaxy to become a colony, but many things can't be changed by individual will. Don't worry about that, Anna said, clutching her cup. Omphalos's over 30 million reincarnations weren't in vain. Delphi has a group of invincible heroes, and Bai and his men are far more important than the role of a general. They experience countless failures and misjudgments. Those valuable experiences and lessons are enough for Delphi to live on for several lifetimes. Even though Bai and his men have gone back to farming or open shops, if they all got together, anyone who came would be forced to retreat with a heavy head. Kakavasia smiled and opened an external device. Then I book a starship ticket for the day after tomorrow. Wow! This series of luxury starship ecopods has cats and pandas rented from the Yaoqing Xianzhou. How rare! There are only 2 tickets left. Anna immediately leaned over to see what the so-called cats and pandas were. The description showed a fluffy black and white ball whimpering and rolling around with a ball. This starship. She was so nervous she wanted to tug at his clothes. There were only 2 tickets left, and there were so many people in the universe. Now Kakavasa had to get serious. He had to be more aggressive with his promotional efforts to avoid ruining his reputation. He fiddled with the page for a while, refreshing it repeatedly. After a while, the payment was successful, and the tickets were in his hands. Yeah! Let's play cat, and bear. Chapter 352. As a star core hunter, hunting for star cores is my job. But when there are no star cores to hunt, everyone's life is relatively casual. Wandering around, playing games, daydreaming, or even taking a spontaneous trip. That's all for today. From pages 85 to 97 of the textbook, there aren't many key points. I hope you can at least retell the relevant parts in your own words when I ask questions next time. Get out of class dismissed. Miss Febricot's dress style remained simple and unpretentious. Today she wore a gauze tea dress and a new glasses chain. If only the teaching style could be gentler, at least without inheriting Professor Leisho's brutality. Everyone knew that this newly graduated senior, who had been internally absorbed by the Institute of Knowledge, had a stable blonde partner. But, as she packed up her paper lesson plans and walked out of the classroom, everyone saw a tall, muscular, black-haired man emerge. Huh? Has the senior changed her tune? Kafka and the others are here. The newcomer's face was calm, filled with a faint sense of doom. If it weren't for his truly remarkable face, just standing there would have been enough to ward off evil spirits. With the exception of Miss Febrick, every student lowered their heads, shrugged their shoulders, and slipped away stealthily. Isn't this the teacher from the mechanical engineering department, known as Hidaleo? That very same one. Despite her healthy laugh, she's the kind of person who can earn points just by writing her name on the test. His. Anna gasped. Just her? The classroom entrance wasn't the place to discuss quests. The two exchanged glances and walked side by side toward the less traveled trail. Students furtively pricked up their ears and squinted their eyes, said, surprise. Wow! So exciting. Are we going to witness something truly extraordinary today? What if that incredibly beautiful queen respawns later? What are we going to say? Blade, what's wrong with these idiots? Are they crazy again? Elliot and Luing are here too, along with Silver Wolf. This was his response to the previous question, his tone completely calm, as if the full mobilization of the Star Corps hunters was a common occurrence. After confirming there were no surveillance cameras, Anna walked along the trail, her mind swirling with confusion. No, you mean even Elio is coming to the Bashi Academy? She carefully reviewed the list of lab applications for this week. I haven't heard anything about experiments related to Star Cores, or about the Star Train coming. Ren motioned for her to check the records, and Anna flipped open her external device to access the group chat, vividly recalling the conversation that had ended 20 minutes earlier. Silver Wolf, I got my backpack ready, Kafka, hurry up. Anonymous, baby, don't worry, Luing is still getting changed. Elio, cat yawning.jpg. Luing, I be there soon. By the way, did anyone tell Anna in advance? Elio, she's teaching a class and won't be answering the phone. Anonymous, I sent the message to Ren, let him pass it on. Luing, that's good. It's so nice to think someone like me can walk around campus. Silver Wolf, walking is fine, but school is out of the question. The campus network is terrible. Elio, the cat has something to say. .jpg. Anonymous, okay, let's go. Firefly, yeah. Silver Wolf, yeah. Ario, meow Anna, Ren said slowly, it seems like just a vacation. Came all the way to First Truth University for a vacation? Are you really that crazy? Not too old, trails, external equipment. .jpg. She gave him an expression of I can't understand this, and after a few seconds, she finished her self-guided tour. There's no rule against core hunters taking vacations, is there? Firefly would definitely like to take more campus-themed art photos. Kafka could explore the academic-filled mall. Silver Wolf is probably here to find a game opponent. And as for Elio, with so many cat-themed seniors living carefree lives at school, maybe he just wanted to check out the new base. I understand. I go help everyone rent a vacant dorm, and you order the food and groceries? She couldn't do it all by herself. She wasn't the only star core hunter lurking at the Boshi Academy. Yes. Ren accepted the proposed division of labor honestly. He didn't want to socialize too much, especially with strangers. Ordering online was much easier. It only cost credit points, and he didn't have much to spend on a regular basis anyway. So Anna opened the virtual screen on her personal computer, logged into the academic affairs system, and entered her search criteria. She was now a teacher. Although her rank was low and her tuition was not high, she was still a scholar and teacher, and she still enjoyed many advantages at school. After half an hour, the system sent the room number of her short-term vacant dorm to her terminal. To facilitate access, Anna added the lecturer Ingxing as a resident, allowing her to enter and exit directly without a visit request. Let's rent it for 3 days first. If the Star Core Hunters plan to stay at the Boise Academy permanently, we can extend the lease. Zone E26, dormitory coordinates. She sent the exact location to the group chat, and Elio replied with an emoji of a cat making a heart with its tail. This place is a bit far from her and Kakavasa's home and quite secluded. A round trip by plane would take about 20 minutes. That's a flying car, a vehicle that flies through the air and travels in a straight line. It's not that Anna doesn't want to find a closer location, but the places nearby are already full of students, and it would be too cruel to force ordinary students to be roommates with Star Core Hunters for a few days. Even though they're often late for class, sleeping in, eating secretly, and not turning in their homework properly, they're not that bad. Ren received the coordinates and left without a word. Anna stood there speechless for a moment, lowering her head to send a message to Kakavasa, I'd be home late tonight. If she didn't tell him in advance, who knows where he'd go looking for her. How embarrassing would it be if he ran into the Star Core Hunters? Would the company executives, following in the footsteps of the Sea Ranger Podio, once again disregard the bounty? However, if they really had to face the Star Core Hunters, Kakavasa could only hunker down and defend. Even using the Keystone wouldn't guarantee victory. She might even be surrounded and beaten black and blue. An hour later, Anna met her colleagues, who had arrived for a vacation in the dormitory in Area E26. The student dormitory had 8 rooms on 2 floors, and the Star Core Hunters were crammed to capacity. Kafka had a separate dressing room, and Luing had assigned Sam a maintenance room, already armed with tools and meticulously tending to the work. Silver Wolf rested on the small round sofa in the communal living room, blowing bubbles and playing games, her housekeeping robot spinning around at her beck and call. The most outrageous was Elio, who had ordered a giant climbing frame for his beloved cat online. The room was filled with piles of various boards, sisal rope, and corrugated paper. Mr. Blade was squatting on the floor diligently assembling it for him. Have you decided to move your base here? Anna almost stepped away to look at the house number. Silver Wolf, chewing her bubble gum, replied, yes, the school is still safe. There are plenty of convenient transportation to and from school, and life is convenient too. Alright, she opened the academic affairs system and planned to change the short-term lease to a long-term one. Don't do it. I already hacked the academic system of the Boshi Academy. In 3 days, it will randomly assign several auditors and exchange students to this dormitory. I assigned the clocking in and out to classes to the mini-program. Silver Wolf's bubble popped with a thud, And Anna suddenly realized that those high-ranking students in her class, who were always only seen here and there, might have other identities that made the teacher's eyes go blank. She sat silently across from Silver Wolf, opened the virtual screen to check the student IDs, and said, "Help me check these people." Silver Wolf had nothing else to do, so 3 minutes later she materialized again and whistled, "Wow." Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, Girl. Punkclaud's Hacker King took action, and the gods were stripped bare, their true forms revealed one by one. There's a fugitive here, and he has a similar personality to us. Ah, Ren, go take care of him. The girl shifted her stance with interest. Patrol Ranger, don't mess with her. Space pirates? Robbing the rich to help the poor? What era is this? And go warn him. Anna, Ren, you're addicted, aren't you? Kafka poked half of her body out of her closet. Baby, have you tidied your room? Oh. Silver Wolf immediately removed his foot from the table and digitized and recreated the spot where his soul had touched. The king of hackers wipes the table like that. Haven't you seen it? Elio, tail erect, hopped onto the table and sat down, following along as he looked at the execution list. The black cat's green eyes shone a faint green light. Future scholars, politicians, businessmen, but mostly just ordinary people. And your students are adorable. If you mean every finals week, someone comes to me and tries to act cute and naive to get by, then I have to tell you that's not cute at all, let alone adorable. If I don't hang them up and spank them, I'd be a complete failure of my teaching ethics. This guy will send a truckload of roses and block your classroom door next week to confess his love. He's even made a detailed plan. Look at this guy's overflowing confidence. He made a bet with his friends that he could woo the beautiful but prim Miss Fabric. Elliot meowed loudly, gloating. Silver Wolf, already at the bedroom door, turned back to watch the fun. Which one? Instantly, even Firefly, who was concentrating on caring for Sam, couldn't help but pop out to join in the fun. And how are you going to deal with this? How? Can you please spare my teaching qualification? Elliot, give me a script, the kind that starts tonight. Anna's face was calm and composed. What else can we do? Every year, there are a few confused people who don't know why they're here. Intelligence is still too tolerant. The black cat tilted its head. That's it? I thought she'd at least hold a grudge and make him fail a class or something. He's wasting his youth and opportunities. It won't affect me at all. Probably. Anna sighed. I can't just show up in class dressed 30 years older every day. What if someone's XP is even weirder? I won't hold a grudge against a student for this. I sympathize with his future self, and with those who truly hold high hopes for him. This is just the beginning. The love letters and gifts constantly appearing in the mailbox outside Professor Leishow's office are truly astonishing. Some students are so bold and explicit that she blushes, yet the professor remains composed and responds to comments, even correcting typos and grammatical errors. He's truly a role model for us. The Starcore hunters, except Blade, all wore sullen expressions. Sinsen was going to handle this matter coldly. He probably wouldn't mind if they picked on this playboy for a bit. It's been years since we've seen such a toy delivered to our doorstep. Chapter 353. Of course, a new script can't just happen. Anna gave Elio a good smack, then angrily called him home in a car. As soon as she entered, the cat cakes were circling around her feet, humming incessantly. Kakabaja sat in the living room in his khaki pajamas, 2 porcelain cups at his side. You're back? It was no different from any other day. He smiled and said, anything you want to eat? Anna suddenly felt a strange sense of guilt, as if she had taken her cat to a cat cafe. She tried to recall what she had missed while hoping it was just a nervous illusion. It's okay, I had something to eat with my colleagues. I'm not hungry. She put her shoes away neatly, and went into the bathroom to wash her hands loudly. Kakavaja narrowed his eyes, and watched her back. He knew her well enough. Something as treacherous as cheating on her was simply out of the question. If he had to say it, he rather believed she came out than believed she was cheating. The photos on the Starnet community might be photoshopped or staged. Sister, he called her with a sigh, and Anna almost jumped. Ah? I'm here. What's wrong? But her reaction wasn't normal. She looked around, as if she'd done something wrong, not daring to look at him. What have you done to me? He couldn't ask. He didn't want to seem aggressive or unreasonable, but he was also afraid of hearing bad news. Why are you calling me all of a sudden and not saying anything? Anna wiped her hands guiltily and walked over to him. The blond young man raised his face, gazing into the gray-blue sky. Suddenly, tears welled up in his eyes. She truly was the perfect lover. She'd proactively report her whereabouts respect his work and colleagues, laugh and say it was no big deal when he made a mess at home, occasionally bring home something she found delicious to share, and whenever their relationship was questioned, she steadfastly stand by him. Over time, he inevitably developed some minor flaws, his partiality giving him the upper hand. Nothing. He opened his arms to embrace her, burying his face in her belly. Sister, your abs are so obvious. You haven't eaten? Anna looked at the table. The porcelain cup was filled with water. Kakavasha liked to drink juice after meals, only drinking water in the morning. The blonde rubbed his lips. I can't eat. Hurry up and ask me why I can't eat. Anna pondered for a moment, then said cautiously, can't eat? How about not eating for now? When you're hungry, you can ask the housework robot to make you something. Kakavasha, I was being careless. I couldn't afford to be so roundabout with her. Thankfully, Anna wasn't completely clueless. She managed to squeeze out a more practical, caring response. Why don't we go to the hospital? A sudden lack of appetite isn't just because you ate too much at lunch. What if you're truly feeling unwell? Early detection means early treatment. Thank you so much for not asking me directly if I ate too much at lunch. Kakavasha gritted his teeth. He happened to be holding Anna, and he couldn't resist biting her in the stomach. He bit gently, afraid to hurt her. Sister. The muffled voice was awkward, conveying a multifaceted, I'm unhappy, come and comfort me vibe. So? Anna ruffled his hair. Mr. Ring came to see me from the mechanical engineering department after class today. He had something to say. It's normal for academics to interact with each other, just like in their strategic investment department. Are colleagues of different genders supposed to never even exchange a single word? If she really had to calculate every single thing, the Evicans would have a ton of bad luck in love. She'd be so jealous all day long that she'd sit at home and drink from the jealousy. So it was 8.1 billion that was looking for her. No wonder those bastards were howling incessantly on the Star Network. Kakavasha breathed a sigh of relief. 8.1 billion looked good, perfectly in line with the aesthetic preferences of today's young people. But Anna wasn't one to follow the crowd. That guy was a benefactor to her, and that was all. Is Mr. Blade in trouble? He asked casually. Anna hesitated for a moment. No, it's about something else. It's better if you don't know about it. She couldn't hide it from him, but she couldn't just tell him the truth and expose the Star Core hunters. If the news leaked, who would be held responsible, hers or Kakavasha's? Something related to the 8.1 billion, but he couldn't know about it. Oh, I see. No wonder she was avoiding people. Kakavasha felt more relieved. It was Star Core Hunter's business, so it was better for him not to know. Since he didn't know about it, he certainly couldn't report it to the company. Besides, the bounty on the Star Core Hunters was enough to kill someone. Even if he reported it, he wouldn't get it. For him, it was just a matter of attitude. My sister's attitude is my attitude. This small ripple passed. The next day, Anna rushed out early to teach her students again. But on the third day, she suddenly took a full day off sick. It's normal for women to take sick leave. Even in good health, there are times when they have to endure pain. Female carbon-based intelligent beings experience 3 to 7 days of continuous bleeding every month after puberty. These symptoms may also be accompanied by varying degrees of headaches, sore throats, abdominal pain, muscle pain, and even constipation and diarrhea, among other discomforts. Even in the interstellar age, there's no effective solution. The choice is either painkillers or radical genital removal. If neither option is desirable, then the only option is to take leave and rest in bed. But Anna wasn't the type to complain even under the knife. Suddenly asking for leave for this reason was a terrifying threat to Kakavasha, who saw the reason. Sister, don't get up. He laid out a row of hot juices, hot milk, and even mulled wine for her to choose from, then opened the online shopping page in front of Anna and asked her what kind of sanitary products she needed. The materials, the brand, the instructions. He was so thorough that he almost researched a paper. Anna, She had 2 classes today, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. As long as she stayed out of the classroom, whatever the troublemaker was up to, the matter of finding her target would be over. Flowers are expensive gifts with a short shelf life. A truckload of roses is definitely not something the average student could afford, and he probably didn't have the spare cash to accumulate sunk costs over and over again. I'm fine, that was just an excuse. I just needed to rest, and I happened to have my paid sick leave free this month, so I figured I'd find a reason to use it. Anna stopped Kakavasha's impulsive shopping urges. She drank the hot milk, saved the juice for after dinner, and gave the red wine to the housework robot to stew the meat. After repeatedly confirming that she wasn't experiencing any physical pain, Kakavasia lamented, I thought I finally have the chance to take care of my sister. I'd rather not take this opportunity. She stared out the window, rolling her eyes weakly, almost wishing she failed a student's final exam. For your studies and your lives, I, your teacher, have truly given my all. In the afternoon, Anna, furiously composing her lesson plan, suddenly received a call request from Professor Veritas Lachaud. The professor's expression on the video call was strange. He seemed a little angry, but more resigned. Send your gambler over and fix the problem. What problem was Kakavasia supposed to solve? Anna looked puzzled. Professor Lachaud raised his voice, like a spitting gas on a piece of rotten wood. One of your class's idiots. He's earned a foolish reputation through foolish methods. First Truth University doesn't concern itself with the private lives of its scholars, but as a teacher, I have to remind you, Miss Febret, that you must learn how to stay away from idiots. I already taken leave from work, isn't that enough? Anna lowered her voice. Professor, keep your voice down. This isn't something to be proud of. So, I say send your gambler over to fix this problem. He's a living male, after all. Isn't it his job to drive away those clueless males? From a biobehavioral perspective, Professor Lachaud's proposed solution is indeed the optimal one at the moment, and it will have the least impact on Anna, Miss Febret. Women are always easily misunderstood in matters like this, and no matter how they explain themselves, it's hard to explain. And Anna happens to be a teacher. Students can hit other students, but teachers can't fight with students outside of class. This is why many young professors disappear as soon as get out of class is over, and never close the door when they call students into their offices. My teaching credentials. Okay, I get it. Anna shouted angrily outside the study. Kakavasa. I'm here, sister. What's wrong? He appeared almost instantly, a vegetable in his hand. Professor Lachaud gave a look of disgust. Put on your peacock-like outfit, and come to the professor's office with Febrikit to take her idiotic student away. Ah. Anna clutched her head in agony. A silly child, a foolish thing. Yes, a truckload of flowers. Professor Anaxis is almost dying of laughter. Professor Lachaud was annoyed. Sincere feelings are certainly worthy of respect, but his thoughtless behavior makes one question the extent of his sincerity. It's just a bet. Boring. Sure enough, there's too little homework and too low a requirement for the paper. Anna pouted. We be there right away, Professor. I'm so sorry. Professor Lachaud said, get it done quickly, and hurriedly hung up. So that's why you've been acting so strangely these past 2 days, isn't it? Kakavasia disappeared and reappeared. Director Goldust, wearing sunglasses, finally seemed a bit overbearing. I'm so annoyed. I taken leave and tried to hide, but I still can't escape. Is my teaching qualification something that's not worthy of respect? Anna was even angrier than he was. She could accept resigning because she wasn't knowledgeable enough, but she couldn't mislead the students about something like this, let alone passively mislead them. Golden Hair said nothing, silently picking up the energy gun, standard issue for company executives, and unloaded the energy block into his pocket. When they were almost at the office, he said to Anna, Sister, next time you can tell me directly. I'm happy to help you. I mean, everything. And I will never blame you for someone else's stupidity or mistakes. If I ever lose my mind and say something unpleasant, just throw me out. I definitely reflect on it. He couldn't make her think of him first, so he must have done enough to earn her trust. Oh, I'm sorry, but there won't be a next time. Anna barely dared to look at him. Just beat 3/4 of them to death. Worst case scenario, I quit. This time, I didn't handle it well. I didn't expect this kid to be so foolish. She still didn't realize how bored people could get. And so she underestimated these students' ability to cause trouble. She had no shortage of credit points. The snack shop she co-owned with Delaney brought in handsome dividends. She also had a stake in Delphi. Wahlberg had been paying her a retirement allowance, and Elrose would occasionally check on her well-being and give her some pocket money. And the returns from the Polyscience Institute's lab were enough for her and Kakavasa to retire right here and embark on a journey around the galaxy. Yeah. Kakavasa, energy gun in hand, pushed open the door of the speeder. He first went around to the other side to usher Anna out, then dealt with the problem along the scattered petals. It's easy to solve. Honestly, it's at least much easier than brazenly going to someone's house to collect the debt. Anna walked behind, and wasn't surprised to see the Star Corps hunters among the crowd of spectators. Luing held Elio, while Kafka stood with Blade to her left and Silver Wolf to her right, watching the fun with relish. Someone shouted, Teacher Favoric is here. and the eyes of the spectators peeking out from all directions lit up. This young woman was not only a scholar involved in many important research projects, but also a truly unforgettable beauty. However, they didn't see the beauty's embarrassment and awkwardness. Instead, they saw a smiling blonde young man grab the student's collar and pull out 3 dice, offering him the choice between being shot or rolling the dice. Anna, you're dead if you dare to gamble your life. Go kneel down by the remote control. Wow, Silver Wolf's bubble burst. I kind of like this golden retriever. He's got a lot of personality. You should think about how you're going to apologize to Anna when she gets angry, Kafka reminded him with a smile. Baby, this silly boy wouldn't have thought of such a ruthless trick as blocking the office on his own. Silver Wolf, can you keep it a secret? Kafka smiled softly and kindly. I won't tell you unless Anna asks. If she does, then? That's embarrassing. Hee hee, Luing laughed happily as she hugged Elio. The black cat, seemingly drowsy, had its ears perked up and its tail wagging gently behind it. Mr. Blade, I'm sleepy. Do you want me to take you to the other side to enjoy the beautiful scenery? No. Okay, when will we be done? Chapter 354. Mr. Lon, who lives in the Inha community, opened a cat cafe, focusing on strict selection and beauty selection. The cat cafe is located on a quiet street off the community's commercial street, and they often offer cat-for-cat deals, such as kidnapping in exchange for purchases or exchanging cat strips for kittens. The cafe's star attraction is a long-haired, white lion cat with golden eyes. Huge in stature and gentle in nature, it turns its belly up whenever petted, and its delicate, squeaky calls entice customers to linger, making it a true queen among queens. There are also pink short-hair cats, small but incredibly skilled mouse-catching orange cats, half-black, half-white cow cats, and even the occasional sight of an animal with oversized ears that looks like a canine. Cat cafes are all about fur, so the inclusion of foxes makes sense. Across the street from the cat cafe is Mr. Cripple's renovation company. It's said that employees at this company can pet their pets for a fee, and it remains the most popular business in the Inha community. Every year during graduation season, many young people arrive to submit their resumes, bringing with them countless pets who apply for jobs. As neighbors, Mr. Lon and Mr. Cripple get along well, and their pets often interact and become familiar with each other. After closing time, the little ones would occasionally sneak out to play together, returning home before dawn. The 2 parents accepted this well. Let them be. It's better than having their owners procured and assaulted in the middle of the night. Early that morning, the property management called Mr. Lon to tell him that a mysterious cat seemed to have recently arrived in the neighborhood. The surveillance camera had accidentally captured a few photos of the cat's tail and ears, but the cat's full appearance was completely invisible. This season is when cats can't help but be eager to find friends. The property management hopes Mr. Lon will apprehend the mysterious cat as soon as possible, either by confiscating the tools used in the crime or by adopting it to prevent it from becoming a target of ill-intentioned humans. After hanging up the phone, Mr. Lon studied the photos the property management had sent him. He determined that the mysterious cat wasn't very old. The tabby markings on its tail were perfectly symmetrical, its ears had both intelligent and stubborn fur, and its fur was lustrous. It seemed like a well-mannered kitten. Perhaps it had just begun its life as a stray cat, and still maintained a high level of trust in the world. Cats like these are particularly vulnerable to abduction. If a kind person buys it for free, it's considered incredibly lucky. But what if it encounters a hidden criminal? What can a kitten do? At best, it suffers minor injuries that will heal quickly and teach it to be wary of bipeds. At worst, it's likely to suffer utter torture and end its short life in a trash can. Mr. Lon was a kind-hearted man who always responded to the kitten's requests. Unable to bear the thought of letting the adorable animals encounter bad people, he grabbed his trapping cage and cat jar and set out. On the first day, the jar was pristine, and naturally, the cage was empty. Perhaps another kind-hearted person in the neighborhood had already fed the mysterious cat, temporarily dissuading him from even considering the jar. Under these circumstances, trapping the cat proved difficult. Mr. Lon consulted with the property management staff, and while the cleaners were still on duty, they all went out and took away all the cat food that had been put out. A day later, the newly opened jar was so clean it could illuminate a person's face, and the cage was still empty except for a wisp of cat hair. Mr. Lon was puzzled. How could a kitten completely devour the can without triggering the pedal? Puzzled, he turned to the property management again. The property manager diligently helped him retrieve the surveillance footage and was delighted to see it. It was a sturdy tabby cat. Although never fully exposed to people, It had a close relationship with all the animals in the community. The flying corvids would greet him with a walk cry, the carp in the water also looked at him with a special eye, and even the small animals brought to the renovation company by their owners would bow their heads and greet him. He calmly entered the camera's range, and quickly spotted the cat can deep inside the trap. The clever tabby cat used its paw to move the can from the other end to the entrance, picked it up, and ran away. After a while, it returned with the empty can. The tabby cat casually clattered its paws a few times, then kicked the can back to its original spot, as if nothing had happened. Wait! Mr. Lawn narrowed his eyes. Here, please move it back. The property manager followed his instructions, and clicked the mouse. The cat confidently walked back and forth, its tail raised. No soft, chewy balls appeared. It was her, not him. We need to hurry. This cat is still young. Mr. Lawn stood up and prepared to walk around the neighborhood to check things out. Although her legs were long, she was still a kitten. There was no need for a young cat like her to rush into motherhood. Okay. Let me know if you need anything. The property manager also loved animals. I can ask in the neighborhood homeowners group if anyone is willing to adopt her. Cat cafes can't just accept endless stray cats, they still have business to run. Mr. Lawn thanked him for his kindness and left with 2 cat strips and a sausage. Stray cats often congregate near the community-based station, a place rarely visited by people and lush with vegetation. Many ill-tempered cats, unsuitable for human contact, are captured, neutered, and then released here. As soon as he entered the cat kingdom, he was treated to exceptional hospitality. The cats whose testicles he had removed hissed and retreated, hissing like a pack of snakes. He expertly tossed small dried fish, landing precisely in front of each cat. The panting noises soon faded, replaced by the distinctive, ferocious sounds of cats eating. Mr. Lawn had excellent eyesight. He searched around but didn't see any civet cats. Instead, a sweet, pale golden face rustled in the grass. Meow! The unfamiliar golden-shaded cat, with its somewhat short legs, shook its golden fur and darted away. There are a lot of new kids in the neighborhood. Another fruitless day. Not only could Mr. Lawn not catch the civet cat, he couldn't even find her hiding place. Civet cats are hard to catch, but he could try to catch the golden-shaded cat first. Just as he was thinking this, the next day, Mr. Cripple, who ran a renovation company, came to the door with a flight case. Please check this cat out for me. If it's healthy, I let it work with the other animals after the quarantine. He pushed the flight case toward Mr. Lawn, and light golden fur jutted out from the crate. It was the golden-shaded cat with a beautiful, round face and large, colorful eyes. Heterochromia iridum? Mr. Lawn took the cat out, examined its eyes and teeth, then flipped open its ears for a thorough inspection. Finally, he felt its internal organs. Palpation shows no signs of a problem. The rest needs to be tested with test strips. How did you catch this cat? I saw it hanging out with stray cats at the cell tower yesterday. He pulled out the test strips. The cat instinctively sensed something was amiss, hissing and tucking its tail behind its ears. Mr. Cripper pinned the golden tabby cat firmly to the table, fearing it might run away and increase his value. Thankfully, the cat seemed to be sensible and quickly calmed down, lying quietly. Aside from its impatiently swishing tail, the cat remained relatively under control. Early this morning, he was squatting outside my office, meowing and cursing like crazy. He sighed, if it weren't so pretty, I have let the dog out. The golden tabby wasn't the only cat cursing at his door. Mr. Land's cow cat would occasionally swagger in, grabbing cat food and beating up other animals before leaving. Since the damage caused by the kittens wasn't significant, Mr. Cripple finally swallowed his anger. How could a cat be wrong? A cat is not wrong. I see. Did your dog also hurt this cat? Then you need to separate them. While he was talking, the test results came back. The little guy was healthy. Aside from a patch of hair loss on his neck due to ringworm, he had no medical conditions. He seems pretty well behaved. Give him a wash, deworm him, and get him vaccinated, then take him home. You can't buy one of this quality anywhere else. The saying about stray cats is hurry up, miss out. Mr. Lawn thought it would be great if someone was willing to adopt this golden tabby. This way, he could focus on finding civet cats. As the two were talking, the seemingly well-behaved golden tabby suddenly leaped up, scratched Mr. Cripple with a claw, and then leaped to the ground and fled. He vanished in a flash, leaving the two owners standing there, staring at each other in bewilderment. It's a good thing he trimmed his claws beforehand. He's just pretending to be so well-behaved. Maybe fate hasn't arrived yet. The golden tabby fled, and Mr. Cripple returned to work with the empty airline crate. Mr. Lon continued to ponder how to capture the clever civet cat. The surveillance footage showed her as a slender cat, alert and sturdy, a clear hunter. With her furry head and impressively long legs and body, it's no wonder she was mistaken for a male cat. Looks like I have to carry some cat treats with me for a while. You never know when I might run into her. As time passed, Mr. Lon diligently searched every day, hoping to chance upon the civet cat in every corner of the Galaxy community. His efforts paid off, and he finally found the kitten, known for scraping cans from a cat trap, beneath a rockery. Offering catnip biscuits and cat strips, he observed them for a moment. The complex terrain made it unlikely to capture a cat with bare hands, and setting a trap would likely repeatedly catch other cats that had already been killed. For a moment, he was at a loss. As he had expected, the vigilant civet cat never left any room for a sneak attack, whether it was the cans or the delicious catnip biscuits. She would never enter the cat trap. Not only did she avoid it herself, she also taught the other cats the technique of using her claws to retrieve cans. Is this even a normal kitten? It needs a good beating. Well, not too much. Mr. Lon witnessed a civet cat kicking and scratching a dog that had been walking without a leash. Mr. Nanak from the next building not only had to take the dog to the emergency room, but also had to compensate the children, who were frightened and crying by the dog. What a good cat, civet cat. The turning point came one morning when Mr. Lon opened the shop door, as usual to ventilate and prepare for business. The long-haired lion cat suddenly meowed and, along with his good friend the fox, circled the tree in front of the shop. Soon, a bright orange kitten fell from the tree, followed shortly after by another. The lion cat loved small animals, so he tucked the two kittens under his belly, hoping to sneak them into the cat cafe. Mr. Lon stepped forward and picked up the sweet cat. His good friend the fox sniffed the kittens, his eyes moist. Okay, I won't abandon them. Mr. Lon picked up the kitten. Lion cat and his good friend fox circled around his legs. The other cats in the cat cafe also expressed their curiosity about the two little creatures. But how could the kitten fall from the sky out of nowhere? He stood under a tree and looked up. Sure enough, he saw a beautiful raccoon pattern flash through the branches. Don't go. One cat strip for one kitten. That's the market price. In a panic, Mr. Lon shouted, holding the kitten. To his surprise, the raccoon cat actually jumped down from the tree in a flash. Meow. She meowed clearly, her stubborn fur swaying in the wind. Come to the store. I get you some cat strips. Open the can. Come on. Thankfully, the other cat attendants were still in their cages. Lion cat and fox friend quietly observed the civet cat, and as they watched, they felt like rolling together. Civet cat. The most popular with cats, civet cat calmly followed Mr. Lon into the cat cafe, scratching at each of the scattered scratching posts, her tail held erect as she sniffed carefully before guzzling the water dispenser. By the time her owner finally brought out the cat food, the cat cans, and the freeze-dried cat food, she had already finished licking the litter box. Meow. She walked to the clean cat bowl, waiting patiently for the two-legged creature to open and put out the food. Seeing her calm and lion cat and fox friend watching over her, Mr. Lon felt relieved to wrap up the two kittens and deworm them. After a busy day, he looked back and saw that, not only had the cans been licked, but even the cat food bowls were cleaner than he cleaned them. He tried reaching out to touch the civet cat's forehead, but the cat, aside from patting its tail, showed no further resistance. She was a perfect fit for the cat cafe. Many customers favored this majestic and aloof type. A week later, the civet cat was released from quarantine, and the next day, she became the shop's most popular cat, second only to the lion cat. Everyone knew her as the kind cat who would knock a dog unconscious to protect a child, and they were willing to buy her cans even if she wasn't petted. And the civet cat was truly obedient. After eating, she worked diligently, and as long as she wasn't scratched, she would sit still and be petted, hugged, and kissed. If she was given food, she'd be petted. If she wasn't given food, you still want petting? Dream on. Sometime later, Mr. Cripple came to Mr. Lon again with his flight case, and the golden tabby had been caught once again. This time, neither owner fell for his tricks. They thoroughly checked the place and locked her in a cage. Are you sure you want this golden-shaded cat? He doesn't seem like the type to stay indoors. Mr. Lon was skeptical, but Mr. Cripple was certain. He bit our dog and beat up one of our staff cats. I'm going to have to sell him to pay off his debts. Just make up your mind. The caged golden-shaded cat meowed profusely, and Mr. Lon couldn't help shaking his head. The door opened, and the civet cat walked in responsibly, eager to see who dared to speak so brazenly on her territory. Meow. The caged golden-shaded cat suddenly tucked its paws and lay upright. Even the old woo, suddenly changed its tone to a sweet, cloying meow. Mr. Lawn, where did that yellow hair come from? Mr. Cripple, you have good taste, boy. Chapter 355. Mr. Lawn, who lives in the Inha community, has been having some troubles lately. A dashing tabby cat has been adopted from the cat cafe. It's handsome and good-natured. After eating canned food and cat food, he pet, hug, and kiss you. He even took the initiative to take on security around the shop. Opening a business is bound to encounter some unreasonable customers. Whenever a young child chases the cats around, she always appears silently, holding her head high and chest out, blocking them with her body, narrowing her eyes, and staring at the two-legged cub until it leaves in a guilty conscience. And the civet cat is particularly family-oriented. At night, the cats often sneak through the door, pick the lock, and go out to play. The long-haired white lion cat with golden eyes leads the way, but fortunately, he knows to lick his long fur clean when he returns. As for the other cats and foxes, after spending most of the night wandering around, they come back to eat and drink a lot and then fall asleep. When they wake up, it's time for grooming. Only the civet cats would swagger out for fun, returning confidently with gifts. Live cicadas, frogs, and sparrows, neatly arranged in a row along the entrance, as if to prevent their owners from starving. Mr. Lawn was particularly fond of this civet cat, with its commanding demeanor. Mr. Nanook, from the building next door, would occasionally walk his dog past the cat cafe. Whenever the civet cat and the other dog barked at each other, he would stand behind the cat, broom in hand, to support her. This meant that whenever he saw the fawning golden tabby at the entrance, he couldn't quite muster any affection. Mr. Cripper ultimately adopted this exceptionally sweet-looking golden tabby. He was a golden radiance, with a plump, round face and thick fur. When he wanted to please, his emotions were remarkably stable, and his voice was incredibly melodious. Because of this cat, the employees' work enthusiasm has increased significantly. But the golden-shaded cat doesn't like staying in the renovation company's office. He prefers to work for free at Mr. Land's Cat Cafe. He gets to eat canned food and get close to the civet cats. For example, today, at 9 o'clock, Mr. Lawn arrived at the cat cafe's door promptly. He first released the remaining cicadas, frogs, and sparrows, then opened the door and combed and wiped the furry creatures' fur one by one. Once they were all dressed up, he was ready for business. At 10 o'clock, the cat cafe opened, and the first person to rush in was like a flash of light golden lightning, brushing against Mr. Land's leg. Meow! The golden-shaded cat slowed down upon entering the cat cafe, shook his fur, raised his head, and tried to look I'm not in a hurry at all. He walked in a perfect cat gait and twisted in front of the civet cats. He held a small goldfish, its tail still twitching, its bright red scales reflecting a rainbow of colors in the light. Mr. Land's vision darkened. This fish isn't cheap. I hope Mr. Cripple has a quick-acting heart-saving pill ready in time. The golden, plump cat lowered its head and spat the little goldfish onto the ground. Its round front paws quickly extended, pushing it toward the civet cat, humming and meowing. Its long tail slinked furtively and cautiously toward the tip of the civet cat's tail. Forget it. The cat owner's large hand swooped down, rescuing the panting goldfish lying on the floor. After placing the heart-wrenchingly expensive fish into the water bowl, Mr. Lawn turned and called Mr. Cripple. Come and get your fish. And take your cat with you. Ha! Gene gradually changed his face quickly, showing his fangs to threaten the two-legged beast. Before he could close his mouth, the civet cat hit him on the head with its paw, making a loud banging sound. Gene Giant Pain, who had received a Mau Mau punch, fell down immediately, and lay on the floor of the Mau Mau Cafe, twisting hard, not forgetting to look at the civet cat with both eyes. I'm so sad, I want to post it. The civet cat didn't even look at him, turned around and walked away. Recently, there are always animals from outside trying to sneak into the cat cafe and steal cat food. What would happen in this house without her? The lion cat and his good friend the fox were lying not far away, watching the fun with great interest. From time to time, they stretched out their paws to fish out two small dried fish from the snack bag that they secretly chewed. One was eaten by themselves, and the other was fed to other foxes and cats. The little orange cat lying next to his tail had a round belly, and was ready to move towards the lion cat's big tail like a feather duster. The golden-shaded cat twisted for a while, but failed to attract the attention it deserved. Seeing that the civet cat didn't even glance at him, he collapsed on the floor in frustration, like a living golden carpet. Mr. Cripple, upon hearing Mr. Land's news, quickly rushed over from the office. The expensive feng shui fish he bought was still alive, and the cat was lying in someone else's home, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. He held the cat's water bowl with the fish in one hand and fished out the golden-shaded cat, who was pretending to be dead, with the other. He thanked him and left decisively. Mr. Lawn looked at the golden-shaded cat as if it were a catskin rug. He had to leave quickly. Back at the office, the golden-shaded cat crawled listlessly back into its nest, huddled there, looking pitiful and silent, every hair on its body radiating dejection. Mr. Cripple was busy examining the little goldfish, and had no time to spare for him. It was almost time to leave after a long day, when he vaguely heard an employee mention that the golden tabby hadn't been seen all day. Was the blow that severe? He searched the office, but couldn't find a single golden cat. Then he looked in the cat's nest, and nearly laughed out loud. I never thought I'd see the words life is hopeless on a cat one day. The next day, his laughter was a bit dull. The water bowl at the golden tabby's mouth hadn't emptied a drop, and the cat food bowl still contained the slivers of cat food he poured out the previous night. He wouldn't eat, but he wouldn't let the other cats. Anyone who dared to get close would be pawed. Don't be fooled by this golden tabby's gentle and docile demeanor around Mr. Land's civet cat. Otherwise, he'd be more aggressive than a wild cat, beating anyone who provoked him. He beat cats, dogs, and whether he could win was another matter. He was just as eager to fight with other animals, if not more. But all these flaws were masked by his exceptionally handsome face. Honestly, even those show cats with pedigree certificates weren't as good-looking. Who knew where this stray cat had even strayed from? On the third day, the golden-shaded cat was still lying in its den, barely breathing. Mr. Clipper looked at him several times and felt his condition was truly unbearable. He had no choice but to call Mr. Lawn, hoping to send his cat over for a few days. After being rejected so many times by the civet cat, this guy would probably give up. While the big orange cat and the big civet cat are a fixed pairing, there's no specific orange involved. If the civet cat and her owner both refuse to accept this golden-shaded cat, then they could simply take him to the veterinary clinic for a minor surgery to alleviate the trouble. Presumably, removing the root of his troubles would naturally bring him back to peace of mind. Mr. Lawn was a bit troubled by the same issue. Civet Cat was a kitten that had just turned 1 year old. He had originally planned to give her a deluxe sterilization package as an employee benefit when she was older, but the appearance of the golden tabby cat disrupted his plans. While many cats in cat cafes manage to remain peaceful without surgery, they are a minority. The noise and odors created by cats and estrus are far greater than one might imagine. After all, a cat cafe is a business, so maintaining good air quality is a minimum requirement. Furthermore, childbirth is very taxing on female cats and can harm their health. As a responsible owner, it's best to invest in her surgery if conditions permit. Meow. Just as he was feeling annoyed, Civet Cat hopped lightly from the ground onto the table and sat down, her tail draped delicately on the white bamboo shoots. She lowered her head to rub Mr. Land's hand, then raised her gray-blue eyes to look at him. What's wrong? Ah, she's so thoughtful, like a clever little girl. The thought of sending this girl for sterilization made him feel a little guilty, as if she were actually a person. Mr. Cripple's call came in at this moment. He first showed Mr. Lawn the golden-shaded cat, looking almost lifeless, and then promised to provide the cat food and litter. At least give this guy a chance. If he doesn't live up to his expectations, and can't find a wife, he shouldn't whine and complain. Just go to jail and cry. Mr. Lawn thought, fine. If the civet cat is willing, then let her stay with the golden-shaded cat. If she's not willing, they can get a discount if they're both sterilized. Okay, you bring the cat over tomorrow morning. But I keep them separate, and only let them out during daytime hours. He agreed, and Mr. Clipper thanked him profusely. Okay, I send it over tomorrow when you open the shop. Oh, it's better to send it over. It saves him from messing with the flowers and feng shui fish in the office all the time. Mr. Lawn, whose shop entrance often had flowers and leaves, pretended not to understand the teasing. After the two sides agreed to send the samples, Mr. Clipper hung up the phone, reached into the cat's bed, and rubbed the golden tabby's round head. Mr. Lawn has agreed to let you stay for a while. I secured this opportunity for you. Whether it works out or not is up to you. If not, go get your balls cut off and stop making such a fuss. The golden tabby, having lost weight in the past 3 days, looked up at him and slumped back down. I'm really crazy, talking so much to a cat. He smiled, got up, locked the door, and left work. The next morning at 7 o'clock, Mr. Clipper called again. Sorry, that golden tabby got out through the window last night. I wonder if we can find him. Cats in heat are like that, they crave freedom. It had been a drizzling rain all night. Mr. Lawn looked up at the still overcast sky and said, "He probably won't get too far. Cats don't have a wide range in this weather." "I hope so." Mr. Clipper sighed and hung up. After breakfast, Mr. Lawn grabbed the homemade cat treats he dried the previous day and prepared to go out. The civet cat jumped onto his shoulder and stood erect like a queen patrolling her territory. He carried the cat in the bag, heading towards the cat cafe. About 100 meters away, he saw a slender figure, soaked by the rain, squatting in front of the glass door. A poor little stray begging for food? He was just beginning to wonder when the civet cat hopped off his shoulder again, shook the water off its paws in disdain, and ran over to the skinny creature, sniffing it. "Hey!" Mr. Lawn hurried forward, taking a closer look, and was in a state of confusion. "Mr. Cripple?" He pulled out his phone and made a call. "Don't worry about your golden-shaded dog. He came to my house on his own." "Mr. Cripple, You can't keep a child when he grows up, even if you're adopted." In the video, the civet cat circles the golden-shaded dog several times, finally unable to bear it any longer and biting the back of his neck, dragging him into the store. Mr. Lawn opened the door and let them in. The civet cat pinned the golden-shaded dog down with one paw and licked his fur vigorously. The golden tabby cat, which would hit any hamster passing by, is so well behaved now. Not only did he lie down obediently and let the civet cat lick his fur, he also secretly hooked the tip of the other's tail with his tail. Meow. Chapter 356. Abigail was a girl with white hair and pink eyes. Born on a livestock planet in the remote Lyra constellation, she studied diligently from a young age and finally, at the age of 17, made it to the end of the list for admission to First Truth University. From then on, she became the village's first university student, a First Truth University run by the Polymath Society. Her mother, Ms. Maya, was so excited she stayed up all night, and the sheep in the pen suffered the consequences. The couple, unable to sleep, got up in the middle of the night to shear the sheep. In short, upon receiving the electronic acceptance letter, she immediately began packing and finally boarded a starship to school a week later. Lyra is incredibly remote, and all the planets in the system rely on agriculture for their livelihoods. Abigail, on her first trip out on her own, found everything she saw very new. A cleaning robot that proactively chases after guests' footprints and mops the floor is amazing. A housekeeping robot that can cook is amazing. A drink-mixing robot that can mix drinks is even more amazing. During the 2-week journey, her eyes never rested except when she slept. Whether it was the various celestial bodies flying past the window, the machinery moving around inside the starship, or even the various forms of silicon-based, carbon-based, and energy-based life forms, she stared and observed them all. After finally arriving in the star region where First Truth University was located, she stood at the starport platform, bewildered and lost, dragging a suitcase larger than herself. The Lyra starport was located in the core star ring, where a large amount of agricultural products were loaded and exported. To her, it was already an incredible sight. Unexpectedly, First Truth University's starport had more docks and more complex roads. It was so chaotic that she didn't even know how to get out. Pedestrians came and went. Some were new students registering, others had been here for years, and there were also tourists and passengers transferring. Everyone seemed to have a clear purpose, their feet swishing away as if on the wind. "Friend, could you please move aside?" A smiling voice came from behind. Abigail realized she was blocking someone's way. Blushing, she hurriedly dragged her luggage aside. Sorry, I... Hey! The girl gathered her strength, and the suitcase under the heavy load creaked with a tortured sound. Abigail hurriedly stopped, fearing that the hard-working vehicle would completely break down. Puff! The speaker was a cheerful person. He was also dragging a huge suitcase, and judging by his dusty appearance, he had traveled as much as Abigail. The guy slowly emerged from the back, raised his hand, and waved at the stunned little rabbit. "Hello, friend. Are you a freshman too? Lord Amber. This guy is so handsome. Ah? Yes, a first-year veterinary medicine student. And you?" Such a good-looking person's casual smile shone even brighter, nearly sending Abigail shuddering. He answered 10 questions with one answer. "Finance?" The freshman smiled and nodded, looking back and forth from where Abigail had been. I don't know the way." But the confident look on his face was quite intimidating. He didn't give any sign of being confused, as if he was just standing there to stretch his legs. The two of them were rather bored standing there. With so many people on the starport platform, no one had the energy to spare for anyone else. Long journeys are tiring in themselves, and once we finally reached our destination, Everyone was eager to return to their dormitories for a good rest. Hello. I'm Abigail from Lyra. How about you? I had nothing else to do, and although I didn't know why this person was standing still, it was rather boring. I might as well find a few words to ease the awkwardness. The blond youth narrowed his beautiful eyes and smiled faintly. My name is Kakavasia, from Cygania. Oh, so he's Cyganian. I don't know much about him. The conversation paused again. The two looked left, then right. After a moment's stalemate, Abigail dragged her suitcase and took a tentative step. Let's try walking. Even if we can't find a way out, we can find the ground staff, or even the robots. Several onyx passed by, and Abigail closed her mouth again, looking at their metallic skin. She was a little afraid of saying the wrong thing, and she mentally prepared herself for a while. The more she thought, the more confused she became. There was never a shortage of ships landing and taking off at the starport, and there was never a shortage of people on the platform. Abigail struggled to make it from one end of the platform to the other. She had brought too much luggage. If she had known? No, even if she had known, she would still have brought so much, filled with her mother's love. Walk. Whoa! The wheel, having endured so much pain, finally gave way. It suddenly broke, scattering the balls and the bearings all over the floor. One of the four wheels broke, and the entire suitcase toppled over in the direction of the missing corner. If it were just one suitcase, it wouldn't have mattered. It could have just fallen and been picked up. But the problem was that the suitcase was also piled with 6 or 7 packages of various sizes. Seeing the packages follow the ball bearings to freedom, Abigail frantically grabbed one and then another. She looked utterly shattered, her white hair clinging to her cheeks, her lips pursed tightly, and it felt as if crystalline liquid was swimming in her eyes. Thankfully, most of the packages that fell from the suitcases simply fell to the ground. Only one bag, tucked in the middle, almost perfectly round, rolled along the platform. Abigail wanted to keep an eye on the pile of packages around her, but she didn't want to lose that one. It contained a special gift from Ms. Maya, hoping she would share it with her new friends upon arrival. The food inside was delicious. No one could refuse such a kind offer. No! She fumbled to support the falling suitcase with her hands, struggling to reach the bag that was gradually slipping away. Unfortunately, today's luck wasn't on her side. It rolled right onto the downhill ramp, swayed briefly, then continued running cheerfully. My bag. Abigail's grip missed. If she let go, not only would the suitcase fall completely to the ground, but the other packages would also be scattered across the floor like shattered melon pulp. She was alone, and there was no telling what would be left if she ran after the bag. But if she didn't, she felt a little unwilling. After all, her mother's craftsmanship was unparalleled in the universe. She sighed in frustration, straightened up, and tried to find a friendly person for help. Ha! The scholars of the Society of Knowledge all had stern faces, looking down at everyone with condescending glances. Oh! How terrifying. Coming from a small town, Abigail didn't have that much courage. She began to convince herself that maybe she could find the bag after she walked down the ramp with her luggage. She felt a little sorry for not properly checking the suitcase's wheels before getting out of the car. She struggled to right the suitcase, which was about to fall over. The girl bent down and frantically picked up the packages one by one when she heard someone behind her call out coldly, "Hey, is this yours?" Abigail turned abruptly, bowed, and stood up again, her first words apologizing. "I'm sorry, I didn't hit you, did I?" The speaker was a young, dark-haired girl wearing a simple, short shirt and skirt, carrying a familiar, spherical bag. "My bag?" she cheered happily. The brunette looked down at the mess on the floor, and any anger she had felt faded. "Why are you carrying so much stuff, freshman?" Yes. Abigail's words gradually became more pronounced. "My home is quite far away, and I'm afraid things here are too expensive, so I pack so much. The school dorms provide basic supplies. But it's good to bring them. They always be useful." She bent down to look at her suitcase, which had lost a wheel, and lifted it with one hand, then lightly shifted it over her shoulder. "Take the bag." "What's your major? Have you applied for housing?" "Huh?" Abigail said in a voice of complete ignorance. "I'm studying veterinary medicine." "Do I need to apply for housing? How would I know where to go if I don't apply in advance?" The kind-hearted man looked up at the sky, speechless. "You have a personal computer, right? If not, you can just go home. Without citizenship, the school can't complete the admissions process." Yes. Abigail, relieved, uncomfortably opened the screen. "I've been using in vitro equipment before, but this is the embedded personal optical computer I only got after getting into First Truth University." She treasured it so much she wouldn't open it until absolutely necessary. This thing won't break. Turn off everything first. Log into the school's academic affairs system. Don't rush into class selection just yet, just book a dorm. The kind-hearted person guided Abigail step by step. At some point, the blonde young man also came over and copied Abigail's instructions exactly. Because Pierpoint is so trendy about gender diversity these days, the school naturally has to keep pace with corporate sponsorships, so there are so many options for dormitories. You have to look carefully. The brunette rattled off a bunch of words, otherwise, you might be assigned to the boys' dorm. Huh? How could that be? Abigail exclaimed. It wasn't that she had a problem with the boys, but a place with so many boys and a swarm of people wouldn't be very comfortable. How did you know? Her pink eyes were filled with kindness and ignorance. The brunette's face darkened, as if she held several lives on her shoulders. Because I'm an idiot who didn't look carefully enough and ended up in the boys' dorm. The little golden retriever looked up at her and changed the dorm assignment method in the academic system from by major to random. I chosen, he gently read out the dormitory number randomly assigned by the academic affairs system. Block E27. Where is Block E? The brunette looked at him with a mixture of confusion, surprise, bewilderment, and so on. Oh, then you be in the same dorm with me. Let's go together. Abigail had also filled in the random number and was also in Block E, but unfortunately, it wasn't number 27, but 26. She was delighted to be a neighbor with such a kind-hearted person, picking up packages from the ground. I come find you later. My mom brought me lots of snacks. Let's eat together. Oh. The brunette was puzzled. What kind of luck was this today? Instead of the person I was waiting for, I got a roommate and a neighbor for free. Chapter 357. Anna Febrick is a freshman in the philosophy department at First Truth University. Today is her second day at school, and it's also the day her brother, Phobos, promised to deliver her luggage. She waited for 2 systems on the starport platform, but her good-for-nothing brother, who had promised her everything, still didn't show up, and of course, her luggage never showed up. But it didn't matter. This long journey wasn't without its rewards. She found a new roommate and a new neighbor. I didn't expect it. I was bored on the starship, so I applied for a dorm. When I saw the word pluralism, the onig next to me told me it meant the same thing as having many siblings, so I chose it. But when I got to the dorm, what a bunch of bears! She walked briskly ahead, carrying Abigail's suitcase. The little rabbit, carrying a lot of bags, and the golden retriever, also dragging their luggage, followed behind like 2 little chickens. Abigail couldn't help but sympathetically ask, so what? Can you still switch? Why don't you just move in with me? Of course. You can't. If you could, students wouldn't be allowed to apply freely in the first place, at least not this semester. Anna sighed loudly. No, the academic system won't process this application. I also spoken to the staff in charge of logistics, and they said too many students filled in the wrong options, and reconfiguring the system would mess things up. Besides, the only shared areas in the dorm are the front door and the living room, so it doesn't matter. How could it really matter? When she entered the dorm, a room full of shirtless people were frantically jumping around like jumping fish, frantically searching for clothes. But then again, not everyone has a sexual orientation of the opposite sex, so dividing dormitories by gender doesn't really make much sense. Looks like there's no way around it for now, but you can come over to my place, and we can squeeze in. Abigail's pink eyes sparkled with admiration. Anna could actually carry her suitcase. It weighed almost as much as half a cow, so impressive. Kakavaja was quiet, only quietly glancing down at her arms, and then her belly as Anna complained about the bears in the dorm. She had muscles, yes, but they were far from being considered bears. Having already spent a day on campus, Anna was well versed in the various facilities. She first switched to a platform within the star field, boarded a small starship, and headed for the planet where the first-year students gathered. After landing, she activated her external device and seamlessly summoned a flying car. This guy was truly capable. In a matter of seconds, he stacked his new roommates and neighbors' suitcases together, piled all the packages on top, and tied them down with ropes. Instantly, the 5-person seat was reduced to 3. Thank you. I sit in the back and check the luggage, while you head up front to find your way. The blonde young man gently gave up the passenger seat to Abigail and slid into the back seat, squeezing in with the luggage. The little rabbit's pink eyes sparkled again. Kakavaja. You're such a good person. So that's what you call a good person? This girl is so gullible. The car took off smoothly, and Abigail excitedly leaned over the passenger door to look down. Wow! It's an advertisement for Miss Mockingbird and her brother's duet concert. Can I collect this? My mom loves Mr. Sunday so much, I want to collect one and send it back to her. After a while, she spotted a new target. Wow! Isn't that the Heroes of Omphalos, which just came out last month? Even Lyra couldn't get tickets. You had to go to Pinocchio specifically to see the full version. The school has tickets. Ah! Yeah, that's right. The school is funded by the Interstellar Peace Corporation, which holds shares in Pinocchio. All the movies released in Pinocchio theaters can be seen here, and the ticket price is the same. Anna checked her seatbelt and said nothing more. Not to mention the movies, even the people who make them study here. The E-block dormitories are a bit out of the way, but thankfully, there's a regular shuttle bus and a shuttle bus that's always available. If all else fails, you can stay in the dorms and attend classes without leaving. The remoteness doesn't really matter, it actually offers the added advantage of quietness. However, not many first-year students attend classes en route. Most freshmen are shy and embarrassed to stand out from the crowd. The car, apparently overloaded, finally lurched to a stop at a roadside stop. Anna, holding the door open with one hand, jumped out and headed to the back, where she began unloading the pile of luggage. Cock of Asia and Abigail hurried out to retrieve their belongings. Kind-hearted people are helpful, but you can't just dump all the responsibility on them. Both of them had a lot of luggage, and after the car pulled away, 2 piles of packages formed like road signs on the ground. Wait here. I take Abby to room 26 and call someone to help you. Dorms 26 and 27 were separated only by a thin, neatly trimmed shrubbery. Just shout as you pass by. Cock of Asia nodded calmly with a smile, his pupils trembling only slightly when Anna easily lifted the missing suitcase and then carried 3 packages. A truly secure warrior. Okay, I wait here. I'm not going anywhere. He was so well behaved he practically wagged his tail. Anna confidently led Abigail toward the side road. Number 30 is on the outside, and counting backwards, number 24 is at the front. 2 dormitories form a row, and 6 dormitories form a line. There's a small path connecting every 2 dormitories. Just keep going. As they passed number 27, she indeed shouted toward the window, Madness. You and Bayer go check. The new arrivals have a lot of luggage. They're waiting at the stop. Instantly, someone burst open the door and emerged. A tall man carrying a frying pan frowned. Got it. Really? It really looked like a giant, orange-pink bear. Abigail shyly glanced at his bulging chest, blushing and eager to see. Another giant white bear quickly appeared behind the guy. Is this girl also a new roommate? Why are you talking so much nonsense? Mad Moth glanced at him. All the time for talking, and no time for helping out? Ha, savior. Ah! Stop yelling. We're already done filming. Can't you just leave the show? Bai turned and walked towards the 2 girls. His familiar, loud voice was heard soon after. Hello. I'm Bai from Ailey Mish. May I ask who you are? Abigail covered her mouth, blushing. She nudged Anna, who was handing out a package, with her shoulder. You didn't say your roommate was a movie actor. No wonder his chest muscles look so familiar. They're playing on the screen over and over again. Let's go! She lives next door at 26. Anna handed the package to Madams, who had come to help. She quickly walked to the door of 26, holding the suitcase with one hand. Falter, Cefalu. Open the door. There's a new person in your dorm. It wasn't Falter or Cefalu who opened the door, but Hyacinth, clutching a stuffed pony. Here we are. Wow. Seeing Abigail, her eyes lit up, her eyes widening in a comical way. So cute. Wow. Abigail responded with the same courtesy. You're so cute too. Anna scratched the back of her head with her free hand. Madams. Demos rolled his eyes. All right, let's put our luggage in while you 2 discuss cute things. Room 27 has a new roommate, so we have to add more dishes to lunch. Oh, okay. Hyacinth dragged Abigail into the dorm to choose a room. Perlusia has difficulty walking, so Castoria, her sister, is staying with her on the first floor for easier access. There are 2 rooms available on the first floor, and 2 on the second. Take your pick. Finally, Abigail chose a room on the first floor near room 27. With the window open, she could chat with Anna across the bushes. Anna carried her suitcase inside and set it on the ground. She then came out and took the packages from Demos. Abigail also carried several bags herself. Thank you so much. See you later, Anna. Okay, she said, looking back at Demos, who glared at her. Got it. One more dish. Okay. Thank you, Madmose. She immediately said to Abigail, "Come over for lunch later. Mad Moses' cooking is amazing." Abigail's pink eyes practically shot lasers. "Is it just like in the movies?" Mad Mose turned and left, and Hyacinth chuckled. "He's shy." Back at the dorm, Cockavasia and Bai were standing in the common living room, chatting. The golden retriever was practically barking at the white fur. Seeing her come in, Bai was overjoyed, and Cockavasia got a perfect score on the math entrance exam. Can you imagine? That's truly remarkable. After all, anyone can lie to you, except for math. If you can't do it, you just can't do it. Do I understand that this means Mad Mrs. Math is hopeless? She quipped with a smile, and a deafening HKS rang out from the kitchen. How could anyone get a barely passing score of 60 on the First Truth University entrance exam for math? If he hadn't gotten perfect scores in all other subjects, the Academy of Knowledge probably wouldn't have offered him an admission. And also got a perfect score in math. And she even took an extra exam in logic, which she also got a perfect score on. Bai began to twist his head in his hands. "Aw, you nerds. I hate you. Different majors have different test subjects. It's normal for philosophy majors to have a logic requirement, otherwise, studying would likely lead to a mental tangle." Anna chuckled a few times and said to Cockavasia, "Ignore him. He was debating a fourth-year student in the Ionia open-air auditorium yesterday and ended up in the school hospital." Cockavasia, What kind of slapstick plot is this where the incoming freshman quickly slaps the face of a senior? First Truth University's academic affairs system must be quite impressive. Dormitory number 27's small space is undoubtedly filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Chapter 358. Lunch was a feast, so sumptuous that Abigail mistakenly thought she was in a scene from the film The Heroic History of Omphalos. Mad Mose, with the help of his housekeeping robots, single-handedly prepared a lavish banquet, so lavish that he had to bring in tables from a neighbor's house. She was so glad she brought souvenirs with her, or she'd be embarrassed. As soon as she opened the spherical bag, stuffed to the point of bursting, the little girl shook it vigorously, and a variety of milk cubes and meat jerky poured out like rain, covering the entire armchair. "You're welcome. I don't have anything else good at home, so I just brought some local specialties to share with everyone." Wow! Like magic, the bag of snacks took 4 or 5 minutes to empty. Abigail scooped up a huge handful and piled it in front of Anna. "And you have to try some. Our chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, cattle, and lamb are the best." Then she flitted back and forth like a busy bee, carrying the treats several times. Everyone had a pile of snacks, and Anna's portion was especially generous. Bai picked up the dried beef strips, tore open the packaging, and stuffed them into his mouth. After a few chews, his eyes lit up. "Sister, Mom has worked so hard. I bring you some of my homemade baklava later. It's fragrant and crispy. Come over for dinner when you're free." Mad Mose, who loved sweet dairy products, calmly stuffed a second piece into his mouth. Anna, with nothing to return the greeting, said, "Thank you. It's delicious." Useless Phobos. "Where's my luggage? Hurry up and get it to me." Cockavasia, sitting diagonally across from her, immediately withdrew the rich green of her fingertips. "You're welcome to visit my home during the holidays. The scenery in the desert oasis is beautiful." "Your home is in the desert?" Abigail had never seen a desert before. Rolling pastures and low-hanging white clouds were her daily reality. "Yes. Tygonia, affected by the intertwined gravitational pull of celestial bodies, experiences perennial droughts and low rainfall, accompanied by violent storms. But there's a good thing. Its mineral resources are quite respectable." He smiled. "Others have mines at home, but Tygonians live within them." Abigail's lips curled into a round "oh, wow." She had lost count of how many times she said wow today, feeling incredibly knowledgeable. "Lyra is truly remote. My family sold over 40 sheep to help me raise tuition and travel expenses. It was truly worth it." Bai swallowed the dried meat that was nearly stuck in his throat, feeling a sudden pang of guilt. He hadn't eaten the rations his new neighbor's mother had prepared for him. First Truth University doesn't charge tuition, but you do have to pay for elective courses. Knowledge should be shared and can be purchased with money. This is the philosophy of the Bashi Society, and the school's main source of income. Many courses taught by renowned teachers are quite expensive, and adding to that the cost of food and accommodation can be a significant burden for students from modest families. "Oh, you're majoring in veterinary medicine?" Butterfly and Perusia are majoring in clinical medicine. Ha ha ha. There are a lot of part-time job opportunities on campus. I gathered a lot of information. Let's take a look together when we have time. He abruptly changed the topic to part-time jobs, and everyone exclaimed, "That's great, we all need it." Distributing flyers is fine, but the mascot leather case is heavy and stuffy, not very cost-effective. The only benefit is the daily pay. Cephalia, who had joined her for a free meal, moved the list aside. Tutoring, it's mainly about the kids. My sister had a little idiot last year who couldn't figure out which was bigger, 50 times 20, or 40 times 25. She said she cut her hands if she tutored again. Everyone lowered their heads at their plates, trying to stifle laughter. Madness silently laughed. My home is on Elrose 2 in the Star Field, and many of the B&Bs there are constantly in need of staff. Anna shifted her hips in a state of anxiety. Caregiver, ranger, keeper? The latter two are a little risky, but the pay is guaranteed. Abby, would you like to be a caregiver during your vacation? The hotel's housekeeping robots will do the cleaning and other tasks, and you just sit behind the bar and make the occasional noise. The school hospital is also hiring nurses, but Abigail's a veterinary medicine major, so a keeper would be more suitable. And what kind of animals do you have there? Bai asked a silly question, and Anna's eyes, nose, and mouth nearly wrinkled. Mostly jungle creatures. The B&B park mostly sees saber-toothed tigers, mammoths, moas, giant dragonflies, that sort of thing. Kakavaja, wow. No wonder she looks so slender yet so strong. She's a natural selection. Over the meal, the two dormitories got to know each other better, and the conversation inevitably turned to course selection. These professors are very nice. They give high grades as long as you attend regularly, and don't overdo it on the final exam. However, classes are hard to get and expensive. Professor Veritas Lacho's classes are worth the credits, and he's very responsible. But he's a bit strict, and the course is very difficult. The good thing is, it's free. Everyone opened their laptops and swiped around. Anna made the quickest selection, quickly ending the battle. Abigail glanced at her options. Vritas Ladion and Anaxagras. Who's this? She pointed at the name without separators. Bai gasped, looking at her with the eyes of a hero, and don't let your imagination run wild. The courses these two instructors teach are hell. I signed a directive agreement requiring me to spend my spare time in the lab. Since these two are leading the experiments, I might as well take their courses. She rubbed her brow. It can't be helped. The Bopuks have taken a path in evolution that no other Homo sapiens subspecies has chosen. It's natural for scientists to be curious. The Bopuks have the heaviest brains of all Homo sapiens subspecies. On other planets, such a subspecies would have long been eliminated. However, they coexist with the primeval jungle, possessing both advanced brains and robust bodies. No wonder. Everyone expressed their understanding and focused on enrolling in their classes. After selecting her major, Abigail felt a daze as she looked at the numerous minor courses needed to fill her credits. Graduating with just her major credits wasn't enough. She wanted to learn skills she could put to use after graduation. After enjoying so many delicious snacks, Xiaodia and Hyacinth strongly urged her to learn some human care skills as well. They were all useful, after all, and there was no rule that caring for animals meant you couldn't care for humans. Why don't you come with me and enroll in the Principles of Mechanics course? Then, when you encounter minor mechanical problems back home, you'll be able to fix them yourself. Cephalia showed her the professor's ID photo. Don't you look handsome? A Xianzhou native. Professor Ing, with his long, straight white hair and gentle purple eyes, was truly handsome. Anna quietly added this course to her list. With all the machinery in her scenic area, she needed daily maintenance and repairs, so it was very practical. Madmose pulled out another professor's ID photo. He's from Xianzhou too. Military theory, perhaps it can be used in ranch management? Abigail let out a gibberish laugh at the thought of her treating the cattle and sheep all over the mountains like soldiers. Great, great. Professor Jing also had long white hair, and his golden eyes shone lovingly into the camera. Anna quietly dropped a class taught by Professor Anaxagras. It wasn't like she was giving up. She could take it next semester. Legal foundations? Basic psychology? Bai offered his own menu. Artificial intelligence isn't good. This course might be discontinued any day now. The risk is too great. Why? Abigail was surprised. How could a course be discontinued? Bai sighed. That's a historical issue. The existence of the anti-organic equation hangs like a sword over the heads of all organic life forms. No one can guarantee whether a programmer will produce the next Boschesen or Rupert 3. The tragic thing is that the anti-organic equation couldn't infect organic life forms initially, Cephalia sneered. But the Perfect Evolution School messed around during the school wars and effectively solved this problem. Organic life forms infected by the anti-organic equation experience distorted self-perception, with dire consequences. To ensure the security of the data world, many schools no longer offer this course. And with the Lord of Knowledge here, what kind of AI could be more powerful than him? That's a star god. So that's how it is. Abigail couldn't help but laugh. So even smart people can do stupid things, haha. It was quite funny. Everyone laughed at their predecessors, each secretly resolving not to do something similar, and be laughed at by those who came after them. After the dinner, the students divided the work and cleaned up. There wasn't much they needed to do. The housekeeping robots washed and stored the used utensils and kitchenware, and the young people moved the tables and chairs. The floor is cleaned by a robot vacuum. After seeing the neighbors off, Anna checked her course selection list. If there were no issues, she decided to submit it. And, do you know what this class is about? Cock of Asia chimed in, and Anna walked over and bent over to look at his screen. Probably about planting something. She couldn't tell. Sign up together? He glanced calmly at Anna's course selection list. Major courses couldn't be changed, but she could choose any minor she wanted. Green plants in the desert are precious, and they're very useful to me. The rainforest needs care too. I remember you mentioned a job as a forest ranger back home. That's right. It's worth learning. It'd definitely be useful. She also dropped a class with Professor Lachaud and moved it to next semester. This way, their electives mostly overlapped. After watching her confirm her submission, Cock of Asia followed suit. That's great. I'm so happy to be with you outside the dorm every day. As Bai poured himself a drink of water, he looked down at the cup in his hand and suddenly felt a little redundant. Chapter 359. A week later, the semester officially began. Abigail and her good friends commuted between the dorm and classroom every day. The first semester's courses were mostly theoretical, and she heard many jokes from her senior students every day, then happily brought them back to share with everyone. Abigail, you're here early. Let's go to the greenhouse together. Today's class is to observe the castration of a young tarantula. A good friend in the same major pulled out a disposable mask and handed it to her. My informant has warned us, this class will be exciting. Tarantula is a domesticated species that can be used for both meat and skin. It's said that its meat has a floral and fruity aroma and is highly valuable. However, it's prone to sudden death in its infancy, so extra care must be taken during its care. Thank you. Any snacks? The bunny-like girl always managed to pull something delicious out of her pocket, as if she were connected to another dimension. The friend took the juicy, tender meat and said, "It's delicious. Why can't I buy it anywhere else?" Why? You should go learn how to do e-commerce. The thought of never being able to eat snacks this delicious again after graduation makes Professor Lachaud's digital pen seem so terrifying. Ha 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 ha, you're such a joke. Abigail put on a mask, and the two girls walked arm in arm to the greenhouse, where the animals were kept and the plants were grown. Adult tarantulas looked a bit like oversized dimensional piggy banks, only with smaller, rounder ears, longer bodies, and thicker fur. Their cubs, about the size of 2 or 3 soccer balls, were scattered around the pen, whimpering and trying to escape. This is why they must be castrated as pups. Otherwise, when the young tarantulas grow up, they easily be able to escape over the railings. Cut them clean and feed them a few good meals, and they fatten up and be unable to escape. Of course, first years can't try it. Those who can are at least third years. Everyone else can only stand outside the isolation window and watch. Abigail and her best friend grabbed a front row seat. An exceptionally stout tarantula came over, wagging its tail. Through the glass, it stared at the bipeds, its small, round, black eyes gleaming with hatred. An adult tarantula can weigh around a ton. Its skin is thick, and its strength is immense. Its facial features, like a few cracks squeezed in the middle of a pancake. The word cute is completely unattainable. Did it misunderstand something? Abigail's friend hugged her arm tightly, and the little girl scratched her head in confusion. Maybe it's the wrong person? This was only their second time in the greenhouse. Previously, only students with exceptional grades were frequently called in early by the professor to observe practical exercises. I don't like the way it looks at me. Her friend tugged at her arm, leading her to the other end of the observation room. What if it gets out and bites us? I can't let it get out. Abigail smiled as she was pulled away and moved to a different seat to wait for class. Soon after, the bell rang, and the professor led a group of third-year students, already dressed in isolation protective suits, into the corral. The first years gathered around, hoping to get a better look. The professor's voice emanated from the overhead speakers. She patiently and carefully explained the key points and demonstrated them herself. After several repetitions, she selected a few students who had previously performed well and then gave them a try. These tasks could now be handled by livestock robots, but the basic principles and methods still needed to be mastered. What if the machine malfunctioned? What if the energy ran out before they could recharge? It's always good to have a plan. The first-year students enviously watched the third-year students try their hand at the operation one by one. The captured tarantula cubs all struggled desperately. The professor reminded everyone to proceed as quickly as possible, as a prolonged painful process could trigger a stress response in the cubs, which would be detrimental to post-operative trauma. To accommodate the newcomers, the robot assistants only captured male cubs, making the surgery relatively simple. As long as one is brave, careful, and attentive, with the professor's help, the operation can be successfully completed. Abigail had seen similar situations many times with her own pigs. The tarantula simply had a higher added value, not deviating from the broader scope of domestic livestock. She was still more concerned about the adult tarantula, with a strange look in her eyes. She looked around but couldn't find it. Perhaps it had gone to the trough to get some food. Fortunately, the entire class went smoothly, save for one senior who clumsily cut his hand. The professor repeatedly reminded the third-year students to lock the barn door before leaving, while he hurriedly rushed the unlucky student to the school hospital. He cut his isolation suit and hand in the barn, and a shot of serum vaccine was a sure thing. The first-year students were already outside the barn, and after class, they walked out of the observation room with its clear glass windows in groups of 3 or 4. Hee, all those balls. I'm getting a little hungry. The friend swallowed, his malicious gaze fixed on the cat seniors, but leisurely licking his paws in the grass by the roadside. Abigail noticed the gap in the cat's ear and, with a smile, warned her, "Don't look." Senior is now pure and unfazed. "Ah, what a shame," the good friend drawled, and the two girls huddled together laughing. Senior Cat suddenly felt a chill on his butt. He glanced around but didn't see the shameless biped trying to sneak up on him. But he still felt uneasy, and with his tail between his legs, he quickly disappeared into the bushes. He got scared off. "It's your fault. It's your fault. Hee hee. Hee hee. Slightly further away were the teaching buildings for the other majors. Since everyone took similar minors, Abigail often ran into her roommates and neighbors in this area. "Let's go to the movies this weekend. I want to see the heroes of Omphalos again. I pay for the tickets, you buy the snacks." The friend happily imagined their day off. "Luckily I got into First Truth University, otherwise I have to go to Pinocchio and spend money to see a movie." Abigail was about to speak when she heard a sudden cry from behind. "Run! The Tarapura beast is charging." They turned to see what was happening, and as they turned, their friend screamed, "Ah!" The adult Tarapura beast slammed into the crowd like a grenade, sending an ominous tremor through the ground as it ran. It recognized us. "Separate us. Run, Abby!" The friend pushed Abigail forward, urging her to flee, while clenching her fists and sprinting in the other direction. Unfortunately, even at the peak of their physical strength after 4 years of college, they were no match for the adult Tarapura beast. After a moment's hesitation, the giant beast decided to chase Abigail first, taking care of her before pursuing the other two-legged beast. It lowered its head, scraping its front hooves against the ground, and lunged forward with a clang-clang of its legs. "Help! Help! Hurry! Help!" Just a brush with this thing could break a bone, and no one dared to imagine the consequences of a head-on collision. The students who had managed to escape by the roadside either cared for the wounded or screamed for help. Some braver ones tried to distract the tarantula with rocks and branches, but alas, all failed. Abigail ran desperately forward. She could feel the vibrations behind her getting closer, and the screams and cries for help around her grew louder. But she didn't dare stop. If she kept running, she might find cover. If she stopped, she would either be knocked away or trampled by the beast's hooves. "Help! Help! Can someone save me?" The distinctive stench of livestock grew stronger, and Abigail gritted her teeth and continued running. Every time she felt the vibrations behind her slow, she adjusted her direction, like a nimble rabbit dodging a predator's fangs. The students watching were nearly terrified. The white-haired girl, standing upright, was barely taller than the Tarapura's shoulders. There was no way she could outrun such a giant. But each time, she managed to dodge the sharp white fangs with perfect timing, giving people the vain hope that perhaps she could escape. "Really? Really? I'm out of strength. Ouch. Dodged again, her feet gave way, and she fell to the ground. Fortunately, she was alert enough to roll to the side in time. The Tarapura's front hooves rose high and slammed down hard, allowing Abigail to use the moment of airborne suspension to roll out of its path. But the next time, she wasn't so lucky. A nauseating, fishy smell filled her nostrils. Star God. Some of the surrounding students closed their eyes, afraid to watch, while others burst into tears. Abigail, eyes closed, reached out in vain to stop the Tarapura. She felt a cool membrane, followed by the deafening screams of the animal, and even more miserable screams from her classmates. Wah! She flew up into the air, and was caught again. The neighbor's familiar voice, tinged with a smile, said, all right. Don't be afraid. Open your eyes. Huh? Abigail opened her right eye a crack. The sky was blue, the clouds were white, and Byers' blue eyes were shrouded in a faint golden hue. What's wrong with me? Hallucination? The Tarapura's shrill screams continued. She tugged at the neighbor's clothes, demanding he put her down. Byers smiled and obeyed. How did you manage to provoke such a large animal? Is this thing tasty? Probably it's delicious. Both eyes opened, and Abigail frantically turned to see who had saved her. Kakavasia snapped her fingers, and Anna, with her pale golden shield, punched the adult Tarapula. Wait, is there something wrong with this scene? The tall, slender young woman pinned the beast, weighing over a ton, to the ground with her knees, hammering it with each blow, leaving it howling and unable to fight back. So niche. But, so safe. The school's emergency security robot finally arrived, along with the professors who had heard the news. With twitching lips, they all urged Anna not to bother with a food animal. Instead of killing it now, it would be better to wait for it on a plate in the cafeteria. Bleedless slaughter leaves the animal's blood trapped in the meat. Unrelated text follows. Anna waited until she was sure the creature was breathing more than breathing, and could no longer pose a threat to anyone before she let go and patted it, saying, Huh? I thought it was a decent opponent, but I didn't expect its fighting power to be so low. They don't keep dangerous animals in school. Bai was as relaxed as if he just watched a show. My Demas, who missed the trial because he was a step behind, crossed his arms and said, Humph. Everyone, stop making such taunts. It makes you look less human. People really need to get out and about more. Abigail's pink eyes sparkled. I'm going to tell Mom about this. I'm going to invite Anna over. I'm going to treat Anna to 8 or 10 cows and sheep. Starting tomorrow, I'm going to run every morning and try to outrun all the domesticated animals by 4th grade. I never want to be cornered by a surprise like the Tarapula again. Chapter 360. An adult Tarapura escaped, making its way from the greenhouse into the teaching building area, where it was subsequently apprehended by students. The entire incident, from start to finish, took only about 10 to 20 minutes. As expected, the cafeteria offered a Tarapura meal at noon. The bad news was that several students were injured in the incident, but the good news was that there were no irreversible consequences. When a teaching accident occurs, the cause must be investigated immediately. Thankfully, First Truth University has cameras installed in the greenhouse and other surveillance areas, controlled by the academic administration system. Combining these unbiased recordings with the students' testimonies, the true nature of the incident quickly became clear. Tarapura have a high intelligence. While far from the level of intelligent creatures, they are still smarter than typical livestock. In a previous class, 2 close friends, who often hang out together, caused several cubs to die of stress through improper handling. For students, this means losing credits or failing the course, but in the eyes of a Tarapula, humans killed its cubs without paying a price. It couldn't see its enemies' faces or smell, it only remembered them as 2 females huddled together. The professor in charge of explaining this, after repeated attempts to contain himself, finally managed to suppress a nearly full-on eye roll. The last student to leave the pen did lock the door, but didn't follow the safety regulations. The adult Tarapula easily broke the cage open, and what happened next? Well, in short, Abigail and her best friend in the class suffered a pure, unprovoked disaster. They were just unlucky. The professor explained the whole story and left, leaving behind compensation from the school and an apology from the professor who had taught him. A few extra credits, a waiver of the elective fee, and priority access to the lab. But these were all afterthoughts, and couldn't compensate for the victim's immediate panic and pain. Anna folded her arms and sighed, My bad luck is almost as bad as mine. It had been a week since the start of school, when her luggage was finally delivered by drone. Before leaving, Phobos, who had promised to deliver her luggage the next day, was accidentally struck unconscious by the tail of a mosasaur that had rushed ashore from a fight in the lake. Everyone scrambled to rescue him and get him to emergency medical services, but no one thought to pass on a message to the unfortunate person who had left for school. Of course, her subsequent message fell on deaf ears. Phobos's external equipment was submerged in that inland saltwater lake, as vast as the ocean. Even if she had to crawl back along the network cable, she would have been stuck there. It wasn't until the 4th or 5th day that the family remembered that a cub seemed to be still crying outside, so they hurriedly ordered a drone delivery on StarNet. In fact, Anna had originally suggested using drone logistics to check in her luggage, claiming it would save time, effort, and worry, but not money. However, Phobos's love for his sister, which hadn't been revealed in years, suddenly awakened, and he insisted on personally delivering her luggage to the starport platform and carrying it to the school. Whether he was a brotherly and respectful sister or simply wanted to accompany his sister to see what First Truth University was like, Anna was definitely willing to save time, effort, worry, and money. However, she didn't expect the pet animals in the lake to have a problem with this. Abigail sat in a plush armchair, her lap covered with a tiger hide. Everyone in dormitories 26 and 27, Block E, gathered around her, asking about her well-being. Madmose had cooked a hot sweet soup, while Butterfly and Purry whispered softly to her. And there was a small, warm quilt that Fabrique had given her specially for her warmth. The pattern on that quilt was vibrant and eye-catching, its orange background streaked with black lines, brimming with wild beauty. The thick, stiff fur practically covered your hand. I don't have much at home, so I'm giving this to you to calm you down. When my luggage arrived the other day, I spent ages digging through it before I finally found it. It's a bit of a memento, I guess. It's an opponent I encountered on my first forest patrol as a child. Anna said this with an innocent look. The tiger skin had been cut, all the irregularities removed, and stretched neatly from Abigail's knees to the ground, enough to wrap her up completely. Thankfully, it's warm and bright. Bai, standing beside her, was practically crying with envy. Wow! Abigail's eyes widened, her hands rubbing the fur. It's really warm. Thank you, Anne. Those who are frightened need to keep warm. In the simple, primitive values of the Bopuk people, a defeated opponent is a trophy, a subordinate, bound to follow their master in life and death. Miss Fabric naturally considered this tiger a first-class clawed guard in the field of metaphysics, and could confidently entrust it with the task of exorcising the Tarapula shadow. Abigail indeed drew new courage from the beast's remains. She devoured a large pot of stewed vegetables, and meat that Cephalia and Hyacinth had brought back from the cafeteria. After a satisfying burp, her legs and hands calmed, and she focused on digging out various papers on the breeding of tarapulas, preparing to peruse them carefully. Are you crazy about being so delicious? Oh, it seems you are. Wow! Are you fighting with the Tarapura? Cephalia glanced down as she passed behind her. Abigail smiled and looked up. Tarapura, delicious. I told her she was fine, right? The gray-haired girl looked at Hyacinth with a smug look, and she laughed too. Well, I didn't say anything was wrong. She walked out with her pony stuffed animal, intending to check on the others who were frightened. Like her good friends, and the unfortunate ones, who were admitted to the school hospital. Beauty and Perusia wanted to go with her, so the three of them said goodbye, and Cytherea stayed behind to accompany Abigail. How about you stay here for a few days, or I can come over and stay with you? Anna was still a little worried about Abigail. She looked so fragile, her small stature and delicate pink complexion, like a bud poking out of a spring bush, or a newly furred baby bunny. In Anna's opinion, Abigail couldn't even withstand a single blow from her. She'd be on her knees, begging for mercy. But Abigail shook her head. No need. I'm fine now. Accidents can't be reversed, but I learned my lesson. Starting tomorrow, I start running every morning. She was quite self-aware. No matter how much she practiced, she'd never reach Anna's level, but she could strive for other things, like running fast and dodging nimbly. Then I join you. It just so happens I run 5 kilometers every morning. Anna nodded, thinking it was a wise decision. It doesn't matter if you can't beat them, just outrun them. As long as you survive, you're the winner. Add Madmose and me, Bai said, naturally resting his arm near Anna. We can practice while we're at it. In the safe and peaceful environment of First Truth University, a 5-kilometer morning run meant nothing to them. It was like a leisurely stroll. Luckily, Febritek was quite skilled. Developing a sparring partner was a real feat finally. He wouldn't have to endure Madmose's beatings alone. I go too, Kakavasia said, looking away from Bai's arm. I'm not very skilled, and the environment in Cygania is tough. It's easy to get kidnapped and killed. Then you really need to practice hard. Anna, indeed distracted by his distraction, asked, Is Cygania really that chaotic? Places rich in mineral resources are always chaotic. It's unavoidable. He gave an awkward smile, but he was a respectable man, handsome and respectable. He was so handsome, so good-looking he could easily be mistaken for a frivolous, arrogant young man, yet his character was incredibly tough. Even after only a few days together, everyone in Dorm 27 already knew him thoroughly. Those seniors who thought he was easy to bully, those men and women who thought he was a playboy, were all met with disappointment. Whether it was a tearful gaze or a heartfelt expression of concern, gestures that seemed pathetic and endearing to Anna, and the others were reduced to flayed ghosts once this guy commented on them. The schemes hidden beneath the finery and smiles made the roommates huddle together for warmth and tremble in fear. If such a clever man were kidnapped, he'd likely be killed immediately. Leaving him alive would be horrible. Every calculation was clearly visible. It would be better to kill him once, and for all with a single blow. I remembered to call you tomorrow morning, Anna said, taking the responsibility without a second thought, completely forgetting that when the Terrapura emerged, the beast had snapped its fingers and used its shield to securely protect itself and several others. Cock of Asia, finally joining the group, smiled faintly and looked back at Abigail, at the tiger skin covering her legs. It looked warm indeed, warm and gorgeous, majestic and magnificent. Abigail was frightened today. He pulled out a shimmering emerald green gemstone, carved from the solid stone into a perfectly round leaf shape, with animal sinew as the string. The Cyganians believe this amulet brings the Earth Mother's favor to children, and friends often give it to each other as a gift. The blonde youth placed the green gem pendant on a colorful tiger's skin. Anyone who didn't have the allotment in a high-end mall would risk a beating if they tried to even take a look. This is too valuable. I can't accept it. Abigail stood up, holding the amulet, and tried to return it to Kakavasa. He took several steps back in displeasure. Don't I have any dignity if someone throws something back to me? I didn't buy it for credit. I have plenty of these at home. He then produced several more identical amulets. Everyone in the dormitory had one. Anna's was particularly translucent and rich. Everyone, your family really lives in a mine? All right then. Abigail hung the amulet around her neck. I accept your gift. If you don't mind, I return it with a local specialty. As for the cattle and sheep, we still have thousands of them. Chapter 361. Scholars at the Polymath Society often encounter accidents while conducting experiments. They might lose an eye, shatter their soul, accidentally kill themselves, or even explode through a world line. These are all perfectly normal occurrences, not at all surprising. Standing on the conveyor belt in the enclosed compartment of the Black Tower space station, Anna pinched the bridge of her nose. Professor Anax's lab is far more dangerous than Professor Lachau's. Remember this. A viscous liquid dripped from the air, leaving behind brownish-pink threads. A figure with graying hair was already at the bottom of the conveyor belt, holding the baseball bat that was said to have broken Mr. Blade's masterpiece. Hey, isn't that Galaxy Batman? She wanted to say hello, but the situation didn't allow it. More and more viscous liquid fell from the air, and besides the dripping sound, there was also the rustling sound of insect legs scraping against hard shells. A giant petri dish suspended high above the cabin held an unwelcome guest. The ripe fruit hummed and rustled, its massive, hard elytra once the nightmare of the entire universe. Batman wielded his weapon to battle the giant stinging insect. He was indeed a master among masters, but the other was no pushover, and the insect swarm was beginning to emerge. Star-shattering king worm. The breeding envoy? Wasn't that thing already dead? The think tank of the Society of Knowledge contained records of this envoy, even the whereabouts of its remains. It shouldn't be on the Black Tower station, unless, like her, it was an experimental accident. Wait, the stinging insect had entered the laboratory, either as a raw material or as a product. The material wasn't supposed to be so lively, so it was a result. According to the laboratory regulations of the Black Tower space station, any experimental results involving life must be designed with a death process. This ironclad rule likely existed solely to deal with situations like this. She quickly clarified the logical relationship. Now that she had figured it out, Anna was no longer anxious. Let's wait and see. We see if Chiongbao can't hold on any longer. As expected, the hideous-looking stinging insect quickly entered the death phase. When it dies, it explodes, a physical attack combined with a mental shock. The golden arrow, launched from behind, arrived first, piercing the dying stinging insect and carrying it forward a distance. The gap left was just enough to accommodate the splashing insect pulp. As the gray-haired young man panted, clutching his baseball bat, he turned to see who had helped him. "You can solve the problem on your own without my help." A tall, unfamiliar woman stood at the bottom of the conveyor belt. She looked like a refined scholar, at least more so than Veritas Ladio. Fair, thin, and wearing glasses, the delicate chain swaying slightly at her ear. "Huh?" Cheung straightened, his breath almost fully recovered. He flinched at the sight of this seemingly unseen figure, like a mischievous child at his teacher. She was indeed a teacher, and her teacher was a very respectable one. "Thank you, but who are you?" For those studying philosophy, who are you? Is a question worth pondering. But Anna, after all, was a scholar who had only recently graduated. She didn't believe in the gods, nor was she particularly interested in mental exercises. So, skipping the academic stage, she gave him a standard answer: Anna Febret, a lost scholar. Oh! The little gray-haired creature had clearly not been fooled by bad men and bad women before, and readily accepted her overly simplistic introduction. Luckily, he wasn't a fool. At least he knew to complain to an adult if he encountered a strange stranger. He sought out Veritas Ladio, who was currently chasing and intercepting the phase fire all over the station. Scholars' affairs, of course, should be handled by scholars, so the professor was delighted to have a closed disciple, the kind she described as someone who usually closed doors. Her credentials were genuine, and the academic system loaded into her brain couldn't be faked. Furthermore, her paper was brilliantly written, and her description of the current situation was logical and reasonable. Experimental error? That doesn't sound like a mistake a smart person would make. Professor Ladio never liked to answer unthought-out questions, and thankfully Miss Febret wasn't the sensitive type. "Oh, I was just unlucky. Unlucky enough to be so close to the accident. There's no shortage of unlucky people like that in any lab." At least she managed to keep herself intact. "So what are your plans?" The professor clutched his tablet, the digital pen between his fingers imposing. The disciple responsible for closing the door spread his hands out in a scoundrelly manner. "I don't have any good ideas, Professor. I only been here less than half a system hour. Indeed, she's been watching me fight stinging insects." Cheung raised her hand, like an elementary school student who can't sit still anymore in the middle of class. "Are you going to go with the Starry Sky train? Uncle Yang is also looking for a way home. Are you talking about Mr. Walter?" Anna quickly matched the names with the people. "I suggest you go back and ask Captain Pam for her opinion. I personally hope to utilize the Star Train's power, but there's no need to force it." Her attitude couldn't be clearer. Nothing in the vast universe could constrain her, and nothing could leave her feeling lost. She simply hadn't decided where to go yet. A ride would be ideal for now, but not being able to get one wouldn't matter. It all depended on the host's convenience. Professor Ladio, a confident and insightful person, then said, "If you don't know where to go, you can follow me for now. Perhaps you like Pinocchio. That's where I'm going. Young people love Pinocchio, and she's powerful enough to pin a breeding order to a wall with a single arrow. She probably wouldn't encounter any trouble going to the Gala Star." "Huh? What a coincidence. We're going to Pinocchio too." Cheung raised his paw again, and Anna decisively decided to follow her mentor. To enter Pinocchio, one had to either reserve a room in advance with credits or use an invitation. She didn't want to waste the money, and the Star Train wasn't so rude as to ask for a blank invitation out of the blue. Better not to embarrass the nameless guests. "Thanks, but I go with my mentor. It'd be easier to write an incident report when we get back." This was a pure deceptive excuse, perfect for fooling Jiangbao. He fell for it, pouting and complaining back to his friends. Then the master and apprentice went to capture the phase spirit fire. Hunting had a natural advantage in chasing this thing, and it wasn't Anna's first time catching one. The sample storage can easily capture the energy lifeform that had already gained intelligence. "Professor, what number should I put on it?" The timelines were different, so she had to ask for clarity before she could proceed. Professor Ladio rattled off a string of numbers. Watching his junior student deftly fiddling with the sample storage jar, he suddenly felt like a father, feeling responsible for her. "We're going to Pinocchio with a company executive from Pinocchio. He's a frivolous, dissolute man. He has a good appearance but is careless, a gambler, and self-destructive tendencies. Some people have intelligence, but it can go astray. Just treat him as the client, and don't believe a word he says." Anna, It sounded familiar, and she could probably guess why the professor always disliked Caucavasia. A teacher, a very responsible one, would be heartbroken even to see another student skipping school. It wasn't that he enjoyed being a father figure, but rather that it was his duty. Anna didn't know the details of Kakavasia's previous misdeeds at Pinocchio. Others' descriptions were either heavily subjective or incomplete, and Kakavasia himself. Anna knew well enough that the gambler's words were untrustworthy. He would certainly refuse to confess his dark past. Even if he was forced to spit out some black mud, he would have to strike a convincing pose, making it appear as if he was being forced to do so. She wasn't stupid. How could she not see through the Evakin's schemes? But hadn't their Earth goddess protected his schemes from being exposed? Forget it. Just pretend she didn't know. Following Professor Lachaud now, she could see just how much hatred this guy had inflicted to deserve such a beating. Okay, Professor, I understand. Anna answered honestly, so clever and docile that Professor Lachaud was tempted to go back and look at the school's New Year's admissions list. She's quite well behaved. She graduated successfully, stayed on to teach, and even got a job in the lab. What a promising research talent. Staying briefly at the Black Tower station for a few days, he took the opportunity to explore the simulated universe that Ms. Black Tower and Screw Gum were tinkering with. Happily, Fabricate was very familiar with it, and she was even more familiar with her mentor. Professor Lachaud's habits and preferences were always quietly accommodated. With such a seasoned assistant by his side, the research process went remarkably smoothly. After Veritas's curiosity about the simulated universe had faded, the Interstellar Peace Company's starship, arriving to pick up the renowned scholar, finally slowly landed on the platform of the Black Tower station. This is my student and assistant, Fabricate. Anything I don't have time for can be addressed directly by asking her. He delegated authority to Anna without hesitation, a clear sign of his trust. Not to mention the absence of disputes and infighting among scholars. School wars have raged for several amber ages, yet even the Society of Knowledge has remained unbroken. It still appears ailing, yet in reality, it's formidable, yet has grown to its current size. The tall young woman nodded at the security guard's suspicious gazes, and those suspicions gradually faded. Someone with a problem, no matter what it is, wouldn't be as forthright as she was. Could it be that Professor Lachaud had foreseen the significant obstacles the company would face in Pinocchio's operations, and had even prepared for the worst? Entering the starship's hold, Anna noticed the security guard's looks were a bit strange. Was there another bet? Chapter 362. Looking at Kakavasa from another perspective is quite interesting. No, he's not Kakavasa, he's P45 Gold Dust of the Interstellar Peace Company. Without ties or support, all alone, the last of the Evakin. He's young, beautiful, powerful, dashing, and wealthy. Almost everyone on the starship likes him. A liking for something, a liking that's profitable, a sticky, unhealthy liking. Strictly speaking, it's not Kakavasa the person that everyone likes, but the benefits that come with being gold dust. But this guy's appearance is indeed very attractive. Sweet, juicy, mature to the point of decadence, coupled with his flexible conversation. His lithe figure reminds Anna of a snake hiding in the grass. He can be bright and colorful, looking fragile, innocent, and harmless, as if he could be easily pinched and thrown into a snake trap for a high price. But just when you're so smugly convinced you're putting him on the chopping block, what's about to happen is a pair of slender, venomous snake fangs. Those beautiful eyes held only madness, on the verge of uncontrollable madness, and boundlessly expanding ambition. Anna had seen this look many times. In the Avel Interstellar Prison, in Wahlberg's castle, those young men born on humble beginnings yet possessing extraordinary talent often possess such blazing eyes. The world doesn't allow them to rise to prominence. The avenues of advancement are crammed with people. Don't bother arguing about fairness or injustice. The ants and insects who rest on their laurels can only hold their heads high and claim that their ancestors have fought the battles of several lifetimes, and that it's their right to let their descendants enjoy this blessing. Winners win, losers losers, a fate so unfair he had to wait for the roll of the dice, and so he savored the thrill of putting his life into the gun. Your origins don't match your ambitions. People would only scoff at him with disdain, but the fire within him remained unextinguished. It lay hidden underground, waiting for the moment to see the light of day. On the entire starship, only Professor Veritas Lachaud and his student and assistant, Miss Anna Fabrict, disliked Mr. Goldust. Their shared destiny was as utterly consistent as their cold faces and foul tempers. They weren't targeting any particular individual, but rather their deep belief that everyone present was morons, fools, and idiots. Professor Lachaud was eccentric and gloomy, and Miss Fabrict was even more ruthless. She took over everything the professor didn't want to do, including socializing and most of the useless work reports. Then, with a stern face, she dedicated her days to freezing to death anyone who dared to challenge her. Whether you greeted her early in the morning, tried to get close to her during a work handover, or offered her a cup of tea or a plate of fruit to invite her to sit down. It all ended up being a group work. Miss Febrick was not only unsmiling but also unsociable. If you asked her for something, she'd get the job done. If you tried to get close to her, she'd just brush you off like a snob. This icy personality not only chilled the company employees aboard the starship, but even the executives were equally displeased. Professor Lachaud was particularly pleased about this. Mr. Goldust was particularly curious. He knew he had a face that easily captivated women. If he were willing to fall for it, the wealthy women vying to become his sponsors would line up all the way from Pier Point to the entrance of the Institute of Knowledge. Combined with his generous handwriting and gentle manners, he shouldn't have been disliked by the young woman, unless there was some other reason for her dislike. Because of the Evican's reputation? Like someone stinging with malicious intent, the answer was already preconceived, and he was just waiting to see her fall into the trap and reveal her true hypocrisy. Good morning, Miss Febrick, and good morning, Professor Lachaud. A smiling blonde youth sat in an ornate booth, 6 rings on each of his 10 fingers, his wrists gleaming with a precious ultramarine. Professor Lachaud snorted coldly, and Miss Febrick walked to the bar without looking away. Breakfast too, thank you. The order was taken by a staff member, and the food was served by a cooking robot. Soon, 2 standard Pier Point breakfasts were presented on plates. She watched as the little cylinder responsible for delivering the food rolled over the ornate pattern of the carpet. Professor, the starship will arrive in the Estina system in 20 system hours. Would you like me to check you in? Pitacani, after all, was a familiar place. She disliked the heady, extravagant atmosphere, but she also didn't like to meddle in other people's business. Miss Febrick seems quite familiar with Pixing. This is my first visit here. Could you tell me some information? Shajin's smiling eyes were sincere, but Anna knew he was full of evil. No matter how she answered, this question would sow hidden dangers for the future. Too detailed an answer would arouse suspicion, too broad an answer would lead to refusal to cooperate, and a neutral answer. That person would definitely be cunning. She rolled her eyes, opened the virtual screen on her computer, entered her search terms, and then tilted it to show everyone, voice input, then set it to read aloud mode. She didn't even ask, "Can't you read?" to taunt him. If she had been so sharp-tongued, it would have been fine. He could have told her, with sincerity and sorrow, that he'd been separated from his mother since childhood, never learned to read, and even failed prenatal education. No one could help but feel sympathy for such a beautiful young man who had risen from the bottom. His past was so tragic, and the fruits of his hard work were so brilliant. She should have sympathized, and then developed pity for him, making the same mistakes every young girl makes. Anna was already immune to these little tricks. Mr. Goldust had no idea how much Kakavaja could play tricks in her own home. Thank you. The director, unaware that his opponent had used a clairvoyant cheat, smiled and flipped through an external device to search for information, creating a very stable image of a gentle, elegant, and wealthy persona. Miss Febrick rolled her eyes. Come with me off the starship and wait in the lobby of the Daydream Hotel. Others might not know her origins, but Professor Lachaud already knew. He had never intended to get her into trouble. He had only brought her to Pinocchio because he was temporarily unable to find a way to help her find her way home. The Daydream Hotel was dangerous inside, but as long as she stayed out of the dream, it was safe. Besides, Febrick was skilled enough to instantly kill a star-breaking king worm. She was the only one who could bully others while sitting in the hotel lobby. Okay, Professor. She turned off the virtual screen and quietly, but quickly worked on the plate of breakfast in front of her. Shajin lowered his head, swiping at his external device, but his ears remained unobstructed. Ever since he boarded the Black Tower station, Miss Febrick had given him a strange feeling. She seemed to be intimately familiar with his thinking patterns and lifestyle, avoiding every trap he set, intentional or not. He was certain he was being ostracized by this scholar, but her rejection was fair, which, amidst his hostility, evoked a certain desire for intimacy. Just like a cat always seeking out those who don't play with it, initially, the only one who didn't want to play with him was the serious Veritas Ladio, and now Anna Febrick had joined the fray. The latter was younger, and seemed more susceptible to teasing. Then, she'd become like any other girl, either angry or embarrassed. That would be quite amusing. If he wanted to see a different expression on her face, he couldn't leave her in the hotel lobby, leisurely enjoying snacks, drinks, and working on her thesis. Miss, don't you want to join us and witness the splendor of the Grand Star? Come along, I can cover your expenses. To further convince her, he even quoted a famous quote from a certain hunting general. Since we're here, we can't let it be in vain. Have you been to the Luofu Immortal Boat? Anna finally gave Shajin some reaction. It wasn't that she disliked him, but she was afraid she'd throw him on the table and beat him up. What kind of good person would convince their partner to join in an action just to shoot them? Luck is always a matter of probability. It will eventually cease to be 100% certain. Sha Jin blinked his gorgeous eyes. Luofu Immortal both? No, their investment style is always conservative. There's no room for the strategic investment department to play a role. Instead, the market development department likes to station a few pawns permanently. I suggest you stay for a few days during your annual leave, if you have the stuff. She ended the conversation rather sarcastically, and Sha Jin swallowed her anger with a twitch in her eye. Seeing the truth, but not saying it, you know what I mean? Are you, the people with official positions, just going to bully the unemployed like that? Anna could have said even harsher things to bully him, like the role played by Interstellar piece in the Katakayukin genocide, or some rather poignant yet definitely devastating words that would break the director's defenses. Why would you, the last Yukin, work for Interstellar peace? Do you really think the company would give up the head of another department, P46 or even P47, for a gambler? Yes, of course the company would. As long as the profit was high, there was nothing it wouldn't sell. But do you, Sha Jin, believe it? Are you that gullible? If you were, you wouldn't have lumped the company and the broad knowledge society together as a scam. The most sophisticated fraudsters are always the most suspicious. Only those closest to one know how to hurt deeply. Anna didn't have the heart to provoke Sha Jin in this way. She swallowed those harsh words along with her breakfast. Professor Leisho glanced thoughtfully at his young apprentice. 20 system hours later, the starship successfully arrived at the Daydream Hotel's starport berthing area. Sha Jin was followed by 2 staff members, while Professor Leisho and his apprentice boarded the shuttle bus to the hotel lobby. They arrived early. Professor Leisho had a last-minute call request. Anna stood at the end of the line, holding his invitation. Many guests had arrived from all over the world, and the invitations had been sent out long ago. However, various incidents kept occurring along the way. The lobby and reception were therefore a mess, with almost every guest encountering a problem beyond the reach of the standard staff. The most complex situation was for the few guests at the front of the queue, where the gray hair of the Galaxy Batman was particularly conspicuous. My name is Donhung. He said this firmly, insisting the duty manager quickly process his paperwork. Anna nearly spit out a mouthful of salata. Your name is Donhung? Can you grow a tail and horns or breathe underwater? Since you're not allowed to sail, why don't you go sailing and let us see what's happening? Does Miss Febrick know that gentleman? Sha Jin was standing behind her. Kakavasa, even with her insoles, had the nerve to claim she was the same height as her sister. The director was, honestly, half a head shorter than her, just the right height to hold her ear without standing on tiptoe. The unknown passenger on the Starry Sky Express, the pioneer, who doesn't know him. After saying this, Anna watched Sha Jin grin as he stepped forward and offered to mediate. His warmth and familiarity seemed a bit over the top. Are you looking for a fight now? Chapter 363. Professor Ladio left to answer a call, and when he returned, Febrick had completed the check-in formalities for him. She found a seat in the lobby, and a waiter soon approached to ask if she wanted to order anything. What a cordon bleu, thank you. She placed her order without hesitation, and, as is customary, gave the waiter a small tip. The waiter smiled as he brought this drink, a particular favorite of young women, to the circular booth. The scholar smiled and softly thanked her. She was so docile, like a silent lamb, anyone who saw her would pat their chest and sigh, good girl. Vrida's Ladio set off to do his business with peace of mind, while Sha Jin was stopped by Sunday, the head of the Oak family, and given a difficult time. The company was a behemoth, to be sure, and the Harmony family was no pushover. The company's intentions were ill-intentioned, and the family had played a trick on them. The two sides engaged in a warm-up exchange, setting the stage for this spectacular drama. Anna sat in a booth and silently removed her Bluetooth headphones. Dick Kakavaska, unbeknownst to her, grit his teeth and, time and again, faced challenges from all sides with a smile? This would explain his tendency to resort to extremes and seduce others into risking their lives. Games are generally divided into 2 types. The gentlemanly and magnanimous non-zero-sum game is a healthy competition that seeks mutual benefit. Since there are non-zero-sum games, there are naturally zero-sum games, where it's either this or that, a life-or-death struggle, everything or nothing. Whether a person can be a gentleman is often not determined by their own will. Of course, one can play the cards in hand slowly and carefully, however one wishes. What if you only have one card? Then you have to play it every time, facing your fate head-on and living your life to the death. The two employees who followed the director were simply kicked out of the hotel lobby and had to return to the starship to wait for news. Across the row of magnificent decorations, Anna locked eyes with the owner of the house. One was sharp and stern, the other dark and gloomy. Neither was willing to give in, but neither felt the need to waste energy on the other. The man left, and Anna lowered her head and rubbed her eyes. After rubbing for a while, she picked up the sweet wine in front of her and drank it slowly, relaxing like she did with a glass of warm water every morning. The waiter she had tipped passed behind a pillar, leaving only an empty egg cup on the table of the circular booth. To Anna, the security of the Daydream Hotel was like a sieve for sifting sand. It was only a matter of whether she wanted to slip through, not a question of whether she could. The family truly loves retro style. The elevator, disguised as an antique, successfully stopped on the 30th floor. She had handled Professor Lachaud's check-in procedures. She was right there with Shah Jean when he was checking in, so she could easily spot their room numbers. "Hello, is this the 28th floor, Block C?" The purple-haired woman blocked her path. Anna stopped and looked at her, her eyebrows raised slightly. 28th floor. Can't you see the huge 30 on the elevator door frame? Sorry, I have a bad memory and always get lost. The man's eyes were dull, and he certainly looked like someone with a brain injury. Anna tilted her head and glanced up. "I take you there. Follow me." She breathed a sigh of relief, her expression remaining unchanged, her tone fluctuating slightly. "Thank you." The elevator door opened, and two equally tall women entered, staring at each other. "Huang Quan." "Anna, Fiber Richter." "Great, we're acquainted now." On reaching the 28th floor, Anna paused at the elevator door, stroking her chin as she studied the floor plan. Huang Quan had already started walking forward. By the time she figured out which directions A, B, C, D corresponded to on the floor plan, she looked back to see only an empty intersection. Anna, She had to look around, otherwise she might end up on the 28th floor until the harmony ceremony was over. With the motto of doing one good deed a day, she sped, dodging through the various paths, finally finding the purple shadow by the universal process of elimination. And her question, "What are you doing in my room?" "Wow. Something's up." Anna dodged past, caught off guard by Mr. Golddust and Qiangbao tangled together. It looked more like Mr. Golddust was bullying Qiangbao, a feat he couldn't quite pull off. Blushing, she didn't even bother to stop and look. She just dodged and continued on, making a long detour to find Area C. Even if she had a good conscience, she couldn't say this golden retriever didn't deserve a beating. Fortunately, he was a protector, otherwise he'd be dragged off and chopped into a simmering sauce. After finding Area C, she painstakingly turned back to find Huang Quan, finally reuniting at the elevator door. "Finally found you," she waved nonchalantly. "You were gone the moment I turned around. I almost went to the lobby to find the announcement." Of course, that's impossible, it's just a perfunctory excuse. However, for the sake of both parties' reputation, a white lie isn't necessarily nobler than the blunt truth, but it can make things less awkward. "Thank you." Huang Quan hesitated for a few seconds, confirming that he seemed to have seen the person before him, a hint of embarrassment on his face. "You're a kind person." Anna, having received a kindness card, turned and said, "Follow me. I take you to Area C." To prevent this guy from getting lost again, she reached out and grabbed his wrist, leading her step by step to Area C. "Which room?" A waiter approached, and upon seeing the two women, he quickly retreated to the wall and bent down. Once they passed, he straightened up and looked at them wistfully. Had all those beautiful ladies been internalized? What a sad thing. Anna escorted Huang Quan to her room and was about to leave. Just as she released her hand, the other person's slightly colder fingers entwined around hers. "You don't have a room card." It was unclear how she figured it out. Perhaps there was something fishy about her room card's origins, so she asked, putting herself in her shoes. Anna turned and faced her. "What? Are you inviting me to share the dream pool?" She had originally planned to pick on some unlucky soul to borrow the dream pool, but now it was better to have other conveniences. "Okay, thank you for sending me here." She was so serious, almost numbed, she was definitely not someone to be trifled with. However, Anna, believing she had no vested interest in the other person, immediately thanked her and entered the room one after the other. The structure of the Daydream Hotel rooms was truly identical in every world line. "Just now. You saw it, right?" Huang Quan closed the door and tilted her head slightly to look at Anna. Anna didn't argue, but nodded readily. "I did." It was a bit shocking. After all, I'm heterosexual, so seeing such same-sex excitement is inevitable. If she had said that, Huang Quan wouldn't have known how to respond. They were just reading it as gossip, not on the same chat channel. It's okay. That blonde-haired guy is no good. He's using deception and intimidation, and he's up to something bad. She withdrew her gaze and walked into the dream pool, trying to shrink back and leave half of the space. Please. Anna gladly accepted her polite invitation and stepped into this pool of highly concentrated memories. The glamorous extravagance almost immediately washed over her. Opening her eyes, she found herself standing in front of the playground equipment at Eden Park. The ethereal sound of songs praising beautiful love drifted in, sometimes near and sometimes far, something she hadn't noticed the last time she was at Pinocchio. This extravagance must come at a price, but that price isn't usually revealed on the glittering main streets. Cock of Asia, no, that's Gold Dust, was distributing his jewelry and chatting with people not far away. Anna didn't quite understand the logic behind his actions, so she found a secluded seat and quietly observed. He seemed to be searching for the price of Pinocchio, cluelessly trying to find its flaws amidst the splendor. The thought made her even more irritating. Then, she heard a textbook example of caustic humiliation. The girl, radiating joy, had already tried her best to use elegant words. Any other description would have censored the entire paragraph. She gave him a hint, and also slapped him. Cock of Asia, how many times have you laughed until the spit on your face dried? Even so, you were determined to protect rather than destroy or seek revenge. You had enough capital, but you didn't take the cynical path. Cock of Asia, what were you thinking as you walked alone on this dark and deep road? Humans are social animals, and the Evican, who live in clans, have a greater need for companions. They could be close friends or blood relatives, but as things stand, he has neither. She stood up from her seat, grabbed 2 ice cream cones from the sidewalk, and walked over, bluntly interrupting the joyful girl's taunts. You're being bullied without even being noticed? A vanilla ice cream was pressed into her hand. Miss Fivericht, who had inexplicably appeared, stood between her and Hanabi. Girl, can we have a drink and get to know each other? The thousand faces girl narrowed her eyes, sizing her up and down. Are you the mistress of this gypsy guy? Aren't you afraid of being cheated by him? She said with a malicious smile. I'm a wealthy woman, and this is my gigolo. Girl, give me some respect, and don't be so harsh. Director Goldust, Your words aren't very nice either. Are all you scholars so unbridled when it comes to lying? She towered over Hanabi, and a sense of oppression descended upon her with her shadow. Hanabi took a serious step back and looked up. You're so weird. Hunter is protecting Siyu and who? Are you sure you didn't get it wrong? You know I'm Hunter, and you're still arguing with me? She took a step forward, and Hanabi quickly retreated. I know. I was just joking with him. Hunter really has no sense of humor. Sorry, little golden retriever. She turned aside, and offered a half-hearted apology to Sha Jin. Next time, don't follow girls. You're the one to blame for this. If someone didn't back you up, would you try? I'm sure you don't want to witness Hunter's humor. I don't want to either. Anna shifted her body to face Hanabi again. Dear? Her patience was running low. She couldn't guarantee she wouldn't hit the girl. Sha Jin's expression remained impassive. Since he'd been taken from Cygania by the slave traders, this was the first time someone had protected him. Chapter 364. Café Suleta, 2 people sat in silence. Anna rubbed her face, then couldn't help rubbing it again. Well, I met a very righteous woman. I used her dream pool to broaden my horizons. Please don't tell Professor Leisho. It wouldn't really matter if she told him, but giving him a handle would greatly improve his sense of security. At this point, she wanted to rub her face again, but this time she held back. It's nothing to be embarrassed about. It's just a shouting out when seeing injustice. What's the big deal? The blonde young man, who had been treated as a weakness and protected for once, lowered his head and said nothing. The guy who had remained calm even when ridiculed, humiliated, treated like a strange commodity, and even had someone spit in his face, blushed softly. This cold-faced, but warm-hearted sister even went out of her way to find a way to placate him. Just from spending the past few days together, it's clear how difficult this is. Okay, go do whatever you need to do. I'm going to go play with some friends. The ice cream she casually picked up had already been devoured, and she also taken a bottle of Soledad from the table. I always want to rub my face with my bare hands. That's not good. It looks timid. She left. A true hunter, she came and went like the wind. Sha Jin lingered in the cafe for a moment, gathering his thoughts and planning to try his luck elsewhere in the dream. Hanabi's hint was too subtle. He needed some corroboration. As for the escaped Miss Feverick, Getting her involved in that matter was too dangerous. She should just stay comfortably at the Academy of Knowledge and be a respected scholar. So let's wait until the dust settles on Pinocchio. The dead have no future. After making up his mind, he contacted Veritas Ladio and, out of loyalty, concealed Anna's whereabouts. If he hadn't exited the dream now, it would have been useless for him to cover up the ticket evasion incident. Leaving Adine Park, Anna planned to go play with Cheong. She didn't want to continue observing him with the gold dust. If Kakavasa found out about what she said, there would be a fuss, and her old back wouldn't be able to bear it. Speaking of the gray-haired Star Corps spirit, he must be helping others in the streets right now, making him easy to find out about. Anna remembered the main movements of Firefly and Mr. Blade in Pinocchio. Xiangbao had spent all of Firefly's remaining private funds, and the Star Corps hunters had been complaining about it for days. However, the Star Corps hunters wouldn't accept visitors from other worlds with the same gentle attitude as Professor Ladio. Fortunately, it was Firefly and Mr. Blade who had come, so Anna felt confident in competing with them in acting. If she moved quickly, she might be able to find Lu Ying before Qiangbao did. What was her fake identity? A new artist from the Iris family. You know what? She could definitely act in a teen idol drama. She strolled along the bustling streets, musing. Pinocchio has always been a dream destination for young people. It's like a dream bubble machine, where anyone can pay a small fee to come and have a good night's sleep for a limited time, making their dreams come true. But when the bill arrived at dawn, regret and anxiety once again slowly rose from the price of prosperity. Pinocchio's dream was fake. It's like the eye-catching chocolate five-pointed star on top of a cream cake. When you look at it but can't get it, you embellish it with endless imagination, until your eyes can no longer see any other desserts. But once you truly tasted it, you know it was just a decorative object, molded from cocoa butter substitute. Empty and bland. A gray figure paused melancholy beside the flower bed. The hound, the order-keeping hound, walked over to inquire about the situation. A gray-haired young man approached slowly from the other direction. Anna looked from Lu Ying to Qiangbao, whose eyes were clear. Alas! Alas! Humans are so easily deceived. Even those who have just taken human form are no exception, but she couldn't just rush out and grab any of them and run away. Lu Ying's decision to wait here for the Star Corps spirit indicated that the script required it, and fate's many calculations could only lead to this one correct path. When it appeared, all other possibilities paled, and the fate of the cat in the box was finally determined. Besides, even if she rushed out, it wouldn't achieve her goal. If they didn't meet here now, they would meet somewhere else later. There was no need to force this connection. Even if she did, it would be useless. So she could only watch as Lu Ying was harassed by Hound, and then Qiong stepped forward to rescue her. But then again, fateful encounters can't be changed, but they can be explained. Miss Lu Ying, what brought you here? The stern woman hurried over, raising her hand to adjust her glasses. You're going on stage soon. Do you want to make your debut and farewell performance? Even the harshest and most abusive manager could be this way. Any worse would earn them the nickname Ghost XX. Hound was also frightened by her dean-like aura, his doubts quickly turning into complete disbelief. They apologized to the Iris artist and her manager and looked away. They're gone, Anna said, doing her best to imitate the innocent, naive college students in her class. Luckily, neither Lu Ying nor Qiong had ever been to school, so they didn't notice her expressions and movements were all mass-produced. Thanks for your help, both. I treat you to dinner. Don't be fooled by the Grammar Iron Cavalry veteran's cool and dashing demeanor while piloting the Sam. Without that mech suit, she's a soft, adorable, and rather large young woman. Anna wasn't much taller than her. Good genes often manifest first in the size of an organism. After all, nature often judges success by size. Being bigger makes you stand out in a crowd, a visible advantage. Okay. What do you want to eat? Qiong was still basking in the euphoria of being a hero saving the damsel in distress. Anna felt like rubbing her face again. Was this two adults conspiring to trick a child? But Lu Ying had already agreed. My favorite is the oak roll from the Clock Boy restaurant. I wish I could have one every day. You have a very unique taste, then. The ritual of an oak roll far outweighs the pleasure. It's one of the few things Anna would skip even with a lethal dose of sugar. Wood chips are something that someone with insufficient willpower would never be able to swallow. It's up to the host. You're the one treating, so you have the final say. Anna said politely, determined to cover for her later. Lu Ying still had the money for 3 oak rolls, but she was worried Qiangbao might get curious. Then there was no telling if Wallet would survive the day. In Anna's own world line, Qiangbao had spent all of Lu Ying's pocket money. The three of them soon arrived at the Clock Kid restaurant, and Qiangbao was indeed incredibly excited. He was still a child, adoring everything he saw and envious of everything else. A baby of a few months old would only make choices, but he was already a year old, so of course he wanted them all. Poor Lu Ying's voice was trembling. Elio didn't pay the Star Corps hunters. The hunters' salaries were based on their earnings from each mission, and how much they earned depended entirely on their abilities. However, Lu Ying still had Sam to care for, so saving a little was a real struggle. It wasn't that she was afraid Qiang would spend money, but she was worried she didn't have enough to let him have a good time. Meanwhile, Anna excused herself, claiming she received a call, and quickly settled the bill at the front desk. With a casual demeanor and a decisive attitude, the waiter, who loved cracking jokes, looked back and forth with his head tied up. At the two gray-haired men chatting and laughing, at the gray-haired man silently paying the bill. What was going on? After everyone had finished their pancreas-bursting sweets, Lu Ying was surprised to find that Anna had already paid the bill. The mature older sister's charm instantly overtook the youthful Star Corps spirit, and she felt a little embarrassed. Yes, sorry, I said it was my treat, but you ended up paying. I have a job, and a job pays. You two look like students. It's normal to be short on money. Can't you just treat us back when you finished your studies? She struggled to pretend she didn't know them at all, almost breaking through her character. Lu Ying, hee-hee. Qiang, hee-hee. The two of them didn't dare to argue, and took the label of poor students for granted. The next plot point would be Lu Ying revealing the deeper secrets of dreams to Qiang at the cost of a quiet death. As Anna walked, she wondered how much water she would have to use to make the upcoming accident seem more like an accident. No, she'd have to use the sea. Or maybe she should just use Yenya's staff and forget about the blade. If she accidentally killed the mystery, things would take a strange turn. A date for two is sweet, but for three, well, it'd just be a post-dinner stroll. Anna didn't even sigh, I'm so redundant, as Lu Ying enthusiastically dragged her around taking photos. Kyan, temporarily filming her master with an external device, said, Am I a little redundant? When the mystery first attacked, Anna resisted, but ultimately couldn't help herself and stabbed the creature in the eye with Yenya's staff. Fortunately, she still remembered the plan to release the sea, and she deliberately retreated with both hands and feet, leaving Meme space to escape. Ah! How could it fly away? She read with a blank face. Fortunately, everyone was immersed in the joy of surviving a disaster, and no one like Leeuwenhoek could deduce clues from her slightly stiff voice. When Meme attacked again, she simply pretended to have accidentally twisted her foot, sat down on the ground, and watched the final drama played out by Firefly. Meme's blade-like tentacles slid and sent the man to his death, and Qiang looked heartbroken. He had always believed that Pinocchio was as safe as advertised, but what happened? A life was lost while he turned his head to sip milk tea? Bad review. Not recommended. Anna lowered her head guiltily. Chapter 365. Lu Ying's death clearly angered Qiang. The cheerful, gray-haired young man drooped his eyelids in grief, like a pitiful raccoon drenched in rain. Anna believed a sprained ankle shouldn't heal in half a system hour, so she limped along with him in silence. Should I give him a heads up? People can't dream while they're dreaming. Since this, as a deduction from death, can't be repeated, then death itself can't happen in dreams either. Even if an assassin broke into the Daydream Hotel and murdered a guest in the dream pool, the image of that person in the synesthesia dream would persist for a period of time, until brain death occurred. Killing someone in a dream is difficult. The brains of intelligent creatures have powerful defense mechanisms. They can crash, they can restart, they can even erase the memory, but they simply won't let the individual lie down. Want to be a dead fish? Dream on. Get up, height. Are you okay? Do you want to go find some help in the real world? As a novice teacher, she was at a crossroads when it came to guiding her students. Should she push them forward with a digital pen, like Professor Leisho, or inspire them with endless questions and debates, like Professor Anaxa? Simply teaching by the textbook won't work. You only end up with a bunch of naive, lively, and unlovable little scoopers. If they can't learn to think, knowledge and their students' minds will never exist in the same dimension. Anna gave a brusque reminder, and the gray-haired young man looked up, a glimmer of hope rekindled in his golden eyes. I log off and take a look. He didn't forget to escort Anna, who had twisted her ankle, to a safe, crowded area before leaving, which pleased his older sister immensely. Of course, he couldn't possibly find an iris artist named Firefly in the real world, because she wasn't one. But she couldn't just tell him the answer directly. What about the process? How did you solve the problem if you didn't pass it? Elio could have scratched her into tassels with a single swipe of his claws. To avoid being caught, Anna swiftly vanished as soon as Cheong left. Run! Who will comfort the raccoon if he comes back crying? Places like a Dean Park and Odyssey Mall were no longer viable. Anna first ventured to the sun's moment, and was surprised to discover that there was no professor named Charites at Origami University. People hadn't even heard of Delphi, a newly joined galaxy. The books in the Dream Library had undergone numerous changes, with some disappearing and some gaining. The universe is a dynamic sum of variables. It's impossible for a person to step into the same river twice. She stood on the shore, watching time slip by, and decided to go to Clock Studios to watch a movie and rest her mind. I just accidentally crossed the wires during an experiment. I'd definitely be back sooner or later. I have to ponder the philosophical questions after I get back to the lab. Yes, the new paper is beckoning from afar. Back in its golden age, Clock Studios is still packed with visitors. Currently, the studios in this timeline haven't developed thrilling rides, but film art exhibitions and the early cosplay business, where costumes are provided for a fee, are booming. Children brought by their parents to play were noisy and boisterous in their favorite character costumes. Some young people also dressed up as their favorite characters, and were equally noisy. Come on! I want to be that character. A young woman in a black suit trotted to the original arcade. She pulled out a bazooka made of cardboard tubes from somewhere, raised her chin, and let out a cold humph. Aside from the lack of coolness, everything was perfect. The girl taking her photo was laughing so hard that she was shaking. After the photo was taken, the two of them huddled together, making a cackle. Anna quickly arrived at the street garden outside the big screen in a ball cage. It was actually a maze, primarily used to control the number of people entering the theater. Those with more money could enjoy the atmosphere of a parking lot movie theater by getting a roller coaster. However, the larger audience, who came to the park to play and watch a movie, couldn't just crowd into the theater without order. So, the Dream Builders teamed up with Origami University to create this design. When it's crowded, everyone can just go into the maze and play. This effectively reduces the boredom of waiting in line and prevents guests from feeling discriminated against. Those with less intelligence can just stay in the maze longer. But there's never a time when there aren't many people at Croc Movie Park, so the maze is open year-round. Huh? There's no one in the maze right now. Anna didn't feel like solving puzzles. She already used up enough brain cells in the Dream Library. She chose to walk in a straight line, stepping from wall to wall above the maze, like children drawing grids on the ground and hopping from one grid to another. Sha Jin, who had been enduring mental torture, looked up with a bittersweet smile and saw a blue-white shadow flash by, stirring up a gust of wind that blew away the short-stemmed azalea in the flower pot. Virtual leaves drifted in midair, slowly falling, nearly smearing his face. The cacophony of voices in his head was also distorted by the wind, as if someone always dared to mock fate against the wind and waves, and thus fate itself became truly ridiculous. Entering the cinema, Anna found a random seat and sat down. Her space button was always full of snacks, and the sweet candies would cause a small commotion the moment they opened the wrapper. The baby next door, like a stream of water, instantly spun, raised its head, and looked eagerly at its parents. Baby wants to eat. Baby wants to eat. Parents with ample supplies would then offer their own snacks to coax their little ancestors, and even if that failed, they could still enter into an exchange. Of course, there were also young mothers, tired from a day's work and gradually becoming irritable, who would glare without even raising a hand. Do I look like a piece of candy? If someone brought their supplies to exchange, Anna wouldn't mind a small trade, even adding some delicious items. But if a cub tries to get food by crying and fussing, well, that's a shame. Just stand and watch, or even lie down. Although it's just a projected image, Anna's skills are more than enough to replicate the flavor of these snacks perfectly. The noisy children were dragged away by their ears by their parents, leaving a large area of seats empty in the theater. The Adventures of Clock Kid and his friends slowly played on the big screen. This kind of movie, which requires no thought but laughter, was perfect for Anna right now. It took her 10 minutes to enter a meditative state, which was essentially just staring blankly at the screen. It was a shame she couldn't sleep in her dreams, considering how well she slept in the theater outside. Before long, the silence in the theater was broken again. Anna, lost in her trance, snapped back to her senses. The big screen was filled with gold-faced faces. Even this way, it looked good. The Ekans' looks were truly impressive. Wait! The walls of chips, formed by the materialization of the power of destiny, shifted from illusion to reality. Anna's relaxed expression faded. And now, look at the opponent he was facing. Miss Himiko of the Star Train, Mr. Walter, March 7, and Cheong and Huang Quan wielding a long sword. Hiss. Even facing this lineup, she had to consider whether she could reconcile. What on earth was this guy trying to do? This wasn't just asking for a fight, this was courting death. The power of the commander was enough to shatter dreams. The no death in dreams statement was merely a probability here. There was a certain probability of not dying. So, had her own Kakavasa done the same foolish thing? Anna stood up from her seat and rubbed her wrist. Being tainted with nothingness is no fun. It's another possibility, beyond destruction, of cosmic annihilation. The first great blade sliced through the barrier between dream and reality, and the second red blade arrived in an instant. The pale golden shield threatened to shatter, but the gold dust was inevitable. The Evocan had never invested talent points in his physical strength. He sighed softly. It seemed the gamble was finally over, and the gambler himself would have to face the consequences of losing everything. The executive of the company P45 died in Pinocchio. The Clover family could either make peace with the company and cede certain interests to cover up the incident, or face disgrace and ruin. The choice old ODI would make was almost unpredictable. He was a typical businessman, the embodiment of capital. Let alone the last of the Evocan perished here. Even if Papisi exterminated his clan here, he would weigh the pros and cons before making a decision. What if there was a greater profit to be made? A single golden light approached from afar. He saw it. It was beautiful and swift. What was that? A shooting star? Or a harbinger of death? If it foreshadowed death, this unpaid leave was too gentle and beautiful. The newcomer brushed past him, and with a tug at his collar, Shajin found himself being carried away from the red blade, dashing towards the deep passage slashed by the gray blade. Yes, it's a bit tight, sister. Standing in the chaotic passage, Miss Anna Fiberricht held her forehead with one hand, looking as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. She wanted to fight, but couldn't. The cats, Mau Mau Gao and Chimera, looked this pitiful when they were caught rummaging through the drawers and stealing food, and they always managed to get away with it. The Kakavasa, who assisted them in their crimes, would often sit on the carpet, their beautiful, wet eyes flashing simultaneously. Under the double blow, Anna often forgot why she was angry. Though Mr. Goldust didn't look particularly cute, it also began to emit a constant, animalistic whimper. No, why don't you continue your rage? Where's that suicidal wish just now? Get it out now. I'm going to beat you up. I was just distracted for a moment, Mr. Director. Give me a reason not to punish you. She grasped the collar of the strange gold dust and shook it vigorously, shaking the blonde youth like a noodle. I'm so sorry. The hat is about to fall off. The mask is about to fall off. The feet are dragging on the ground. I'm honest now. Please forgive me. I was wrong. Chapter 366. So this is your main job? Anna sat with her arms folded on the artificial stone. This place was the narrow space between life and death. Given Anna's skill, being able to create a large stone that could comfortably sit on it was a testament to the wisdom of the Lord. Kakavaja and Mr. Goldust knelt before her, their heads bowed in self-reflection. Last week, someone had the same guilty look on their face when they fed their chimera so much that it had to be rushed to the hospital. Standing nearby was a blonde, two-legged cub named Yang Yang, eating snacks and watching the fun. Sister, I was wrong. The taller blonde youth was clearly a seasoned expert. He admitted his mistakes smoothly and knelt upright. The shorter golden retriever was a little bit irritated. He didn't like this. Kneel down if you want. Why drag me along? But it was like having two golden retrievers at home. If one bared its teeth, the other would surely bark and bite with delight. Kakavasia quickly raised his elbow and gave his alternate self a smack. Behave. It doesn't matter if you're being punished, but don't get me kicked out of the bedroom. The director glared at his fawning alter ego. Shameless. Kakavasia glared at him and said, What's the point of having dignity? Can you get a girlfriend with dignity? You useless piece of shit. Should I talk to Feitsue? Or should I go directly to Pierpoint and talk to the board of directors? Anna calmly shifted into a sitting position. Kakavasia whimpered. Isn't it the family rule that once you've done something wrong, you're not subject to retribution? This happened years ago. Let's move on. Let's move on quickly, so we can go on a date to Dream Reef. I remember I haven't really settled this with you before, huh? Kakavaja. She called out his name softly, and the blonde youth looked at her tearfully. I'm not like that now. What an unforeseen disaster. He rushed to the scene immediately after hearing the news of the laboratory explosion at the Black Tower space station. If it weren't for Anaxagoras and Veritas Ladian's assurances that they would definitely recover the victim, the news of Interstellar Peace Company executives storming the Genius Club would have probably been the hottest headline of the year. And so, Was this the brilliant idea these brilliant minds had devised? They used the bit of nothingness he had once been exposed to connect the two world lines. He walked in this passage for a long time, until a gray blade slashed through the entrance. Mr. Goldust was dragged in by Anna by the scruff of the neck, dodging the second red blade. That blade had nearly killed him back then, and seeing it again inevitably brought a phantom pain. "Sister, we really know we were wrong." The little guy leaped into her arms, a snack in his mouth, nuzzling against her affectionately. "Will you forgive us? Being cute won't help here." She picked up the little golden mushroom and put it away, then slipped him another handful of snacks. "Go play over there." Anna continued to stare at Kakavasa. She said nothing, just watching him quietly. Director Goldust, who had been observing his frequent little movements, also hunched his neck and remained motionless. She sighed. "How did you get here?" Another chance. The Knowledge Society and the Genius Club were definitely plural, so why did Kakavasa appear? Anna could easily guess that this guy had caused a huge commotion, forcing Professors Laisho and Anaxa to agree to his request. "But besides Clive, I'm the person closest to you." Kakavasia leaned against her lap, then naturally slumped over, hugging her waist and resting his head against hers. "Do you know how scared I was when I heard about the lab accident? I was almost crying, sister. Clive is still young. No matter how mad the professors are, they can't let her do this." Director Shajin was stunned. This relationship didn't seem right. And who was little Clive? Where did she come from? Whose did she belong to? So, was Miss Febrick's initial rejection of me actually just a wife's dissatisfaction with her useless husband? How can this situation be resolved? Can I get a card discount? Can I get a gold coin? There has to be a solution. He knelt obediently, even somewhat cowardly, looking up at the strange woman with downcast eyes, stroking her golden hair. He felt that this was absurd, so absurd that he couldn't even think about it. Even a fool knows that gamblers are to be trusted and avoided. Yet, there was a clever and strong girl willing to tenderly protect him. Those who helped him, those who protected him, most likely met with a bad end, yet someone stubbornly overturned fate in this instance. Anna stroked the golden, furry head that nuzzled into her arms, and Kakavasia looked up at her with sidelong glances. After a while, her anger subsided. She gathered several rocks for people to sit on, then picked up a small golden mushroom to squeeze. "Cute," the little one blinked, a sly grin spreading across his face. As if deliberately trying to embarrass her, he raised his voice. "Are you my future wife? Are we having a baby?" Kakavasa's face flushed, and Director Goldust coughed tactically. Anna raised an eyebrow, already aware that this person had been asking for a beating since childhood. This person was incredibly bold and shameless. "To see how you perform." She curled her lips and poked the little creature's face. "You must grow up well, fearless of wind, rain, scorching sun, or bitter cold. I'm waiting for you at the other end of the long river of time. You two can chat slowly, we be leaving first." Kakavasa stood up without saying anything, dragging Anna along with him. Director Goldust and the little golden mushroom exchanged bewildered glances, then winked. A senior should be able to provide some information, perhaps an address, coordinates, hobbies, or something like that. Leaving the end of the grayish-white light, Anna met her old friend Inji. She was familiar with this place too, the massive but dilapidated statue of the clock boy at Looming Reef, nestled between the jungle-like skyscrapers. This is a dream deep within a dream, the origin of Pinocchio. "Beautiful lady. Are you? I admit that the pure goddess Adrila is unparalleled in beauty." Anna delivered this crucial line with impeccable fluency, and the pure knight happily helped her and Kakavasa escape the narrow confines of the dream. "Praise your wisdom and beauty, lady." Kakavasa muttered silently. This guy has appeared, and he's still a cowboy speaking in coded language. The phrase "I love you to death" stunned him for a full 3 seconds. There's another unfortunate fellow behind. Please wait here for a moment and help him. Anna gestured to Kakavasa. A golden retriever identical to him, well, a little shorter. "Yes, ma'am, no problem." The pure beauty knight was always willing to help, especially those willing to provide emotional value. "I wait right here." He glanced at Goldust. Even small ones are cute. Director Goldust, emerging from the narrow space between the gray-white lights, nearly bumped his head against the stone steps. "Shock! What are you talking about? Ah! Is this the person who needs my help?" Silver Branch happily extended her hand to him. Anna poked her head out to remind him. "You better first acknowledge the unparalleled beauty of the pure beauty goddess Adrila." "Huh?" Director Goldust didn't understand, but he obeyed obediently. "Okay, I acknowledge that the pure beauty goddess Adrila is unparalleled. Is there a star god and destiny called pure beauty? Who is Adrila? Never mind. It's always better to listen to your wife. So Mr. Silver Branch happily pulled him up, brushing the dust off his fur collar, which didn't actually exist. After completing this righteous act, the knight hefted his spear and continued on his journey toward his ideal. The three people standing on the rooftop of Lemingio building were speechless. This guy is always so eccentric. Director Shah-Jin was the first to break the silence, trying to find something to say. Kakavasa seamlessly picked up the conversation, not giving him a chance to approach Anna. It's okay. You meet more eccentric people in the future. And aren't you eccentric yourself? How can you say that about others? Anna, I didn't expect Kakavasa to be so ruthless when he gets angry, even to the point of bullying himself. Let's figure out a way to get down first, she said, glancing at Kakavasa, who was dressed in casual clothes. Are you cold? A normal person would definitely shake their head and say they're not cold. You certainly can't catch a cold in a dream, after all. But Kakavasa, is he normal? Just a little bit, but I can hold on. The blond young man, who was noticeably healthier than Director Shah-Jin, lowered his voice to admit his weakness of being both cold and hot, then raised his voice with unwavering conviction, stating that it was no problem. Is he trying to say no problem? It's clearly saying there's a problem. But to reassure you, sister, I be fine. Director Shah-Jin felt this guy was shameless and deserved a beating. How about I lend you my coat? He sneered with a sidelong glance. Kakavasa turned and leaned against Anna. No, thank you. I have one too, but it's not warm. The emphasis was on the last sentence. The blond youth leaned in close, smiling against Anna. With me here, I'm not going to freeze to death. Anna stood firmly, leaning against him. Don't imitate me. Have you been secretly reading the Xianzhou storybook Jingyu unpacked and sent me lately? Hee hee. The little golden retriever smiled adorably, his lips pursed. Director Shah-Jin, you. As the three descended from the rooftop, resounding singing echoed from the old platform of Lemingio. Miss Robin, who had wandered here, Cheung, who had found an opportunity to sneak in, and several familiar faces, all met unexpectedly at the dilapidated station. The little gray-haired boy, so frightened that he dropped his special ticket, pointed at Kakavasa, then at Director Shah-Jin, and finally at Anna. What's going on? Shut up. Anna glared at him angrily. If I hear even a single weird rumor, I write to Mr. Donhung and send him some weird fan fiction. After this killer move, the gray-haired and pink-haired kids both raised their hands in surrender and kept their mouths shut. Miss Mockingbird, singing on the stage, frequently cast her gaze towards this corner. It was thanks to her diligent practice that she wouldn't have been able to focus on this bite of melon. Pinnacone's crisis was safely averted amidst the blazing stars. Sand Gold reported to Emerald and summoned Tappa to help. He also warmly invited Anna to play on the travel starship, which only the company director could use at will. Tappa is here with her biopod, full of cute animals. No, Anna thanked him for the courtesy. Kakavasia said softly, Sister, do you remember the starship you and Podio blew up together? Yes, I do. Anna wasn't one to ask for a fight. Most Hunter Fate walkers weren't known for attracting much hatred, so she didn't bother saying anything unpleasant. But Kakavasa is a true protector, and drawing hatred is a professional skill for him. That's the ship you blew up. Anna, why didn't you let Lon see it? Director Shah-Jin, Kakavasa grinned at him with a particularly smug smile. Luckily, my sister's wanted list on the company's wanted list has been closed. Otherwise, based on the amount, she would have been EP45 if she accepted the offer. So this is the most popular job application tactic now? The blonde youth was speechless and helpless. Who could have imagined that? Anna nodded resolutely. I guess so. Breaking out of prison, robbing, kidnapping, no compromise. As long as the bounty is high enough, the company will always give in to avoid paying the money. But I didn't accept this offer. I don't want to work overtime. The company's workers, Don't attack the entire map like that, sister. Chapters 367, 368. Tracing causes and effects, eradicating evil. Anna Febricht. Gender, female. Faction, Polymath Society. Attribute, imaginary number. Fate, hunting. Rarity, 5-star limited up. 5-star light cone, for the fragile beauty. Background, a young scholar and new lecturer at Polymath Society, she studied under Veritas Lachaud, and was one of the few students to graduate successfully. It is said that the Interstellar Peace Company once offered her a highly sought-after position, but she declined with the simple phrase, I don't want to work overtime. She is a role model for our generation of workers. Veritas Lacho. This is my student. She possesses exceptional qualifications, and is qualified for any position your company offers. Gold Dust. Miss Febrick is a worthy opponent, but unfortunately, she only considers science, not probability. Chapter 369. A room you can't leave unless you do something. This cheesy, melodramatic plot was once all the rage in Pinocchio's early films. When screenwriters and authors rack their brains and can't figure out how to tie two characters from different corners of the world together, they resort to this ultimate trick. With it, whether it's a bald, noseless demon or a hairy-faced, thunder-mouthed monk, they could both find a charming new lover. As a company representative, Shah-Jean originally wanted to take a paid vacation during the Holy Grail War, but a fight broke out, filming began, and he was finally told to take a paid vacation? In other words, he had to pay for his absence, or his salary would be deducted daily. The director's salary couldn't be deducted, and those small sums were insignificant. The loss of face was the real issue. But this event, dubbed Fate/Night, actually had a sequel. People from all over the world, whether they were there or not, were willing to show up and test their skills. So he figured, since his second-half vacation was already scrapped, he might as well stay in Pinocchio for a few days and have some fun. A bachelor could feed the whole family, and he wouldn't have to worry about reporting his itinerary to anyone. The arena was always thrilling, exciting, fresh, and fun. Until he ran into Huang Quan, still wandering lost in the Daydream Hotel. Last time, this respectable woman had killed half of him with a single blow, and this time, being locked up in Director Garidi's dark room and forced to quit gambling had cost him another half. So buy one get one free again, and he still be in debt for half a life? Is Pinocchio a place that just doesn't mesh with his aura? Why does every time he comes here, he always experiences something unpleasant? Anyway, when he opened his eyes again, he was facing none other than the projection of the Emerald Lady. The strategic investment department would prefer you make the trip. The directors are always skeptical about invitations from old ODI, but this is an opportunity. Shah-Jean, He remembered this conversation. It took place not long ago by the Dreaming Pool. Could it be another unexpected dream replay? That wouldn't be surprising, as Dina's memory loss hasn't been new, so it's normal for him to have problems. What's unusual is that a strange woman approached with a canned drink and even glanced at the jade projection. She gave a rather rude nod as a greeting, but it was his boss, Jadeite, who politely spoke first. "Good day, Miss Favoricht." The woman glanced sideways, then turned to the blonde. "Another business trip?" "It's not, just one of those Pinocchio reality shows," Jadeite patiently explained. "It's summer vacation, so perhaps you like to come as a family member. The company can cover the expenses." Gold Dust, Family member? Who's family member? When did the company become so generous, reimbursing just like that? She opened her drink and took a sip. "Loan Shark, how kind can you be? There's no distinction between high and low professions, miss." Jadeite was clearly at a disadvantage. It wasn't necessarily that she couldn't argue with her, but she was deliberately restraining herself. Gold Dust fell into deep thought. The only person Jadeite treated respectfully was Diamond, the leader of the Stoneheart 10. This strange woman wasn't even an employee. If she were in the company, her attitude would have been well known. He couldn't have been oblivious to it. "That's quite ironic coming from you," she sneered, lowering the can and finally giving Faitsue a proper look. "It seems those who borrow from you must have done so voluntarily, willingly contributing their surplus value, willingly becoming fuel to be squeezed dry, and willingly dying like stray dogs. Goodness me, the last person who dared speak to Tsiyu Diendai like that would have been reduced to ashes. Capital is ruthless, young lady. As an ivory tower scholar, you probably can't understand the plight of those in dire straits." Feichui's face grimaced. Anyone mocked like that wouldn't look good. The tit-for-tat between the two women was far more intense than Shah-Jean had imagined. He decided to hold his tongue and wait and see. "Hee," Miss Febrick said calmly, continuing to sip her drink. She gave Feichui a meaningful look. "So who and why has put them in such dire straits?" She couldn't answer that question. She'd probably fall into a trap. As expected, Feichui stopped talking and put on a perfect business smile. She compromised, choosing to avoid her opponent's attack. Miss Favorick knew when to quit. She glanced at Gold Dust again, seeing him standing there blankly. "If you don't want to go, then don't go. I can find time to talk to Diamond, or you could consider changing jobs. Overtime isn't a good culture, and staying up late is even worse for your health." "How could I change jobs?" Gold Dust sneered inwardly. He was a prisoner of the company, unable to leave for the rest of his life. It was a shackle, but also a kind of ironic protection. Miss Favorite, Mr. Goldust is a highly valued talent in the company. It's not nice to say that. As expected, Jadeite wouldn't sit idly by. Oh. Favorite trailed off, understandingly. Before she could finish, Jadeite slammed the brakes and made another move that Goldust didn't understand. But having said that, of course, the company has always been very concerned about employee welfare. Participating in department activities counts as overtime, and you can take time off later based on your work hours. The board of directors can't handle this hunting envoy, so who wants to mess with her? The grass on the graves of the entire Wahlberg family is already taller than a man, and the White Sparrow family has completely fallen silent, kicked out of the board's core interest group. If this person gets upset and turns on the company, if she declares rebellion today, Pierpoint will be plunged into turmoil tomorrow. Don't forget why Fabric was sent to Evel. Rebellion is her forte, and in recent years, she has also added theoretical guidance to the Institute of Knowledge. The company has even blocked all bounties on her, fearing that this lady will recall some unpleasant memory and cause trouble. How is overtime pay calculated? Is it based on hours worked? Did I hear correctly? How many hours a day do you work? You're kidding. Anna rolled up her sleeves and was about to put down her drink can, but Shah-Jean looked at her like a savior. A savior who would save workers' vacations and wages. Fei Chui finally conceded and made a concession. According to the general rule, it's calculated 3 times the normal rate. An 8-hour workday, 8 hours counts as a day. Any remaining time less than 4 hours counts as a half day, and any time over 4 hours counts as a full day. These benefits are actually written in the contract. It's just a matter of whether they can be implemented or not. She glanced at Kakabasa again. He looked off. That's settled then. The Bashi Institute has been adjusting the system these past 2 days. It feels a bit like the changing of seasons, and Kakabasa isn't feeling well. I take him to the school hospital later. If things aren't going well, I take some time off and go to Pinocchio with him. He paid for it, haha. The strange woman turned off the projector receiver, not giving the pawnbroker any face. She finally put down the bottle, folded her arms, and leaned forward, almost right in front of Shah-Jean's eyes. Who are you? Shah-Jean calculated rapidly in his mind. She knew his real name, that alone proved their close relationship. Considering her unceremonious attitude toward Jade, and her defense of herself, he almost reached up to touch the brand on his neck. It was the slave's commodity code, forcibly etched into their flesh by their masters, indelible. Anna narrowed her eyes, and the atmosphere became dangerous. Sweong? Or some similar energy life form? A piece of advice for you. Her slender, bony fingertips gleamed with a faint golden light. If I take action, Kakabasa's injuries will probably require him to stay in the treatment chamber for half an hour, and you will definitely not fare well. Goldust, sorry, friend, I don't understand what you're saying. The pale golden arrow vanished, replaced by pale golden wire. Tightly bound by it, Goldust watched as she reached for her external device and requested a call. Professor. Kakabasa seems to have a mental problem. Compared to Jadeite, she was much more polite with the shaken teacher. In the blink of an eye, he seems to have lost his memory. No, it's more like he's changed his personality. Is he experiencing dissociation? A familiar voice came from the external device. Take your gambler to the school hospital. Okay. Anna hung up the phone and released the spring to tighten Kakabasa's wrist. The Goldust wanted to struggle, but the Evocan people were not born with that attribute. Don't worry, she offered soothing words as she walked out. I take you to the doctor. If there's anything you're uncomfortable telling me, just tell him. Treat your illness. I won't give up on you. People under excessive stress or intense stimulation can occasionally experience a state of dissociation. It's an instinctive self-defense mechanism, but for those suffering from depression or deep negative emotions, it's downright bad news. This state can, in a sense, allow a person to escape pain, but it also closes off the path to healing. Anna believed she wouldn't let Kakabasa suffer to the point of collapse, but if the doctor diagnosed her with such pain, she would seriously reflect and consider whether to distance herself from him. What if she was the one causing Kakabasa so much stress? She dragged Dujin out the door, into the car, and then into the hospital, finally placing him before the truth-seeking doctor, Veritas Ladio. Professor, I leave him in your care. I be leaving now. She ruffled Dujin's light blonde hair, smiled at him, and quickly left the clinic. Professor Laisho frowned. Do you want to say something, or do you want to take a test? Golden Sand looked at the stern, unyielding professor, and suddenly had a bad idea. Excuse me, who are you? I'm so sorry, Who was that lady just now? He wore an innocent expression, his words rambling and fragmented. Where is this? Shouldn't I be at Pinocchio? The last sentence was absolutely true. He spoke sincerely to the scholar, you know. For someone like me with no education and no background, finding a stable job is rare. I don't want to lose it. Vrida's Laisho fell into deep thought. Could this guy have really just lost his mind all of a sudden? Is he up to some other trick? Chapter 370. Anna waited in the corridor, outside the clinic for nearly 3 hours, being hugged by several children who didn't want injections, and she also turned down several passers-by who bravely approached her. When Veritas Ladio opened the door to the clinic, a child, about 6 or 7 years old, was holding flowers she had plucked from the flower bed and pestering her. Big sister, will you marry me? Or I can marry you. And, please sign this test paper for me. The scarlet 19 points made Teacher Febrick's blood pressure fluctuate, but she still restrained herself and politely rejected this extremely impure confession. The Institute for the Study of Knowledge prohibits child marriage, dear. Do you want me to go to jail? And I think it's necessary to let your guardian see this test paper, so they can better plan your studies and your life. Wow. The little one's eyes were filled with pitiful tears. Teacher Febrick's heart was as hard as stone. Don't even think about it. Even if you marry me, you still have to go to school. I'm a teacher. She shook the horrible test paper. I can even give you math tutoring. The child was horrified, and the tears disappeared as quickly as they appeared. He quickly backed away on his short legs, turned around and ran a few steps, then turned back, snatched the math paper with a score of 19 from Anna, and fled again. Professor Laisho, did you write down his name? Write down his name. In a dozen years, you might see him foolishly going through the matriculation process on campus. Then I either avoid him or take him under my seat and give him a good beating. Not really, Professor, really not. Anna scratched the back of her head, wiping away the sweat. That little first-year kid has a long way to go. What I'm saying is, there's no need to remember this. Sha Jin, after unearthing a host of awful memories, managed to suppress a smirk. He stood in the doorframe of the clinic, his eyes lowered, drawing her attention away. Professor, how's Caucavasia? Anna looked from him to her professor. Veritas Laisho pointed to the garden outside the hallway. Let's talk outside. The situation is a bit complicated. All the necessary examinations and tests have been done, and the little golden retriever is mentally healthy. Well, his frivolous and dissolute demeanor is still as irritating as ever. However, he insisted he had lost his memory, and analysis of the test paper confirmed this conclusion. From a doctor's perspective, the only possible conclusion was a conservative and cautious one. Caucavasia had indeed suffered a sudden onset of amnesia due to some reason. However, given his history of bad behavior, Professor Laisho expressed reservations about this finding. If it's to gain more attention from Febrick, then that's certainly something he could do. Unexplained sudden amnesia? Anna rubbed her chin as she looked at the medical report. This has to be considered a work-related injury, right? Caucavasia's loan shark boss was just telling him about his overtime business trip to Pinocchio. Doesn't want to work syndrome? Vrida's Ladio, possibly. You really spoil him. If he doesn't want to work, then don't, she said firmly. I go to Pinocchio for him. Professor, please make a formal announcement so Caucavasia can take sick leave until he wants to return or resign. Gold Dust, maybe that's not the reason? I mean, maybe I can find some memories in the office in Pier Point? Professor Laisho raised an eyebrow and glanced at Anna. She was still pondering the diagnosis, clearly ignoring the awkwardness. Okay, I take some time off and go with you to Pier Point. Would you mind bringing some snacks or local specialties for your assistant? She's having a hard time managing the office alone. She opened her external device and booked a Starfleet ticket for the afternoon. I just happened to report your work-related injury. Gold Dust obediently shut up, waiting to speak again once we got back to Pier Point. The report and explanation signed by Dr. Truth were quickly sent to the computer's inbox. While Anna was waiting for Caucavasia to go home and pack, she used her home device to create 2 hard copies. Gold Dust sat quietly on the sofa, watching her busying around like a cautious cat. He could sense changes in his height and weight, a healthy change. Even the color of the product code on the side of his neck had dimmed considerably. His vigorous metabolism was repairing the damage he suffered in his early years. Laisho said Anna Favorichter was his live-in lover, and they had adopted a child. How could that be possible? He had many visions of his life, being beaten to death at the gambling table by an angry opponent, or falling into eternal sleep after a thrilling game, or being drained of his worth by the company and thrown back into an interstellar prison to rot. Of course, the best outcome would be to perish alongside Osvaldo Schneider. He didn't believe the company would abandon its endlessly valuable marketing department for a single Evitan. It was a cornucopia of illicit activities and profits. Absolute luck was far from enough. The only thing Shah-Jean hadn't imagined was that he could have a family. How could a gambler have a family? Why would someone with a family gamble? Someone with a family, a career, a wife, and children who still gambled would be dead. He observed Anna carefully from every angle and had to conclude, this remarkable woman must have been deceived. How could he possibly have won her favor without some cunning? She was neither stupid nor foolish, nor was she some detached young lady. Her quick movements and packed luggage suggested she frequently traveled on interstellar expeditions. That meant she was no fool. Baffled, Goldenhair's eyes followed Anna. In the blink of an eye, she had already gathered all the necessary documents, neatly packed them in order, and tossed them over. Here, give them to Emerald when we get to Pierpoint. He lowered his head and glanced at it. There was even a lawyer's letter of authorization inside. Goodness me, this is the attitude of going to court if he doesn't treat it as a work injury or grant sick leave. The worker's scalp tingled with pleasure. So how could someone like him be deceived? She could immediately sense his abnormality. With this doubt in mind, he left his home at the Boise Institute and went to Pierpoint, the office of the director of the Strategic Investment Department. Shah-Jean remembered that he didn't have an assistant. He was an airborne soldier and a notorious Evican slave. It was enough for his employees to do their jobs well and not go too far in disobeying their orders. That was to maintain their dignity. In the elevator, they encountered Shuju coming from the corridor. The dark-skinned prince's breath hitched, and he slipped around and into the elevator without even looking away. When had this guy ever been so cowardly? Shah-Jean glanced back at Anna, who was walking behind him. She said calmly, I crumpled up his recruitment speech at the last graduation ceremony and threw it out the window. It only talked about dreams and dedication, not a word about salary and benefits. What kind of cheap horse is my student? I'm very well mannered for not beating him up. Walking through the security-guarded corridor, the strange atmosphere that had been there since entering intensified. Everyone was furtively glancing, their gazes primarily focused on Miss Favorict. He secretly accessed the company database and searched for Anna Favorict. The several-page record dazzled the director. He was now leaning towards a different conclusion. This person was actually his financial backer, right? Ah! Pushing open the office door, the assistant nearby exclaimed enthusiastically and loudly. She leaped from her seat, leaping past the office's occupant and running straight towards her idol. Miss Favorict. How could you? You? Pierpoint. I'm so excited. Hey! Anna was much gentler with the assistant than with Emerald. She handed her the boys' snacks and Elro's specialties she had brought. Thank you for your continued assistance with Kakavasa. He, had a little incident this morning. Can we stay in the office a little longer? Of course. The box contained affordable gifts, a large assorted snack package, and a set of rainforest leaf bookmarks. The giver was respectable, and the recipient was delighted. This is Mr. Goldust's office. I go to the pantry to make some tea. What would you like to drink? Water or juice, either is fine, thank you. She smiled and signed the bookmark set at the assistant's request. The assistant, tactfully, vanished with the gift. Big news. Shocking big news. Goldust stood in the office, surveying it. Compared to his memory, this place clearly suited the assistant's tastes much better. So he hadn't been here in a long time, and he let the assistant handle all the office matters. Vrita's Ladio wouldn't lie, so this wasn't just some daydream he had at Pinocchio. Emerald appeared. Goldust considered it all, and after about 3 seconds, he handed the briefcase to his boss, following Anna's instructions. Sorry, I think there's something wrong with my memory. What else could he do? Just keep acting. Thankfully, Ekin's acting skills were naturally explosive, so everyone preferred to believe he truly lost his memory to other possibilities. Oh. Emerald had thought she'd have to deal with another headache of reorganizing staff. Little Selena wasn't suited to the extravagant lifestyle of Pinocchio. Forcing her to represent the company in the Holy Grail War wasn't impossible, but the show's success and ratings couldn't be guaranteed. Thankfully, there was a silver lining. Although Goldust had a minor mishap, he had Fiberkin to complete his reality show. That was fantastic. A global beauty, a young scholar of the Society of Knowledge, and known for her ability to spark conversation. Normally, it would have been impossible to recruit her without some effort. Not to mention the Goldust hurdle, she was a real pain. Whatever the reason, now that she was willing to take the initiative, it was a rare opportunity. I'm so sorry. Why did this happen? She accepted Goldust's work injury application and readily processed his sick leave. Go home and get some rest, dear. Goldust, is this still the Emerald I knew? She didn't take advantage of the situation and lend money. Chapter 371. From the Polymath Academy to Pier Point, and then from Pier Point to Pinot Cone, Anna Fibrick had packed her itinerary tightly, yet she felt none of the fatigue of a long journey. Goldust observed the journey with keen interest. She seemed to know every starship carrying biopods along the route like the back of her hand, and she was also very familiar with his habits and preferences. After safely arriving in the Estina system, the lobby of the Daydream Hotel was, as usual, packed. Anna handed the revised documents to the front desk staff, and soon the two of them were escorted together to the room reserved for the contestants. Do you want to go play in the Dreamland, or just catch up on some sleep in your room? She said gently. It's a rare vacation. Goldsand was a little taken aback by the good news. No, his wish for vacation was actually coming true. So smoothly, without a single setback. So he was still dreaming. Pinocchio's dream within a dream. Go to the Dreamland. He was almost reluctant to wake up from this dream, but people always have to wake up, just like the sun will eventually rise. Anna glanced at him, frowning slightly. Okay, have fun. She lowered her eyes, and remained silent for a few seconds before continuing. Let me see what this reality show of yours is all about. Okay, got it. Summoning. She clutched the program instructions given by Feitsue. What if the heroic spirit she summons isn't as good as I can defeat it? Should I just put it back in? After all, it was a real possibility. Unless she summoned a hunter or destruction commander, there weren't many people in the universe with higher martial power than her. Goldust thought about the melee archer she had summoned, skilled in housework. There's always a place for them. Right? Never mind. Relics, summoning circles, and even spells? So childish. Anna rubbed her forehead helplessly. This show seems to be for all ages. College students might find it just right, but how could elementary schoolers handle it? This classic three-piece set has been a trend for at least 8 amber ages. I didn't expect fashion to be a separate world, and so was entertainment. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha. Goldust mentioned 6 important points. Don't make me recall what's already happened. Okay, this time, Anna randomly spawned at the time of the sun. After visiting Professor Cartwright's, she sent a message to Kakavasa, who replied that he was having coffee and watching a show in Adine Park. Even if Kakavasa had lost his memory, he wouldn't talk to her like that, but he was indeed Goldust. Amnesia can be faked, but a person's behavioral logic and lifestyle can never be faked to that extent. All the way from Pier Point to Pinocchio, she'd been discussing this with Professor Leisho. After ruling out the possibility of parasitic energy entities, like Sui-Yang, the remaining answer was both bizarre and plausible. The advantage of random respawning in college is that no matter how outrageous your actions, passers-by will greet you with tolerant, incomprehensible, yet supportive looks. People will also enthusiastically gather to join in the fun, even more fully engaged than the actual participants. If everyone were to awkwardly join in, no one would be embarrassed. Despite this, Anna still found an empty classroom. Drawing a magic circle by hand actually tests one's geometric drawing skills. She had struggled with math in the past, but with years of diligent study, even a poor foundation could be salvaged. Red mineral pigment painted on the ground, and then had to be wiped clean. Otherwise, tens of thousands of mouths in the school would hear a complete and incredible legend before they passed the 48 systems. Fortunately, this was an empty classroom, with few people inside or outside watching. Anna gritted her teeth and quickly read the summoning spell, which sounded like a mosquito's hum. After she finished reading it from beginning to end, she remembered that the holy relic hadn't been displayed. Well, maybe she should have. Isn't the entire Pinocchio itself a holy relic of the nameless guest and the indigenous people? The stigma on the back of her hand, seemingly drawn in cinnabar, was called a command seal. It was a simplified hunting icon, but the arrow and animal head were still clearly visible. After the ritual was completed, nothing happened, only the command seals grew brighter. I wondered if it was an illusion. So, was the summoning a success, or a failure? Failure didn't matter. Even without a response, she could still fight through. She glanced at the faded summoning circle on the floor, and called for a cleaning robot to wipe the neat, geometric pattern clean. The chubby robot clattered into the classroom to get to work, then quickly left with a burp. Come out! How long are you going to hide in my shadow? She stepped onto the stairs and glanced back at the restless shadow. A figure in a black suit, black hat, and black hair emerged. Avenger, he, shrouded in a black mist, had gray blue eyes. Look at you, are your arrows rotten? Is your blade dull? My spear and dagger are still sharp. Anna glanced at the man. Are you my servant? I won't bow before anyone, but you. A cluster of pale golden sparks flashed at his fingertips. Where should I begin this grand game of killing? Anna rolled her eyes. I don't remember ever being so murderous. But Avenger, after all, is a vengeful person. It makes sense. Avenger folded his arms and snorted. Boring. Stop humming. Come with me to Golden Hour first. We're here to cover for the class. No need to be too aggressive. She was the first to step out of the classroom. Behind her, Avenger vanished into a puff of golden sand, retreating back into the shadows. That was a consensus. As for why she hadn't summoned the local ancestors of Penacony, but instead summoned another version of herself. Avenger's name said it all. She was a slave of Papuk who had committed suicide out of grief and resentment, a black flame that would never be extinguished. The moment they stepped out of the cage and into the golden world, a red spear struck them head-on. Anna and the shadowy Avenger moved in unison, their pale golden hairsprings coordinating with their liquid gold blades, instantly overturning half the street. The attacker seemed unprepared to encounter such a highly synchronized master and servant here, and was caught off guard and thrown back. The warrior with blue hair and a blue coat, presumably sensing his opponent's strength, immediately retreated. Anna narrowed her eyes, watching his rapidly disappearing afterimage. Avenger, follow and see. Heh. The soft laughter continued, the servant in the shadows already far away. One moment, Podio was wondering why his servant had gone so far as to become a pioneer, and the next, Siyu Chulin was forced to grab his spear to intercept the Avenger, who was trying to assault his master. Hey! Sister, you're here too? The Avenger retaliated, consuming several of the cowboy's bullets. After a small reprisal, she stopped and plunged her sickle blade into the ground, leaning forward with her arms folded. It's you, Podio. With that, she glanced at the man who had deceived her master with a half-smile. Sand Gold didn't let her guilty conscience show on her face. Something felt off. Avenger, truly a rare heroic spirit. The man in the red robe subconsciously moved in the master's direction. Podio, however, was reckless and turned to his servant, saying, They're a couple. Who did you poke just now? Tell her to retaliate? Ku Chulin coughed dryly. No, she's a heroic spirit. Podio was horrified. Seriously, sister, when did you die? Don't scare me. Who can defeat the hunter envoy? Has the war of gods finally begun? Puff. Gold Sand nearly spat out the solada in his mouth. How could he have tricked a hunter envoy into becoming his girlfriend? Was he really going to kill himself? Even the wildest fantasies wouldn't lead to such a thing, Avenger snorted coldly. Why are you talking so much nonsense? The master will be here soon. She and her successor weren't the same person. She was supposed to be an intellectual. The cowboy breathed a sigh of relief. That's not bad. The fact that the hunter servant was silently murdered is truly horrifying. If this were true, not only the Sea Patrol Rangers, but also the Immortal Ship Alliance would have to raise a few questions. If they dared to assassinate the hunter servant today, would they sharpen their knives to attack the storm god tomorrow? Red A and Siyu Chulin breathed a sigh of relief. Avenger's master had a close relationship with the other two masters. While magicians may have few moral principles, summoners from other worlds seem to maintain a normal human standard. So, it's not impossible for them to temporarily coexist peacefully with this new servant. She's incredibly powerful, with her abundant strength making her a formidable opponent. Besides forget correction and self-recovery, she also seems to have the adaptability of a caster. Her master hasn't yet appeared, so attacking Avenger at this time won't be very beneficial. Even if she were unsummoned, as long as the master was still alive, she wouldn't be eliminated by the Holy Grail. Was fighting the same boss twice such a madcap thought? Soon, Anna appeared in Avenger's amused gaze. She raised her hand to greet Podio, nodded to his servant, and finally stopped in front of Gold Dust. Where's Kakavasa? I was wondering, why are you so attracted to a guy like that right now? Is it just for looks? He doesn't care about you at all. Avenger, overjoyed, added fuel to the fire, eager for the master and the golden hair to break up. Ku Chulin's eyes widened in delight. Red A sighed, and rubbed his forehead. They say all men who are glittering with gold are bad. Oh no, the truth's out. Gold Dust said, I don't know, ma'am. I'm sure my memory doesn't contain any details about you, but everyone tells me you're my wife. Is that true? Anna raised an eyebrow. I don't have to be. After all, the Society of Knowledge isn't a conservative organization. Marriage is free, and you and I are just cohabiting. We don't have a substantive legal agreement yet. Gold dust, eh? Pocio and the three heroic spirits turned to look at the potentially dumped gold dust. Wow! Exciting! Chapter 372. Going from bachelor to married, and back to bachelor again in the same day. Not even Director Gold Dust could accept it calmly. No normal person, male or female, could accept it. He looked at her innocently. I'm truly sorry. Please give me some time. Don't make such a hasty decision, okay? No one is slow in the hunting, Podio complained to his servant. Ku Chulin thought his compatible master was right. Good women have always been won by force. If you're slow, you can only watch others blissfully content. There's nothing you can do about it. Alas, is there really no one here for a serious Holy Grail war? Red A thought his migraine wasn't going away, and his stomach was a bit upset. I could fight you right now. Avenger was excited. We haven't had any serious fights since we killed the Destruction Envoy. She gave a berserker-like smile, and Red A silently clenched his stomach. No berserker. Let's talk about it after the work is done. Anna rubbed her temple. You have some vacation time, so I moved back to Elrose too as soon as possible. Phobos had always hoped she could stay at her home for a few days, and Elrose too was close to the teaching area, so she wouldn't have to travel back to the students. She should stay there until Kakavasa recovered, giving him more personal space. All the men present gave Director Gold Dust a sympathetic look. Regardless of the formalities, returning home meant the same thing. Shajin finally realized what was wrong. If this was truly just a dream, then the things he refused to accept wouldn't have happened. In other words, he most likely woke up in another version of himself, and there was a slight discrepancy between the two timelines. This is a serious situation. Don't panic yet. Let's see if we can find a time machine. The blonde youth had a pitiful look on his face. Anna had already gone to check the message Podio had received. The pioneer who had recently been ambushed by Cu Chulin had sent a lengthy message with a polite and courteous tone. It was obvious at a glance that it wasn't written by him. Xiongbao can't tell the difference between the lands he's earned. He's always been using them recklessly. This thing definitely wasn't written by him. He even added punctuation. She averted her gaze, speaking with the firmness of a teacher's understanding of a clueless student. It's a trap, but also a declaration of war. It looks like our brother is in trouble. Podio poked at the screen of the external device. Does this guy think I'm stupid? He doesn't even give this thing to anyone else. There's a trap, but if the brother is in trouble, they definitely go to support him. The only thing they need to discuss is how to provide support. The meeting place is at Clark Movie Park, Red A said, showing some interest. Can you confirm the situation? Yes. Anna nodded. I'm a teacher. I remember every student's level. Red A stood in awe. That's no problem. Teacher is the strongest hidden class. Gold Dust knew where this story was going. After all, he'd been locked up in a dark room by Director Grady for several days to quit gambling. That was a terrible experience. Although he was feeling somewhat frustrated, he remained undeterred and offered a plan. I fall into the trap, and you find the servant and his master. A pawn in the marketing department, what's that? Anna had no objections or suggestions, but Podio remained loyal. Well, I go with you. You're so small. If this guy weren't a protector, he'd only take 2 punches at best. The third would have him begging for mercy. Gold Dust gave Cowboy a sharp look. Can you even speak? The servants transformed into spirits, and the masters squeezed into the cage. Arriving safely at Clark Movieland, Anna followed closely behind, as planned. Avenger, pockets in hand, walked beside her. Are you really planning to break up with that golden-haired guy? He's just a stranger now. I have somewhere to go, so why would I have to squeeze in with a stranger? Anna didn't answer directly. I have so many students waiting to be fed, and the lab needs to keep moving forward. This is clearly not a problem that can be solved overnight, so I just have to wait and see. She wouldn't give up on Kakavasa, but only if it was Kakavasa. Do you have a wish for the Holy Grail to fulfill? Avenger changed the subject. Anna looked down at the 2 people approaching the trap. No, I don't even put much hope in the star gods, so how could I put my hope in a mindless cup? Natural theology merely uses logic to prove the star gods' existence. It doesn't mean that if they exist, she must believe in them and engage in business. Indeed, I whispered countless prayers for mercy at night, only to receive my own response. Avenger raised a brilliant golden fingertips. I found it. The Hunter's Fate Walker possesses a powerful innate advantage in tracing causal relationships. As soon as Assassin uses his noble phantasm, she instantly identifies him. And it's not that difficult, really. The director can't be so far away from the camera or the set. The golden arrow struck its target, delivering a fatal blow. Assassin's master, furious, shook his hands, stamped his feet, and yelled. Just a moment ago, he'd been smugly threatening and taunting Gold Dust, and the next moment, his servant had been eliminated. The disparity was truly unbearable. Let me see. What is this? Avenger lifted Assassin's master and swung him around. Anna jumped down from her perch and took a closer look. Looks like a company employee. Gold Dust stood between Red A and Podio, forming a perfect depression. He deliberately circled around to the other side of his servant, narrowing his eyes and grinning maliciously. This is a member of the marketing department, one of Osvaldo Schneider's men. Podio's eyes changed, and so did Avenger's. Osvaldo Schneider. The man in black muttered the name viciously, as if tearing into a piece of raw meat. Hatred was like an all-consuming black mist. Company. Marketing department. The Wahlbergs. I hate all the injustice in this world. One system later, Mr. Scott, an employee of the marketing department, was awakened by the protection granted by his family. If it weren't for Pinocchio, he would not only be eliminated from the reality show, but also from life itself. Mad. Psycho. Woo-woo. Psycho. Mad. Woo-woo. Old ODI promised me. He clearly promised me. Lone Wolf clenched his fists and raged at the empty room. I have to find that old man. P45 executives colluded with a fugitive with a huge company bounty. Shah Jean must pay the price. And that woman! She always slaps me in the face. Beats me up, then heals me. Heals me, then he beats me up again. The beatings are endless. This is too much. He hurriedly crawled back into his dreamland. Clark Movie Park was deserted. It didn't matter that Assassin was eliminated. He, the master, was still fine. What if that group started fighting among themselves? That wouldn't prevent him from taking advantage of the situation. But the most urgent thing was to reunite with old ODI. He was determined to bite that peacock from the strategic investment department hard. Isn't the dignity of a small person dignity? Smile, smile, smile. What are you laughing at? You have white teeth, so you laugh. He hurried to the ball cage platform, coaxing and tricking people into joining the team, and scolding the children who refused to join him until they cried. Finally, he got his wish and got a seat in the cage early, rushing to the Pinocchio Theater. Old ODI was right there. Where could a dying old man like him run? After hurrying and scrambling, he finally reached the theater. He glanced at Mr. Scott and tiptoed back quietly. In the center of the theater, a fat, true stinging insect was cut in half. Everyone dodged it like garbage, avoiding the sap it released before dying. Even though it was a dream, it was still a little hard to accept. The woman in black, wielding a scythe still dripping with insect blood, stepped forward and dealt old ODI a savage blow, ignoring his various offers of exchange. I hate the word compensation more than anything. Can credit points compensate for the pain, humiliation, and terror endured by the victims of this tragic fate? Credit points are simply a token of your sincerity in your apology. I accept it, but even if I don't, I can't prevent others from accepting it. But you have to pay the price, because I won't forgive, ever. Miss Robin's servant, Lady Asuna, the mother of irises, straightened her back. Lend me your stick, thank you. Old bug. Go to hell. She grabbed the Yama 2 staff Anna had handed her, and pounded old ODI twice. If she weren't a servant, she wouldn't have been able to lift it. Avenger raised her hand to pull back old Papisi's vitals, pressing the blade of her scythe against his nose. Apologize. Publicly. Sincerely. Apologize to the entire universe, to everyone you exploited and killed, or get hung from a streetlight. She gave him a fierce smile. I'm not dead yet. The blade hanging over your heads will always be there. Who's this lady? Why is she so handsome? Kuchulin pulled Podio aside to whisper, and the latter glared. Look at what you're saying. Man, am I not handsome? This was truly a scene that would comfort a social animal. Red A, who had sold himself to the suppression force, took a closer look at the scythe. Well, I go back and Project 1 for fun. There are still several days until the end of the Holy Grail War. Why don't we all go to Pinocchio together? There are pros and cons to hitting too fast. No one here would pin their hopes on magic props that are known to be contaminated and distorted. Besides, this is a variety show. It's running out of time, so it needs some watering down. Shah Jean was only cleaning up this mess because of his stake in the company. He looked at Anna, who had summoned him, and wanted to boost her favorability. If for no other reason, at least to prevent her in the other world from crying too hard. As he was contemplating how to save himself, a wave of unease washed over him, a feeling worse than anxiety, worse than fear, like the arrival of eternal night. His body was no longer under his control, and he realized it was Kakavasa's return. Masters were inviting their servants to relax and unwind on this bustling festival planet. Anna had just said goodbye to Miss Mockingbird. As for Lady Asuna, the familiar scent of perfume smothered her face before she could even lift her leg. Sister! Ugh! I was so scared! I was so scared! Ugh! Avenger limped and nearly rolled away. Turning in panic, he saw golden hair clinging to his master like a piece of glue. I was talking to Hijui when the guy suddenly appeared, and I could only watch him act like a troublemaker. Ugh, sister! Don't move out. If you want to go to Elrose 2 to relax, I go with you. Ugh! Xiong and Saber stared, their eyes wide, their eyes gleaming as they devoured the melon. Poshio was laughing his ass off, and Siyu Chulin's expression was exactly the same. Reddy took it all in. Mr. Amiya, this master. Well, never mind. The Holy Grail War is over anyway. Let's just get by. What's the point of breaking up? Chapter 373. XX Amber Era XX Year XX Day XX. 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 Xingwang Community Boiji learns to rape. Post 1. My girlfriend isn't talking to me. What should I do? As the title says. We've been dating for 4 years, and my girlfriend never asks me to report where I'm going, who I'm with, when I be back. She never asks. This also happens when there are colleagues of the opposite sex in our group, during team building or business trips. I deliberately come home late several times, left my lipstick receipt on the coffee table, and changed the scent of my perfume, but she hasn't reacted at all. Ah! What should I do? How can I make her feel more possessive of me? Hashtag 1 Dry Eater Dry Soul Return. This is the so-called deliberate carelessness. Hashtag 2 Take My Codex. The original poster needs to clarify one thing first. Are you sure your girlfriend is your girlfriend? Hashtag 3 Signing up for a class based on her looks again. Has the cat cafe's top courtesan escaped? Hashtag 4 Teacher Kai Kai Lao Lao. If you're so clingy, find a cool place to cuddle with your dimensional piggy bank. Number 5 Purple Gem is the most charming. What are you mumbling about? I don't understand. Your girlfriend doesn't want you anymore. Simple as that. Get it? Your girlfriend doesn't want you anymore. 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 Hashtag 6-star raccoon. The OP quietly got up in the middle of the night to stick shopping receipts on the coffee table. Ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Hiccups. Number 7 Stomping on roadside wildflowers. That's normal, bro. That's normal. My boyfriend was on the rampage for 2 days, and I realized that not everyone craves to be glued to their partner. Number 8 Compare what to eat and what to do. Just bear with it. Number 9 Seeds of Doubt. How long have you been experiencing these symptoms? I suggest going to the school hospital for a head resection. Number 10 Honest Lending. Haha. Exam week is not only a time of anxiety for students, but for teachers as well. There are exams to prepare or assignments for final papers, invigilators to supervise or review papers, and the need to carefully assess and assign grades. Not all teachers are as strict and unrestrained as Professors Laisho and Anaxa, who can simply fail anyone. Young lecturers like Anna, who have only been on the job for 3 years, need to be more cautious. Make-up exams and retakes are essentially a form of labor exploitation for teachers. Others can get away with a rough go of it, but if you're so particular, you have to push yourself. Another round of revisions, prodding and grading. Anna could barely keep her eyes open when she walked home at night. She couldn't understand how someone could turn a paper into an indescribable weapon of psychic attack. She removed her glasses, which were shielding her eyes, and tossed them on the coffee table, wanting only to wash up and sleep. The ability to walk in a straight line was entirely thanks to the strong genes of the Bopuk people. A cup of water, perfectly warm, appeared at her fingertips. She took a sip and set it down. Her gentle boyfriend, wearing a turquoise apron with gold trim, still clutched a spatula. Sister, you're back. Yeah, back. Her voice was shorter than the references in a student's paper, each word sapping life. Kakavaja walked beside her. Dinner is ready, sister. Do you want to rest first or take a shower? Shower. Anna was convinced she was overflowing with the toxin of despair. She decided to wash first, flushing the bad mood down the drain. She staggered back to her room, holding onto the wall, intending to take a hot shower and change into her soft, comfortable home clothes. She was completely oblivious to Kakavasa's hesitant expression. He looked down at the text constantly refreshing on the screen of his external device, his brows slowly furrowed. a faint melancholy rising between them. He only been with his sister for a few years? Had she already lost interest in him? When Anna returned to the living room, she realized she had overlooked the faint aroma wafting from the kitchen when she entered. 3 plates were placed on the dining table, along with a bowl of hot soup. The blond young man gave a complex smile. I downloaded a new recipe online today. It's Xianzhou style. This wasn't the work of a housekeeping robot, but a dinner he personally prepared step by step, following a recipe. He changed his earrings, and like a crumbling galaxy, his beautiful blonde hair shimmered like stars in the light. Thank you. She sat down on the chair, and the traditional Xianzhou tableware, intricately carved, appeared in the perfect position for her. This set of chopsticks for 2 was quite expensive. Though made of wood, they had a texture reminiscent of gold and jade, and a rich, delicate fragrance lingered. Anna was no stranger to such exquisite, expensive little things appearing in the house from time to time. Kakavasa was like a crow, a great collector of shiny things. He wouldn't let go of anything he caught his eye. Anna was perfectly fine with this. He could spend his salary however he pleased. It was his freedom, his reward for his hard work. Kakavasa, Why was my sister always so polite to him? Thinking back, she had been like this since they were in prison together. Even now, with their close relationship, she didn't occasionally show a little bit of sass to her lover, as other young women do. She would curse at the air at students whose papers were a mess, slam on the table and berate her clueless colleagues, and even punch a bounty hunter who tried to enter First Truth University with 11 guns, 11 bullets, and 11 ammunition. But she wouldn't utter a single polite slang or vulgar word to him. It wasn't that they weren't close, but rather that they weren't as close as he imagined, a level of intense, sticky love that didn't require politeness or courtesy. So, her sister's feelings for him had faded, had they? A sense of grievance welled up in her. He was like a lost traveler, lost and aimless, shrouded in a fog of dejection, as if he were about to sink to the bottom of the swamp called despair. Anna didn't look up. Every movement at this moment was draining her life force. If anything, she wouldn't want to eat anything. But she still picked up her chopsticks, and tasted a dish that might have been poultry. Then she put them down, silently holding her forehead with her hand and sighing. Faded? She suddenly said this. There wasn't even a hint of sodium chloride. It smelled like food, but when I ate it, it inexplicably effectively reduced my desire to live. She lowered her hands, her fingertips interlaced on the tabletop, her gray-blue eyes filled with fatigue and resignation. Could it be that I'm just too tired and confused, my nerves malfunctioning? Kakavasa, He leaned back in his chair, his ahog hair fluttering like a hallucination, then retreated. Whether he was the wicked golden-shaded cat whose schemes were never exposed, or the overbearing CEO known for his coolness and wealth, he always struggled to hold his nerve when facing Anna back home. It had nothing to do with her strength. She was reasonable, gentle, and steady. She used standard English when speaking to him, never mind physical violence. He was more likely to fall and injure himself when he turned over in his sleep than he was to be abused by Anna. You said? It's faded? He mumbled a word, his eyes, a riot of pink and purple, filled with pain. Anna, Oh no! He couldn't seem to accept the fact that his cooking was terrible. He should have just endured it, and eaten a few bites. Why did he have to say it out loud? Sister, the property transfer documents are in the second drawer on the right side of the desk. The title to this house is in your name. There are also jewelry and precious metals. He barely controlled his emotions and said, I respect all your decisions, but please at least tell me the reason for breaking up. Don't rule me out so easily. At least I made you happy, didn't I? We've been together for all these years. Mother Earth. He couldn't continue. This guy didn't even say Amber King. Anna tilted her head, trying to activate her viscous brain. I'm saying, the food's bland. What are you thinking? She looked at him curiously, not quite understanding the logic behind his conclusion. When did I ever say I wanted to break up with you? Huh? The golden retriever froze in place. He glanced down at the food she touched with her chopsticks. Anna simply picked up her chopsticks, picked up a piece, and popped it into his mouth, letting him taste it for himself. It was indeed bland. Maybe they forgot to add salt before serving. I just put it back in the pot. It'd be ready in a minute. After a flurry of activity, the household robots diligently cleared the table. Kakavasa and Anna sat facing each other. The blond young man couldn't help himself and chose to ask directly, Sister, aren't you upset that Topa Jade and the others are on a business trip together? You never seem jealous. Huh? Anna blinked. Why should I be jealous because of your regular job? You're an independent person, Don't you need your own space? Don't you deserve respect for your independence? And I trust you. I believe you take your relationship and family life seriously and responsibly, so I won't be swayed by vague assumptions. She spoke each word slowly and clearly, then reached out to ruffle Kakavaja's light blonde hair. Your new earrings are beautiful. I noticed you also switched to a new brand of hairspray. Do you need me to go get your hair trimmed with you on your day off? Oh, sister, you saw it. Kakavaja's ears flushed, then his neck, and finally his face. We ran out of shower gel at home, so I bought some new. Yes, it has a lovely woody scent, just like the one you smell when we're sunbathing. Anna was never very good with sweet talk, but Kakavaja was always captivated by her honest compliments. Well, I buy a family box next time. She stood up from her chair, walked around the dining table, and came to him. She leaned over and kissed him on the forehead. Okay, I leave the housework to you. I have no objection. Kakavaja's spirits perked up visibly. Chapter 374. XX Amber Era XX Your XX Day XX. 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 Xinguang Community, Boiji learns to rap. Pose 2, Haters Come Out. As the title says, who says my sister doesn't love me? How could my sister not love me? My sister loves me the most. She respects and trusts me. She says she respects my independence and personal space. And she also says she trusts my sense of responsibility. No one loves me more than she does. She loves me so much. Hashtag 1Jiao. Our old swan. Could it be that you encountered the legendary orthopedist? Hashtag 2 Purple gems have the most charm. Did your girlfriend open another thread asking for help? My boyfriend is so clingy and suffocating. I don't know what to do. Number 3 Pet Wars. Shameless tutorial please. Number 4 Seeds of Doubt. Is it possible that she's just annoying you and wants you to stay away and be alone? Hashtag 5 What to do and what to eat. Less comparison. TV series? Hashtag 6 Keep an eye on your graduation thesis. Don't let them eat mine. Is this a don't laugh challenge? I encountered a talented contestant and tried my best, but I couldn't defeat him. Number 7 See me, tell me to go write my paper. No man, are you sure your girlfriend doesn't have other boyfriends or girlfriends? Hashtag 8 What experiment did the chef do today? Go write your paper. Hashtag 9 Professor Laisho, I'm your dog. Go write your paper. Hashtag 10 Want to be stepped on by Professor Febricht. Go write your paper. Hashtag 11 Yellow and Purple. TSK. She unknowingly raised a blazing torch in her hand. Number 12 Mysterious Woman. Honest divination. Years of experience. Honest to all. 200,000 credit points per session, but a small knife. After sales service, advice, and support, all included. Interested, please private message. XX Amber Era XX Your XX Day XX. XX. Starnet Community, Boshi Society La Pu. Pose 3, Haters, come on out. As the title says, you're just jealous of my girlfriend's love for me. I do poker divination at least 3 times a day, so how could I possibly know what my sister is thinking? Hashtag 1 Dragon Lover. Oh my god man, do you want to see what you're talking about? Hashtag 2 Sexy Slippers. Just kidding, don't kid yourself. Number 3 Star Raccoon. Friend, you successfully become my favorite cyber pet. Number 4 Meowing. I can't hold it in anymore. Number 5 Eat what you want. Even a gold miner can't dig up this kind of divine gold. Number 6 Like, coin, follow, and retweet. Wow. So scholars from Boshi Society discuss relationship issues in the community? I thought you discussed topics that ordinary people wouldn't understand. Number 7 Bring me the codex. This is the Society of Knowledge, not the Society of Ascetics, thank you. Exam week is a period of time, not just a 7-day cycle. During these days, Anna's biggest wish upon returning home each day was to make love with her bed and bedding. Forget about falling asleep, she practically passed out the moment she laid down and closed her eyes. Kakavaja, who deliberately lingered in front of her bedroom door every night, with a few buttons of his home coat undone, was disappointed. However, as a young executive at Interstellar Peace Company, who was well versed in the art of initiative, he knew that many things couldn't be achieved by simply waiting. Initiative was required to reap the rewards. Perhaps it's because she's been looking at so many final papers lately. Anna hasn't gotten enough rest in days. At home, her overall alertness has been declining, completely different from before. These days, she even feels strangely stiff when she wakes up in the morning. She scrambled out of bed in the morning, only to find that her first class was less than half an hour away. Forget it, she just projected. A little slack would help her maintain a positive attitude. She couldn't really kill all those students, who weren't studying hard. She chose to lie back in bed for another 10 minutes, then showered, changed clothes, ate breakfast, and turned on the equipment. She finished quickly in another 10 minutes, successfully appearing in the classroom via projected video, with 5 minutes left before class. The semester was almost over, and these last few classes were all about trying to get a piece of the pie for those little darlings who still hadn't submitted their papers. After class, Professor Anaxis sent her a message asking her to go to the lab. Anna changed the projection location and soon saw the green-haired professor who had just finished a makeup exam. Perhaps next year you'd like to offer a basic course on soul physics. Take these materials back and take a look. Young lecturers who have worked for a certain number of years and haven't had any teaching incidents can increase the number of courses they offer. For recent graduates, tuition fees make up the bulk of their income, and this proportion will continue to rise unless they have connections to earn extra income. Conversely, older scholars with existing research projects are very reluctant to teach basic undergraduate courses. Not only is the time and effort involved, but the uneven quality of the students also makes them particularly exhausted. Honestly, they rather focus on their own research. Professors Lachaud and Anaxis, with their innate sense of responsibility, were able to patiently teach. Many other scholars, however, either paid exorbitant tuition fees or simply didn't care about the small paychecks. If they didn't enjoy attending class, they simply let their students study on their own. As a well-behaved student whom the professors could trust, Anna naturally assumed she would teach undergraduate courses and help relieve the pressure on her professors. Professor Anaxa was eager for her to fill her full schedule year after year. Okay, Professor, I understand. Anna resolved to take drastic measures next semester to rein in those who had let themselves go. Forget about the makeup exams. If they couldn't submit their final papers, they have to retake them. She could lower the tuition fees to the lowest level to make it easier for them to return to the program for a second, third, or fourth time. They didn't rely on this salary to make a living anyway. She approached, took the books from the professor, and opened her external device to place an order for the delivery drone. Professor Anaxis paused, took a half step back, and looked out the window. And you? Never mind. It's nothing. Young people are in good health, but you still need to be careful. He turned back and gently nodded, signaling Anna to leave. If the delivery drone hadn't arrived just in time, she would have asked the professor why he was so hesitant. After handing the materials to the buzzing machine, she adjusted the projection location again and hurried back to the classroom for her second class. When she got home that night and washed up, she noticed a few red marks on the side of her neck. Anna was a little puzzled. Was it a mosquito bite? It didn't itch or hurt. These days, most students' papers are guaranteed to pass, but the remaining little cuties are hard to come by and will have to wait until next year. Relieved, Anna submitted her transcript, which had already been entered into the academic administration system, and finally was able to go to bed early. She woke with a start in the middle of the night. The mattress was a few degrees heavier than usual, but a subtle dampness and tingling on the side of her neck and collarbone forced her to interrupt her sleep. Kakavaja, aren't you going to work tomorrow? Sister, the blond young man, looking forward to the night, said in a voice as sweet as honey. I want. No, you don't. Anna tilted her head and nudged his face with her palm. A soft, moist lick smacked her palm. I'm dying of sleep. It's okay, sister, you sleep, he said, his imagination racing. I be gentle. Do you believe that? She withdrew her licked hand and rubbed it against the quilt, immediately receiving a bite on her collarbone. She realized where the red spots she seen in the mirror while washing up had come from, and why Professor Anaxa had suddenly become so hesitant during the day. At least today, I want to rest early. She still had the patience to reason with him, but Kakavasia had a valid reason. But I'm going on a business trip the day after tomorrow, and I be away for the next 10 days. Sister, sister. Good sister. He just kept humming softly, like a mosquito, refusing to give up until he got what he wanted. Anna's patience was running out. Then we talk about it when you get back. Sister is a skill to be able to make the terms so intricate and not sound cloying. Kakavasia decided to play it tough. He didn't want to wait that long. Be good and go to sleep. She had to use her free hand to push the increasingly disobedient and mischievous creature away. No. The golden retriever said confidently, I want to leave some marks on my sister. If Anna hadn't been so sleepy she had to teach him a lesson, she had been nearly amused by his anger. Marks, huh? Come on, I leave one for you too. The next morning, Kakavasa went out to pick up takeout with a slap mark on his face. Whatever. The meat was already in her mouth, so a small price to pay wasn't worth mentioning. XX Amber Era, XX Year, XX Day, XX, XX, XX. Starnet Community, Bougie learns to rap. Post 4, Sister, I was wrong is titled, Sister, I was wrong. I really was wrong. I shouldn't have bitten so hard. Woohoo, I really just lost control for a moment. Sister, please don't ignore me. Woohoo. But I couldn't help it. You're so nice and adorable, how could I possibly hold back? Woohoo. Sister, wait for me at home when I get back from my business trip. Don't leave. Hashtag one damn woohoo uncle. I don't even recognize the word woohoo anymore. Number 2 Purple Gym is the most charming. Seriously, should this thing even be allowed to live? Hashtag 3 cat egg. Buddy, I'm curious where you bit. The fight was so intense that it even made your girlfriend upset the next morning. You're pretty wild. Number 4 What to cook and eat. Less comparison. You're sick. Number 666 Honesty Agent Draw Original Poster. Thank you all for your help. I'm back from my business trip, and my sister's anger has subsided. Since we have a vacation that overlaps with ours, we're planning to find a pleasant, uninhabited planet for our getaway. Does anyone have any suggestions? A reward of 50,000 credits for any clue. The link to claim is below. XXXX. Number 667 Seed of Doubt. Get lost.